Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The betrayal of a loved one always surprises us, because that is why we consider people close when we fully trust them and do not expect to be stabbed in the back. However, criminologists understand that when it comes to a brutal murder, the perpetrator should be sought first and foremost among people in the victim's immediate surroundings. What if the plan could not be completed? The victim is unable to testify due to his serious condition, and the perpetrator is desperately trying to figure out how to cover his tracks without raising suspicion. It reminds me of the plot of a thriller. Unfortunately, this story occurred a few years ago in real life. Wang Nan, a pregnant Chinese woman, was involved in one of Thailand's most high-profile incidents. The perpetrator tried to get rid of his wife in one of the national parks by portraying the incident as a tragic accident. However, it appears that nature intervened to prevent the young woman and her child from being killed. When the truth was exposed, it literally shocked the detectives investigating the case, as well as the doctors who saved the victim's life, because they were certain that the husband was deeply concerned about his wife and child. But even more shocking was the motivation for such a heinous and cruel act. It should be noted that this situation is not unique, and around the same time in Thailand, another couple from China had a similar story, but the man was able to put an end to the plan. But let's go through everything in order. Wang Nan's story. Wang Nan was born in Nanjing, a major metropolis and former Chinese capital, in 1987. She grew up in a relatively affluent family, and her parents strived to provide their daughter with the best education possible, while also encouraging the development of her talents and potential. The girl excelled in school, and she found it particularly easy to learn the exact sciences. Wang Nan enrolled in a prestigious university after graduation, where she studied the fundamentals of business and finance while also learning several foreign languages. After receiving her diploma, the girl secured a position at a large travel agency, where she established herself as a valuable, responsible, and highly motivated employee. She quickly advanced in her career and was transferred to Thailand, where she oversaw the development of a new branch. Nan worked as a top manager for a few years before leaving the travel agency to start her own business. She opened a restaurant serving Chinese national cuisine and was so successful that her idea quickly expanded into a small but popular chain in Bangkok. Xiao Dong Wang was a successful young entrepreneur who competently led and developed the business. However, in order to advance her career, she completely sacrificed her personal life. The young woman later recalled that her most recent romantic relationship occurred while she was still a student. However, as labor activity began, she simply did not have time to go on dates due to her full-time employment. Wang Yan wasn't too concerned about her loneliness, even though she was almost 30 years old. She was constantly in business, rushing around and working tirelessly. Even though she had lived in Thailand for a long time and was well-versed in the language, she decided to improve her skills and enrolled in additional TI courses. At the training center, Wang happened to meet a young man named Hugh, who stared at her for a few minutes before approaching her in his native language. They spoke briefly, and the man asked Nan why she was studying the language, to which she replied that it was necessary for her business development. Hugh suggested that they exchange business cards so that they could meet and socialize for a while. Nan was reluctant to continue chatting, but she did so out of politeness. She gave him her business card, and he gave her his in return. Xiao Dong's business card stated that he was in the export-import business in Bangkok. Wang was unimpressed and simply threw the business card into her purse, forgetting about it. Only Yu appeared to be genuinely interested in the young woman, and he called her the next day. However, she was too busy with work to hold a conversation for more than a few minutes, so she declined the invitation to meet for coffee. A few days later, the situation repeated itself, and Nan declined to go on a date, citing her busy schedule and preparations for an upcoming business conference. She intended to expand her business relationships and meet new partners there, but Yu arrived at the event with a luxurious bouquet of flowers. After waiting for Nan to be free, he approached her and asked her out again. Wang Nan was bribed due to her persistence. Because no one had ever tried so hard to get her attention before, she agreed to meet him for dinner and an unexpected romantic encounter. It appeared that Yu did not simply fall in love with men, he had literally lost his head. He constantly showed her affection, made pleasant surprises and gifts, delivered flowers to her door every morning with little romantic notes inside, and called at least twice a day to say good morning and good night. Wang's emotions were mixed. On one hand, she was annoyed by the guy's obsession, but on the other, she was flattered that someone was attempting to win her heart. So unexpectedly, for the first time in a long time, the young woman entered into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend not only wooed her beautifully, but he also tried to be perfect in every way. He shared her interests and points of view on a variety of topics, learned to cook Wang's favorite dishes, tried to diversify their leisure time by purchasing tickets to various events, and was always willing to assist her at work and at home upon the first request. Wang Nan could not believe how happy she was. It appeared to her that this only happened in movies, but it was actually happening to her, except Yu was in too much of a rush. They had only been dating for a few months, but he was already planning a wedding and naming their future children. Wang was slightly embarrassed by this type of conversation. But at times like this, Yu began talking about how they were both in their 30s and that it was time to start a family, a wedding without rings and veils. The man had no idea how to behave or how to respond to her suitor's behavior. She realized Yu was correct about his age, but she still questioned whether he was the right person to marry. One day, after another heart-to-heart conversation, Yu promised Nan that he would prove his love for her. That same night, after they had returned home, the man in love sent his girlfriend a long, touching letter filled with tenderness. He confessed his love to her and promised to be the best husband and father for their children. Wang awoke to find the suitor on her doorstep, holding a bouquet of flowers. Yi Jiaon declared that he had never been more serious about his intentions, and he was ready to marry her right now. Ran Kofad said the courthouse wouldn't open until an hour and a half later, so Yu offered to go there right away. And if the door was open, they'd register the marriage right away. Wang agreed to the venture, knowing that the government office would be closed. To her surprise, the door was opened, and the authorized officer registering unions was already sitting at his desk. Yu had arranged everything in Ad Wang Si, requesting that an exception be made for him and his bride to marry early in the morning. It was an unusual wedding. No guests, no rings, no dress or veil, and no memorable photographs. Wang Nan couldn't shake the suspicion that all of this was a lie because she didn't even introduce the chosen one to his mother, with whom they had always been close. When she regained consciousness, she found herself holding a marriage certificate. Next to her stood a happy, newlywed husband. A tragic accident happened in June 2019. When Wang was 3 months pregnant, her husband persuaded her to plan a vacation and a short trip, reasoning that they would be unable to travel for a long time after the baby was born. Nan reluctantly agreed, and they chose the Thai National Park Reserve, which is known for its picturesque forests and unique rock paintings, estimated to be tens of thousands of years old. But on the morning of June 9, tragedy struck. Wang Nan fell from a height of 111 feet, while the couple was on one of the observation decks admiring the sunrise. When rescuers arrived on the scene, a crying Yu ran up to them and begged them to save his wife and the baby she was carrying. The man claimed they were enjoying the first rays of the rising sun when his wife became ill. She took a step to the side, but she became dizzy and fell before he could pick her up. The young woman had fallen from the 10th floor. She had multiple open fractures, and the situation appeared hopeless. Nan suddenly groaned and opened her eyes. Her husband abruptly stopped crying and wailing, and a look of horror crossed his face. However, he quickly gathered himself, loudly thanked the Almighty that his beloved was still alive, and then leaned into her ear and whispered something about Chinese unstable family life before dealing with the events of that tragic day. Let us go back 6 months and see how the couple's family life was. Wang regretted her marriage almost immediately after it was registered, but at first she hoped he would be a good husband, a dependable supporter, and a man to rely on. Unfortunately, her hopes were not realized, and soon the new husband revealed his true colors. He spent almost all of his time at home playing computer games, freely spending his wife's money while contributing nothing to the family budget. When his wife asked why he didn't go to work, Xiao Dong explained that his business was at a seasonal low and that he could rest for the time being. However, this law had grown too long, so the young woman decided to inquire about her husband's job. That's when she discovered that his successful export-import business existed solely on paper and printed business cards. Wang realized the magnitude of her error at that point, as she had not even considered drafting a prenuptial agreement. So now her husband can freely spend what she earns, and if they divorce, he will claim her property. The couple had a serious conversation during which Yu cried like a child and was assured that he would overcome his temporary difficulties and find a good job. However, it quickly became clear that he was not going to look for anything and was quite content sitting on his wife's neck. He was a grown man who behaved like a child. He spent almost all of his time playing computer games, and if he did something around the house or helped his wife in the restaurant, he made sure to ask her for money for himself. Wang eventually got tired of it and told him that she would not give him another penny until he found a job stealing from his own wife and an unwanted child. Yu disappeared the day after that conversation, taking Nan's marriage certificate and identity card with him. However, she only discovered the missing documents in the evening when she received a call from her accountant inquiring about the transfer of a large sum of money from her account. The young woman was stunned because she had not transferred any funds. She did, however, immediately guess who had done it. The husband transferred more than $500,000 to his personal account while providing the bank with his marriage certificate, his wife's documents, and assurances that it was their joint money that they managed together. Wang did not hesitate to contact the police to report the theft, and the fugitive husband was apprehended a few hours later while attempting to cash out some of the stolen funds. Yu sobbed again at the station, this time on his knees, begging his wife for forgiveness. He admitted that he had lost a large sum of money gambling, and he was now being threatened with death in order to repay the debt. Furthermore, it was discovered that this was not his first encounter with the police. He had previously served an 8-year sentence in his aid of China for robbery. Ren was almost overcome with shame as she listened to all of this, because as it turned out, she did not know the man she married. However, the young woman believed that gambling was a disease and that she needed to help her husband overcome his addiction and return to a normal life. Wang not only agreed to pay off half of her husband's debt, but she also appointed him manager of one of her restaurants. Yu initially appeared to accept it gratefully and take the new position seriously. He even devised an effective strategy for the establishment's growth, but his enthusiasm was short-lived. Soon, he began to spend more time on computer games and entertainment. During that time, Wang discovered she was pregnant and informed her husband, but he reacted strangely, even aggressively. Yu claimed that he was not yet prepared for this and persuaded his wife to have an abortion, which she flatly refused. The husband then threatened divorce and stated that he intended to obtain a court order to divide the property. He didn't speak to his wife for several days before suddenly softening and apologizing. Yu admitted that he spoke nonsense about emotions. In fact, excited about the upcoming edition, I resumed caring, cooking, and helping around the house. A fateful journey. Wang was overjoyed 2 months later because her marriage had nearly reached perfection, as promised by her lover at the start of their relationship. He was attentive, caring, and responsible in his role as manager, actively preparing their home for the arrival of a child. One day, Xiaodong offered to insure his wife's life and health because she was pregnant, and such a move would help to protect her and the baby in the event of various unforeseen circumstances. The young woman readily agreed and even wondered why she hadn't thought of it sooner. Yu took out the insurance the next day, and a few weeks later, she mentioned taking a vacation to relax and unwind. Nan was hesitant, but her husband insisted, claiming that they did not have a honeymoon and that with a baby, they would be unable to travel in the coming years. He also stated that they had been through a difficult period and needed to reset in order to clear their minds of all negativity and heavy thoughts. In the end, his arguments were convincing, and Nan agreed. His husband chose the location, booked the hotel, planned the activities, and planned the itineraries to ensure that the trip was exciting and educational while not exhausting the pregnant woman. Nan left the matter entirely to her husband, and she was pleased to see how enthusiastically he was planning their vacation. On June 7, the couple visited the park for the first time and spent the majority of the day there. They walked a lot and saw a lot of beautiful sights and lookout points. On that summer Friday evening, the park was packed with visitors from all over. Wang noticed her husband becoming angry and nervous in the evening when she asked if everything was fine. He responded that due to the crowds of tourists, they were unable to enjoy the sunset in silence. Wang Nan even conceded, deciding that it would be extremely romantic. As the sun went down, the park became less crowded, and Yu climbed the fence of the observation deck and began calling his wife to the edge, telling her what an incredible view there was. However, the pregnant woman refused to go there, citing that it was already dark and could be dangerous. The husband became enraged but returned to her after a few minutes, explaining that they would have to go to the park to see the sunrise. Since the couple arrived at the hotel after midnight, they decided to rest and sleep in on Saturday before returning to the reserve early Sunday morning. On June 9, early Sunday morning, as planned, the couple went to the national park to see the first rays of the rising sun. They awoke at around 3 a.m. They left while it was still dark outside. There were very few visitors at that time. Wang briefly considered that they were all alone there. The couple met at dawn and on one of the observation decks. He then went down to the cliff and persuaded his wife to approach him to admire the rock paintings. Nan hesitated, but her husband assured her that it was safe and that he would help her down before climbing up. The young woman trusted her husband and approached the situation with caution. The view from up there was truly breathtaking. Yu hugged his wife and asked if she had any regrets in this life. Nan was surprised by the question, but she confidently responded that she had no regrets. Yu ran his hand through her hair, kissed her on the cheek, and then leaned over to her ear and said, "Die." At that moment, he loosened his embrace and pushed his wife down the cliff, a miraculous rescue. Yu looked around again to make sure no one had seen them, then looked down intently but couldn't see exactly where his wife had fallen. He listened. It was quiet. No one was screaming or calling for help, which meant there were no witnesses downstairs either. He then leisurely headed towards the park exit to bide his time and report the incident, when one would surely be dead. However, down below, a few hikers who had turned off the trail noticed the body lying on the rocks and immediately called the rescuers, reporting the incident. Yu Xiaogong had already left the reserve when several cars with flashers and sirens whizzed past him. He immediately realized what the matter was and went back, proceeding to the place where his wife had fallen. There he put on quite a show, with tears, screams, and pleas for help. At that moment, he was sure that his wife was already dead, so no one would know the truth. But as it turned out, during the fall, Nan caught on the branches of trees, which reduced the speed and landed first on the bushes and then rolled on the rocks. All this cushioned the impact and saved the lives of Wang and her child, but it did not save her from serious injuries while Yu was crying and lamenting that he did not want to live without his beloved wife and child. She suddenly opened her eyes and tried to say something, but could not. At that moment, everyone noticed the genuine horror on her husband's face, but he quickly pulled himself together, leaned over to his wife and hissed in her ear in Chinese that she should keep silent if she wanted to live and attempt to finish the job. The victim was diagnosed with head trauma, multiple closed and open fractures, lacerations, soft tissue contusions, ruptured internal organs, and massive blood loss. In addition, her spine was severely damaged, and doctors feared that even if she survived, she would never be able to walk again. Wang spent several days in a coma, hooked up to life support machines. During this time, her husband literally never left her side, spending days and nights in her room. Doctors applauded such devotion and love, but in fact, every time he was alone with his wife, he thought about how to finish her without arousing suspicion. He scrutinized the apparatuses, but he still couldn't figure out how to disable them discreetly. The terrible truth and the loss of a child. When one came to her senses, her husband was scared out of his wits. He did not leave her alone, not for a moment, fearing that at any moment she would talk and tell the police the truth about what had happened. Once alone, he threatened her again, saying that he had nothing left to lose. During the first interrogation, the victim confirmed her husband's words, saying that her fall was the result of dizziness. But a few hours later, when her husband left for a moment, Nan asked the nurse to call the police again and not let her husband into the room. That's when she told the gruesome story of her fall, claiming that her husband had tried to kill her. Yu burst into the room, shouting that his wife was insane from the blow to her head and that he would never harm her or the baby. But the man's words sounded extremely unconvincing, and he was taken into custody the same day at the hospital. He was charged with several charges at once, including attempted murder as well as intimidation in case the victim spoke. When her husband was arrested and sent to jail to await trial, Wang breathed a sigh of relief. She still had a long period of rehabilitation ahead of her, but now she felt safe. At first, she had hoped that the pregnancy could be saved because the baby had survived the fall from the heights. However, because of the strong painkillers, several surgeries under general anesthesia were necessary, as was the need to inject antibiotics. The The doctors insisted on abortion because the priority was the life of the mother, and the fetus, in all likelihood, would still die from so many drugs. It was a huge shock for Nan, but she followed the doctor's recommendations. Trial and sentencing. Xiaodong categorically denied his guilt and kept insisting on the accident version. In prison, he behaved calmly, hired good lawyers, and was confident that he would escape punishment or that it would not be too severe. Investigators and the prosecutor in charge of the case had no doubt that the defendant had committed the crime out of self-interest and the hope of receiving a large insurance payout, as well as inheriting his wife's fortune, which at the time amounted to almost $2.5 million. However, at one of the interrogations, you literally shocked everyone by talking about another motive for his inhumane act. It turns out that he resented his wife when she agreed to repay only half of his debt because of a passion for gambling. In the man's opinion, if his wife really loved him, she would have closed all his debts because she had the money. Xiaodong then decided that Wang did not love him, and he had the right to punish her for it. After these words, the defendant fell silent, and realizing that he had said too much, he said that he had been misunderstood. But his unexpected confession, as well as Nan's testimony, were enough to send him to prison for a long time. In March 2021, the defendant was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. But Xiaodong and his lawyers filed several appeals, and 6 months later, the Thai court showed wonders of leniency, reducing the life sentence to just 10 years in prison. Wan and her loved ones were shocked by the decision, saying that such a lenient sentence would set a bad precedent that could encourage others to commit similarly horrific acts. Also in Thailand around the same time, a similar case occurred on Phuket Island, where a Chinese national drowned his wife, claiming it was a swimming accident on the beach. He also did it for the sake of insurance. Since the fact of the murder was proved, the man was sentenced to death. Xiaodong, on the other hand, was sentenced to only 10 years for the failed murder attempt and, in fact, the murder of the fetus. How did Wang Nan's fate turn out to date? The final verdict in one man's case has not yet been issued. He is serving her 10-year sentence, and the injured woman is trying to challenge the court's decision. In parallel, Yu is also filing appeals in an attempt to prove her innocence and be released, for Xiaodong stood up for his numerous relatives who claimed that he was a rich businessman and that it was wrong to marry him for selfish motives. However, there is no way to prove it, as the man has nothing but huge debts. As for Nan, contrary to the doctor's predictions, after a series of complicated surgeries and long rehabilitation, the young woman was able to get back on her feet. She relearned to walk, and most of the money she earned was spent on her recovery. In 2023, Nan took up work again and was able to revitalize her once successful business. She has also created and led an organization dedicated to helping women who are victims of domestic violence. She also runs her own blog, trying to warn women against the mistakes she made herself. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Texas blue-eyed butcher, Susan Wright. Anger is a strong negative emotion in which a person usually tries to harm themselves or those around them. The English playwright John Dryden once said, "Beware the wrath of a patient man, for he will exact revenge when you have forgotten both the man and the cause of the wrath." Long-held negative emotions, pain and resentment will inevitably find an outlet, and a person who always forgives and gives another chance to make things right can become the most ruthless judge and executioner. Susan Wright's case in the early 2000s stunned everyone with its incredible cruelty. But the merciless perpetrator stood in front of the court, and it appeared that he had received just punishment. However, several years later, it was revealed that not everything in this story was so clear-cut, and a bloody conclusion came after many years of patience, resignation, and silence. At first glance, this family appeared to be ideal, but no one could have predicted what was going on behind closed doors. But first, let us try to understand the case of the blue-eyed butcher and what drove a fragile young woman, a mother of 2 children, to commit such a desperate and simply monstrous act. Who exactly is Susan Wright? Susan Lucille Wright was born on April 24, 1976, in Houston, Texas, into the simple family of Velma Sue and Jimmy Lawrence. She was the eldest of 2 children raised alongside her biological sister Cindy. Susan was a lively and sociable child with artistic abilities from a young age. During her school years, she was very interested in dancing and aspired to be a choreographer someday. The girl had a bright, attractive appearance and a slender figure, and after graduating from high school, she enjoyed being the center of attention. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to attend college. She did not give up, however, and instead decided to take a short break to save money for her education. She spent several months working as a dancer in one of the city's popular nightclubs. There, the young blonde performed topless, gaining notoriety for which she was not proud. She quit her job and never returned, instead using her savings to pay for evening classes at a nursing school. Susan had always aimed for independence. To support herself while studying, she worked as a waitress in a restaurant. She quickly realized that medicine was not her true calling, and she struggled to pay for her education. As a result, the young blonde dropped her classes and focused on her work instead. In the summer of 1997, Susan, then 21, met her future husband, Jeffrey Andrew Wright. Their first meeting was at a Galveston restaurant where she worked as a waitress, and he came in for a meal. He was immediately captivated by the blue-eyed blonde's beauty and radiant smile, leaving generous tips and becoming a regular customer since then. Jeffrey took a while to ask her out, but he eventually mustered the courage to get her number. Susan later recalled that the man began calling her daily, sometimes multiple times a day, to arrange romantic dates and small surprises, such as sending flowers with heartfelt notes to her workplace, and that in the evenings he would meet her and walk her home. The man was 8 years her senior, but the small age difference didn't bother them. He was attentive, sweet, and caring, and quickly won Susan over. However, it quickly became clear that Jeffrey had some issues with alcohol and controlled substances. He claimed to have stopped using drugs in the past and promised to completely abstain from alcohol. The innocent young woman believed him. She was truly in love for the first time, and she believed they could overcome any challenges together. Susan soon discovered she was pregnant and hurried to tell her beloved. Wright seemed pleased with the prospect of becoming a father, but made no decisive moves. He did not propose, and the couple continued to live separately. Susan, perplexed by her boyfriend's behavior, took action on her own. She insisted on having their first child in wedlock, and her partner simply accepted her conditions. By the time the couple officially legalized their relationship, Susan was already 8 months pregnant. They chose a quiet wedding without guests or witnesses, rather than a grand celebration with a white dress and a tiered cake. Around this time, they purchased their own home in quiet Harris County, Texas, and moved in just a few weeks before their child was born. They were the ideal family. In December 1998, the Wrights welcomed their first child, a son named Bradley, who was born in 2001. Susan became pregnant again, and in the spring of 2002, she had a daughter named Kaylee. The couple also got a small dog named Buck, had their own comfortable family car, and appeared to live a life that embodied the American dream. Jeffrey worked at a local construction company, and Susan agreed to become a stay-at-home mother after their children arrived. She was responsible for raising the children and creating a comfortable environment in their family home. Mrs. Wright's neighbors described her as a kind, friendly, and sociable young woman, a caring mother, and a loving wife. The family appeared to be perfect, but the reality was very different. It was later revealed that her husband was extremely demanding in every way. Susan spent her time cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking. Jeffrey only ate fresh, home-cooked meals, and she couldn't prepare meals for more than 2 days or reheat leftovers. The house had to be in perfect order and cleanliness, which was nearly impossible with 2 young children. Jeffrey had to wash his clothes almost every day because he never wore the same thing twice. If one of these rules was broken, it resulted in insults, humiliation, and even physical abuse. Financially, Jeffrey turned out to be incredibly frugal. The romantic who wanted flowers and presents was gone, and he now only gave his wife $100 per week. This was intended to cover cooking, housekeeping, and purchasing all of the children's necessities. Susan was required to account for all expenses for her husband and provide receipts. Jeffrey did not stop drinking as promised, but that was only the beginning. He began using drugs again. He categorically denied addiction, describing his drug use as light doping to deal with work stress and stay in shape. However, while under the influence of these substances, he frequently became aggressive, hitting his wife and even their young son. When Susan pleaded with him to seek professional help and undergo rehabilitation in order to overcome his destructive habits, Jeffrey reacted angrily. He saw no issue with his behavior, claiming that Susan married him knowing about his alcohol and drug use, so she should accept and live with it. Interestingly, Jeffrey's parents were also aware of their son's flaws. They empathized with their daughter-in-law, but felt powerless to help her with the final straw. According to the woman, her husband became aggressive towards her almost immediately after they started living together. This resulted in physical, emotional, and intimate abuse. Initially, he would apologize and promise it would never happen again, and she wanted to believe him. Jeffrey soon stopped apologizing and family violence became commonplace. Jeffrey went to the gym 3 times per week to practice boxing. He said the workouts allowed him to let off steam and that he would definitely take his son with him once he was a little older. On Monday, January 13, 2003, Wright went to the gym as usual after work. He returned home on edge, exuding excitement and nervousness. While his wife was preparing dinner, he decided to teach his son about boxing and demonstrate some techniques. He got carried away, misjudged his strength, and hit the 5-year-old boy. The child burst into tears, and the father tried to console him while hoping his wife would not hear. Susan did pretend not to notice, but this was the last straw for her. After dinner, she went to put the kids to bed while her husband stayed in the bedroom and took another dose of controlled substances. What happened next varies depending on the account. The woman claimed that as soon as she entered the room, her husband attacked her, took advantage of her, and attempted to kill her with a knife, but she was able to wrestle the weapon from his grasp, and the resulting confrontation was solely for self-defense. However, her story changed several times, and the investigative version presented at trial appeared more credible, eventually becoming the official account of how she was seduced, immobilized, and brutally murdered. Susan resolved to use her dancing abilities to seduce her husband and lower his guard. She entered the room wearing a short silk robe over her bare body, putting on a seductive show for her husband. She then proposed a role-playing game involving tying up, to which he readily agreed. She secured Jeff's hands and right leg to the bed with 3 of his neckties. His left leg was secured with her robe's silk belt. Susan improvised a gag using her own underwear, adding to the guise of an intimate game. To set the mood, she lit candles and turned off the lights. Jeffrey was bound hand and foot, firmly fastened to the bed with a gag in his mouth and surrounded by dim lighting. Mrs. Wright first lit one of the candles and poured hot wax onto the man's chest. Although painful, it felt like part of their game. The same fate befell his intimate area, and the pain became unbearable. Jeffrey was initially unaware of what was going on. He attempted to free himself and scream, but was unsuccessful. Meanwhile, his wife repeatedly struck him with a small, sharp knife that she had brought from the kitchen. She began by slashing his genitals, legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, and face, then moving up and down the groin. Susan began slowly, voicing her grievances with each strike, recounting the insults, humiliations, and abuse she had experienced. Then she started crying and striking faster and faster. Forensic experts discovered 193 shallow knife wounds on the deceased's body. The majority of these wounds were not fatal, and the man was conscious throughout the ordeal. Her actions indicated that she was in despair and emotional turmoil, and her lawyers insisted on a state of effect. She couldn't stop even when her husband showed no signs of life, and she hadn't thought about what she'd do next or how she'd handle the body. Shallow grave in the backyard. For several hours, the woman sat on the floor next to her husband's body on the bed. She then looked around and realized the room was covered in blood, and she needed to act before dawn. Susan cautiously peered out the window, ensuring that no neighbors had turned on their lights and that the outside was quiet and deserted. Her gaze fell on a shallow pit dug by Jeffrey over the weekend to install a fountain in the backyard. A plan came together instantly. This pit would become the final resting place for her despised spouse. Susan used a common garden wheelbarrow to move the body from the bedroom to the yard. This aspect raised numerous questions for the investigators. As a petite, slender woman, she was able to load and transport a man twice her height and weight out of the house on her own. There was suspicion of an accomplice. However, none of these speculations were confirmed. The seemingly amazing strength that appeared out of nowhere gave the defense another reason to insist on a state of effect. The woman moved her husband's body into the pit and buried it at night, though a light covering would be more accurate. She then showered, removed the blood-stained curtains and bed linen, placed them in trash bags, and disposed of them in various bins. The bloodied mattress was simply flipped over to the other side because she didn't know what else to do with it. The remaining time until dawn was spent cleaning blood from the floor, walls, and carpet. The carpet presented a challenge because a large stain proved impossible to remove creatively. The lady doused it in bleach, hoping that the chemicals would remove any evidence of the violent confrontation that had occurred in that room. She attacked and fled. Susan sobbed as she called her husband's parents, who lived in Austin, Texas. She informed them that her husband, who was under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, had assaulted her and their young son, then wreaked havoc in the house, spilling a bottle of bleach on the carpet before declaring himself fed up and leaving. Her Jeffrey's parents were stunned. They were aware that their son was far from perfect and felt deeply sorry for their daughter-in-law. But when they learned he had hit the child, they immediately invited Susan and the children to stay with them for a while. However, the young mother declined. She went on to say that she would file a police report and disclose everything that had happened in their home. Mrs. Wright went to the police station 2 days later because her husband's sudden disappearance was raising new questions and something needed to be done. She reported that she and her children were victims of domestic violence at the hands of her husband and required protection. Susan was able to obtain a restraining order to prevent her husband from approaching her and the children, despite the fact that she knew her significant other would never be able to come near them again. Susan displayed bruises and cuts on her arms as evidence, claiming that her husband inflicted them with keys while she tried to fend him off. Bradley had a small bruise on his face, and he admitted that his father had hit him. At first glance, the woman's story seemed plausible and logical. Her husband, under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, attacked his wife and young son, then fled because he was scared of what he had done. But Jeffrey made no contact over time, which raised suspicions. He appeared to have fled without his belongings or documents, leaving even his mobile phone at home. The man had not shown up for work or to see his parents, and none of his friends or neighbors had noticed him. It was as if he had vanished completely. Such behavior is typical of criminals who decide to hide, but he hasn't killed anyone or caused serious injury to warrant such a flight. The horrifying truth is that Susan found it unbearable to remain in the house where she confronted her husband and buried his body. She began to believe he was still alive and about to rise from his grave for vengeance. On January 17th, she was practically losing her mind, as was their dog, but she kept barking and attempting to dig up the grave. After taking her children, the perpetrator went to her mother's home. Her mother was aware of what had occurred, but after seeing her daughter, she realized the full extent of the situation. Velma simply asked, "You killed your husband, didn't you?" Her daughter started crying and nodded. She confessed what had happened and revealed where she had hidden the body, repeatedly saying she had no idea what to do next, on her mother's advice. Susan called Neil Davis, a lawyer, the next day and confessed to killing her husband and attempting to conceal her crime. The experienced defense attorney learned all of the details and considered all possible scenarios. On January 19th, I called the Harris County District Attorney's office. Davis reported that Mrs. Wright had committed suicide and buried her husband's body in the backyard, as she had admitted, and was prepared to give a statement at the police station. Susan voluntarily went to the police on January 24th, 2003, and stated that she would make a complete confession. Her story was disjointed. She became confused by the details and sometimes contradicted herself. She spoke of her late husband as if he were still alive, claimed to be afraid of him, and asked for protection. As a result, she underwent a psychiatric evaluation, which revealed a nervous breakdown and depression. Overall, Wright was capable of comprehending her actions. The gruesome discovery came when the deceased husband's remains were extracted from a makeshift grave in the backyard. Investigators were astounded because they had never witnessed such brutality before. Experts discovered 193 knife wounds on the victim's body, including 8 in the groin area, approximately 30 on the legs, 23 on the shoulders, and 22 in the abdomen. 46 for the chest, 23 for the neck, and 41 for the face. Only one head wound could have caused death. All other cuts were superficial and did not pose a direct threat to life, implying that the man died in agony while conscious after his wife repeatedly struck him with a small knife. Jeffrey's wrists and ankles bore deep marks from the ties and belt that his wife used to bind him. The victim's injuries indicated that he attempted but failed to free himself. Notably, the ties and belt remained on the person. Candle wax was also found on the deceased's chest and groin. Mrs. Wright claimed it was an accident after her husband knocked over a lit candle onto himself. However, the prosecution believed that the hot wax was more likely a form of torture inflicted on the bound victim with the intent to cause suffering. The deceased's wife's underwear remained in his mouth, acting as a gag that prevented him from screaming or calling for help. Toxicological tests revealed traces of alcohol and several controlled substances in the deceased's system. Under the influence of such a cocktail, the man might have acted aggressively and irrationally. The bedroom where the confrontation occurred appeared normal at first glance, save for a large bleach stain on the carpet. Susan had clearly spent a lot of time cleaning up, but when special chemical agents and equipment were used to reveal blood traces, the scene took on a completely different light. Blood was found everywhere, including on the ceiling, and the mattress was thoroughly soaked in it. The trial begins, and the defense presents its version. The accused's trial began in late February 2004. Mrs. Wright had been in custody for a year, and her children were being cared for by her parents and sister Cindy. Her lawyer was well prepared for the trial and had worked closely with his client. Susan was almost always in tears as she described that horrific night and the events leading up to it. The woman claimed that her husband had abused and treated her cruelly for years, but when he began raising his hand to the children, she couldn't take it. The defendant claimed that on that fateful evening, her husband returned from his training in an agitated state, began demonstrating boxing techniques to their 5-year-old son, and promised that the boy would also take boxing. When Bradley refused, his father struck him in the face. Susan then put the children to bed and decided to have a serious talk with her husband, encouraging him to seek medical attention. He got angry, grabbed his keys, and was about to leave. She attempted to stop him, resulting in a struggle in which she sustained palm and wrist injuries. The defendant then claimed that her husband struck her, causing her to fall and temporarily lose her bearings. When she arrived, she noticed Jeffrey holding a knife. Following that, the woman's testimony became increasingly inconsistent, and she was unable to explain how the weapon ended up in her hands. Her lawyer attributed this to a state of affect, claiming that it was the reason his client, after seizing the knife, began to strike and did not stop until she had inflicted multiple wounds all over her husband's body. Susan claimed that after the confrontation, she tied the victim's limbs to the cart and transported him to the yard. As previously stated, the wax allegedly landed on his body by accident from a candle on her bedside table, which she lit in the evenings instead of a nightlight. However, she was unable to explain why her underwear was discovered in the deceased's mouth, as well as the prosecution's version and the verdict. The prosecution's version and arguments were much more persuasive and logical. Experts demonstrated that the deep wounds and abrasions on the wrists and ankles were inflicted while the man was still alive, implying that the binding was part of an intimate game played by the defendant too. As a result, the man's gag could be reasonably explained. Furthermore, all injuries were delivered at a specific angle, as if the perpetrator was above Jeffrey's body or sitting astride him, rather than in the midst of a struggle, which would have resulted in a different pattern of injuries. All of the cuts were made from the front, while the victim was lying on his back, securely fastened. It was unclear whether Susan planned her husband's death and intended to bury him in the pit he dug for the fountain. However, the prosecution leaned towards the theory that she had meticulously planned everything in order to receive a large sum from insurance. The case received a lot of attention, and Susan was dubbed the blue-eyed butcher or blonde meat grinder in the press. Jeffrey's relatives demanded the harshest possible punishment for her. While most neighbors sympathize with the woman, she recalls occasional bruises on her body that resembled signs of physical abuse, which she attributed to her clumsiness. The prosecutor initially sought life in prison for Mrs. Wright, but later reduced their demands to 45 years. In March 2004, the accused was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years in prison. She did not react to the judge's words and appeared completely detached. Susan's lawyers filed an appeal a year later, but it was denied due to new developments and a reduced sentence. Wright and her defense team appealed again in 2008. This time, a new witness testimony had a significant impact on the course of the case. The witness was Misty McMichael, wife of former NFL champion Steve McMichael. In the mid-90s, she had a long-term relationship with Jeffrey Wright and was even engaged to him for about a year. She shared her experiences with Wright's physical abuse, humiliations, and cruel treatment, which prompted her to end the engagement and permanently cut ties with him. Susan's prison sentence was reduced to 20 years in 2014 when she was 38 years old, based on these new circumstances in the witness testimony. She was eligible for parole for the first time, but was ultimately denied. In July 2017, she received a second denial. Finally, in the winter of 2020, after 16 years in prison, the blonde meat grinder was released. She was 44 years old when she was released. Reporters and photographers waited for her outside the prison walls, and she burst into tears and begged to be left alone. It's worth noting that Mrs. Wright's trial received extensive media coverage and was even broadcast on the National American Television Network CTTV. This story later became the basis for an episode of the popular documentary TV show 48 Hours Mystery and an episode of The Secret Lives of Stepford Wives titled Deadly Love, which aired in 2014. Blue-Eyed Butcher, a feature film starring Sarah Paxton as Susan Wright, was released in 2012. In 2014, Canadian documentary filmmaker Chloe Bland released The Wheel of Fortune, a 17-minute short film inspired by the Jeffrey Wright trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Sumner family case has been buried alive. The worst betrayal is that of a loved one who has enjoyed unending love and trust. Despite the pain, bitterness, resentment, and disappointment, many people manage to cope and continue with their lives. But what if the betrayal is discovered on the deathbed, and the realization is the last thing a person experiences in life? That is the basis for the horrifying Sumner family story. Even experienced criminalists with extensive experience, who've seen everything in their practice, were moved to tears by this case. Despite the initial death sentence imposed on them, the subhumans who committed this heinous crime are still alive and actively attempting to appeal the court's decision. But let's start at the beginning and try to figure out how a young girl whom the spouse, Sumner, loved and cared for as if she were their own daughter, decided to treat them so brutally. Carol Alfred was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina, and James, her high school sweetheart, is simply Reggie Sumner. They shared the same age, had known each other since childhood, attended the same school, and were in the same grade. Their friendship and childhood affection gradually turned into sympathy. The school children didn't notice how close they were getting. In 1959, when the teenagers were 15 years old, they began a romantic relationship, and friends noted how beautiful and harmonious they were as a couple, and later in life, James and Carol kept joint photos of themselves when they were young, happy and ahead, as if they were waiting for a long and happy life for the two of them. It was the first time in their lives that their emotions were intense and mutual. The young people were practically inseparable both at and outside of school, and they seriously considered marrying as soon as they turned 18. Their parents supported their children's decision, and we have nothing against their marriage, but life had a very different outcome, a long separation in 1962. The lovers graduated high school but did not have time to marry. A few months later, James was called up for military duty in the Army. He and Carol decided to postpone the celebration until he returned home, and they also agreed to send each other regular letters. Time passed, the separation dragged on, and in the mid-60s, the young man was sent to a hotspot in Vietnam, after which contact with him was severed. Carol didn't know if her lover was still alive because he stopped writing to her. Carol decided to pursue her studies while also working at the Charleston Air Force Base. She married a few years later, but her first marriage ended quickly, and the couple had no children together. The young woman married a man named Richard in 1975, and their only child, a daughter named Rhonda, was born in 1977. However, the second marriage also failed because the husband abused hot drinks and frequently raised his hand against his wife. Around the middle of the 1980s, Carol couldn't stand her husband's constant abuse, so she took her daughter and filed for divorce. But Richard did not leave his ex-wife alone. He literally pursued her, attempting to ruin her life, and in 1987, he succeeded. He purchased a handgun with ammunition. And after another large dose of alcohol, I went to deal with the ex-spouse. Offered rang the doorbell, and Carol unknowingly opened it for him. Rhonda, 10 years old, stood behind her in the room. However, the presence of his daughter did not deter the drunken father, who pulled out a gun and shot Carol several times right in front of the child. He then got into his car, drove to a deserted area, pulled out his gun, and shot the remaining bullet into his temple, killing him on the spot. Carol was lucky to survive because neighbors heard the gunshots and the child's desperate cries and immediately called an ambulance and the police. The young woman was on the verge of dying. She lost a lot of blood and was considered critical for several days. Carol underwent a number of complex operations, including blood transfusions, and gradually recovered. But she became completely blind in her right eye and was permanently disabled near the end of the 1990s. Her health has once again deteriorated significantly. She didn't feel good. I lost a noticeable amount of weight and experienced extreme pain and weakness. After a thorough examination in the hospital, she was diagnosed with liver cancer, which was disappointing news. In 1987, when doctors were fighting for her life, Carol's body was accidentally carrying the hepatitis C virus, which she was unaware of and did not treat. As a result, the virus that infected her liver ravaged it for years, causing cancer. Carol's condition, however, was stabilized as a result of treatment and carefully chosen supportive therapy. She had to take her prescribed medications on a daily basis for the rest of her life, as well as have regular medical checkups to make necessary adjustments to her treatment. Carol lost her job at the Air Force Base after receiving serious gunshot wounds. With cancer added to her list of disappointing diagnoses, she was unable to work physically or stand for extended periods of time. So Carol accepted a position as a call center operator for a cable TV company in her hometown of Charleston. James, on the other hand, did not have the opportunity to report for quite some time after arriving in Vietnam. The war dragged on. The man was severely injured, nearly losing his leg, and spent an extended period of time in hospital. His name was mistakenly included on the lists of the deceased, so even his relatives assumed he was no longer alive. The summoner was fortunate enough to live and return home years later. Carol's connection had long since been lost. She had relocated, married, and believed her first love had died in a hot tot. James soon married, but his injuries from the war caused him to develop diabetes and a number of other chronic diseases. He was never able to be a father. A few years later, the marriage ended, and he has been living alone ever since. James took a job as a simple laborer on the local railroad and stopped expecting pleasant surprises in life. The voice seems painfully familiar. Carol was going about her business as usual in the fall of 2000, answering phones and advising customers. When the young woman answered another such call, she recognized a voice that sent shivers down her spine. She recognized her first high school love right away, but she was afraid of making a mistake because she assumed James had died. Carol answered all of the customer's questions before suddenly turning to him and saying his full name. There was silence on the other end of the line, and the man inquired timidly about how she knew his name. Carol burst into tears in response, revealing that she was the girl he had dated in high school and had once planned to marry. For the next few minutes, they both cried into the tube, unable to say anything. They then discovered that they still lived in their hometown and agreed to meet the following evening at the meeting. According to Rhonda, 38 years later, her mother returned home from work that day, excited, looking like a lovesick schoolgirl, and talking nonstop about James. Carol prepared for the date the following day by trying on dresses and applying her hair and makeup. Carol realized she was no longer the youthful beauty. James Sumner remembered her as such, but she wanted to look good and reclaim her former lover's heart. It was an exciting meeting for both of them, as the couple had not seen each other in 38 years. They talked about everything in the world and couldn't stop. They talked about their lives' ups and downs, failed marriages, work, health issues, and how happy they were when they were together. Their old emotions flared up again. James and Carol were eager to make up for their lost years. They began to see each other daily. and after only a few weeks, they decided to move in together and begin living together. 5 months later, Carol married and moved into her husband's home in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. Family life and disruptive neighbors. The couple first lived in their hometown of Charleston, South Carolina. They were in love, happy, involved in the details of daily life, and reverently cared for each other because they were both young and had health issues. James has known the Cole family for many years, and they live next to the couple. Stephen, the head of their family, had previously fought in Vietnam, was severely injured, and was confined to a wheelchair. Natalie, his wife, went missing at work and did not return home until much later, preferred to spend time with friends in a bar. Tiffany, their daughter, was left to her own devices from a young age, frequently hanging out on the street with nothing to do and no money for even small pocket change. Tiffany was still in high school and in good spirits when James and Carol first moved in. Carol immediately sympathized with the neighbor girl. She genuinely felt sorry for the schoolgirl, who had been rejected by her own mother, Carol, for 5 years in every way possible. Tiffany invited her to join her family for lunch and dinner, which were both delicious. She would occasionally buy the girl clothes and even give her money for minor expenses. Carol treated her as if she were her own daughter, showering her with affection and attention. When the Sumners decided to sell their car brand, the Chevrolet Lumina minivan, Tiffany asked if she could pay in installments. Because the girl had no money and needed the car, the couple agreed to give her the vehicle for next to nothing. The agreed upon amount was ridiculous, divided into a dozen payments spread over a year, a forced relocation, and a mysterious disappearance. In early 2005, the Sumners decided to relocate to the sunny state of Florida. It was a forced measure because both spouses' health had deteriorated significantly, and doctors recommended that they relocate south and closer to the ocean. They were both retired at the time, so they made the decision to make a significant life change. Carol and James sold their spacious Charleston home and purchased real estate in Jacksonville, Florida's largest and most populous city. They also bought a new Lincoln Town Car. The couple was overjoyed and settled into a new environment, making plans for their future lives together. Carol called her adult daughter Rhonda every day, telling her about her life and sharing her thoughts and plans. As a result, the girl was surprised and excited one day in June 2005. Her mother did not call or respond to her calls. At first, Rhonda pushed the negative thoughts away and hoped that everything was fine with her mother and husband and that they would call her soon. The following day, however, the situation remained unchanged. Rhonda called her mother on James' cell phone every half hour, but the phones were no longer operational, and the answering machine on her home phone went off, but all messages went unanswered. On the third day, Rhonda decided to drive herself to another state to see how her mother and stepfather were doing. She left early in the morning and drove for approximately 5 hours before arriving at Sumner's house. The absence of a car was the first thing Rhonda noticed, but it was far from the only oddity. When the girl approached the front door, she discovered that it was ajar. The house was quiet, with a light on in one of the rooms. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, Rhonda called out for her mother and James, but there was no response. Then she went into the kitchen, where she discovered a table set for two with food that appeared to have been there for at least 3 days. It appeared that the owners had gathered for dinner, but had abruptly abandoned the meal and gone elsewhere. In addition, the house itself was a complete mess. With items strewn about and some doors and cupboards left open, it appeared that something had been searched for. But what was it, and who was it, and who was it on the couple's bedside table? Some medications were essential to them. There were their mother's cancer pills, which he took 3 times a day, as well as a bottle of insulin, which James took hourly. In addition, the couple's cell phones were completely dead. Rhonda realized that without their medications and cell phones, her mother and stepfather would be unable to leave the house, let alone for an extended period of time. So she immediately called the police to report the incident. Strange imposters. The couple in their car were promptly added to the wanted list, and Carol and James' bank cards were blocked the same day. The first few days of the search produced no results, and neither the Sumners nor any witnesses on the trail could be located. However, on June 12, several events occurred simultaneously, allowing the police to track down the criminals. First, a man called one of the banks, identified himself as Mr. James Sumner, and complained that his card had been blocked and he was unable to withdraw cash. When the bank employee checked the card information, he immediately suspected something was wrong. He offered Mr. Sumner to personally contact the nearest bank branch to resolve the issue. However, almost a few minutes later, the man hung up from the same number. However, in another bank, a woman named Mrs. Carol Sumner called and reported a similar problem with the card being blocked. When asked to come to the bank in person, she flatly refused, claiming that she couldn't do so due to health issues, but was in desperate need of money right now, and asked for access to her savings, which was of course denied. The information about the calls, as well as the recordings of the calls themselves, were immediately turned over to the police the same day. They were played to Rhonda at the station, who confirmed that the voices were not her mother's or stepfather's. This was obvious from the start, as both spouses were in their 60s, and their voices sounded too young. The police assumed that the imposters were directly responsible for the Sumner's disappearance. They either kidnapped the couple and held them captive or killed them. The missing couple's car was discovered abandoned on a deserted road in a wooded area a few days after being extorted for information about bank accounts and cards. There were no signs of blood or struggle in the cabin. Experts discovered hair and sweat marks in the trunk, which turned out to be both spouses. When the police investigated the couple's bank transactions, it became clear that they had been kidnapped in the trunk of their own car, and there was little hope of finding them alive. It turned out that money had been deducted from their card several times after the Sumners stopped contacting their daughter. After reviewing the ATM surveillance footage, it was discovered that the money was withdrawn by a young man who could not be identified. In addition, a request was made to trace all calls from the number used by the imposters to call the bank. The SIM card was purchased without a contract with prepaid time shortly before the spouses disappeared. It was not possible to determine the buyer's name in this case, but it was discovered that on June 6, a call was placed from this number to a car rental company. As it turned out, a guest at one of the hotels rented a Mazda RX-8 in the name of Tiffany Cole, and it was in this car that an unknown young man later drove to Adams and withdrew money from the Sumners' cards. He deducted $1,000 from the woman's card and nearly $3,000 from her husband's card. Investigators discovered that they had previously mentioned a Mazda RX-8 parked at a hotel in Charleston, thanks to beacons installed in all rental cars to track their location. A capture team was immediately dispatched, and they literally broke into the room where the attackers were resting, celebrating their impunity. Young thugs. The room was literally littered with packages and receipts from different stores. Clothing, gadgets, video games, cosmetics, perfumes, and a large quantity of expensive alcohol were among the items purchased. A girl and two guys were inside, clearly unprepared for police arrival. Tiffany Cole, 23, her boyfriend Michael J. Jackson, 24, and 19-year-old Allen Wade were all present. Handcuffs were snapped around the young men's wrists, leaving them looking surprised, confused, and even scared. All three were taken to the police station and separated into different rooms for questioning. However, at first, they pretended not to understand the accusations or simply remained silent. A search of the room revealed Sumner's bank cards, the couple's laptop, some of Carol's jewelry, James's expensive coin collection, the keys to their Lincoln Town car, and pawn shop receipts in the name of Tiffany Cole. Following several hours of interrogation, Mrs. Sumner and Tiffany were able to pawn some of the stolen jewelry and spend the money with friends. Tiffany was the first to speak after the irrefutable evidence discovered in the hotel room was presented. The girl sobbed and claimed that she and her friends robbed the elderly couple but did nothing else, before fleeing and spending other people's money. She also admitted that they had another man with them, 19-year-old Bruce Kent Nixon, whom they paid $300 for assistance and never saw again. As it turned out, Bruce agreed to go to the crime because they promised him a specific amount. After that, he spent all of his money on illegal substances. The guy was easy to find because he lived in Charleston and had no intention of fleeing or hiding. He was arrested right at his parents' house for a careless remark and a devious plan. Bruce realized the consequences of his crime and agreed to cooperate with the police in order to avoid the death penalty. What the young criminal said caused horror and frostbite on the skin. It all started in May 2005. Tiffany went to the Sumners to make the next payment on the car she bought 6 months ago. The girl always approached them personally because they are welcoming. Carol and James invited her to stay for a night or a few days, fed her delicious food, and even gave her gifts. She came with friends. There was always enough room in the house and at the table. Tiffany arrived this time with her new boyfriend, and the two of them were graciously invited to dinner. And because it was late, the couple spent the night at Sumner's house. During the meal, the Southerners discussed how they settled in their new surroundings, and Carol inadvertently mentioned that they had nearly $100,000 left over after selling the Charleston house, allowing them to live for themselves in their old age without depriving themselves or worrying about anything. Carol's words effectively sentenced herself and her husband to death. Tiffany and Michael looked at each other, and during the night, while at the couple's house, they began to plan how they would obtain this impressive sum of money. They said their goodbyes and returned to South Carolina, where in a few weeks, they discovered accomplices who distributed roles and responsibilities and began to realize the plan behind criminal confessions. Tiffany rented an inconspicuous car on June 6, while Bruce and Alan stole 4 shovels from somewhere. They drove together to the Jacksonville suburbs, where they chose a deserted spot in the woods and began digging a deep hole that would become the Sumners' grave. Tiffany went to a hardware store on the morning of July 8 and purchased rope and duct tape, which he distributed to her accomplices. That evening, Bruce and Alan knocked on the prospective victim's door, pretended to be in need of assistance, and requested permission to make one phone call from their home. Carol thought these young men were strange, but she let them in anyway, figuring they needed help. When they got inside, they immediately attacked the defenseless woman and her husband, who ran to her screams and threatened them with a toy gun. The couple's hands and feet were tightly bound with duct tape, blindfolded, and interrogated about money and valuables in the home. Under torture and death threats, the couple gave the intruders all of the information about their bank accounts and the PIN codes for their cards, hoping that their lives would be spared. However, once the bandits had the necessary information, more people entered the house. They assisted in dragging the couple into the house's backyard and stuffing them into the trunk of their family car, which was driven by Alan and Bruce. Tiffany and Michael drove a rented Mazda Rex 8. In the event that they encountered a police patrol on the way who intended to stop the car with the couple in the trunk, the second car should have diverted their attention to itself by accelerating rapidly. They are blatantly breaking the rules. However, there was no one in their path, and both cars arrived at the scene safely. In the trunk, James was able to free his arm and remove the bandage and duct tape from both his and his wife's faces, preventing her from suffocating. But they didn't have time for anything else. What was their surprise, bewilderment, and shock when the trunk lid opened and the couple recognized Tiffany and her boyfriend, who had recently visited them. The Sumners were led several dozen meters through the woods to a grave prepared for them, which they then pushed into. The couple pleaded for their lives, but the young criminals decided to kill them in the most brutal way possible and bury them alive. Bruce stated that they covered them with earth for about an hour. Throughout the process, the bound elderly people cried, confessed their love to one another, and said goodbye. The spouses died of suffocation, as revealed by a later examination, and pieces of soil from their mouths, respiratory tracts, and even stomachs were discovered. After completing their gruesome task, the outlaws abandoned the Lincoln in the woods and returned to town in a rented car. They went to Sumner's house and took everything valuable they could find before returning to South Carolina and spending the loot. However, 2 days later, stolen cards were blocked. After another 4, all of the criminals were arrested, tried, and convicted. Bruce Nixon was the only one who admitted his guilt from the start and agreed to cooperate with the investigation in the hopes of receiving leniency. He was the one who showed them the spouses' graves and told them in detail what happened that terrible night. Tiffany claimed that her boyfriend Michael was the perpetrator of the crime, who had gone insane after learning about the Sumners' vast fortune. After the house was sold, her lawyer insisted that the girl was a wingman and had no direct involvement in the murder. Jackson and Alan Wade preferred to remain silent, but the evidence spoke volumes for them. Tiffany Cole's innocence was not believed by the jury because she participated in the development of the criminal plan, rented a car, and devised a diversionary maneuver in case they were suddenly pursued by police. They assisted in digging the spouses' graves, and after renting stolen items from the pawn shop, they were eager to spend the money. This was demonstrated by a large number of photos she took wearing the purchased clothes and in a limousine rented by the criminals to celebrate their success. As a result, Bruce Nixon received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. Jackson, Tiffany, and Alan Wade received the death penalty. Criminals filed numerous appeals and grievances, but they were all denied, and the sentence remained unchanged, with the exception that in 2023, 18 years after their heinous crime, the same death sentence was never executed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jennifer Londono's 31's family and friends became concerned when she failed to arrive at work in Englewood, New Jersey. Jenny Londono, who manages the new Luna Lounge on Armory Street, is known for her diligence. She was last seen in the early morning of June 25, 2017. She was supposed to come to work that evening after closing the bar, but she never did. Colleagues waiting for her at the bar started calling her, but her phone was turned off. This raised even more concerns because she had always kept in touch and was never late for work. Jennifer lived alone, and when her loved ones realized she wasn't home, they called the police to report her missing. They also emphasized that she always checked in with them whenever she went somewhere. However, she did not report anything this time, which could indicate that something bad happened to her. The police began their investigation by going to Jennifer's apartment. The front door was locked, and there was no visible damage. When the police were able to enter, they discovered nothing suspicious. At first glance, there was no evidence that the missing person's apartment was a crime scene. The area was clean and tidy, and nothing of value had been touched. After finding no clues in Jennifer's apartment, the police went to the bar where she worked as a manager. After speaking with the staff at the establishment, they discovered that Jennifer had no issues with either the bar patrons or the employees. Everyone complimented her on her kindness and helpfulness. Hardworking Jenny, a woman known for her sweet disposition, was eager to make something of her life, and her ambition led her to partner with Raphael Lowe's, 40. In 2016, they opened the Luna Lounge in Englewood, New Jersey, which was a popular bar. Jenny was the manager, while Lowe's provided the financial support for the company. Jenny had a natural rapport with the customers, which contributed to the bar's success. They described her as a breath of fresh air, and her happiness was contagious. During a conversation with the bar staff, it was revealed that Jennifer and Raphael were not only in a business relationship, but also in a romantic one. They weren't hiding it from anyone. Despite their close relationship, they had yet to decide to live together. Jennifer was last seen this morning, according to police. She closed the bar and entered Raphael's car, which appeared to be waiting for her after work. It turned out that he was the last person to see her, so the detectives questioned him. Raphael stated that after Jennifer closed the bar, he drove her home. He made no secret of their relationship, telling the officers that, while they had argued in the past, everything was fine now. They went to her apartment together after he drove her home from work. However, he eventually left because Jennifer needed to rest before reopening the bar that evening. After she vanished, he maintained contact with her family. They worked together to figure out where Jennifer might have gone. There was no reason to believe the man had anything to do with her disappearance, so the police focused their efforts on finding other clues. Jennifer's phone could not be tracked because it had been turned off since the day she vanished. The last signal received was picked up by a cell tower near her house. Neighbors were also interviewed, and no one witnessed or heard anything suspicious. The police contacted Jennifer's bank. The movement of money in a bank account can often be used to determine the owner's whereabouts and fate. This case was no exception. The police were taken aback when the bank provided them with the information they sought. Jennifer's bank card had been used even after she went missing. This led investigators to believe she was intentionally hiding for some reason. However, Jennifer's family was confident that she would not have gone missing on her own and would not have let her family worry about her. The police decided to learn more about when, where, and what the card had been used for. Meanwhile, on June 27th, 2 days after Jennifer went missing, a passerby noticed a strange object in the water at Brooklyn's Pier 44. The man who noticed it stared at it for a long time, unable to identify what it was, but he quickly realized, horrified, that he was looking at a body, or rather a part of a body. Police were called to the scene, and the pier was quickly cordoned off. Detailed descriptions of such moments are not permitted on YouTube, but to summarize the find, it was a body part ranging from the waist to the knees. It was impossible to tell whether it had been thrown into the water exactly where it was discovered, or if it had been drawn in by the current. The divers spent the day looking for additional parts or evidence, but none were discovered. The police had to identify the victim, but it appeared to be a difficult task. The discovery was sent for forensic analysis. A tattoo was discovered on the victim's right thigh, which could have served as a clue. The police released an image of the tattoo in the hopes that someone who knew the owner would share it with them. Investigators discovered that the inscription was written in Sanskrit. Sanskrit is an ancient literary language from India with a highly complex and archaic grammar. The police asked a language expert to help them decipher it, and he concluded that neither the owner of the tattoo nor the artist who created it knew Sanskrit. They apparently intended to write the name Liliana, but did so incorrectly. Only 4 days after the gruesome discovery, police received another alarming call. A passerby saw a foot on the riverbank near 79th Street. Responding police officers cordoned off the area, and a portion of the leg from the knee down was pulled from the water. Even so, investigators concluded that the two sets of remains had once belonged to the same body. The fingernails on the leg were painted pink. Divers searched the area of the river where the leg was discovered but were unsuccessful. No additional body parts or evidence were discovered to aid the investigation that began following the initial discovery. A forensic examination quickly confirmed that the fragments discovered were from the same body. By this point, the victim had already been identified. A few days after the police released an image of the tattoo, they discovered a woman who came to the station knowing exactly who it belonged to. Gladys Quintero, Jenny's mother, saw the picture on the news and recognized it as her daughter. The tattoo was a tribute to Jenny's late aunt, indicating that Lily or Liliane Lolos drove Jenny's mother to New York to identify the remains. They were devastated when it was revealed that the body parts belonged to Jenny. Her disappearance was the result of a homicide investigation. Jennifer's family was shocked not only by her death, but also by how brutally she was killed. It is understandable that the cause of her death could not be determined. The police searched extensively for other parts of her body but were never successful. While Jennifer's family and friends mourned her and brought flowers to the bar where she worked, detectives discovered who had used her credit card. After visiting stores where the card was used and reviewing security footage, detectives determined that the person who used the victim's card was Rafael Lolos, the man Jennifer was dating. They discovered that Lolos had left Jenny's apartment to go shopping on the day she vanished. He first purchased a box of garbage bags, then went to another store to purchase cleavers, all using Jenny's credit cards. Later that night, he drove across the George Washington Bridge into Manhattan, and his cell phone records showed him near the Hudson River. Lowe's left and never returned to Jenny's apartment. The torso would emerge 2 days later. Could it be that the Lowe's killed Jenny and dismembered her with meat cleavers? It was horrible to think that a man would do that to the woman he loved. However, the evidence was compelling. The police obtained both an arrest warrant and a search warrant for his residence. He anticipated that the detectives would soon be after him. He rented a hotel room and lived there for cash. However, this did not help him. His whereabouts were quickly determined, and he was arrested. Lowe's didn't resist arrest. He denied having anything to do with Jennifer's death, claiming she gave him the credit card herself. Lowe's also insisted that she was fine after he left Jennifer. However, detectives began to gather more evidence that the man's testimony was a complete lie. A search of his home turned up dark red stains in the bathroom. The samples were sent to a lab for analysis, which revealed that the stains were Jennifer's dried blood. Detectives discovered that Lowe and Jennifer frequently quarreled, and that their disagreements were almost always motivated by jealousy. When they searched his house, they discovered a post office box and a bag that had previously contained a tracking device. Lolos was so jealous that he secretly installed a GPS tracking device on Jennifer's car. This allowed him to follow her movements even when he wasn't present. After analyzing cell tower data, authorities discovered that when Lolos picked Jennifer up from work, they drove to her apartment together. Jennifer's phone was quickly turned off. Raphael's phone, however, was still active. That same day, between 9 p.m. and midnight, a cell tower near the Hudson River received a signal from it. This could imply that Jennifer had died by then, and the man drove to the river to dispose of her body. Lolo's in London. She opened the bar less than a year before her disappearance, but they frequently fought over money. Even as the boundaries of their relationships with friends, partners, or lovers became increasingly blurred, Raphael referred to Jennifer as a gold digger in their correspondence, and his other messages ranged from threats to apologies to declarations of love. Jennifer's family couldn't believe that the man who had sworn his love for her and helped with her search had gone insane with jealousy to commit such a heinous act. Lolos refused to provide an explanation, pleaded not guilty, and hired a lawyer. The police were unable to locate the knives he purchased the day Jennifer vanished, but they returned to the store and purchased the exact same knives. A forensic examination revealed that what was done to Jennifer's body was done with those exact knives. Lolos was accused of murder, desecration of human remains, stalking, hindering apprehension, and credit card fraud. The trial started in November 2019 and lasted 2 months. According to prosecutors, Jennifer died in her own apartment at the hands of Lolos. Following a jealous argument, the prosecutor stated that Raphael was obsessed with Jennifer and was devastated when he suspected she was cheating on him. Lolo's attorneys who argued to the court that the state had no evidence of Jennifer's actual death. There were no signs of a struggle in her apartment, and there were no marks in the bathtub where the alleged dismemberment took place. The defense claimed it proved Lolos' innocence, while the prosecution claimed it demonstrated evidence concealment. According to the prosecutor, the absence of evidence can be evidence. It demonstrates the concealment of crime-related traces. Jennifer's bathtub was so clean, no trace of her DNA could be found. There was not a single hair, not even the tiniest hair, not a single skin cell, nothing. The prosecutor claimed that an ordinary person's bathtub could not be as clean. During the trial, Jennifer's mother told the judge, "I want you to know that this man ruined my life. She was my girl, my daughter, and the person I loved the most in the world. He finished me and my family." After reviewing the case file, the judge determined that Lolos was literally obsessed with Jennifer. When the judge asked if he wanted to say anything or give a statement, the man declined. He only spoke to his lawyer. In December 2019, the jury found Lolos guilty of all charges after 3 days of deliberation. The verdict was announced in February 2020. Raphael Lolos, 43, was sentenced to life in prison. He would have to serve 63 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. This was the maximum sentence he could receive, and he would be eligible for parole at the age of 106. Jennifer's body was never fully recovered. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Can the Collar family's crime be justified by a nervous disorder? Kansas passed legislation in 1995 stating that an offender who committed a premeditated crime could not blame his actions on a mental disorder that rendered him incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong. This law was enacted because, when brought to trial, almost every criminal attempted to avoid punishment by claiming that he was not in control of his actions or was unaware of the consequences due to a mental disorder. The patriarch of the Happy and Large Collar family attempted to use insanity as a defense to avoid responsibility for the atrocities he committed. However, he was discovered to be sane. Psychologists believe that his actions were motivated by jealousy, rage, and a desire for vengeance against the ex-wife who abandoned him and the daughters who supported their mother. Unfortunately, such crimes motivated by jealousy and a pathological desire for revenge are a global phenomenon. Statistics show that these motivations account for 1 out of every 8 crimes committed. Excessive suspicion, insecurity, and an obsessive need to control a partner can transform a person into a true beast who who harms even his own children. The Collar family story begins with James Craig Collar's birth in Weatherford, Texas, in 1963. Wayne White and Karen Collar, his future wife, were both born in the same city in 1965. They met as students at a Texas university in the early 1980s. Craig was graduating from engineering, and Karen was a freshman in humanities. They quickly found common ground and developed a romantic relationship. They were young, in love, and looked like the ideal couple. Craig was a standout student in the late 1980s, known for his determination and engineering ability. Following graduation, they held a small wedding attended only by close friends and family. Their first child was born in 1991, and Lauren followed in 1993. They lived in a nice house in Weatherford and were quite wealthy by local standards. Craig received a lucrative job offer from a large utility company in Weatherford in 1999, while Karen was expecting her third child. His promotion coincided with the birth of their son, Cian, whom he cherished. Craig used his increased income to purchase a large house in the city's most prestigious neighborhood, as well as a dependable family car. Karen remained at home, and Craig became the primary breadwinner. Outwardly, the family appeared flawless. Emily and Lauren were talented athletes and musicians who frequently competed in vocal competitions and local events. Emily excelled in school and attended a prestigious pharmacy college, while Lauren, an excellent student, aspired to attend a conservatory and pursue a career in music. Cian was an outgoing, kind, and inquisitive boy who loved numismatics and aspired to be an archaeologist. Craig was very close to his parents and sisters, and he provided for his family. Karen made the house comfortable, raised her children, and baked delicious treats. They were involved in the community and worked to improve their neighborhood. They also raised 3 wonderful, talented children. However, behind the facade of perfection, family members kept many problems hidden. Karen told her younger sister, Linda, in 2007, that she was on the verge of having a nervous breakdown. She complained that Craig had been controlling and monitoring her for years, and that his control was growing. Craig demanded a full accounting of all expenditures, including not only major purchases, but also everyday household expenses. Karen provided him with supermarket receipts and bank transaction information, and she reported her whereabouts every day while he was at work. Craig set a strict schedule for the entire Collar family. When he returned from work, his wife and children had to be there to greet him. They went to bed, awoke, and ate at specific times, and even intimacy between the couple was planned. Craig's desire for control grew stronger over time. He became more demanding and selfish, and Karen's activities were planned down to the hour. Karen felt enslaved. She had no free time, only duties and responsibilities. She attempted to meet all of her husband's demands, hoping that he would relinquish control and they could return to their old lives. However, Craig appeared to enjoy his control and was unwilling to change. Linda was very disturbed by her sister's revelations. She, like everyone else, had pictured Craig as the ideal husband, father, and family man, but he turned out to be a domestic tyrant. Karen did not, however, want to destroy her family. Furthermore, she and her children were financially dependent on Craig. As a result, she decided to find a job that would provide her with a consistent income. Karen's new hobby, despite her advanced age and 3 children, Karen maintained excellent physical fitness. She always followed good nutrition principles, tried new diets on a regular basis, took care of herself, and went jogging every day. She enrolled in a local fitness club without her husband's knowledge and began working out for several hours per day. It was her way of releasing stress, distracting herself, and organizing her thoughts. She went to the gym while Craig was at work, and Craig didn't notice her workout. The sports club's management quickly noticed the attractive, fit, and diligent woman. Karen was offered the opportunity to try out as a fitness instructor with a probationary period and the possibility of an official labor contract. The former housewife could never have imagined such an opportunity, as she will now be able to do what she enjoys while also earning a decent living. Craig eventually found out his wife was going to the gym. Karen expected a scandal and her husband to forbid her from going, but he responded calmly. He even seemed pleased that his wife had found work and was now making her own money. His only requirements were that she be home when he arrived, prepare meals, and not disrupt their planned intimate life. Karen accepted these conditions because they gave her the freedom to act, and the ability to provide for her own needs without having to justify every penny she spent to her husband. Unexpected romance and a romantic triangle. Soon, the fitness club had a new instructor named Sunny Rice. Karen and Sunny quickly bonded and became friends. Karen, who'd been a stay-at-home mom for many years, was unable to interact with people outside of her family. Sunny became a trustworthy confidant. The women spent time together at work every day, going for walks, drinking coffee, and having heart-to-heart conversations. It didn't take long before their friendship evolved into something more. Naturally, they concealed their emotions and relationships from everyone. Karen eventually decided that she needed to confess everything to her husband. She spent months preparing for this conversation, trying to find the right words, unsure how to begin or what the consequences would be. She eventually opened up to Craig. Although Craig was perplexed by his wife's revelation, he reacted calmly and did not cause a scene. However, the next day, Craig stated that he agreed to his wife's relationship with Sunny, but only if he could join them. Karen was taken aback by her husband's proposal and unsure how to respond. Nonetheless, Craig took the initiative and started courting Sunny by sending her flowers and small gifts. He appeared to see this as an opportunity to improve his intimate life and inject passion and new sensations into his marriage to Karen. The women initially agreed to his proposal, but quickly realized that Craig saw it as a game of dominance. Their unusual love triangle did not last long, and Craig was forced to accept that he was not welcome in their relationship. Craig, feeling insulted, demanded that Karen end the affair immediately, but she continued to date Sunny, sincerely in love. After nearly 2 decades of marriage, Karen appeared to be ready to move on to a new relationship. A move to a different state and secret meetings. After months of scandals, confrontations, and agonizing deliberation, Craig determined that the best way to save his family was to relocate to another state. He started looking for a new job, sending out resumes, and soon landed a position as a water director for a large company in Columbia, Missouri, a city adjacent to Kansas. Craig hoped that his wife's move to another state would put an end to her affair with Sunny and allow their family life to return to normal. The move in the summer of 2008 was difficult for the family because the children had to change schools, make new friends, and adjust to life in a new city. Although the family was already well off, Craig's new salary was nearly double that of his previous position in Weatherford. However, with increased responsibilities and working hours, Craig naively believed he had permanently removed Sunny from his wife's life, but he was mistaken. Karen and Sunny maintained regular contact, exchanging calls and texts and meeting in secret. They'd drive to meet halfway and spend a few hours in a roadside hotel before heading home. Karen already knew her marriage was doomed. She no longer loved her husband, and divorce was almost inevitable. These secret trysts lasted until December 2008. On New Year's Eve, the callers returned to their hometown to see family and friends. Sunny was also present at the party. Karen and Sunny initially kept their interactions low-key, exchanging greetings. However, as the party progressed and people became more intoxicated, they appeared to lose sight of social norms. The couple was inseparable, holding hands and exchanging long glances. Some guests even caught them kissing. Craig was not only angry, he was furious. Karen had insulted and humiliated him in front of dozens of former roommates, friends, and co-workers, exposing her affair. Craig created a scene at the party by verbally attacking his wife and Sunny. Craig became enraged and forcibly dragged Karen from the party. On the way home, he lost control. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her so hard that her dress ripped. He then slapped her, causing her to stumble and fall, striking her to stumble and fall, striking her head hard, resulting in divorce and painful harassment. After returning home, the conflict persisted, and a few days later, Karen informed Craig that she was leaving him. She filed for divorce and demanded custody of the children. Craig initially apologized, begging to keep the family together for the sake of the children and offering to give their marriage another chance. Karen, on the other hand, refused to give up and obtained a divorce. Craig then began calling their mutual friends and relatives, pleading with them to speak with Karen and persuade her to stay with him rather than disband the family. Despite his best efforts, she firmly informed him that she was leaving for Sunny and that she was never truly happy in their marriage in the early spring of 2009. While they were still living together, another argument erupted, and Craig used physical violence for the first time since the New Year's Eve party. Karen reported him to the police, who arrested him. However, at the station, he claimed that his wife was hysterical and that he was the only one who held her tightly to calm her down, resulting in bruises on her arms. Karen moved out with the children after this incident, without waiting for an official divorce. Craig was dealt a serious blow, but he was even more enraged when he discovered that his daughters had sided with their mother, claiming that for the first time in a long time, he saw her happy. He saw this as a betrayal and refused to communicate with Emily or Lauren, instead calling Sean and taking him with him on weekends while completely ignoring his daughters. Meanwhile, despite the ongoing divorce proceedings, Craig remained hopeful that his wife would reconsider and return to him. He was jealous, tried to control her, and followed her around. He watched her house, followed her around town in a rental car, hoping to go undetected, and even attempted to install a hidden camera in her home when no one was present. Naturally, all of this required time and effort. As a result, Craig was forced to give up work. First, he took a vacation. Then he claimed to be sick, and finally, he began skipping work without explanation. His reckless behavior led to his dismissal. Craig was forced to move into his parents' home after losing his job and source of income due to a lack of funds. With so much free time, he was able to stalk his ex-wife all day, prompting her to take her ex-husband to court to prevent him from approaching her horrible Thanksgiving. Karen took her children to spend the Thanksgiving holiday with her 89-year-old grandmother, Dorothy White, in the small town of Berlin, Kansas, on the evening of November 29. The Berlin Game Police Department received a call reporting a suspicious van and the sound of gunfire. Dorothy's neighbors reported seeing a small truck pull up to the elderly woman's house. A man got out and entered. They then reported hearing screams and gunshots, but they are unsure. The man then left the house, got back in his truck, and drove away quickly. Neighbors did not try to apprehend him, fearing he was armed. When the police arrived at the house, they were greeted by a terrified 10-year-old boy calling for help. Sean Collar was unable to explain what had occurred. However, it was clear that a terrifying scene awaited the officers inside near the front door. Despite having 2 gunshot wounds in the kitchen, the 89-year-old homeowner was found alive in a pool of blood. Karen, 44, was found dead by police. She was shot in the chest and then killed with a close-range gunshot to the head. Her ex-husband had abandoned her with no hope of survival. Emily, her oldest daughter, was found dead between a wall and a couch. She had apparently attempted to flee from her enraged father, but he caught up with her and killed her with 2 blank shots. Lauren, her younger sister, lay in a pool of blood in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. She was still alive, begging faintly for her life, and repeatedly claiming that her father had done it. The elderly woman and Lauren were immediately taken to a nearby hospital's intensive care unit. Despite the doctor's best efforts, their lives were not saved. Lauren died on the morning of December 1 from massive blood loss and organ damage, while her great-grandmother died a few hours later. Sean, the only surviving witness, was in shock. Psychologists assisted him, but he required a thorough interrogation as the sole living witness to the tragic events at his great-grandmother's home. He explained that that evening, his mother was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and he approached her to request his favorite pies. Suddenly, the back door of the house swung open, and their father entered holding a shotgun. Without speaking a word, the man pointed the barrel at his ex-wife, shot her, and then moved closer to fire again. For the initial few seconds, Sean was frozen in horror as his father turned to face him, but he did not aim. Instead, he stared silently and intently at him. Sean realized he needed to run, so he jumped out the open back door. The boy dashed toward the main entrance, hoping to alert his grandmother and sisters and call for assistance. However, as he approached the threshold, he heard several additional gunshots. He took refuge in a small outbuilding because he was afraid to enter the house. He heard several more shots and waited in fear for his father to come after him. Mr. Collar Craig was immediately added to the wanted list, with warnings that he was armed and dangerous. Meanwhile, police received several reports of a speeding truck, allowing them to quickly determine the gunman's direction of travel. At one point, the man left his vehicle in a wooded area and started walking down a deserted road. Law enforcement quickly caught up with him and apprehended him the following morning. He had left the rifle and ammunition in the back seat, while prescription medication for depression and anxiety disorders lay next to the driver's seat. Mr. Collar did not resist arrest. He didn't appear to care anymore. He appeared perplexed and even terrified, and he openly admitted that he was armed with a gun and a hunting knife, but did not intend to use them. He also admitted that he had done something terrible that he thought the police were already aware of. When he was taken to the police station, Craig immediately admitted his guilt and poured his heart out to the investigating officer. He revealed that his wife had cheated on him with Sonny and humiliated him in front of his friends at a New Year's Eve party. His efforts to save his marriage had cost him his job and what remained of his self-esteem. The man cried, saying he had no idea why he had taken such a drastic step and that everyone, including his daughters, had betrayed him. Trial and a just sentence. Craig's trial started in December 2010. The defendant, after consulting with his lawyer, Thomas Haney, recanted his initial confession, blaming his actions on mental illness and insanity. It was his only way to avoid the death penalty for the murder of 4 people. He attempted to persuade the court that his client was in a difficult psycho-emotional state after his wife abandoned him for a lover. His children supported their mother, and he lost his job, forcing him to return to his parents' home. According to the lawyer, all of these factors contributed to Mr. Collar's breakdown, and he committed the crime while insane, unaware of his actions. Prior to 1995, there was a law that allowed criminals to obtain leniency by claiming insanity. However, in Kansas, where the crime occurred and the trial was held, the law was repealed. Furthermore, the prosecution discovered no evidence of insanity or affective state in Craig's actions, just cold calculation. He had already purchased guns and ammunition before going to Dorothy White's house, knowing that his entire family was present. He shot each victim twice, leaving no chance for survival. However, he deliberately spared his son Sean, allowing him to flee. In August 2011, the man was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to death. Sean, who was 12 years old at the time, testified during the final hearing. He stated that he did not want his father to die because he was his only remaining close relative. Despite numerous appeals from Craig and his attorneys, the verdict remained unchanged. Mr. Collar remains in prison today, fighting to have his case reviewed and his death sentence overturned. Sean, after the deaths of his mother and sisters, was officially detained by his maternal grandmother. He is now an adult, has completed his education, and has decided to live and work in his home state. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in England on Christmas Eve 2020, when 26-year-old Ella Edwards was with her friends at the Lighthouse pub in Wallasey Village on the Wirral. Rather than a Christmas miracle, Ella had to confront real evil. Unfortunately, that evening marked the end of the beautiful young woman's life. Ella Edwards was 26 years old in 2019. She was a dental nurse as well as a cosmetologist at Nova Studio Beauty Salon. Her colleagues and many clients adored her. Here's how Tim Edwards, Ella's father, described her. "How can I describe her to people who don't know her? She was wonderful, beautiful, kind, generous, always looking out for others, particularly her family, bubbly, and always had a good laugh. She set her own goals and was achieving them with a positive attitude." On the evening of December 24, 2022, Ella and her sister went to the Lighthouse pub after flying from Dubai to spend Christmas and New Year's with her family. She was supposed to meet her friends, and their surveillance cameras caught Ali's evening activities. She was in a good mood, hugging her friends and smiling. They danced, sang, and had a great time. However, someone who valued themselves above all decided to ruin this evening. Someone who did not value human life. Police received multiple reports of a shooting shortly after 11:50 p.m. Soon, police officers surrounded the area. Someone had fired at least 12 shots at the patrons of the pub, where Elle was meeting friends. Sue Coombs, detective superintendent, told a news conference on Christmas Day. Tragically, the victim, a 26-year-old woman, sustained a serious gunshot wound to the head. She was taken to Arrow Park Hospital, but unfortunately died shortly after. Her family has been notified, and they are dealing with this tragic loss on a day that should have been spent celebrating with friends. It is still very early in the investigation. However, We do not believe that the victim in this case has been targeted. She was out enjoying Christmas with her sister and friends, which should have been a relaxing time. What her family is currently going through is incomprehensible. Witnesses described a gunman firing shots into the pub's front entrance before fleeing in a dark vehicle. Ella Edwards was the victim of the shooting. The police did not believe Ella was the intended target of the attack, which also injured 4 men. A 28-year-old man from a nearby Beechwood was treated for serious injuries, while the other men, aged 22 and 33, sustained non-life-threatening injuries. Elle's tragic death presented an unimaginable and heartbreaking challenge for her family. Tim Edwards awoke early on Christmas morning to the worst news any parent could ever hear. It didn't make sense to Tim. After all, he just spoke to his daughter a few hours ago. They discussed the meeting and decided to wrap Christmas presents together. Now the bereaved father sought answers, attempting to figure out how to go on. Meanwhile, the police were working tirelessly to apprehend and prosecute the criminal. They needed CCTV footage and witnesses who could share important information on Facebook. Merseyside Police Detective Superintendent David McCarran stated that we have a number of officers at Wallasey Village who are conducting extensive investigations to determine what happened and take immediate action. I would urge anyone who was in the lighthouse in Wallasey Village last night and witnessed the incident or has mobile or CCTV footage of what happened to contact us immediately, as they may have vital information for our investigation. We believe the gunman left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored vehicle, possibly a dark-colored Mercedes, shortly after the shooting, and we would like to hear from anyone who witnessed this to contact us right away. The police knew the criminal had fled the scene in a dark Mercedes. They discovered this information after reviewing CCTV footage. You can see Mercedes pulling into the parking lot next to the pub where Elle was with her friends. The driver parks the car to see who is inside the establishment and leave as soon as possible. The man observed everyone for a while. He then got out of the car and approached from the side to remain invisible. Moments later, he fired 12 shots, dashed to his Mercedes, and fled the crime scene. As a result, the police had to answer a few questions. Who was this man? Who was the target of the attack? What was the motivation? They began patrolling the streets near where the shooting occurred. Officers went from one door to the next, interviewing residents. 2 days later, police announced the arrest of 2 suspects but did not reveal their names. They were a 30-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman who were eventually released. According to the authorities' statement, the arrested man did not fire the shots. The police spokesman stated unequivocally, "We will not rest until the offenders are brought to justice." And by that I mean the person who pulled the trigger of the gun in the most indiscriminate manner, anyone who was responsible for arranging, facilitating, or harboring this individual, and anyone who continues to withhold information on who did this or where the weapon is. We will work tirelessly to find justice for LA and her family. The shooting was reportedly the result of a feud between 2 local rival gangs. It confirmed LA was a random victim and asked if he could directly link the shooting to a gang feud in Whirl. Critchley stated that there has been some escalation in this area over the last few months. The detectives determined that Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld were the intended targets of this attack, but we'll discuss them later, on December 29. The police arrested a 3rd suspect in this case, but he was not the one who fired shots at the Lighthouse pub's patrons. The man whose name was kept public was charged with conspiracy to commit a crime. The police were also able to locate the criminal's dark Mercedes, which he used to flee the crime scene, but the vehicle had some issues. Let's look at the CCTV footage from the evening of December 31. A week following LA's death, the bright, flashing light you see now is fire. The criminal knew that the police were only a few steps away from apprehending him, so he burned the Mercedes to destroy any evidence that the police might find there during a search. The Mercedes had become a pile of burned metal, but the police were able to identify it. It turned out that the criminals stole this car, most likely to use it to commit a crime. Almost 2 weeks later, on January 11, police announced the arrest of 2 additional suspects. They arrested a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman in Central Wales. The man was named Connor Chapman, and he had a lengthy criminal record. These 5 photos show him at various times. In a matter of years, Chapman went from petty criminal to the main suspect in Lee Edwards' death. Here are a few of the offenses for which he has previously been arrested: aggravated carjacking, threatening behavior, burglary, disorderly conduct, and a high-speed chase that ended with him hiding in the bushes and telling officers he was waiting for his mate. Growing up in the woods, he spent most of his time in Birkenhead with his grandparents. Chapman went to Woodchurch High School, but left before taking his exams. He first appeared in court in 2014 when he was around 14 years old for shoplifting. In 2016, the young man faced criminal charges for being on enclosed property and driving a stolen car. Next, he violated his conditional discharge by driving without a license or insurance. Then, in 2017, he was charged with car theft, illegal substance possession, and violating a criminal behavior order, which barred him from traveling to certain parts of the world. In 2018, the police detained him again for possessing a prohibited substance and carrying a cold weapon in public. During the same year, the general public became aware of Chapman's name after he first appeared strangely on the pages of local newspapers. After an unsuccessful attempt to flee a police chase, officers noticed the stolen Audi and attempted to stop it, but the driver disobeyed. Chapman, who was 18 at the time, was speeding at 60 mph in a 30 mph zone while attempting to escape. He flew into oncoming traffic and then crashed into a curb, forcing him to abandon the car and flee. When the police discovered him hiding in the nearby bushes, he stated, "I'm waiting for my mate." Chapman's lawyer claims he is influenced by older peers and has struggled with his own health issues, such as ADHD and other medical diagnoses. Chapman admitted to reckless driving, aggravated vehicle theft, driving while disqualified, and violating a criminal behavior order. The court sentenced him to 8 months in a Young Offenders Institute and a 2-year and 4-month driving ban, passing the sentence. Recorder Mary Lauren told him poignantly, "You have a bad record despite your youth, and you have been given every opportunity. You show no regard at all. Other people with this diagnosis do not behave in the same way that you do. They do not cause a nuisance to the public in the same way that you do." By the age of 18, he had 14 convictions for 30 offenses. As a result, it is reasonable to assume that this man had no intention of improving his situation. Unfortunately, there were no legal grounds to keep him isolated from society for a long time. In January 2020, the court sentenced him to 10 months in prison for possessing stolen goods and carrying a cold weapon in public. According to records, Merseyside police issued public appeals for information on his whereabouts on 5 separate occasions while he was a wanted man. Chapman once claimed that he was in custody more than he was out. By the age of 20, Chapman had 19 convictions for 43 offenses. In summer 2022, he got out of prison. Edwards passed away after about 6 months. His first child was born while he was still in prison, and a second daughter was on her way. He told the jury that he wanted to start over and become a better person, but these were empty words. Chapman turned out to be a member of a local gang. He sold illegal drugs, robbed another home, and stole 2 electric motorcycles. But his most heinous and devastating crime was yet to occur. On December 24, 2022, during a dispute between organized crime groups based on the Woodchurch and Beechwood estates, Chapman armed himself with a Scorpion submachine gun. He waited for Kieran Salkeld and Jake Duffy, members of the rival gang, outside Wallasey's Lighthouse pub for 3 hours. Chapman fired 12 shots just before midnight. Both Salkeld and Duffy were seriously injured, but they survived. Unfortunately, when Chapman fired the gun, Lee Edwards, who was enjoying the evening with close friends, was next to Sol when 2 bullets struck her in the head. She didn't know Salkeld or Duffy. She just happened to be present during an attack on them. On January 25, 2023, family, friends, and hundreds of others attended Lee Edwards' funeral. Locals lined the streets in the rain as mourners arrived for the 12:30 p.m. service. The funeral procession was led by a hearse with a floral tribute stating that Ella's coffin was transported in a carriage pulled by 4 white horses. Pallbearers, including her heartbroken father Tim, carried it into the church, topped with a floral display. Her grandfather George delivered a message to the mourners, encouraging them to leave the church with hope. The Lighthouse pub was closed that day as a mark of respect. According to a statement posted on the pub's Facebook page, "Ellie and her family have been on our minds for several weeks. This is especially true right now. May she rest peacefully." Tim stated that he hoped to establish a foundation in his daughter's name to help reduce gun violence. He stated that there are no winners in gun crime. If you pick up a gun, your future and the futures of those around you are over. It's dead simple. It's completely pointless and solves nothing. I want to see a positive outcome from this. Ellie's name will be used for positive purposes in the future. She cannot be forgotten. Connor Chapman was charged with numerous offenses, including causing the death of Lee Edwards, but he had an accomplice. Police charged 20-year-old Thomas with possessing a prohibited weapon and assisting an offender. The detectives discovered that after shooting at the Lighthouse Pub's guests, Chapman drove the stolen Mercedes to Barnston, Merseyside, where his longtime friend wearing it lived. The surveillance camera there captured Chapman walking down the road and picking up the crime scene weapon after it had fallen to the ground. Although the crime weapon was never found, police discovered Chapman's DNA in a mixed sample on a bullet casing discovered at the scene and a red glove recovered from Waring's home, which matched one worn by the gunman in a taxi ordered under a false name. Around 5 a.m., Chapman returned home to Woodchurch, Merseyside via a vague pickup point on Christmas morning. To cover up their heinous crime, the men drove to a remote location on New Year's Eve and set fire to a stolen Mercedes. Thomas Waring was found guilty on all charges. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. Now I'd like to say a few words about Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld, who were the targets of the attack. They were both wounded but survived. In this case, they were the victims. However, a closer look at their way of life reveals that they were on a dangerous path. They were part of the Beechwood gang on December 23, 2023. Chapman had injured them the day before at the Lighthouse Pub. Duffy and Saul killed and beat up another criminal affiliated with a group that included Connor Chapman. While Chapman was awaiting sentencing in the shooting case, the two were already imprisoned for their crimes. Salkeld received a 27-month sentence for assault and 9 months for being afraid to run concurrently. Duffy was sentenced to 2 years for assault and 9 months for a fray that would run concurrently. The court has also issued injunctions against them, the full list of which is displayed on your screen. Commenting on the injunctions, Chief Inspector Tom Welch stated that gang-related activity has a profoundly negative impact on those who live or work in areas where these criminals conduct their business, often recklessly and with complete disregard for others. The gang injunctions served on Duffy and Salkeld are part of our ongoing and relentless efforts to combat serious and organized crime in Birkenhead. Our local officers are well aware of the prohibitions detailed in these injunctions, and they will strictly enforce them. If either man violates the law, we can act quickly to arrest him and return him to court, where he may face prison time. We are using all available powers and legislation to disrupt and deter gang activity, but we can't do it alone. We need communities to report any criminal activity in their area so that we can get criminals off the streets. Together, we are always stronger. However, before the story of the shooting began, the court prohibited Chapman from entering the area surrounding the Lighthouse Pub. Nonetheless, he chose precisely this location to commit the crime that resulted in the death of the innocent young woman. Perhaps many countries around the world should have stricter laws and more effective methods for influencing people who pose a threat to society. This is my subjective opinion. However, you can express your personal opinion in the comments section. Connor Chapman denied everything. He claimed that the camera at the Lighthouse Pub captured another man, not him. He claimed he was at home wrapping Christmas presents, but the evidence suggests otherwise. During the 3.5-week trial, the jury heard about events leading up to the incident, including a feud between Chapman's Woodchurch, a state-based gang, and a rival group centered on the Beechwood estate, which is home to Saul and Duffy. Investigators discovered that after committing the crime, Chapman planned to flee to Spain by car ferry. Before he could do that, the police searched his grandparents' home, and the man knew they were close to catching him. As a result, he chose to flee to Wales, rather than risk his life on a car ferry. That is where the plainclothes officers later arrested him. During the trial, Chapman admitted to having access to the Mercedes seen on CCTV footage, but stated that it was primarily used by him and other gang members to trade illegal drugs. He claimed other people had access to the Mercedes and that he wasn't driving it that evening. He admitted to burning the car, but said he did so after realizing someone from his gang had used it in the shootout. Outside court, LA's father, Tim, expressed his hope that his daughter's killer would never see Christmas again. "If I'm lucky enough to be around for a long time, I'll do everything I can to ensure that he never leaves jail." He stated that the jury of 7 women and 5 men reached a unanimous decision, following 3 hours and 48 minutes of deliberation and 3.5 weeks of trial at Liverpool Crown Court. They found Chapman guilty, passing sentence. "Mr. Justice Goose informed him about what you did. Connor Chapman was both wicked and shocking. You murdered Ellie Edwards, ending her young life. You spent the days following the incident removing or destroying evidence that could identify you as the gunman. It's absolutely shocking. You meticulously planned a revenge attack in a gang rivalry. You had no regard for anyone else. The risks of what you did were both obvious and high." On July 7, 2023, the court sentenced Connor Chapman to life in prison with a minimum of 48 years before he could seek parole. During the verdict announcement, Ellie's family breathed a sigh of relief and whispered yes. Her father, Tim Edwards, also went on air to answer questions from journalists. Tim said some crucial words. "I believe Elle's legacy will hopefully inspire people to be more positive. She was a caring person who would devote more of her time to others than to herself. If she can be remembered for that, as well as her warmth and the happy-go-lucky life she was leading at the age of 26. She would not want you to sit around moping and going downhill. She would not want that. She would not want that. She wants you to live your best life." That was how she approached or interacted with others. She would uplift your spirits. "I was lucky to be her father, but we were also close friends. So there are a lot of good memories of laughing and doing stupid things together that you can't print." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story revolves around a monstrous tragedy that led to the death of an elderly couple right in the backyard of their own home, becoming one of the most sensational incidents ever to occur in Palm Beach County, Florida. The public and media were deeply stirred by what had happened when the police arrived at the crime scene. They were shocked by what they saw, and although the perpetrator was caught red-handed, they still haven't faced appropriate punishment. Austin Haroff was born on December 21, 1996, into a family of medical professionals. His father was a dentist and his mother was a pharmacist. They lived in their own house in a prestigious area in Palm Beach County, Florida. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents divorced, and soon after each of them found a new partner. Austin and his sister Haley, who was a year younger, stayed with their mother and her new husband while their father moved nearby with his new partner. Despite the divorce, the families maintained an amicable relationship, and the children quickly adapted to the new circumstances. At school, Austin performed well academically, excelling in all subjects, and he was involved in wrestling given his robust build and tall stature. He also played American football for the school team, despite participating in such intense sports that required roughness and aggression. Austin was a very kind and empathetic guy, earning him the nickname Happy Boy. His coaches even tried to rile him up a bit to channel his energy on the football field in his senior years. Austin received an invitation to a 4-year pre-med program at a university because he wanted to pursue a career in Medici, following in the footsteps his parents. In his first year, everything seemed to be going more than well for Austin. He excelled in his studies, worked as a dental assistant, started bodybuilding, and began dating a girl. However, despite his successes, he encountered serious psychological difficulties that became increasingly challenging for him to handle. Austin felt that due to his shyness and lack of self-assurance, his peers didn't take him seriously. He began experiencing more frequent bouts of depression, noticing confusion in his thoughts, and experiencing sleep disturbances. Sleeping only 2 hours a night and seeing images of monsters and demon-like figures upon waking up. He also developed a fear of darkness. Austin started believing that he was chosen by higher powers to fight evil. Superpowers at times. He even felt he was half human and half animal. Due to constant stress, Austin began abusing alcohol and illicit substances, becoming nervous, irritable, and plagued by intrusive thoughts. At this time, his internet searches included queries such as how to tell if you're going crazy and think you're going crazy. A beginner's guide to psychosis. When Austin came home to Florida for vacation, his close relatives immediately noticed something was off with him. He moved from his room to the garage, explaining that he was scared to sleep in the house, claiming it was inhabited by evil forces and ghosts. Instead of sleeping, he patrolled the house at night, checking rooms, and every 2 hours he loudly knocked on family members' bedroom doors, proclaiming he was protecting them from demons in the house. His parents were genuinely concerned about his condition, but instead of seeking medical help, they simply locked themselves inside at night to prevent Austin from entering their rooms. His behavior became increasingly bizarre. His mood swung sharply. Sometimes he was kind and sweet, then suddenly turned angry and aggressive. He would wear warm clothes in the heat, refusing to take them off all day, engaged in strange conversations with friends about his immortality, and once to prove this, he dashed onto a busy highway during a walk. His sister miraculously pulled him back onto the sidewalk. Just in time, his mother started suspecting him of taking illegal substances, and when she directly confronted him about it, he denied everything, insisting he led a healthy lifestyle. On the evening of August 15, 2016, Austin, his sister, and her friend were having dinner at a restaurant with their father and his spouse around 7:45 p.m. Austin began behaving very strangely. He would abruptly get up from the table and walk outside, only to return almost immediately. This happened several times until after some time he got up again and left without saying a word to anyone. Eventually, Austin returned to the restaurant and sat back at the table with the same group. At some point, an argument broke out between the father and son, and forcefully pushing his father away, Austin abruptly stood up and headed for the exit. His sister and her friend tried to catch up with Austin, but when they followed him outside, they couldn't find him. Austin's father called the police, explained the situation, and asked for their help in finding him. That same evening, a call for help was made to the 911 service by Jeff Pfizer, reporting an attack by an unknown young man on him and his neighbors Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens. The police arrived at the scene within minutes, their sirens blaring as they pulled up close to the cars parked at the Stevens home. Officer Kristen was the first to step out of the car and circle around them, freezing in shock. Sheriff's Deputy Dan attempted to approach the cars from another angle but found it impossible due to the ground being covered in blood. Following Kristen around the cars and coming up close to her, he saw a person lying on the ground with arms split out, eyes open and softly pleading for help. That person was John Stevens, and on top of him, gripping him in a deadly hold, lay the young man who was attempting to bite his victim's face. It was clear that the attacker's actions were threatening and immediate action was necessary to free the victim. However, Kristen couldn't use her weapon for fear of hitting John Stevens, who was beneath the assailant. Therefore, the officer used a stun gun on the young man, but it proved ineffective as the attacker seemed oblivious and continued tearing flesh from the victim's body. Police officers attempted to pry Austin off John, striking him on the torso, yet he was unresponsive and continued to grip the victim's body tightly. Soon, a group of officers with service dogs arrived. One of the dogs lunged at the attacker, seizing his right arm, but the young man, seemingly impervious to pain, wrenched it free, sustaining a deep laceration in the process. It was only on the third attempt that the dog managed to pull the assailant away from the victim, and the officer flipped him onto his back. Subsequently, it took the assistance of 2 more officers to handcuff him. After this, the police began examining the crime scene and discovered Michelle, who had already passed away, apart from John Stevens, who was still alive at the time they found her deceased, having succumbed to injuries inflicted by a blunt object. Later, John was transported to the hospital where he passed away. He had numerous stab wounds, but the primary cause of blood loss was from facial injuries. The police began investigating the circumstances leading to the tragedy. They examined the crime scene, and before taking the injured Jeff Fisher, who had called the police and was also the victim of the attack, to the hospital, they interviewed him. Jeff recounted that it was late in the evening, and he was preparing to go to bed when he heard strange noises coming from the lawn of his neighbors across the street. Through an open window, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream, got dressed, and rushed outside. Shortly before this, 53-year-old Michelle Mishkin was sitting on her open terrace facing the street watching TV, while her 59-year-old husband John Stevens was out walking the dog. As Jeff dashed out of his house, he headed straight for the neighbor's house. Approaching closer, he saw a fairly large-built young man banging on the door of a car parked on the driveway. On the open terrace, the neighbor witnessed Michelle standing opposite the assailant, frozen in horror. At that moment, the young man grabbed the woman, threw her to the ground, and began kicking her. Jeff ran up close to the attacker, attempting to push him away from the woman, but at the last moment, the assailant evaded the attempt and struck Jeff in the face. Despite this, Jeff managed to stay on his feet and struck the attacker, causing him to fall to the ground, injuring his face and drawing blood. As he got up enraged by the pain, the attacker pulled out a knife and stabbed Jeff altogether. The assailant stabbed Jeff wounded. Jeff decided to distract the attacker by running as fast as he could back to his own house, thinking the attacker would follow him. Once inside, Jeff locked all the doors and called the police, hoping he had momentarily diverted the attacker's attention from Michelle. Jeff waited for the police to arrive, listening to the sounds coming from the street. However, the only thing he could hear were sounds resembling growls and grunts of some animals. Soon, the police identified him as none other than 19-year-old Austin Harov. After leaving the restaurant, he walked about 4 miles and attacked Michelle Mishin, who was at that moment on the open terrace of her house. Detectives speculated that at the moment when the neighbor ran to call the police, Michelle's husband, John Stevens, returned from walking the dog, and upon seeing the attacker, tried to save his wife but became a victim himself. After the police subdued Austin, he suddenly lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital, where he slipped into a coma for 11 days. Doctors suspected he might have ingested certain chemicals affecting his body, but toxicology tests on his blood found nothing. 2 months later, he was discharged from the hospital and placed in custody pending investigation. During questioning, Austin's statements were incoherent. He sometimes claimed he couldn't remember anything from that night, while at other times he rambled about seeing zombies on the road and using a knife in self-defense. He mentioned constant hallucinations of ghosts, demons, and voices in his head. A psychiatric evaluation determined that Austin was in a severe psychotic state during and after the attack. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Philip Resnick at the University Hospitals of Cleveland and Ohio confirmed that Austin Harov suffers from bipolar disorder, acute manic episodes with psychotic symptoms, and clinical manifestations of lycanthropy, also known as werewolf syndrome, while in prison. Austin gave an interview to TV host Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil, expressing deep remorse for the incident. He cried and expressed regret for taking the lives of 2 innocent people, hoping the victims' families could forgive him. Austin faced charges of first-degree murder in the deaths of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens, as well as attempted first-degree murder for the attack on Jeff Fisher. A trial was anticipated, but a judge decided to place him in a psychiatric facility until medical professionals determined he was no longer a threat to society. The decision shocked the public and the victims' families, as they hoped Austin Harov would soon face legal accountability. Yet the judge's ruling delayed the judicial process until it was determined that Austin was not a danger to society. Only 3 years after the incident, on November 6, 2019, a hearing in the case of the murders of Michelle Mishin and John Stevens took place. Austin Harov, who had been under forced treatment for schizophrenia, appeared. Surprisingly, the court couldn't reach a final decision on his guilt, and he remains in prison awaiting the next hearing. Austin's father, Wade Harov, shared that a few days before the incident, his son had been behaving strangely and talking about being pursued by demons. Wade concluded that his son likely suffered from an inherited mental illness, as they had relatives who struggled with schizophrenia. Perhaps, if the family had sought qualified medical help in time, such a heinous crime might not have occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story first appeared in Mendoza, Argentina in 2016. On January 10, 2016, Marina Menegazo, 21, and Maria Jose Coni, 22, embarked on a long-awaited journey. However, it eventually became one of Latin America's most high-profile investigations in the last decade. In 2016, Maria Jose Coni, 22, studied economics at the National University of Cuyo, while Marina Menegazo, 21, studied speech therapy at Aconcagua University. Both girls volunteered with an organization that assisted people who were forced to live on the streets for various reasons. Friends and acquaintances described them as 2 happy girls who were very close to their families. Marina Menegazo and Maria Jose Coni went on a trip with 2 other friends, but eventually separated. The girls departed on January 10th. Follow Maria Jose Coni's Instagram posts to see their route. On January 13th, the girls visited the Peruvian city of Cusco, which was once the Inca Empire's capital. The following day, January 14th, an image was published, also taken in Cusco. The image below was published on January 15th. The photo was taken from a railroad bridge near the Machu Picchu hydroelectric power plant. Machu Picchu is an ancient Inca city, also known as the city above the clouds. It is one of Peru's most famous attractions and is on the UNESCO World Heritage List. According to the girl's Instagram activity, she spent several days in the area. On January 18th, Maria shared 2 additional photos from that location. On January 19th, the girl posted this image as a goodbye to Cusco. 4 days later, on January 23rd, the girls had already arrived in Ecuador. Maria shared a photo from Montanita Beach for the next 10 days. The girls first traveled along Ecuador's coast before heading into the interior. On February 4th, Maria shared an image from San Antonio, and on February 6th, a photo from Bonobos. On February 10th, Maria shared a photo of all 4 girls. The journey that began on January 10th was coming to an end, and it was a farewell post as 2 girls from this company returned home to Argentina. Maria Jose Coney and Marina Menegazzo had about 10 days of vacation and were not in a hurry to return home. Instead, they returned to Montanita, which marked the beginning of their relationship with Ecuador. On February 22nd, Maria shared a photo of herself and Marina. This was the last post on her Instagram account. On February 22nd, the girls contacted their families in Argentina. They said they'd be home soon. On February 25th, they had to take a bus from Ecuador to Lima, Peru, spend the night at a friend's house, and then fly from Lima to Santiago, Chile's capital. They would then travel by bus to their hometown of Mendoza, Argentina. At the same time, the girls informed their relatives that they would be difficult to reach by phone for a few days due to a poor signal. Relatives became concerned when they were unable to contact Maria and Marina for several days and saw no activity on their social media accounts. Marina's sister was the first to raise awareness about this case on social media. She posted a photo of 2 girls with the caption, "My sister and her friend disappeared on Monday, the 22nd, in Montanita, Ecuador. Please share this information." The girls' families wanted to know if they had left the country and boarded the plane. However, they were unable to obtain a response from the airline representatives. The latter stated that they would only disclose this information if the families provided a court order. Furthermore, the friends at whose house the girls planned to spend the night before leaving said they did not show up. Maria and Marina's relatives contacted Ecuador's emergency services to report their disappearance. They also contacted the consulate of Argentina and requested assistance. The consulate got involved in the case on February 27th. Argentina's authorities sent fingerprints from both girls to Ecuador for a reason. On February 25th, an unidentified woman's body was discovered in Montanita and transported to Guayaquil. Fingerprints from an unidentified body were compared to those obtained by Argentine police. They determined that this belonged to Maria Jose Coney. This Saturday, February 27th, police discovered Marina Menegazzo's body while investigating the location of Maria's body. It was just 43 yards from Maria's body. Both bodies were in plastic bags secured with duct tape. According to the Ecuadorian police, they did not find Marina's body right away because the criminal attempted to conceal it by placing something on top of it. The autopsy revealed that Maria Jose Coney died due to blunt force trauma to the head. Ecuadorian authorities described her injuries as genital, including a broken femur and toe. Furthermore, marks on Maria's wrists indicated she was tied up. Marina, a man of God, died as a result of 6 neck stab wounds. She had the same spots on her wrists, indicating that she was tied up. According to reports, the girls died on February 23rd. Toxic, illogical analysis revealed that their blood contained a high concentration of the drug used in psychiatric treatment. Given the circumstances surrounding the death, the police determined that the girls did not voluntarily take this drug. Perhaps they didn't even realize they had taken it. It was possible that someone had mixed it into their food or drinks. But just 24 hours after discovering the second body, there was a new development in this case, which elicited mixed reactions from the girls' families. The President and Minister of Interior of Ecuador announced that the police had solved the case. Alberto Segundo Mina Ponce, 33, and Aurelio Eduardo Rodriguez, 39, were arrested and pleaded guilty, providing details about the events. the police discovered bloodstains in the home of one of the accused, Mina Ponce. Marina's phone, backpack, and other belongings were near the house. Aside from the quick arrest, the most unusual aspect was the two men's immediate confession. It resonated with those who followed the case. The men gave their version of what happened. Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, Jose Serrano, stated that the girls left the hotel where they had rented a room on February 22nd. At 2 p.m., someone stole all of their money at the hotel, so they intend to hitchhike to Lima. However, the hotel's owner refuted this version, claiming that no one stole from the girls. Maria and Marina's families did not believe the story. After all, they had their credit cards with them. As a result, the girls would use them in times of financial difficulty. Nonetheless, no activity was on the cards. Perhaps someone stole their cash and credit cards. Nonetheless, we can access the funds in the account without the card. For example, girls could have paid for a trip online, but they did not. According to Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, the girls entered one of the bars and requested a couple of glasses of water to quench their thirst. The bar owner confirmed this version, stating that she gave the girls water because they didn't have any money. It's unclear if someone stole all of Maria and Marina's money, which could lead to further developments. The minister cited the testimony of suspects who, I remind you, fully admitted their guilt. So Ponce claimed that on that day, around 8 p.m., Rodriguez told him about two Argentine girls in a bar. They approached the girls together and started a conversation, during which Marina and Maria revealed that they were hitchhiking to Lima due to financial constraints. This version also raises many questions. The girls had purchased airplane tickets from Lima to Santiago, Chile. Why would they save money on credit cards and try to hitchhike over 1,000 miles when they could miss their flight? As previously stated, they purchased tickets for February 25th. This conversation, according to Ponce, occurred on the evening of February 22nd. Sounds dubious, right? However, witnesses discovered by the local police confirmed all of these strange versions, as it was already late and the girls needed a place to stay the night but didn't have enough money for a hotel or hostel. Ponce invited them to spend the night at his house. The girls agreed, and the police located a taxi driver who confirmed driving Marina, Maria, and Ponce to the home. This image depicts the house where Ponce lived next, as reported by Ecuadorian authorities. Ponce returned to the bar and began drinking alongside Rodriguez. Marina and Maria were alone in the house during that time. The heavily inebriated men returned home around 2:30 a.m., but Maria and Marina were not present. The police discovered that the girls went to a store near the house to purchase soda. The exact type of drink is unknown. The police found another witness who confirmed this, a store cashier. If this is correct, it means the girls still had some money. Ponce testified that when the girls returned to the house, he remained in the room with Maria Coney, while Rodriguez was in another room with Marina Menegazzo. Ponce attempted to persuade Maria Coney to intimacy, but she refused and fled the house. Then he grabbed a stick and hit the girl on the head, killing her instantly. At the same time, he heard a scream from another room. When he entered the room, he discovered that Rodriguez had taken Marina Men of Gaza by surprise. Rodriguez immediately left the house, and according to Ponce, he began planning how to dispose of the bodies. Ponce attempted to clean up all traces in the house, wrapping the bodies in plastic bags and duct tape. In the afternoon, he borrowed a cart from someone he knew and drove them to a wasteland near the ocean shore, about 440 yards from home. Let me reiterate that everything mentioned is the official version of the Ecuadorian authorities. At the same time, it was unclear where the marks on the girls' wrists originated. There was also no explanation for the toxic, illogical analysis that claimed both girls' blood contained traces of a powerful drug. Given the circumstances and inconsistencies in the case, the girls' family began to question the version presented by Ecuadorian authorities. They believe the case is related to human trafficking and that Ecuadorian authorities were covering for someone. Marina and Maria's families had multiple reasons for doubt. First, the girls ran out of money but did not use their credit cards. Second, they were under the influence of drugs. Only 3 witnesses saw Maria and Marina that day: the bar owner, a taxi driver, and a cashier who allegedly sold them soda. The town had 5,000 residents. Furthermore, the families were perplexed as to why the bodies were discovered 2 days apart, despite being 43 yards apart. Maria and Marina sought assistance from Ponce and Rodriguez, which appears unusual. In Montanita, there are many Argentine tourists, so it would be logical for the girls to approach someone from their country and ask for help. When Ecuadorian police brought him to the crime scene, the brother of one of the victims reported seeing used syringes on the floor. When he inquired about them, they mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, the syringes were not even visible in crime scene photos, and the experts who investigated the scene denied their existence. According to the family, the two men were merely a front for something larger, such as human trafficking. The authorities ordered a second autopsy and a new toxic, illogical examination. Furthermore, both defendants' versions of events changed several times. According to one version, Mina Ponce denied that he and Rodriguez had committed the crime. He claimed that the man who killed the girls was an illegal substance dealer of Venezuelan origin who lived in the area. He only knew the man's pseudonym, El Chamo. This man has been detained by the police. However, the latter stated that he had nothing to do with what happened and was willing to take a polygraph test or provide a DNA sample. He wanted to prove he was not in that house at all. Several DNA samples were discovered at the crime scene, including DNA from Mina Ponce, DNA from the two deceased girls, and several unidentified samples. These unidentified samples did not belong to Rodriguez, the alleged second perpetrator, or to El Chamo, who was eliminated as a suspect after undergoing all DNA tests. The second autopsy, performed by Argentine experts, revealed that both girls were in such a state that they were unable to defend themselves. Before their deaths, they were both forced to be intimate. The autopsy also revealed other information. Maria Jose had bruises and scratches on one side of her body, indicating she had been thrown out of a moving car. A new toxicological analysis confirmed that both girls were under the influence of a potent psychiatric medication. This drug works by suppressing a person's will. What happened next had repercussions throughout Latin America. Unfortunately, as so often happens, people blamed the girls for their deaths. Furthermore, they were blamed by both ordinary internet users and well-known public figures. The Ecuadorian Deputy Minister of Tourism was among those who blamed the girls for what happened to them. Maria Cristina Rivadeneira's era coincided with the news of Maria and Marina's deaths. Berlin hosted a tourism-themed fair. Rivadeneira told a German news agency that given the girls' travel patterns, something would happen to them sooner or later. She stated that she had never visited Montanita because it did not match her social status. It was essentially victim blaming at the state level. And this is a very sad fact. Following Rivadeneira's interview, the Ecuadorian government apologized to the families of Maria and Marina and fired her. Hugo Narton, an Argentine psychiatrist, was among the most condemned, referring to the girls as favorable victims and claiming that such people encourage others to commit crimes. Following a barrage of criticism, the doctor claimed that people misunderstood him and that he never absolved criminals of responsibility. Guadalupe Acosta, a Paraguayan student, posted on Facebook on behalf of Maria and Marina in response to internet comments blaming them for their situation. It went viral, receiving 700,000 reposts in the first week of publication. Yes, yesterday I was killed. The post began with the words, "I refuse to be touched," and they cracked my skull open with a stick. They put me in a black plastic bag wrapped in duct tape and threw me on the beach, where they discovered me a few hours later, but the humiliation was worse than death. After they discovered my lifeless body, no one asked who had ended my dreams and hopes in life. No. Instead, they began asking me useless questions. What clothes did you wear? Why were you alone? Why would a woman travel alone? You were in a dangerous environment. What were you expecting? They informed our parents that we had taken something forbidden and had done something wrong. After my death, I realized that I was not equal to a man. The fact that I died was my fault, and it will always be so. However, if the headline mentioned two young male travelers, people would express their sympathy. With their phony and hypocritical double-standard speech, they would demand the harshest punishment for criminals. However, it is different for women. I asked you on behalf of myself and other women who have been silenced by the world. I asked you for every woman whose life and dreams have been crushed. Raise your voice. Let us fight. I will be with you in spirit. And I promised that one day there would be so many of us that there would not be enough bags in the world to keep us all quiet. The trial started on August 8, 2016. There were numerous failures in the case. The prosecutor changed 3 times, significantly delaying the proceedings. The prosecution presented witness statements and over 200 pieces of physical evidence recovered from the crime scene. The police discovered some of the girl's belongings, including biological fluids and phones, in the house where the crime occurred and nearby. During the trial, Ponce maintained his innocence and claimed he confessed under duress from the police, and this only strengthened the girl's family's suspicions that the Ecuadorian authorities were hiding something. Rodriguez also changed his testimony, claiming that some Colombian drug dealers were responsible for the girl's deaths. During the first week of the trial, the prosecutor stated that he suspected other people were involved in the case after the police discovered 3 more samples of male DNA at the scene, in addition to Rodriguez and Ponce's DNA. The court sentenced Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez to 40 years in prison, the maximum sentence under Ecuadorian law. In November 2016, Ecuadorian authorities announced that they had arrested another person whose DNA was discovered at the crime scene. José Luis Pérez Castro, 34, was the name of this man. His defense claimed that he had lived in this house for a few weeks before the incident, and that the blood on the wall was the result of a dental infection. He allegedly spit on the wall. The lawyers also stated that the police discovered his DNA on the girls' bodies because they had touched a piece of furniture or items that he had previously touched. When this man's dentist appeared to testify, his defense began to crumble. Castro contacted him only 2 weeks after the police discovered Marina and Maria's bodies. He asked the dentist for a note about a dental infection. However, the doctor refused to write it because he discovered no health problems after examining Castro. In the end, the dentist simply kicked him out. The patient wanted a medical certificate, but he was in pain. There must be some kind of disease, but I didn't notice it when I went to the dentist. Did the man's defense crumble following these words? Contrary to prison rules, Castro appeared on social media while awaiting trial, referring to the circumstances that led to his imprisonment. I'm waiting for this injustice to end. I have great faith that God will lead me out of this with victory, Castro wrote on his social media account. José Luis Pérez Castro, like Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez, was sentenced to 40 years in prison despite his repeated denials of guilt. The girls' families questioned the story presented by Ecuadorian authorities, despite the fact that the family had ensured that police officers from Argentina participated in the investigation. The Ecuadorian authorities' version has not changed in any way, according to assurances from Ecuadorian police that the search for other men whose samples were found in the house continues to this day. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events of 2013. Jayden Parkinson, 17, went missing after leaving his hostel in Oxford, England. The police began searching for her as soon as they received a missing persons report. While investigating this case, the police discovered something they had never seen before. Nothing like this has ever occurred in the UK before. Jayden Parkinson was born September 26, 1996, in Folkestone, United Kingdom. She was the youngest of the family's 3 children. Her parents' relationship was far from idyllic. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jayden's mother, claims her children have witnessed a lot of unpleasant things. Jayden was 7 years old when her parents divorced. The girl lived with her father but was very close to her mother. They lived in various locations and spoke on the phone every night. When she became a teenager, her life became a little chaotic. Samantha claimed that Jason's father gave her complete freedom. She joined a company where she began smoking and drinking. She lived with her father from time to time before moving in with her mother when she was 13. She ran away from home and approached her mother, expressing a desire to live with her. Ultimately, the family court allowed Jayden to remain with her. She had disagreements with several people at school, including teachers. She didn't like how someone was attempting to control her behavior. In her personal life, she was in a relationship with Benjamin Blakely. Jayden was only 14 when she met Ben Blakely. They didn't live together because she was still a child, but he kept nagging her and gradually changed her completely. Jayden began dating Ben when she was 15 years old. He was 20 years old at the time. Jason's mother was undoubtedly concerned about the 5-year age difference, but she had no control over her daughter's love life. Their relationship began as tender and romantic, but everything changed with time. There was no trace of their previous mutual understanding, and their relationship became extremely strained. Ben oversaw every aspect of Jason's life. She stopped wearing makeup and became increasingly withdrawn. Ben even decided what clothes she could wear. He caused Jayden to drift apart from family and friends. As a result, the girl left her mother's house and began living in a hostel for women experiencing domestic violence. Although Ben was forbidden from entering this hostel, he was still able to completely control her life. They frequently argued, and Jayden even informed the hostel staff that Ben was aggressive toward her. She couldn't do anything without his consent. He took her phone away, convincing her that all she needed in the world was him, his love and care. Ben forbade her from speaking with men. He had complete control over her social media accounts, and she had stopped attending school. Ben's level of control was so high that he even forbade her from leaving her room to use the restroom. Jayden used to call her mother every day. However, their communication has been reduced to 1 or 2 conversations per month. Samantha requested her daughter return home and end her relationship with Ben. However, the persuasion did not work. Ben dominated Jayden both mentally and physically. She was seen multiple times with bruises on her face. On November 30th, 2013, Jayden called her mother to tell her she was pregnant. She hoped that the child would force Ben to reconsider his attitude toward her and his lifestyle in general. She expected the baby to strengthen their bond and Ben to return to his former self, but he fell short. Ben stopped acting like a good boy, as is common in such situations. When he took complete control of Jayden, she fell into a trap. He made her drift away from her friends and family and rely solely on him. She did not have her own money. As I previously stated, he eventually forbade Jayden from leaving her room, even if she needed to use the restroom. Ben dated other girls behind her back, over whom he exercised psychological and physical control. Samantha once again asked her daughter to return home after learning of her pregnancy. However, Jayden refused. They met to discuss it, but Jayden remained adamant. The girl didn't want to cause her mother any more problems. When Jayden told Ben about her pregnancy, he became enraged and claimed that he was not the father of her child. He even threatened Jayden to share her naked photos and videos on social media. She reported Ben to the police a few days before Jayden went missing. She was afraid he'd post her naked photos and videos. Ben had approximately 30 photos and 13 videos of Jayden, which she did not want made public. On December 3rd, Jayden, you failed to return to the hostel for the night. Jayden is aware of the problems in his personal life. The staff attempted to find her. They contacted Samantha by phone, but she had no idea where her daughter was. The police received a missing persons report shortly after midnight on December 4th, 2013. I discovered that Jayden has personal issues. Investigators attempted to contact Ben to determine if he knew anything about her disappearance. He was aggressive and repeatedly hung up the phone, claiming he couldn't help Jayden and had no idea where he was. Jayden had a difficult childhood and occasionally quarreled with her family. She ran away from home several times but eventually returned. As a result, her disappearance did not seem unusual in the early hours of the investigation. On the same day, December 4th, police apprehended Ben Blakely. They took him to the police station, and it had nothing to do with Jason's disappearance. Jayden had reported Ben to the police a few days prior because she was concerned that he would post her intimate photos online. The investigators who spoke with him were unaware that the police were searching for Ben as a person of interest in the Jaden Parkinson disappearance case. He denied planning to post images of Jaden on the internet and was released on bail the same day. Samantha was distributing flyers featuring her daughter's photo. She also uses social media to raise awareness about the case in the hopes that someone has seen something or knows where Jaden is. Meanwhile, the police are checking surveillance cameras to find her last known location. They obtained CCTV footage from Jaden's hostel, which shows her leaving to meet Ben and never returning. The date was December 3rd. The next location where Jaden was seen was Oxford railway station. CCTV footage captures her walking inside with Ben. Nothing unusual is occurring in the video. After tracing their route, investigators discovered that Ben and Jaden took a train to Didcot, about 10 miles from Oxford. Jaden's last known location was the train station, and he did cut. The footage showed her and Ben exiting the building. Usually when Jaden ran away from home, she would contact someone from her family within a day or two to let them know she was fine. But this time was different, and Jaden did not contact her family or friends or post on social media. Since CCTV footage showed her boarding a train with Ben, he became the primary suspect in her disappearance. The police had no doubt that Ben knew where Jaden was and what had happened to her. The footage showed Ben returning to the train station alone, but no one saw Jaden alive again. A week later, on December 10, 2013, police arrested Ben Blakely. Investigators wanted to speak with him and find out where Jaden went after they left the train station building in Didcot together. It was also possible that Ben was holding her against her will somewhere. During the interrogation, Ben was very confident. He said he didn't know where his ex-girlfriend was. Ben called Jaden his ex-girlfriend. He claims that he and Jaden split up, and she moved on to another man. Ben stated that's who the cops needed to talk to. He also stated that he didn't care where she was or what happened to her, because they had split up and he now has a new girlfriend. He advised the police to check her social media to determine her location and who she was meeting with. Although Jaden remained missing, Ben Blakely was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping and murder. The police interviewed Jaden's friends to determine whether she could have gone somewhere. However, the investigators only discovered that Jaden became estranged from her friends after she began dating Ben. No one knew if she had a place to hide. During the ongoing search for Jaden, a taxi driver from Didcot provided crucial information to investigators. He said that around 1 a.m. on December 4th, he picked up a passenger along a dirt road. He described him as a young man carrying a large, heavy suitcase splattered with mud. He couldn't lift it and asked the taxi driver to assist him. All of these circumstances prompted the taxi driver to consider what was in the suitcase and whether he had witnessed the crime. Investigators discovered that the person who called the taxi used Ben Blakely's mobile phone. When the police questioned Ben again, the latter stated that he would not answer further questions. After analyzing his mobile phone's location records, the police discovered that Ben had visited several locations in Didcot, including an abandoned barn in the countryside where an attack took place because he picked him up that night. A team of investigators, criminologists, and dog handlers arrived to conduct an investigation. It was also revealed that Ben and Jaden had previously visited Didcot, where her mother lived. Next to the barn, the police discovered a bracelet similar to the one Jaden was wearing. Service dogs trained to find dead bodies began barking inside the barn. But Jason's body wasn't present, and it probably had something to do with Ben's suitcase when he got into the taxi. The police appealed to the public for assistance, urging anyone who saw a man carrying a large suitcase in the Didcot countryside to report it. At the same time, police went door to door, interviewing residents of the houses closest to the abandoned barn. The video from the train station shows that Ben and Jaden did not bring a suitcase. As a result, the investigators wanted to find out where Ben got this suitcase. But what if the taxi driver misidentified Ben? The police discovered the answer to this question on December 14th. Investigators discovered Ben Blakely, his grandmother, grandfather, and younger brother Jake living near the abandoned barn. When the police knocked on Ben's grandmother's door, the first question she asked was, "Are you hearing about the suitcase?" She stated that Ben had taken a suitcase from her a few days ago. He arrived in a hurry and said he needed a suitcase, then dumped its contents on the floor without explaining anything. Ben's grandmother says he returned it 2 days later and threw it in the barn. However, it was now dirty. She also mentioned 2 missing shovels, which reappeared in their original location. A thick layer of dirt had also settled on the shovels. Why does Ben need 2 shovels? Perhaps the man wasn't acting alone. Jaden was friends with 17-year-old Jake Blakely, and she met Ben through him. Witnesses stated that they saw Ben and Jake riding dirt bikes together. When the police began searching for Jaden, Jake Blakely was arrested on suspicion of complicity in the crime. They sent the suitcase that Ben had returned to his grandmother's barn to the laboratory for analysis. The police wanted to know if Jason's DNA was on it. Based on all available evidence, investigators concluded that Jaden was killed in an abandoned barn. After some time, she was placed in a suitcase and taken to another location, where the perpetrator buried her. However, given the vastness of the fields surrounding him, finding Jason's body appeared to be a difficult task. The police used aviation in their investigation to determine the approximate location of Jaden's burial. They used aerial photography to identify 10 locations where the soil surface had recently changed significantly. The police investigated several locations but found no results. They could not locate Jason's body. Before the police searched all 10 locations of interest in the investigation, there was another breakthrough in the case. Jake Blakely began cooperating with the police, telling them to check his uncle's grave in a nearby cemetery. The cemetery next to All Saints Church in Didcot was one of the 10 places where the surface had recently changed, but it was at the bottom of the list because a soil surface change in such places is not unusual. The police cordoned off the cemetery after receiving a note from Jake Blakely indicating that Jason's body could be in his uncle's grave. Detectives have never seen such a method for concealing a victim's body. According to reports in the English press, Ben and Jake's uncle was buried in 2006. The new circumstances surrounding this case have sparked widespread media coverage. It was the country's first crime in which the victim's body was already buried. The forensic experts set up a tent in the cemetery and began their work. After a while, Jason's family received the worst possible news. Her body was discovered in the grave of Ben and Jake Blakely. His uncle, she was naked, and the police were unable to locate her clothing. She also had all of her jewelry removed. The forensic examination revealed that Jaden had been beaten before her death. Finger marks on her neck suggested strangulation. The pathologist determined that asphyxia was the official cause of her death. While awaiting trial in prison, Ben Blakely altered his behavior strategy. After speaking with the prison chaplain, he and his lawyer wrote a letter admitting that he was responsible for Jaden's death. However, Ben insisted that the crime was not premeditated. According to him, he pushed Jaden during an argument, and she fell off a bridge near an abandoned barn. He tried but failed to bring her to her senses. He initially buried Jason's body in one location, but later moved it to the cemetery. He buried it in his uncle's grave. However, the autopsy revealed no signs of such a fall. Her face was injured with blunt force, and as previously stated, asphyxia was the cause of her death. It implied that Ben Blakely was lying to absolve himself of some responsibility for what had occurred. Jason's father died of heart problems before the trial began on June 23, 2014. When Blakely appeared in court, it was clear to everyone that he had no remorse for his actions. He acted provocatively and shouted insults, indicating that he was unconcerned about the fact that he had killed Jaden and her unborn child. Ben Blakely testified during the 4-week trial that Burks was a violent and controlling boyfriend, and 3 of Blakely's previous girlfriends testified that he was controlling and violent to them while they were in a relationship. The jury heard that he would take their phones, hit them, and grab them by the throat if they responded or if he suspected they were cheating on him. The ginger-haired murderer's temper was on display during the trial. The judge warned him several times about his 4-letter outbursts in the dock and on the witness stand, during which he swore and shouted at the prosecutor, Richard Latham. His rages became too much for Jaden's mother and other family members, forcing them to flee the courtroom in tears. It was also too much for Judge Patrick Eccles, who confined Ben to the cells and continued the trial in his absence for one day. Although Jake Blakely is under the age of 18, Judge Eccles lifted the usual prohibition on reporting a juvenile's name because he believed it was in the public interest to do so. Jake has pleaded guilty to perverting the course of justice, but claims he believed he was burying weapons or dead animals at the time. Ben had promised his teenage sibling an Xbox game console and £100 if he carried out the evil deed, according to the jury. The jury saw CCTV footage of Ben and Jaden entering the Oxford train station and boarding a train to Didcot. Blakely was also seen returning alone and looking down, attempting to hide his face. The prosecutor stated that the crime was premeditated. Blakely purposefully led Jaden to a location where no one would witness him killing her. What else could be the reason he took Jaden to an abandoned barn in another town? Jaden was eager to begin a new life after discovering she was pregnant. But Blakely was accustomed to having complete control over every aspect of her life, and he refused to let her go. He did not want to be a father either. Samantha Shrewsbury, Jaden's mother, supported the creation of a domestic violence registry. In an interview with Sky News, she stated, "I don't want another mom to have to stand there and look at their daughter's body on a slab. I'll never forget it until the day I die." For a year before Jaden was killed, I thought he was after me. I hadn't expected it to be her. I assumed he wanted me out so he could manipulate her. He could get money from her. I recall him coming around one day after spitting at her and punching her in the face the previous day. He made it into the block of flats and was banging on the door. I refused to let him see Jaden, so he walked away and spat on me. Later that afternoon, Jaden went outside for a cigarette and I didn't see her for 2 weeks. He'd met her outside. She was at an age when she did not have any income or benefits. They were living rough everywhere. It became difficult to contact her. He'd cut up her SIM card or smash her phone. She didn't want to admit to herself that he was like that. Everyone had heard these stories before. She wanted to change him. He burned, beat, and starved her. She was a rebellious adolescent who didn't listen. I was told that since she was 16, it didn't matter where she went. If the police said it was fine for her to stay there, they didn't have to tell me where she was. I did not have a leg to stand on. However, when she was murdered, she was classified as a child. Where does that get lost? Why couldn't the police get her back home? She was safe with me. I believe she could have been helped if people thought she wasn't a bad kid. And I wasn't an angry mother with a misbehaving child on benefits who didn't deserve to be looked at or heard. I'm very angry with the government. It has to stop. Other girls were hurt before Jaden. If there was a register, she'd be sitting here with my grandchild right now. The register should be public and accessible to everyone, not just the police and social services. The number of times he was arrested. There would have been flags along the way, which could have saved her life. I'd also like to see a program in schools that promotes healthy relationships. Many people do not realize they are in a coercive or controlling relationship until it is too late. I simply want more protection for women like Jaden and the women who will become women in England. In my lifetime, a partner or ex-partner has killed one woman every week. I'm aware that I won't be able to eradicate it. But if I can prevent one girl from dying and one mother from feeling the way I do, Jaden's death will not be in vain. The jury deliberated for 20 hours before returning a verdict by a majority vote. Ben Blakely was found guilty of killing Jaden Parkinson on purpose by a vote of 11-1. On December 3rd, the judge told Ben Blakely, "You took Jaden Parkinson, a complicated but loving and vulnerable 17-year-old girl, into the open countryside near Upton in the dark of an early winter's evening. You strangled her to death." The judge also stated that Blakely's unreasonably jealous treatment of Jaden included physical and emotional abuse during their relationship. You dominated and controlled her daily activities. The judge stated that you took her phone away so she could not contact anyone else. And when she arrived at the hostel, you insisted that she stay in her room, even prohibiting her from using the toilet and forcing her to urinate in a plastic bottle. Jaden was obsessed with you, her violent abuser, and found it difficult to emotionally separate from you. According to the judge, Jaden finally found the courage to end the relationship in November of last year, after Blakely threatened to post intimate photos online to humiliate her. Jake Blakely received 3 years in prison for perverting the course of justice. In July 2014, his older brother, Ben Blakely, was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events in this video occurred in the city of Duluth, which is in northern Georgia. In April 2005, Jennifer Wilbanks disappeared just 4 days before her wedding. Hundreds of people came searching for her, and the story of her disappearance captured the attention of the international media. Many women fantasize about marrying the person they love. They believe that this grand occasion will be unique in their lives, so they want the wedding ceremony to be at least as good as everyone else's. Making a guest list, selecting a venue, designing a menu, and purchasing a wedding gown were all exciting experiences. Jennifer Wilbanks, 32, has gone through. Jennifer Carol Wilbanks was born February 28, 1973. She has lived in Georgia all of her life, where she has family, friends, and worked. It was in Duluth that she met her 32-year-old fiancé, John Mason. John, like his family as a whole, was financially successful. The Masons operated a private medical clinic in Duluth. His friends described him as a kind and caring man who was always willing to help others in need. John and Jennifer had been dating for a year and seemed like the ideal couple. Everyone who knew them was overjoyed when they announced that they were getting married. The wedding preparations went well for them. The swanky ceremony, to which several hundred guests had been invited, was set for April 30, 2005, a Saturday. However, 4 days before the wedding, on Tuesday, April 26th, John Mason reported Jennifer's disappearance to police. He explained that she had gone for an evening run and had never returned. He tried to find her on his own, but when he couldn't, he turned to law enforcement for assistance. The next day, April 27th, a search was launched involving over 300 police officers and volunteers. They searched the woods and bodies of water along Jennifer's planned route. In such cases, every minute counts, so the police involved officers who were supposed to be off duty. On the same day, April 27th, one of the search teams discovered potential clues, including clothing, sneakers, and a strand of long, dark hair. All of the findings were sent to the laboratory for analysis. Jennifer's family posted and distributed flyers featuring her image in the hopes that someone would have seen her or had valuable information for the investigation. The media became involved in covering the story. Additionally, billboards with Jennifer's image appeared throughout the city. The police checked the house where she lived with John, but it was mostly a formality. Detectives discovered nothing suspicious in the couple's home. So on Thursday, April 28th, Major Donald Woodruff of the Duluth Police Department announced that Jennifer Wilbanks' disappearance was being investigated as a criminal case, with the FBI and Georgia Bureau of Investigation involved. A second day of searching produced no results either. There was no sign of Jennifer. Her family was shocked by what had happened and did everything they could. They asked radio and television stations to publicize Jennifer's disappearance, implying that she had been kidnapped and taken out of state. They begged the possible kidnapper to let her go. The cable news networks swarmed around the incident like flies on a pie. Where was Jennifer? Did something bad happen? She did not take her person's keys. She planned to marry in 4 days at a grand wedding with 28 chaperones and 600 guests. Jennifer's style did not include not calling her family or sobbing during press conferences and interviews due to stress. In this photo, an unhappy groom, John Mason, is comforting his bride's mother. Those who watch real crime videos on a regular basis, as well as those involved in Jennifer's disappearance, have most likely already solved this case mentally. Answer a single question for yourself. Have you figured out who will appear in the document? John was the last person to see Jennifer alive, and when the investigation yielded no results, suspicion fell on him. The detectives decided to find out who was hiding behind the guise of a law-abiding do-gooder who went to church every Sunday. and according to his friends, couldn't kill a fly. The man was asked to take a lie detector test, but he refused. Instead, he took a private polygraph test in front of his lawyer, and the results were given to the police. However, such strange and unusual behavior only heightened detectives' suspicions about John Mason. The test results provided to the police did not definitively answer the question of whether John was involved in the disappearance of his fiancée. Detectives conducted a more thorough search of the couple's home to determine whether he had any motive to get rid of Jennifer, and 3 computers were seized. It is worth noting that no evidence of a struggle or other crime was discovered in the house on Friday, April 29th. Jennifer's relatives offered a $100,000 reward the day before her wedding for information that could help them find her, dead or alive. Police held a press conference to announce that the active part of the search would be halted. According to the chief of the local police, they must have investigated every possible lead in this town. There were no clues, so they called off the search in the area. John Mason attended the press conference but did not speak with reporters. Jennifer's uncle suggested that John simply didn't know what to say, which added to the speculation about his role in his fiancée's disappearance. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the clothes, shoes, and lock of hair discovered on the first day of the search had nothing to do with Jennifer's disappearance. According to police reports, the finds were for litter. The only suspect who might have had a motive was John, a journalist who was at his house all day and literally followed him around. There was little doubt that he was involved in the bride's disappearance, but proof had yet to be discovered. The next day, April 30th, was scheduled to be spent at the wedding. But now, people were gathering to pray for Jennifer's safe return. On the evening of April 29th, John received a phone call. A number appeared on the screen, but John wasn't sure who it belonged to. When John answered the phone, he put it to his ear. He was nearly speechless. He heard Jennifer's voice. She claimed that she was kidnapped, taken somewhere, and forced to be intimate. She cried and said that after everything was done, she had been released and now she had no idea where she was. This image depicts John rejoicing that his beloved is alive. I cried. I laughed. I tried to remain calm and talk to her to help her stay calm. John stated that he had no idea that his joy would be quickly overshadowed by an interesting circumstance. After speaking with John, Jennifer dialed 911. She told the operator that she had been kidnapped and then released, and that she had no idea where she was. The number from which she called was traced, as it came from a payphone in Albuquerque, New Mexico, more than 1,400 miles from Duluth, Georgia. Police officers were dispatched to the address where the phone was found, and when they arrived, they discovered Jennifer. Her family thanked everyone involved, including the media, for successfully convincing the kidnapper to release Jennifer. When the police took Jennifer to the station, they noticed that her appearance did not match the accounts she gave of her captors, whom she described as a man and a woman in their 40s, torturing her in a blue van with her hands and feet tied inside. The FBI agents who came to speak with Jennifer quickly discovered inconsistencies in her story. And when they pointed these inconsistencies out to her, she admitted that no one had kidnapped her on April 26th. She told John that she was going for a run, but instead went to the station and boarded the bus that brought her to New Mexico. According to her, she did so because she could not stand the pressure and excitement of her upcoming wedding. News outlets found that she had a history of criminal behavior, including 3 separate charges of shoplifting. In 1996, she stole $37 worth of merchandise from Walmart in 1997. She was accused of stealing $1,740 worth of merchandise from a supermarket. She was 24 years old at the time. Jennifer repaid the damages and was placed on community service, and after completing that, the theft charges were dropped in 1998. She was caught stealing again, this time for $98 in damages. She was also accused of stealing from the homes of people who hired her as a nanny. She always managed to avoid imprisonment because the thefts were petty after her kidnapping story ended. All was well in some sense. Jennifer was found alive and unharmed. But on the other hand, the state of Georgia spent nearly $60,000 searching for her on April 30th. Jennifer returned to Duluth to shield herself from the attention of the people and reporters greeting her at the airport. She hid her head under a plaid. There was no more talk of the wedding, which was scheduled for that day, and it was postponed indefinitely. She left Georgia because of the pressure of the wedding. Officer Michael Medrano said the list of things she needed to get done, and no time to do it made her feel overwhelmed. It turns out that Miss Will Banks basically felt the pressure of this large wedding and could not handle it. Duluth Police Chief Randy Belcher added that John turned out to be an abandoned bridegroom who, contrary to rumors, suspicions, and baseless accusations, had nothing to do with his bride's disappearance. Jennifer was dubbed the runaway bride. She publicly apologized to her family, friends, and residents. According to John, the first thing he did when he saw Jennifer again was to give her the engagement ring she had left behind to show that he still wanted to marry her. Just because we haven't walked down the aisle, just because we haven't stood in front of the 500 people and said, "I do," my commitment before God to her was the day I bought that ring and put it on her finger. Mason said on Fox, and I'm not backing down from that now. On May 9, 2005, Jennifer went to a medical facility to address the physical and mental problems that she believed were instrumental in her escape. On May 25, 2005, she was charged with making false statements relating to her abduction. She faced up to 5 years in prison for this charge on June 2, 2005. As part of a plea bargain, Jennifer was found guilty of perjury and sentenced to 2 years of probation and 120 hours of community service. She was also ordered to pay just over $15,000 in restitution for expenses incurred by the city in her search. The story doesn't end there. However, in September 2006, Jennifer sued her now ex-fiancé John Mason. The couple had, by this time, broken off their engagement and separated. In the lawsuit, Jennifer claimed that while she was in treatment, she gave John power of attorney to act on her behalf. According to her, John sold the rights to their story for $500,000 to Reagan Media. He used the proceeds to buy a house that was registered in his name only. Now that they had broken up, John had kicked her out of the house. Jennifer demanded $250,000 in compensation for her share of the house and another $250,000 in damages. John Mason countersued, claiming emotional distress over being left at the altar and suspected involvement in Jennifer's disappearance. In December 2006, both parties dropped their lawsuits. Allegedly, a settlement was reached between them. Thanks to the attention of not only American but also various world media, Jennifer became popular for a while, and some companies wanted to make money from her fame. Hero Builders, a manufacturer of figurines, rushed to create a doll depicting Jennifer Wilbanks in a sports suit with Vegas Baby written on it. Included was a small towel that was placed over the doll's head to imitate the woman's appearance on television when she returned to Duluth. Will Banks has inspired a runaway bride action figure and a hot sauce called Jennifer's High Tail and Hot Sauce. A musical play based on the story of Jennifer Wilbanks opened on March 13, 2008, at the Red Clay Theater in Duluth, Georgia. A photo of Will Banks appears in the trailer for the 2008 movie Professional Poker the Grand as one of the many women Woody Harrelson, his character, has been married to in the past. John Mason, who had already spent a lot of money on a failed wedding where several hundred people had been invited, married another woman in 2008. In a quiet ceremony at his parents' home in Duluth, Jennifer married in 2010, but 11 years later, the marriage dissolved and she still lives in Georgia. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It's pretty exciting to tell your parents you've decided to have your own wedding. Tina Thomas was much more nervous than her fiancé, Gabe Watson. Tina was 26 years old at the time, exactly like her future husband. This was her third serious relationship and her second attempt at marriage. Her first attempt to start a family with her boyfriend, Scott McCulloch, failed. The relationship between the young people was fine, but only Tina's mother opposed the wedding. Scott disliked the fact that there were no specific claims. But like every mother, she wanted a better and happier life for her daughter, Tina, who was still very young at the time. As a result, the couple quickly split up, and the prospect of a shared future faded. The second attempt, with Stan Marks, also failed. Tina's parents had no involvement in this situation. The couple was unable to overcome the first 3-year crisis and separated with mutual consent. Tina finally meets Gabe Watson on Christmas Eve at a party with her friends. We can't say it was love at first sight. Instead, the relationship was based on mutual support following a recent breakup. Yes, this may not be the most exciting reason to begin a new relationship, but 2 years later he proposed marriage to Tina. Tina, having learned from bitter experience, said she agreed, but couldn't do it without parental permission. Gabe chose Valentine's Day in 2003 to make a beautiful and romantic appeal to his chosen one's parents, just like a true prince. However, Tina's father was away, so the dinner was rescheduled for the following day. On February 15, during the dinner, when Watson expressed his desire to live with Tina for the rest of his life, her father asked of him a seemingly simple question. "Is he in love with Tina?" Gabe stammered like a schoolboy and never responded. His father saw this reaction as a common embarrassment among strangers. He then asked his daughter the same question. Surprisingly, Tina did not directly answer this question, but she did begin her speech by expressing her fear of being alone at the age of 26. After giving it some thought, the father blessed the children. Planning a wedding takes a significant amount of time and effort. While Tina was thinking about her outfit, her guests, and the entire wedding, Gabe was only concerned with the honeymoon. He didn't care how his future wife chose to spend her vacation. He had already made every decision for her. His plan was to visit the Great Barrier Reef in the Pacific Ocean near Australia and dive there. First, look at the sunken ship, the Townsville Titanic, which sank in 1911. The problem was that, unlike Gabe, Tina was not into diving. Yes, he took her scuba diving in the pool, occasionally in calm water under the supervision of lifeguards, but nothing more. Gabe was an experienced scuba diver. He was completing a rescue diving course and had over 50 dives under his belt at the time. And they weren't in a pool. If you do not learn to dive by our honeymoon, I will warn you right away. You're staying at home, walking your dog, or pruning roses in the garden, Gabe said. You are not going anywhere with me. Tina had no choice. Gabe even took out a loan to buy her own equipment and cover her fiancé's tuition. Tina's first instructor was disappointed with her abilities and even warned Gabe that his fiancée lacked the necessary skills for open ocean swimming. A furious Gabe refused to listen to the diving instructor, accusing him of being the one who couldn't explain and refusing to continue with the class. The second instructor quickly gave Tina credit. Although she stated that Tina does everything she can to please her future husband, the young couple married on October 11. After 2 days, Tina and Gabe flew to Australia, spending $10,000 on a trip that provided funds for their wedding. It should be noted that Tina dedicated a portion of her honeymoon to her. They walked around Sydney and visited the Sydney Aquarium and Zoo. Tina was excited, but the closer they got to the Great Barrier Reef, the sadder she became on October's morning. When they first flew to Townsville, they boarded a boat to one of the most beautiful places on the planet, and every diver dreamed. After a while, dive company employees will tell you that the couple did not appear to be experienced divers. Even Gabe, who had completed courses and gained experience, struggled to understand the equipment as if he had never seen it before. Nonetheless, he assisted Tina in passing the pre-dive exam, despite the fact that such a test should be conducted separately. When the instructor offered Tina his assistance underwater, she refused. It was also mentioned in the conversation that there was a strong current that day and that this historical moment should not be overlooked or dismissed. As I previously stated, Gabe assisted his wife in organizing the equipment they had purchased in the United States before heading to retrieve the tanks they needed to rent. Gabe took an 11-liter tank for himself and gave his wife an 8.5-liter tank, which was extremely small for this location and potentially dangerous given Tina's lack of experience. It was not possible to descend to the Townsville Titanic for the first time. Tina requested additional cargo because she could not dive to depth. Gabe also initially refused to use the underwater computer, which calculates the necessary diving and ascent speeds and displays the amount of oxygen in the cylinders. After returning to the boat, the computer worked, so they tried again. Tina was the first to submerge Gabe, who was swimming behind her. according to the game statement. The wreck was 49 feet deep. At first, everything seemed fine. Tina came to a halt and began waving at me before signaling her desire to ascend. I realized right away that she was simply panicking. She used to do that. By this point, we had climbed halfway. So I decided to calm her down by staying with her at the same depth for a while without diving further, allowing her to psychologically adjust to the pressure. She continued to breathe deeply, which was dangerous, and I realized she was sinking. I tried to grab her belt to keep her down, but she swung her arms so hard that she knocked my mask off. Tina was already too far away from me by the time I finished putting the mask back on my face. For a while, I attempted to swim to her but was unsuccessful. Then I decided to return to the surface and ask for assistance from the lifeguards. Along the way, I met another swimmer with a narrow set, but he ignored my signals for assistance. Yes, there were 2 Asian men with them, but neither of them confirmed Gabe's statement about his request for assistance. Later, when the police took underwater computer readings, they confirmed that Gabe attempted to swim after his drowning wife for a short time before abandoning the effort. Although the ascent to the surface was not an emergency, Gabe followed the instructions and stopped at each required depth level. When questioned by police, Gabe stated that he could have saved his wife but chose not to. Furthermore, this tragic incident occurred at the start of their dive, so Gabe had enough oxygen in his tanks to swim to the bottom and return to the surface. The rescuers are on duty aboard the ship. When they realized what had happened, they immediately went in search of Tina, and they found her quickly, but it was too late. Tina was lying on her back, eyes open under her mask at 82 feet. Her body was immediately lifted onto the deck of the yacht. They gave her artificial respiration for approximately 40 minutes. But to no avail. Tina died, and despite all of this time, he did not approach his wife, but instead stood to the side and sniffed his nose, according to witnesses. The same company employees claimed that the young man on his way to the shore, who smiled and even played cards with other passengers, denied this in court. Tina's subsequent autopsy revealed that not everything was clear. Yes, there is no evidence of a violent death, but there are bruises on the neck. There are traces of blood in the nostrils, which is common at the 82-foot depth where Tina's body was discovered. There are no traces of alcohol in the blood, but there are high levels of medications like ibuprofen and paracetamol. Although these drugs are used to treat seasickness, a small amount of fluid was detected in the lungs. Tina died from drowning, according to the report, but she could have drowned while already oxygen deprived. Tina's equipment was examined by Australian water police, but no malfunctions were discovered. The police could have written it off as an accident. An inexperienced diver disregarded safety precautions and paid with his life. Unfortunately, this is a very common case, but there were some suspicious moments in the story, such as the rather ambiguous results of the autopsy. According to the diving team, the autopsy also revealed Watson's strange behavior, which does not fit into the conventional picture of a husband grieving for his wife who has just died. All of these factors contributed to the case's difficulty in closure. That's why the investigation took so long. Gabe realized detectives were searching for him. Furthermore, his parents refused to accept what had happened as a tragic accident, preferring to see their son-in-law in the dark, if not as their daughter's murderer, then as a man who had not helped her. During the first interrogation, the police noticed that the suspect was in shock, crying and laughing, twitching nervously, asking to call his father, who complained of ear pain, and begging him to inform his wife's parents about the tragedy. Gabe was released late at night. He went to the yacht owned by the company that sent them to the reef and requested a night's stay, claiming that the trip was supposed to last 2 days, but because his wife had died, they had only been there for 24 hours. He also requested a refund of half the cost of their dive. In fact, he never saw the sunken ship. Gabe's mother flies to Townsville on October 24 to support him and help him find a lawyer. They go to the morgue that same day, as requested by Gabe. Gabe wanted to see his wife one more time because the husband was still a suspect. The morgue employee contacted the detective in charge of the case who may have hidden some evidence. But the bereaved husband only cried, gripped his wife's cold hand, and begged her forgiveness. Unaware that a police officer was standing outside the door at the time, he recorded him on a tape recorder. "I did not mean to hurt you." Detective Lawrence later uses these words against Gabe in court. "Then visit the morgue. You said you didn't mean to hurt Tina. What do you mean by that?" Lawrence will ask the question. The story of Gabe's sore ear was told again as he traveled home with his wife's body. During a layover in Oakland, he requested medical attention on the airport grounds and was held there for evaluation. The investigation determined that this was done on purpose to avoid seeing Tina's father. However, divers will confirm that your problems are a fairly common ailment. Tina's funeral was held on November 5, and Gabe still had to meet with his late father. Gabe removed his wife's wedding ring, placing it on his ring finger instead of hers, as well as earrings, which he immediately handed over to his father-in-law. Watson and the Thomas family did not cross paths again that day. Later in the trial, Gabe would be asked, "Did you really remove your wife's jewelry during the funeral?" Gabe will just smile and shrug. "I doubt I could have done it later." Everyone had different perspectives on Gabe. Some described this chubby, funny man as a kind man, while others called him a tyrant and desperate man, but they all agreed on one thing. Gabe and Tina were not happy, or didn't appear to be. Tina's friends confirmed what she told her father during a family dinner on February 15. Tina died on the seabed because she was afraid of dying alone, and her union with Gabe was simply a means to that end. Also, the victim, who died shortly before their honeymoon, told a friend that her husband dragged her to an insurance company and forced her to insure his life at a higher interest rate in case of death, putting his name in the beneficiary column. The insurance agent checked the testimony and confirmed everything. The taxi driver who took the newlyweds to the yacht was also questioned. Tina cried the entire way, but her husband ignored her. Finally, Tina's friend Amanda Phillips shared another story, revealing what the couple's relationship was truly like. This damn jerk videotaped Tina urinating in the bathroom, edited it, and put it on a Christmas videotape. That would have been fine, but he showed it to a large group of people. He laughed like a horse as everyone twiddled their fingers around their temples, attempting to explain to him that it was a very low act. I was clutching crosses on my fingers, hoping Tina wouldn't get the idea to marry him. While removing jewelry during a funeral may appear to be a frightening and condemnatory act on Gabe's part during the trial in 2008, the jury was shown extremely disturbing footage of Watson visiting Tina's grave, removing all the flowers, and carrying them away. They were later discovered in a nearby trash can. Tina's father noticed the missing flowers and wanted to find out who had stolen them. He placed a hidden camera in the next row among the monuments. But he didn't expect to see Gabe on the tape, and I was outraged by such an act in court. Gabe's defense was that he and his wife had discussed the death of one of their own during an extreme honeymoon. Her request for no flowers on the grave sounded strange and unlikely. There's no telling how long the search for evidence would have lasted. If the cops had worn the same gear as the newlyweds and not attempted to stage the incident, Gabe claims Tina drowned while he was attempting to put a mask on her face. It turned out that you couldn't put on the mask underwater without using another source of air. Tina received oxygen in late November 2008. Gabe was arrested by Australian police, and his trial began on June 5, 2009, with him pleading guilty, but only to failing to save his wife. So he was charged with negligent homicide and sentenced to 18 months in prison. After serving his sentence, Gabe returned to the United States. However, a year later, the now US court charged him with first-degree murder, with the motive being to receive insurance payments following his wife's death. Gabe's lawyer attempted to defend his client by blaming the diving company, claiming that the employees of this company failed to ensure the safety of tourists and are now afraid of losing their license, and thus the entire business is attempting to shift the blame onto the unhappy husband, who has already served his sentence in another country. The insurance company paid Gabe $33,000, but he spent a lot more money on lawyers and additional expertise. Nonetheless, the prosecution continued to argue that the husband's spending was necessary because he could not assume he would not be believed. Furthermore, the prosecutor refused to accept Gabe's lack of ability to save his wife, despite having a degree in drowning rescue. When Gabe finished speaking, he addressed the jury. It has been 7 years since the tragedy, and I haven't stopped thinking about that terrible day. The public has pounced on me, blaming me for my wife's death and accusing me of murder. There was no one who looked me in the eyes and said, "Yes, I understand how bad you feel, but this is not your fault." On the contrary, everyone simply wants me dead. And now I can only understand my late wife's parents. They will never forgive me, no matter how much I kneel before them. And no matter how much I kneel before them, And no matter how much I beg their forgiveness, you frequently hear the phrase, "I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child." But I've never heard anyone say that they can't imagine what it's like to lose a wife, especially on their honeymoon. If I can be accused of anything, it's that I didn't do enough to save Tina. But I've already been punished for that. Perhaps you would have been satisfied if I had drowned with my wife 7 years ago, but I was afraid of death. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get from the bottom to the top. I only wanted to live, and I still want to live today. There was no evidence presented in court to prove Gabe was guilty. The jury found Gabe not guilty. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story takes place in the year 2020. Marilyn Levesque, 22, was found dead with multiple stab wounds. Her death sparked a massive public outcry, with many demanding that Canadian authorities explain how this could have occurred. Marilyn was born in 1997 to Corinne Levesque and Franz Goulet, who split up shortly after her birth. Her friends described her as kind, outgoing, and always friendly. Originally from Chicoutimi, Marilyn spent some of her childhood with her mother and some in foster homes. Chicoutimi is one of 3 municipalities that make up the Sanguine metropolitan area in Quebec, Canada. She left her hometown for Quebec at the age of 17 and returned after breaking up with her boyfriend. She began commuting between the 2 cities, working in the capital 2 or 3 days per week. Because she did not yet have a driver's license, she took the bus or used carpool services. By early 2020, she was living with her new boyfriend, Gabriel Trucon, in the Chicoutimi district, about 130 miles from Quebec, according to Gabriel. Marilyn aspired to a stable life and decided to pursue a career in architecture. However, on January 22, 2020, everything changed. It was Wednesday, and Marilyn was in Quebec. Her trip was work-related, so Gabriel stayed and she came to me. Gabriel became very concerned around 9 o'clock in the evening because he couldn't reach Marilyn. After several failed attempts to contact his girlfriend, Gabriel began texting Marilyn's co-workers, hoping that someone had seen her. But soon, Gabriel received a call from an unknown number. When he answered, the caller identified himself as a police officer and informed him that Marilyn had been discovered dead. Later, forensic experts determined that she died from multiple stab wounds, with over 50 on her body. To continue looking at Marilyn's story, we must go back 17 years. In 2003, Chantal Deschamps, a 32-year-old bartender at a hotel in Quebec, met Eustachio Galice, 36, who also worked at the hotel and was her boss in charge of the guests' meals. Eustachio and Chantal began a passionate love affair shortly after they met. Chantal was the mother of 2 daughters, ages 10 and 6, whose father she had not seen in years. Eustachio has been married to Joanne Lafrance since 1996. They had 3 children. The couple's relationship appears to have been strained. For example, Eustachio broke down walls in their home twice or 3 times in a fit of rage. He once attacked his wife while they were traveling through Ottawa, was arrested, and served 7 days in jail. Despite the incidents described and other instances of verbal abuse, Joanne Lafrance stated that she was not afraid of her husband and regarded him as a good father to their 3 children. Although he did not always spend time with his family due to his demanding job, when Eustachio and Chantal's romance began, he left his wife Joanne and their 3 children to live with his new sweetheart. Chantal and Eustachio married, formalizing their rapidly developing relationship. Everything seemed to be going well for the couple at first, as is common. Eustachio got along well with Chantal's children, and they spent weekends together at the movies, the ice rink, and other entertainment venues. However, the relationship rapidly deteriorated. At the same time, Galice worked more than 60 hours per week. He informed his supervisors that he would resign on December 31, 2004, because he could no longer bear the pressures of his job as the hotel's food and beverage manager. He did not, however, discuss his personal difficulties with his employer. In recent months, Eustacio Galiz and Chantal Dechan's relationship has become increasingly complicated and tumultuous. Some witnesses described the man as being extremely jealous, while others claimed that both Eustacio and Chantal were possessive and frequently argued about it. According to the couple's friends, Eustacio Galiz would raise his voice but not physically abuse Chantal Dechan, despite the fact that she would insult or slap him. The tension in the relationship peaked on October 21, 2004. Eustacio and Chantal returned home that morning after working the hotel's night shift. Chantal's 2 daughters were still sleeping. They spent their evening with Joni Hyun, their babysitter, who had stayed over at their house because their mother worked the night shift, interrupted the couple's conversation. Joni learned about their argument that night. The babysitter left the house around 7:15 a.m., and the kids were supposed to be at school around 8 a.m. Before leaving for school, the girls entered to greet their mother, who was in the bedroom with Eustacio. This was the last time they saw their mother alive. Eustacio Galiz arrived at his ex-wife Joanna Lafront's home at 1:29 p.m. to drop off all of his cash savings. At this point, he called the cops and admitted to killing his wife, Chantal. At 1:39 p.m., the police arrived at Joanne Lafront's house, where Galiz repeated his confession and surrendered without resistance. He then insisted that the police come to the school as soon as possible. Before Chantal, his 2 daughters returned home and discovered their mother's body. At the same time, police went to Chantal Dechan's house, where they discovered her bloody body on the bed in her bedroom. Next to the body, the police discovered 2 blood-stained knives and a hammer with a broken handle. An autopsy revealed that the woman died from multiple hammerhead injuries and stab wounds. The hammer blows were so severe that the handle broke. During his trial in 2006, a jury convicted Eustacio Galiz of second-degree murder. He admitted that his motive for committing the crime was Chantal's decision to leave him. Galiz was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 15 years. In 1997, he served 7 days in jail for assaulting his first wife, Joanne Lafront. In 2004, he killed his second wife, Chantal Dechan. It can be concluded that Galiz abused women. Despite this, 15 years later, in March 2019, the parole board determined that Galiz's risk of reoffending was low enough to release him. As part of his parole strategy, Galiz was allowed to date women to satisfy his sexual desires. The parole officer devised a strategy to determine the amount of contact Galiz could have with women. He was allowed to visit an erotic massage parlor once a month to satisfy his sexual needs, but he was forbidden from having romantic relationships. He was also required to keep a curfew from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. unless he was attending an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. However, his control was so weak that he went to the massage parlor several times a week rather than once a month. Remember, he was released in March 2019. Galiz, 51, met Marilyn Levesque, 22, an employee at an erotic massage parlor, in June. Marilyn's relatives were mostly aware that she made a living by providing intimate services for money, but she told them little about it, and when she did, she usually made fun of it or mentioned it casually. Her close friends described her as a sensitive young woman. She also became extremely rigid in her work. Part of her wanted to change her life and leave the job that her relatives believed in, but it's difficult to return to the minimum wage. When you're used to earning the equivalent of 2 weeks' wages in 2 hours, how did she end up prostitution? The situation is unclear. But one thing is certain: Marilyn experienced a difficult childhood. She was frequently placed in foster homes. Marilyn's boyfriend and close friends knew where she worked and what she was paid for. According to her friends, she was neither proud nor ashamed of her job. And we always talked about it openly. Marilyn's boyfriend didn't mind that she earned money this way because she worked in Quebec, 100 miles away from their home. Galiz, who had almost no one to supervise him, began going to the massage parlor several times per week. The man gave the parole board the impression that he had been reformed, but his nature had not changed. On several occasions, he used violence against female employees, and as a result, he was barred from visiting the massage parlor. None of the employees knew Galiz was a criminal, let alone that he had been imprisoned for the murder of his wife in late summer 2019, when it was discovered that Galiz had assaulted several women at a massage parlor. The parole board prohibited him from visiting erotic massage parlors under threat of imprisonment, but by this point they'd fallen in love with Marilyn and devised a workaround. He offered the girl $1,300 for a meeting in a hotel room, which she accepted. It was their first meeting outside of the massage parlor, and everything went well. Galiz was so sympathetic to Marilyn that he began to share his emotional feelings with her. He told her how much he missed his wife and had mourned her for 15 years, but he didn't say he had killed her. Shortly after, Eustacio Galiz began to suspect that the young woman was drifting away from him and that their relationship was deteriorating. He began to feel rejected, which caused him anxiety and jealousy. The man scheduled another hotel appointment for January 22, 2020. Marilyn told her boyfriend that she avoids hotel meetings and prefers massage parlors, which have guards to protect the workers and kick clients out if there is a problem. However, the $2,000 offered to Galiz this time compelled her to accept another meeting at the hotel at 5 p.m. Galiz and Marilyn were spotted in the hotel's restaurant, which is located in southwest Quebec. After dinner, around 8:30 p.m., the couple went to their room, and at 11:35 p.m., Galiz arrived at the police station and confessed to the murder, as he had in 2004. The police went straight to the hotel, hoping that Marilyn was still alive. Unfortunately, she had already died. During the autopsy, 57 stab wounds were discovered on her body. Galiz was found to have spent about 2 hours at the bar before surrendering to police, as well as disposing of the murder weapon and Marilyn's cell phone. What happened was terrible in and of itself, but in this case, the perpetrator's identity and past in the context of his new atrocity sparked widespread outrage and demanded answers from authorities. Secretary of Public Safety Bill Blair expressed his condolences to Marilyn's family, saying her death could have been avoided. Sonia Lebel, Quebec's justice minister, wanted to know how a violent criminal like Galiz was granted parole. She also questioned whether the officers who worked with Galiz had adequate training to assess public safety risks and called on Federal Public Safety Minister Bill Blair to investigate the situation. Another commission was formed to investigate the parole board's actions, which revealed flaws in the first board's work case management and supervision of the offender. The head of Canada's Correctional Service described Marilyn's death as a terrible tragedy that should never have occurred. He also promised that the Correctional Service of Canada, along with the parole board, would take significant steps to avoid similar incidents in the future. Despite the high-profile statements, no one was severely punished, as is typical in such cases. Some parole board employees have been transferred to new positions, while others have been sent for refresher courses. There is no way to bring the young woman back, and her death is hoped to serve as a wake-up call for those who make decisions with serious consequences. The government paid compensation for Marilyn's death after the authorities and her family reached an agreement. The agreement prevented Marilyn's relatives from filing a lawsuit, but the amount of compensation was not disclosed due to confidentiality agreements. It should be noted that some have condemned the victim because of her professional activities. Galiz was initially charged with second-degree murder, but after it was discovered that he had planned the crime and purchased the knife in advance, he was charged with first-degree murder. Galiz pleaded guilty, admitting that he planned the murder in advance. During his trial in February 2020, the prosecutor told the court that the police had feelings for Marilyn and became jealous and angry when they realized he was only a means for her to earn money. Jealousy was discovered to be the primary motive for the murder. On February 27, 2020, 51-year-old Eustacio Galiz was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. This time, he will be able to apply for parole after 25 years, rather than 15 years after his wife's murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the night of December 1st, 2010, Staff Sergeant Nathan Payette was rushing. He arrived late for duty at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. By a strange coincidence, his alarm clock, which never failed to sound, did not ring today. Nathan awoke at 11 p.m. He woke up his wife, Michelle. He showered and said his goodbyes to his family. Then he went outside to the garage. He was just about to put on his uniform and start the car. Suddenly, loud shots rang out from behind. Mr. Payette's children and wife rushed to the noise on the doorstep, where Nathan was bleeding and staggering from side to side. It was clear he was about to fall. Michelle was terrified and rushed to pick up her husband, but not on time. Around 11:30 p.m., the father of the family collapsed on the floor. 911 received a call. "My husband has been shot. He is bleeding. Help him, Mrs. Payette," screamed into the telephone. The dispatcher immediately taught the woman how to administer first aid. Michelle attempted to administer artificial respiration to her spouse. However, it did not provide relief. After rescuers arrived, he was transported to the nearest hospital. The doctors did everything possible to save the patient. Despite this, the young man could not be brought back to life. Nathan Payette, 28, died as the result of a neck wound. Mrs. Payette was informed about her husband's death. Her life was divided between before and after an exemplary family man, a valiant serviceman, was murdered on the front steps of his own Las Vegas home. His death sparked a public outcry. Relatives, acquaintances, and concerned citizens awaited explanations from the police, who could decide such lawlessness. Motives drove the criminal, who was eventually brought to justice. We will try to analyze these and other questions with you. Nathan Joseph Villa Gomez Payette was born on February 12, 1982, in the village of Tamuning, Guam. The island's territory does not belong to the United States of America, but it is a possession of the United States. At the same time, the United States sets foreign policy and does not interfere in domestic affairs. Guam is a small island in the Pacific Ocean known for its natural beauty and historical significance. This area is particularly popular with tourists. Nathan was not only born in a beautiful region, but he was also fortunate to have a large and loving family. He had 3 brothers named Matthew, Anthony, Eric, and Carmela. The children were very friendly and assisted their parents with everything. Nathan, unlike the others, never caused trouble. He was a caring child at home and a conscientious student in school. The boy was very sociable, so he quickly made friends. He was the company's soul. His name was frequently mentioned in rumors. Perhaps no one refused to communicate with him, recalled his brother Eric. Nathan grew up near the ocean and enjoyed swimming since he was a child. Later, he started surfing. He spent all of his free time at the beach, enjoying the sun and life. Nathan met his future wife while studying at South High School. Michelle Antoinette said the educational institution was in the neighboring town of Santa Rita. Chuck was drawn to him at first sight. Young people started to spend time together. Their affection for one another grew stronger with each passing day. They never separated. They studied at school, prepared for classes, and assisted with household chores. Tender love replaced strong teenage friendships. Michelle's family experienced terrible grief when she was 16 years old. Her mother died. As a result, the girl spent all of her free time assisting her sister Melissa, the eldest member of Chuck's family, in her role as mother and mistress of the household. Nathan encouraged her in everything she did and helped to care for the younger children. In 2000, after graduation, Nathan decided to propose to Michelle, who gladly accepted. Their families did not have the opportunity to celebrate a wedding. As a result, the couple, with their parents' approval, decided to move in together to earn a living. The guy got a job as a receptionist at a nearby hotel. He didn't make a lot of money, but it was enough. Nathan and Michelle, like most young people, were ambitious. They planned for their own home and independence. Soon after their son Dion was born into the pilot family, their income was insufficient to cover the necessary expenses. As a result, the man considered a job that would allow him and his family to live comfortably. This desire drove Nathan to join the Air Force. Nathan was stationed at Elmendorf Air Base in Anchorage, Alaska, following graduation. Michelle was left alone with the baby, but the family was financially secure. Furthermore, the young people's dream became a reality after some time. They built their own home. It produced a second child, a daughter named Nyara. The family patriarch was a successful military officer. This fueled his desire to obtain everything that he and his wife had previously been denied. Michelle and Nathan married 6 years after they first became engaged. My mother was overjoyed that her youngest son was the first to go out and accomplish something Eric mentioned. In 2006, Nathan was assigned to the Davis-Monthan military base in Arizona. He was promoted to weapons loading team leader for an SX Squadron's A-10 Thunderbolt attack aircraft. He was also trained in logistics, training, and material management. Nathan clearly enjoyed and worked hard at his job. Most importantly, he acted with the best of intentions. He was a son of his country. One of his co-workers described him. In 2007, Nathan and his family relocated to Nellis Air Base. The new job was located near Las Vegas, Nevada. The young man was assigned as an assistant junior officer in charge of the supply section responsible for combat aircraft maintenance. The protagonist's family expanded alongside his professional development. The Payets soon had 2 more sons, Droston and David. Michelle fell in love with Las Vegas and believed it was the best place to live. So, Nathan decided to make her happy by selecting the most appropriate house for a large family, one that was both spacious and bright. Furthermore, the future family home was 30 to 40 minutes away from the military base. Nathan used his savings to cover the down payment. The only thing left to do was carefully divide the family's income and expenses. Perhaps he could save some money for now, at least until Mr. Payet's next prospects. She talked about organizing her daily life in the new house. However, the couple's demands gradually increased. The family spent more than Nathan earned, and the joy of purchasing a new home began to fade. It is well known that financial difficulties have ruined the relationships of numerous couples. Nathan and Michelle were no exception to this rule. The man recognized that the deplorable situation needed to be addressed. So, in mid-2009, when the United States was at war with Iraq, Nathan enlisted as a volunteer. His departure took 6 months. During this time, the family's situation improved dramatically, which Nathan couldn't help but appreciate. Sergeant P.I. made the decision to return to Iraq after a brief rest at home. Michelle was overcome with anxiety as Nathan put his life at risk. She had intrusive thoughts, and the prospect of being alone with 4 children scared her. She was accustomed to a certain level of living and found it difficult to imagine otherwise. Mrs. Payet took up a job to distract herself from her worries. The new hire joined a corporate credit card telemarketing firm. Employment added variety and new acquaintances to the woman's daily routine. Michelle wanted to have her own safety cushion. She has not ruled out starting her own business in the future. So she actively pursued self-development and enrolled in the School of Aesthetics. Everything went as usual while Nathan was at home. When he left, Michelle became bored. The birth of the children. The couple's relationship cooled as a result of her husband's service and their constant travel. Nathan was away for extended periods of time, and Michelle craved love and desire. So she took a lover. It was her colleague, Michael Rudolph Rodriguez, a 31-year-old handsome man and local womanizer. Additionally, the man was devious and dishonest. He spent 2007 in prison for forgery and attempted theft. Michelle was unable to resist Sweet Rudy. They jokingly called Michael that behind his back. By the end of 2009, Nathan had returned home. The distance and ordeal seemed to benefit the family relationship, but this was not the case. The wife was playing a doubles match. She didn't want to lose her husband, who was having an affair on the side. As a result, she went to great lengths to please him. Nathan was fascinated by the changes that had occurred in her appearance and personality. The children had been raised without a father for a long time, which had a negative impact on their academic performance. He decided not to leave his family for an extended period of time. It never occurred to him that Michelle's dramatic changes could be linked to treason. Nathan was incredibly pure and faithful. To get double pay, he began working night shifts. In addition, Nathan began private teaching and created training for simplified baseball for young children. Michelle's pretense didn't last very long. When the usual standard of living began to fall, the spouse's attitude shifted to the opposite. The couple's relationship problems eventually escalated. Brother Eric and his wife Veronica paid the young family a visit during Thanksgiving 2010. For the first time, the guests strained relations between the Payets. They had changed beyond recognition. Michelle and Nathan's former feelings appeared to have vanished entirely. Outsiders could see the couple's personal and financial problems, as well as an almost empty pantry and refrigerator. 1 week later, At 11:12 p.m. on December 1st, 2010, Mrs. Pay and Mr. Rodriguez exchanged an unusual message. Michelle got a text message from Michael. "I hope you're feeling better." The man wrote, "The Van Dyke's contract for tomorrow is almost final." 2 minutes later, he sent another message. "If you're not feeling well, please let me know. I will give you a few days to rest. Remember, I appreciate your assistance." At 11:19 p.m., Michelle responded, "My husband just woke me up. He is currently attempting to leave the house, but I believe he will be late today. I apologize the contract is causing you so much trouble." Several months before the tragedy, Michelle did not want to be with Nathan. She wasn't going to leave him because she realized breaking up would only result in headaches and empty pockets. "I do not believe he will forgive and support me after the divorce." Michelle thought the alimony would be insufficient for a normal life. Furthermore, Mrs. Pay was aware of her husband's military insurance. If he died, the wife would be entitled to approximately $65,000 in payments. These sinful thoughts did not calm the sick woman's mind. She eventually shared them with Michael. He was surprisingly intrigued. Nathan's former lover's terrible idea evolved into a cunning plan. Rodriguez understood that Michelle and he couldn't do it alone. It was overly complicated, so he enlisted his friend, Corey Alexis Hawkins, in the criminal enterprise. The 33-year-old mercenary had approximately 9 convictions, each of which involved theft or fraud. Corey, a hardened criminal, agreed to help in exchange for a large reward. He estimated his participation at $20,000. Michelle and Michael reached an agreement after careful consideration. A few minutes later, 2 more people joined their group. Korea's girlfriend Jessica Austin and her friend Shannon are both 23 years old. By the way, Jessica's friend was not very bright. She made a living by starring in adult films. Shannon was offered 5% of Korean Jessica's royalties in exchange for her assistance, and the generous payment turned the woman's head. The original plan was to shoot Nathan in his Chevrolet Tahoe. Following that, the criminals planned to drive the car containing the man's body and abandon it in the parking lot of one of the apartment buildings. Jessica had to purchase the necessary items for the crime men's gloves, a car cover, and fragrance. Shannon's job entailed confirming that Michael was with her on the day of the murder. Michelle felt ill on December 1st, 2010, so she deviated from her usual schedule and returned home around 5:30 p.m. Michelle did not usually arrive this early. Her beauty school classes were ending late, around 10:40 p.m. Mrs. Pious Foot crossed the threshold of the house only 5 minutes before Nathan left for work. Michelle noticed her husband sleeping on the sofa that day. She awoke him and suggested they go upstairs to lie together. He did not object. That was the couple's last night together. Nathan, who was late for work, went downstairs. Michelle was corresponding with Michael right then. In order to avoid suspicion, the accomplices communicated using code words. The instigator and his accomplice were sitting in a black Cadillac SRX, parked just ahead of the future victim's house. The perpetrators wore latex gloves to avoid leaving any evidence. Michael realized that the sergeant's military training could work to his advantage, so he decided to surprise him and approach him from behind. Michael drew his pistol and shot Nathan 5 times in the rear. Michael quickly exited the garage, got into his car, and drove away. The perpetrators then fled to a previously designated location. They burned the clothes in the fireplace and disposed of the remaining evidence. After that, Michael and Shannon went to their hotel. In this way, the couple intended to create an alibi. In the meantime, Jessica worked on a thorough cleaning of the apartment where they were staying with the emergency services. Police officers arrived on the scene. They were stunned by what had occurred. The Payette family lived in an exemplary neighborhood. Detective Todd Williams first decided to investigate the shooting scene. The garage door was unlocked, and there was a strong odor of iron in the room. The walls of the car were smeared with blood, and traces of it could be seen on the floor next to Nathan's uniform, where his keys and wallet were. Because the valuables remained untouched, a robbery murder was ruled out. After examining the scene, Detective Lori Anderson decided to speak with the victim's wife. Michelle described what had happened. For some reason, she mentioned that the family was struggling financially. This gave the cops some ideas. Nathan may have been hiding something from his wife, such as gambling debts or an extramarital affair. At the very least, this would have resolved the attack. Furthermore, All evidence pointed to Nathan being deliberately set up. The police examined the victim's cell phone. It only included pictures of his wife and children. This convinced the officers that Mr. Payet was a decent person. The investigation continued. The next step in the search for the perpetrator was to canvass the area. Statistically speaking, there is always someone who witnessed or heard something. This was the case for Nathan. Some neighbors said they saw a car parked near the Payet house. The car was driven by a man in a brown sweatshirt. After the shots were fired, the vehicle immediately drove away. The detectives had finally found a lead. Nathan's family was shocked to learn what had occurred. His family was aboard the first flight out of Guam. They were waiting for responses. His mother, Carmelita Pay, cried the entire way. The woman could not believe her son had died so young. When the relatives arrived at the victim's home, Michelle threw herself into her mother-in-law's arms and passed out. Nathan's mother noticed something unusual in her daughter-in-law's reaction. For some reason, the fainting appeared fake. The investigators decided to speak with Mrs. Payet again. They questioned her about the car that the witnesses had seen unexpectedly. She mentioned that her colleague, Michael Rodriguez, owned a similar vehicle. It's unclear why Michelle gave out this information. However, thanks to her, the puzzle started to take shape. Police later determined that Michelle had simply told the truth, or that the perpetrator's plan was flawed. Detectives investigated Michael's identity, and his criminal record raised suspicions. He was brought in for questioning, and he responded calmly. Mr. Rodriguez stated that on the day of Nathan's murder, around 9 p.m., he went shopping at the supermarket and met an interesting girl named Shannon. They had a long conversation based on his words, and then decided to continue their acquaintance in the hotel room. She confirmed the romantic encounter. However, the detective detected something to investigate, so the next step was to examine the information in the missing pilots. Phone specialists were able to recover Michelle's year-long correspondence with Michael. Their communication was interesting. On the day Nathan was murdered, the couple discussed a contract with a specific Van Dyke. The conversation was more akin to encryption than a business transaction. It was likely how the two men planned the crime. Investigators were almost certain that both were involved, but not enough evidence had been gathered, so they decided to let Michael go until the facts of the case were clear. After inspecting Michelle's cell phone, the detectives summoned her for questioning. She was clearly agitated and appeared to be hiding something. Michelle realized the officers knew more than she cared to know, so she informed them of her affair with Michael. She later admitted that a few months before her husband's death, she and her lover had planned to kill Nathan. The woman explained that she planned the action in order to collect insurance payments. Mrs. Payet justified herself, telling herself that she had repented and changed her mind. She seemed to have changed her mind during the crime's planning stage. She felt sorry for her husband and attempted to disrupt the plan. She turned off her husband's alarm clock. Michelle was counting on her accomplices to not wait for Nathan because they were missing him. However, the investigators did not believe in the woman's remorse. Her correspondence clearly demonstrated otherwise. She also sent Michael a cute smiley face immediately after learning of her husband's death. Shannon eventually came to the police station and confessed. The woman must have realized her situation. However, her role in the case was clearly exaggerated. She explained that Michael had forced her to give an alibi. Jessica asked for my assistance. Her friends wanted to teach a big lesson to the drug dealer. My sole responsibility was to conceal the involvement of one of the attackers. I thought it would be a way to get justice, she said. She went on to say that on the night of the attack, Michael told the entire truth. Shannon assured the police officers. When I realized I was being used, I immediately went to the police. In addition, I feared for my life. There's no telling what they would have done to me. The woman's statements were confirmed by the hotel's CCTV footage. It became clear that Michael and Shannon arrived at the hotel at 11:40 p.m. rather than 11 p.m., as Michael claimed. Her testimony led detectives to Jessica Quarry, who had previously denied any involvement in the case. He was aware of the consequences of pleading guilty as a repeat offender. Jessica did, however, reveal her role in the sinister plan. To honor the young sergeant's memory, Nathan's family and friends gathered on December 7, 2010. Michelle decided not to attend the ceremony in the chapel at the Nellis base because she was clearly not in the mood. Many comrades recalled the man's stamina and military prowess. The squadron commander spoke about his accomplishments for his country and family. Everyone regarded Nathan as a dependable comrade in arms. At the same time, they noticed his modesty and dignity. In his speech, Eric Pate mentioned how my brother has always served as an example for me and the rest of my family. He genuinely enjoyed life and was deeply committed to his wife and children. Nathan did everything for his homeland, love, and friends. On December 9th, the slain man's remains were transported to Guam. On December 15th, a requiem mass was held at St. Francis Church in Tamuning. The sergeant received military honors at Guam's PD City Cemetery. His funeral was spectacular. The cortege consisted of 36 motorcycles. Upon arrival at the burial site, 6 officers carried a casket draped in a U.S. flag. Then, 21 shots shook the sky. Nathan Pate received a hero's farewell. Michael Rodriguez, Corey Hawkins, and Jessica Austin were arrested without bail on December. Hawkins, 2010. The next day, Michelle 8 faced the same fate, and the police were concerned about the accused's mental state. She was put under surveillance to keep her from committing suicide on January 2014. The 4 accomplices appeared in Clark County District Court. They were charged with conspiracy to commit murder, armed robbery, and murder with a firearm. Michael and Corey were also charged with possession of a firearm. The trials lasted 3 years, and some of the defendants denied involvement. With a strong defense team, the defendants filed multiple motions. Their goal was to exclude specific evidence and proofs from the case. However, the court rejected all of the applications. They only delayed the inevitable punishment by moving the sessions from one day to the next. Nathan Pate's murder trial took place on September 21, 2015. Michael Rudolph Rodriguez was the first to stand trial in an attempt to avoid the death penalty. He pleaded guilty. Michael's appeal of his sentence was denied. The defendant showed no emotion as the sentence was announced. Apparently, he had no regrets about his crime. Michelle Pate's trial took place in a Las Vegas courtroom a month later, and the woman insisted that she had changed her mind about killing her husband. When the judge allowed Michelle to speak briefly in her defense, she addressed the murdered man's parents. With tears in her eyes, she apologized to them. "I adored Nathan and our children. I was confused and made a big mistake," Michelle said, "and I fainted again." The prosecutor stated that she did not believe the defendant intended to thwart the conspiracy. There was plenty of evidence to the contrary. No one could fathom how a woman, a mother of 4, could become so cold-blooded. The judge agreed with the prosecution. Michelle was clearly involved in the crime, at least more than she admitted in court. Michelle eventually pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder and first-degree murder with a firearm. This helped her avoid the death penalty. The Pirate family also asked the court not to impose the death penalty on their former relative. At the end of the hearing, the judge described Michelle's crime as incomprehensible and unfathomable. Corey Alexis Hawkins, a third defendant, took the stand in October 2015. In addition, to avoid the death penalty, the man agreed to a plea bargain. Corey was sentenced to life in prison. His attorney's request for parole was denied by the judge because the defendant helped plan the crime and was present at the time of the shooting. Jessica Austin also entered a plea agreement with prosecutors. She was eventually charged with conspiracy to commit murder. When Michelle was sentenced in March 2016, she again cited her unstable emotional state as the driving force behind the crime. She begged Nathan's family to ever forgive her. Carmelita Pate was a deeply religious individual. She could see that her former daughter-in-law was sorry for what she had done and was truly tormented by it. Her soul required forgiveness. As a result, Nathan's mother forgave Michelle in court. She went on to say that Michelle had already received the most serious punishment of her life. "Your children do not want to see you anymore." Carmelita explained that they are afraid you will treat them the same way you treated their father. Eric Pate informed her that I believe Michelle was shaken by her mother-in-law's words. Her family will carry on without her, and the children will grow up knowing their mother was a murderer. Eric's wife, Veronica, also requested to speak out. She told Michelle that she despised her, and she went on to say that the relative dishonors the family name she carries in pursuit of greed and the love of a man she has never met. She became the murderer of the man she once loved deeply, with whom she shared a bed and planned a future. Could Michelle have imagined how her unbridled ambition would play out? Hardly. This group of people is constantly on the lookout for happiness while failing to appreciate what they already have. Nathan, unlike her, had spent his entire life giving of himself. He was frequently sleep-deprived and jeopardized his health and life. Because of this, the man fulfilled his beloved's dreams but never received her recognition. The Payet children will suffer lifelong trauma. They will struggle to form strong families and socialize because their parents' painful experiences will be in front of them for the rest of their lives. There was only one positive aspect of this story. The 4 criminals will remain where they belong. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. According to official statistics, over 10 million people go missing each year around the world. Approximately a third of them were discovered alive and unharmed. Almost half of them are discovered dead after a while due to accidents, and approximately 2 million people disappear without a trace each year. Even after years, the latter is rarely found alive or dead. Agnes Klavina's story received a lot of attention in the fall of 2014. When a young and very attractive woman who was having fun in a club with friends vanished into thin air, everyone who could have been involved appeared to avoid any responsibility. However, in 2023, 9 years after the tragedy, the case took an entirely unexpected turn. But let's get to the bottom of things. Who is Agnes Klavina? Our heroine was born on July 8, 1984, in the Latvian capital, Riga. She grew up in a normal family and is the youngest of her parents' 2 daughters. Greta, Agnes's own sister, was only a few years older than her, so the girls were always friendly and nearly inseparable. The parents worked hard to ensure that their daughters received a good education and had the opportunity to pursue their dreams. Agnes grew up to be a friendly, cheerful, and physically active young lady. She excelled in school, participated in sports, and had a large social circle. She aspired to combine her profession with tourism or entertainment because she enjoyed traveling and knew how to plan the perfect leisure time. Furthermore, Agnes had a bright appearance and a stunning figure, which drew men's attention and compliments. From a young age, the girl has had a large number of admirers who constantly draw her attention. Agnes worked in the service industry for a while after graduating from school, while also taking language classes and studying to be a tourism manager. At the age of 20, she decided to relocate from her native Latvia to the foggy Albion and settle in London. She believed that here she would have more opportunities to realize her full potential and talents. Her parents and older sister sincerely supported her decision. Soon after the move, the beautiful blonde met a young man named Michael Mills. He was 8 years older than Agnes's, had a good education, ran his own thriving business, opened a small movie theater and entertainment complex, and was widely regarded as a successful man. He and Agnes quickly discovered a common language and began dating. Michael wooed Agnes beautifully and presented her with expensive gifts. They traveled together and made long-term plans for the future. The couple was genuinely in love and happy. It appeared that they would live a long and prosperous life. Agnes's closest friends recall that this was her first true love. She seemed to glow in the presence of her chosen one, and she hoped to become his lawful wife soon. In 2014, Klavina was offered a 3-month contract as an administrator at one of Marbella's largest and most popular nightclubs. Naturally, this job entailed a temporary relocation to another country, but the ambitious and purposeful young woman refused to pass up this opportunity. Michael couldn't give up everything and traveled to Spain with his beloved because of his job, but he wasn't opposed to her signing the contract. For Agnes, it was an excellent opportunity to try herself in a new field of activity, gain valuable experience, and possibly advance and develop in this direction. It should be noted that Marbella is one of the most well-known and attractive resorts on the Mediterranean coast. Here come vacationers from all over the world, mostly wealthy people looking to have fun and spend money. Here, you can frequently meet show business stars, as well as famous athletes and businessmen. Klavina, who has always been sociable, enjoyed working in such an environment before moving. She visited her family in Latvia and informed them that she had signed a 3-month employment contract. She also announced another piece of good news. After returning to England, she and Michael intended to marry. Dad, mother, and sister were genuinely happy for Agnes and wished her luck. Agnesy arrived in sunny Spain in late May 2014, having packed only the necessities for one season. Her lover remained in London, but they spoke on the phone and via video link every day, telling each other about everything that was going on in their lives. Klavina actively maintained her pages on various popular social media platforms, where she shared daily photos, short videos, and stories. She had a large number of followers who closely followed her activities and work. Agnesy clearly led an interesting, busy, and enjoyable life. After her employment contract expired, Agnes decided to stay in Spain for a few more months. It was the beginning of the velvet season at the resort, and this was a good time to make money. She consulted with her boyfriend, who supported her and promised to pay her a visit for a few days because they hadn't seen each other in a long time and missed each other a lot. Agnesy almost immediately secured a position as a hostess at a high-end restaurant and renewed her lease. Michael paid her a visit in September, as one would expect. They were having fun planning their upcoming wedding and deciding where to go on honeymoon. Less than a week later, the young man returned to London, and Agnes had another month of work in Spain before flying to England to see her lover and visit her relatives in Latvia. Unfortunately, these plans did not come to fruition. On September 6, Agnesy and her friends visited one of the region's popular nightclubs, the Costa del Sol. She had called her fiancé a few hours before, and he was aware of her plans and did not object to Agnes having fun with her friends. The young people had a good time together and took pictures, which Agnesy posted on her online profile that night. According to those who saw her that fateful night, the bright blonde was dressed in a stunning short dress and carrying a small white clutch handbag. When the friends were about to leave in the morning, Agnesy mentioned that she would stay a little longer and then take a cab. She was always serious and responsible, and Agnes hadn't drank much, so her companions had no reason to be concerned. When the friends said goodbye and left, Klavina was talking to a man who had bought her a cocktail and was clearly trying to win Agnes's favor. After that night, Klavina was never seen again, alive or dead. It appeared that she had simply vanished into the crowded nightclub. No one could remember when or with whom the blonde left the establishment or where she went afterwards. Agnes did not show up for work the next day, and when we attempted to contact her, we discovered that her phone had been turned off. Colleagues and friends were the first to alert authorities, but the police were slow to respond to their missing persons report. In the evening, a concerned Michael called his mother, Agnesy, and explained that he had been unable to contact his fiancée all day, which had never occurred before. The next day, Agnesy, his parents, and his fiancée attempted to contact the Spanish police to report his disappearance. They were told, however, that the relatives must file such a report in person. Otherwise, it will not be considered. Following these words, Michael and Kevin's family boarded the next flight to Marbella. Finally, the family filed a missing persons report only 5 days after Agnes vanished without a trace. The first thing checked was Agnes's rented apartment, but it appeared that the owner had left for a while and would return soon. Documents, money, and a few expensive pieces of jewelry were in their proper places. The refrigerator was stocked with prepared food, and on the bed were several outfits from which Agnesy had chosen to wear to the club on her final night. Klavina had clearly not been in her apartment since the day she went out with her friends. Her phone was turned off. She had stopped posting on social media, and she had not responded to any messages. The police only began investigating the disappearance at that point, but valuable time had already been lost. Agnes's friends and family began to distribute flyers throughout the city featuring her photo and requests for assistance in the search. The story was also covered by the media and aired on television news shows. Agnes's pictures appeared on the front pages of local newspapers. The police discovered the first leads and clues after reviewing footage from CCTV cameras located both inside and outside the entertainment venue. However, there were some issues with this because all of the files had already been erased by that point, and the police had to seek assistance from specialists to restore them, but their efforts were not in vain. And one of the recordings made by a camera located at the exit to the parking lot shows Agnesy leaving the club with a man around 6 o'clock in the morning, indicating that she does not have free will. This final footage, which showed Klavina alive, was to be studied in depth, but the closer the experts looked, the more frightening they appeared. Agnesy was being led by a man of large stature, and it was clear that she was walking with him under duress because he was holding her tightly around the waist. Agnes appeared terrified, attempted to flee several times, and said something emotional, but her companion persisted in leading her to the parking lot, where he literally forced her into his tinted window Mercedes A63. When the big man pushed her into the cabin, another man was already inside. While the first man approached the driver's seat, Agnes managed to open the car door and attempted to get out and escape. But at that moment, the doorman standing next to her approached, and the driver gestured and said something. The doorman pushed Agnes back into the car, and the driver handed him something, presumably a cash reward for his help. Agnes's phone was turned off about 6 minutes after she got in the car and never turned back on again. It was also impossible to track the vehicle's subsequent movements, because there were no CCTV cameras along the way. It was clear that the men inside the cabin were the last to contact the missing beauty. Surprisingly, the case was treated with strict secrecy from the start. Everyone involved in the investigation signed non-disclosure agreements, and not only was information kept from the press, but Agnes and his loved ones were rarely given any information. For the first few months, parents and fiancés were kept in the dark. They were only told that the investigation was ongoing and that it was too early to make any conclusions. But, given that Agnes had not revealed any information about herself during this time, there was little hope that she was still alive. Michael gave interviews on a regular basis, asking for help in finding his fiancée. However, no one ever responded to his requests. Only 6 months later, the relatives were shown the exact footage from the club cameras, as well as the names of the 3 men who had last contacted Agnes. The large man who had forcibly removed the young woman from the club and pushed her into the car was identified as Wesley Capper, the son of a well-known British millionaire and a very powerful individual. In the car's passenger compartment sat his longtime friend Craig Porter, who had no particular occupation and was frequently on the police radar. The third was a dark-skinned doorman named Sion. During interrogation, Husman, Porter, and Husman stated unequivocally that they were innocent and that Agnes had voluntarily entered the car. According to Capper, he and a friend saw the lovely blonde in a club and approached her to get acquainted. She was allegedly already drunk, contradicting her friend's testimony, but she did not refuse a drink when they offered her one. Wesley then proposed that the party continue at his luxurious country house, which Agnes had already agreed to in the car. Agnes allegedly changed her mind about attending Wesley's private party and asked to be dropped off in the middle of the road, claiming she would take a cab to her house. The man claimed to have dropped the passenger off at the requested location, which was an unlit stretch of road with no CCTV cameras. But Craig Porter couldn't confirm or deny Wesley Capper's words because, according to his confession, he was also very drunk and didn't know when or how Agnes was in their car. Furthermore, he stated that he fell asleep as soon as they drove away from the parking lot, and when he awoke, the young woman had left the cabin. The third suspect, doorman Sion Guzman, also stated that Agnes Clavina was intoxicated but could not answer the question of whether she had entered the car voluntarily. He did, however, confirm that when the car touched down, the blonde opened the door and nearly fell out while driving. The doorman then slammed the door at the driver's request, earning a substantial tip when asked if he thought it was strange that the woman tried to escape by jumping out of the car while walking. Kimos Main stated that he did not believe it was an escape attempt. He believes she may have opened the door by accident while intoxicated. He also stated that Agnes did not scream or ask for assistance. The video clearly showed Wesley Capper forcing Agnes the car while holding her by the waist and wrist. Wesley's defense was that Agnes was dizzy, and he was holding her down to prevent her from falling. Sometime later, another curious, strange, and frightening video was discovered during the investigation in Sotogrande, in the south of Spain, near the port of Puerto-Dela. The luxury yacht of John Capper, a millionaire and the father of one of the suspects, was more than just there. The footage from September 10, 4 days after Agnes's disappearance, shows Wesley, Craig, and 2 other men boarding the yacht. They were carrying a large suitcase and a rolled-up carpet, which appeared to be quite heavy based on the footage. A few days later, the company returned to the port of Puerto de la Caixa without any luggage. After seeing the footage, Capper claimed that he and his friends had sailed to Ibiza for fun. He claimed that the suitcase contained their belongings, and that what the investigation mistook for a carpet was bedding, which led to the location where everything ended up. He couldn't explain. A thorough search of Wesley's yard and automobile produced no results. It turned out that both had been cleaned and dry cleaned, removing any traces of DNA. However, long blonde hair was discovered in the car's trunk, but its origin could not be determined because this crucial evidence mysteriously vanished during the investigation. The prosecution revealed another intriguing detail during the trial. A few hours after Agnes was in the defendant's car, Capper called 911 several times, but each time he dropped the call without waiting for an answer, as if he was afraid or doubted the correctness of his actions. The man explained that he was drunk and made calls at random. The Clavina family's lawyers stated that Agnes was long dead and that her body was resting somewhere on the seabed, possibly in the suitcase that the suspects had brought aboard the yacht. Furthermore, he believed that the case had been deliberately delayed, giving the criminals plenty of time to dispose of all evidence that could prove their guilt. Captain Porter and Guzman were left in the dark just a year and a half after Agnes went missing. They were accused of keeping Agnes against her will and forcing her into a car. Unfortunately, due to a lack of evidence, there was nothing else to charge them with. Furthermore, the millionaire and his friend were granted bail and quietly left the courtroom. Agnes and his relatives were understandably outraged, but the judge refused to back down. The three men were only tried again in 2019. Almost 5 years after Agnes's disappearance, they continued to deny their guilt, claiming that Clavina had entered the car of her own free will. The prosecutor asked that the doorman be considered an accomplice to the crime because he assisted the defendants in driving the victim away. Guzman could have been sentenced to 5 years in prison for his actions. In response, he delivered a fiery speech in which he claimed that he was one of the suspects because of the color of his skin, as well as a lack of funds to hire a good lawyer because all of his earnings go to a starving family in Africa. Capper and Porter's lawyers argued that their clients were only guilty of persuading Agnes to get into the car, not forcing her to do so. According to them, the young woman was dropped off on the road as she had requested, but while she was waiting for a cab to take her home, she could have been kidnapped and killed by third parties because Agnes was drunk and unable to resist. The judge's decision surprised and angered the relatives of the missing young woman because none of the defendants were punished at all. Guzman was cleared of all charges. Capper received a 2-year sentence for taking advantage of Agnes's drunken state to persuade her to get into his car, while Porter received a 6-month sentence for complicity. In reality, the men received suspended sentences and did not serve a single day in prison, but they paid Agnes and his family a ridiculous sum of £10,000 sterling in compensation. Blevins' family was discouraged by the decision and filed an appeal. Then, while waiting for the court's decision, both defendants in the case broke the law again. Capper, who was heavily intoxicated with alcohol and drugs, killed a woman and fled the scene. Porter and his friend also drunkenly stole a car after beating the owner to a pulp. Despite this serious crime, Capper was only sentenced to probation. Thanks to his lawyer's brilliant defense, he paid a large sum of money in compensation to the family of the woman who was killed under his car's wheels, while he remained at large. Porter was less fortunate this time, and he was still sentenced to jail. However, there is no public information about the sentence he received. In 2021, almost 7 years after Agnes's disappearance, the primary suspect in the case was sentenced. Wesley had been living an immoral lifestyle all along, abusing alcohol and illegal substances, which had seriously harmed his health. At the height of the COVID pandemic, he found himself in a hospital bed, and just when he thought he had overcome the disease, he suffered a stroke. Capper died on July 26, 2021, aged 44. Agnes's parents filed another appeal at the time, but the suspect can no longer be prosecuted because he died, regardless of what the Supreme Court decides in this difficult case 9 years later. Agnes Clavina was never found dead or alive, but she was presumed dead at some point. Her parents, sister, and fiancé agreed with the lawyer's version that the criminals had placed Agnes's body in a suitcase, which was then loaded onto a yacht and dumped somewhere on the high seas, making it impossible to find. However, in the summer of 2023, 9 years after Agnes vanished without a trace, the investigation took an unexpected turn. So, in mid-June, a gardener at one of the Costa del Sol's elite golf clubs, Kita, discovered a strange object near the coast that, upon closer inspection, turned out to be an old, badly damaged suitcase. The man did not dare to open it himself and contacted the police. Police discovered human remains inside the suitcase. The examination revealed that the bones discovered belonged to a young woman who died around 25-35 years old. Furthermore, it was discovered that the suitcase containing the body had been submerged in water for approximately 10 years before being brought to shore. After reviewing all of the evidence, the police hypothesized that the body discovered belonged to Agnesis Klavina, who vanished 9 years ago. To establish this unequivocally, a number of tests are required to compare Agnes's DNA to the remains discovered at the moment. Experts are working closely on this issue, but the investigation's findings have not yet been made public. If the suspicions are confirmed, the case will be reopened and the remaining suspects will face trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story that occurred in 2022. This case involves multiple countries, and the sentence was issued less than a month ago. What began as a fairy tale ended as a horror film. Ekaterina Bowman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, one of Russia's largest cities, which was later renamed St. Petersburg. The chain of events that resulted in something horrific began in Turkey in 2009, when Ekaterina, 20, went on vacation with her family. It was here that she met Walter Bowman, a German citizen, 13 years her senior. Walter was fluent in Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, which, like Russia, was a part of the USSR until 1991. Walter completed his education in Germany and made a good living, but his personal life was not going so well. He was constantly looking for the ideal woman and dreamed of meeting her. But he didn't meet the definition of a perfect man. He lived with his parents, didn't care about his appearance, dressed sloppily, and looked repulsive overall. He met many women on the internet, and almost all of them were Russian. He spent a long time chatting with one of them before deciding to travel to Russia to see her in person. But when she met Walter in person, he did not leave a good impression on her, and she no longer wanted to communicate with him. That's why, when he had a holiday romance in Turkey, his friends couldn't believe it. Ekaterina was young and gorgeous. She must have had many admirers, but for whatever reason, she chose Walter. This romantic love story began like many others, with two lonely hearts feeling attracted to each other. After Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany, they continued to communicate via social media and lengthy phone calls. He told his friends how good and beautiful she is, and how they spend hours on the phone and write poetry to each other. He would then pay a lot of money to travel to St. Petersburg to see her on occasion. At the time, Ekaterina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg. Walter was serious about his intentions, so he helped her transition to Hamburg University. Ekaterina left Russia and relocated to Germany in 2010. People in Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea coast, described Ekaterina as a smart, attractive, and cheerful young woman. After moving, she maintained constant contact with her Russian family. Through Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she had begun in Russia. She enjoyed running and practicing yoga, and she was always looking for quiet places. A few months later, the lovers were married. Walter's friend Alexandra described their wedding ceremony as follows. They had a lavish wedding. I used to be a wedding photographer, so I've seen a lot, but Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happy bride I'd ever seen. They undoubtedly spent a lot of money on their celebrations. The registration took place at a lighthouse, from which they took off in a massive white horse-drawn carriage. Nobody had ever seen anything like this in Germany, and there were only a few guests, which seemed strange. According to Alexander, the wedding ended well before dawn. Their wedding photograph captures a happy scene. Walter appears to be a man who supports his young wife, whereas Ekaterina hugs him gently and smiles blissfully. It appeared that two people who were perfect matches had finally found each other. The couple settled into a happy family life, and their story read like a fairy tale. Instead of a luxurious castle, the newlyweds settled into Walter's parents' home. And this is when Ekaterina encountered her first problem since moving to Germany. Living with Walter's parents proved difficult. The fairy tale began to fall apart. Walter's mother was a tough woman, and she will play a significant, if not the primary role in how this story ends. so it's best to give her a brief introduction. Ludmila Bowman spent her first 38 years of life in Kazakhstan. She was an exceptional student. She began as an assistant chemist and technologist, progressed to chemical engineer, and finally to middle school teacher. She married when she was 18 and had her only child, which may explain why he was the most important person in her life. The Bowman family had German roots, so they moved from Kazakhstan to Germany, where they settled in Bremerhaven. Ludmila spent many years working at a marine institute, researching the problem of global warming. She was in a good position. They would frequently go out to sea and participate in about 25 expeditions, including those in the Arctic. Her migration history served as a model for many German immigrants, which is why her 1-meter-long portrait hangs on the facade of Bremerhaven's Immigration Center, alongside 30 other portraits. But Ludmila couldn't accept that her son Walter was no longer a small boy, but rather a fully grown man in his 30s. When he wasn't present, she would call him every hour, asking when he would return, where he was and with whom, because he was her only child and she didn't have a healthy distance from him. The Katerina has also faced prejudice from Ludmila, but she continues to strive to please her husband's mother in every way. Ludmila constantly interfered with her son's marriage and criticized Ekaterina. She accused her of being a bad housewife. Ekaterina attempted to combat this attitude, but her efforts were never successful. When she went outside, she changed into a gray mouse. Otherwise, she'd have to hear from her mother-in-law about how she dressed like a prostitute. Walter worked in a port, earning approximately 4,000 euros per month. He was always at work on weekends and holidays because it paid better. He was not a workaholic, but rather greedy. He saved the majority of his earnings and had substantial savings that he didn't want to spend. In 2017, when Ekaterina got pregnant, Walter decided to spend some of his savings. He bought a house and moved away from his parents. The search took a long time because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Ekaterina had hoped that the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila was a constant visitor to their home and continued to interfere in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Ekaterina gave birth to her daughter, further straining the couple's relationship. Following the birth of his daughter, Walter became more strict and controlling of his wife. He spoke down to her and forbade her from learning to drive a car, as well as from communicating with her daughter in German, because he wanted her to know only one language, Russian. Ekaterina had no idea what the changes in her husband's behavior were about. He developed even more resentment, jealousy, and control than before. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict his behavior. He could lose his temper over trivial matters. The couple's relationship deteriorated, and Walter went so far as to use his physical superiority against his wife, beating her. Authorities first learned about the Bauman family in late 2019, when the couple told the social worker that they had reconciled, but Ekaterina and her husband continued to berate and curse at each other. Walter secretly took photos and videos of Ekaterina while recording their phone conversations, sometimes in front of their baby. Walter asked a computer expert from his circle of friends to hack his wife's phone, but he declined. Walter accused his wife of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Ekaterina, in turn, accused Walter of losing interest in her work and becoming burned out as a result. She could no longer live in constant stress and fear, so she sought help from a domestic violence support center. The first time she asked for assistance was in the fall of 2020. After his wife and daughter left, Walter did everything he could to get them back. He promised to change, admitting that he had acted inappropriately and telling Ekaterina that he couldn't live without her and their daughter. As a result, Ekaterina forgives him and returns home with their daughter, but the fighting between the spouses continues. When Walter realized he had wronged his wife, he would give her gifts or plan a family trip. The man changed his attitude toward both his wife and the child. Walter's attitude toward his daughter can only be described as complete control. When he was at home, he wanted his daughter to be constantly in his sight. If they went somewhere, he would not let her leave his arms. Despite the fact that she was only 3 years old, he reduced his work hours at the port in half in order to spend more time with his daughter. He would take his daughter to kindergarten and pick her up in the evening. He cooked for her, and she slept in the parents' room at night. Those who knew Walter well described him as a dramatizing strategist. He was skilled at manipulating others, and one of his primary goals in life was to be frugal with money. He often appeared nervous and impatient. After becoming a mother, Ekaterina visited her family in Russia several times, always accompanied by Walter. He feared that his wife would return to Russia, depriving him of the opportunity to be with his daughter. Ekaterina began considering divorce as she witnessed her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. At the same time, she discovered that all of her documents had disappeared. As it turns out, Walter took all of his wife's papers and left them at his mother's house. When Walter's mother paid them a visit, the couple got into another argument, and Ekaterina was kicked out. She was thrown away like a useless item. She contacted the police, and the situation was resolved. Ekaterina and Walter once got into such a heated argument right before kindergarten that administration notified youth support services about the situation. The quarreling couples began receiving child education assistance. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor would accompany the family and monitor the child's well-being. The counselor concluded that leaving the child with their parents was too dangerous. Ekaterina only continued to live with her husband because of her daughter, but she was unable to accompany her to Russia. For her daughter to leave Germany, Ekaterina must have obtained Walter's permission, indicating that he is not opposed to his child leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took the daughter for the second time and reported to a women's crisis center that her husband had threatened her life. Social services wanted to place a 5-year-old girl in an orphanage, and the Youth Affairs Department's psychologist described the situation as severe. Ekaterina agreed to the Youth Affairs Service placing her daughter in foster care, but Walter and his mother opposed it. That's why both parents had to care for the child. The girl lived with her father for a few days before moving to a women's shelter with her mother, always alternating and under the condition that the couple's daughter attend kindergarten to learn German. In a few weeks, the family was reunited again. According to some Russian sources, Ekaterina had bad roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten that the daughter must have visited was too far away. As a result, she returned home, but the couple has begun the divorce process and lives in separate rooms. Ekaterina's desire to return to Russia was increasing. Walter wasn't against it, but only if his daughter stayed with him in Germany. That is why Ekaterina only visited St. Petersburg in 2021 and 2022. In Russia, she went on a date with a man she met online. He came from the Siberian city of Omsk and was a pilot. Ekaterina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and communicated with the Russian pilot on a daily basis. They exchanged many love messages, but a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman stopped communicating with her family and new lover. When Ekaterina ran away again, she only took an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's stash. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is what Walter told the police on February 6, 2022. When Ekaterina's parents couldn't reach her for 2 days, they contacted the German police and requested a welfare check. We learned about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her on the phone for several days. Walter then picked her up and explained that he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also stated that she does not respond because she does not have funds on her account. Svetlana Ekaterina is a mother of journalists. The entire city went searching for Ekaterina. People searched every square meter, posted flyers, and investigated every version of what happened. Walter was one of the few people who did not care about Ekaterina's disappearance. Concerned citizens distributed flyers throughout the city. The man was busy renovating his home. They assumed the worst immediately after the woman's disappearance, and her husband was the focus of attention. Only 4 days after Ekaterina allegedly fled the Beaumont family home, the police conducted a search. Walter had completed the renovations at this point, having painted the floors in the guest room and replaced a couch. He was also seen buying a large amount of cleansers from the local store. The police discovered that the surveillance footage from the house's video cameras had mysteriously vanished. Officers searched the house for 3 hours for evidence of the crime, leading a detection dog through the garage and into the house. In the garage, the dog became agitated but did not give a signal. The first tests conducted by criminalists revealed no evidence within the house or garage. Police discovered a knife and an electric shocker in the littered car and seized them as potential evidence. Officers noted that Walter was unconcerned about his wife, who had gone missing. Instead, he wanted to know if he would be granted sole custody of his daughter, aged 5, if his wife did not return. The search for Ekaterina continued day after day, but nothing was discovered. It's as if she disappeared. Officers recognized that the chances of a young mother fleeing and leaving her daughter's documents and phone behind in a foreign country are extremely low. Walter had the police's suspicion, as evidenced by his statement that Ekaterina fled with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance alarmed people throughout the city and beyond. Women who didn't know Ekaterina organized a search. "We'll keep looking for her until we figure out what happened," said one of the organizers. 2 weeks after the young mother went missing, approximately 400 volunteers from across North Germany searched for her in Bremerhaven several times, aided by rescue dogs. This incident elicited a massive response on social media. Ekaterina's family brought attention to her disappearance in Russia, and the story aired on the major Russian channels. "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but for a year and a half, their marriage was nothing but fights, and he hit her several times," according to Ekaterina, a journalist's mother. "He kept my daughter in isolation and confiscated her IDs and bank cards. He didn't let her meet anyone." On March 1, 2020, 25 days after Ekaterina's disappearance, shocking news spread first in Bremerhaven, then across the country, and eventually in Russia. During a walk along the Weser River, an ordinary passerby noticed a strange suitcase that had washed ashore. He was horrified when he opened it. Inside were fragments of a woman's body, packed in garbage bags. It is important to note that not all fragments were contained within the suitcase. Several of them were missing. Sadly, the victim was 32-year-old Ekaterina Bowman. By a strange coincidence, the suitcase was discovered near the lighthouse where she got married. The suitcase washed ashore, which was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, it could have swum to the North Sea, leaving Ekaterina missing indefinitely. This is how her hopes for a happy resolution to her relative's mysterious disappearance were dashed. They could only say goodbye to their dear daughter, mother, and friend. The city residents organized a small impromptu memorial. Their neighbors, who were not unconcerned about what happened, left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote letters. Walter Bowman was arrested as the primary and sole suspect. After discovering the body, the family home was searched a second time. This time, experts worked for several days. The police discovered a bottle containing a strong sedative in Ekaterina's blood. The police also discovered single-use gloves, foil, and adhesive tape, as well as a large supply of garbage bags and cleaners. Furthermore, canisters containing acetic acid solvents, bleached suitcase keys, and the pink scarf worn by Ekaterina in her most recent selfie were discovered in the garage and shed. Investigators also noticed that Ekaterina has few personal items. The majority of her clothes were discarded, and her wedding photograph, a memento of happy times, was hidden behind the piano. The police have also discovered the white jacket that Ekaterina was wearing in her last selfie. The jacket was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Baumann Walter's mother. While in custody, the man frequently wrote letters to his mother, confessing his love for her and referring to her as his son. The letters contained urgent appeals, such as "Help us all, Mother, save us. You can do it. You represent my only hope for the future, and please save me." 8 months later, it became clear what he meant. Ekaterina died on Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4:30 time, she took a 10-minute walk wearing our light-colored jacket and yellow skirt. Neighbors' video cameras captured the event. In the evening, the family ate dinner, which included tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives. It was a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only 1 glass while he consumed the remainder. That's why he fell asleep at 8 p.m. According to court documents, Ekaterina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she called her new lover via video chat on her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call him again as soon as she put her child to bed. But she did not call him that evening. She did not call anyone. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent a message wishing her a good night, but it went unread. A forensic examination revealed that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an examination of her stomach contents. Forensic experts discovered strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood, as well as a broken hyoid bone. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts claim that everything else done to the body was done with extremely sharp tools. Walter opened his car briefly the next morning. at 7:22 a.m. At 10:20 a.m., the car drove away and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later. Walter called his wife's phone number, most likely to confirm his legend that she had run away. He also messaged her a few times, asking the most obvious question, "Where are you, Ekaterina?" Prior to Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter and his mother communicated frequently via WhatsApp, but after February 4, they went silent, which is completely unusual. In the middle of February, Walter drove his car to auto service, where he informed an employee that the interior needed to be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. On August 26, 2022, the trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter slipped sedatives into his wife's drink and strangled her after she fell asleep. Walter planned out what he was going to do with her body. The prosecutor's office cited the husband's fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, as well as financial losses, as motivators. It was also revealed that traces of blood were discovered in the garage, which Ekaterina's husband intended to clean in accordance with online advice. They were found beneath the shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. Traces of blood were also discovered on the carpet in his car's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine determined that Ekaterina had blood in all of the places mentioned above. Walter's phone and computer were seized by police, and they provided answers to numerous questions. Not long before the tragedy, he searched for information on how to avoid punishment for taking someone's life, including which acid dissolves, how many liters of acid are required to fill a bathtub, and how to read other people's WhatsApp conversations. How long does it take to die from a sedative? Can you be convicted without evidence in Germany between December 2021 and the end of February 2022? He conducted approximately 500 search queries. Everything indicated that Walter had planned this crime. On the day of his wife's disappearance, he Googled the electric shocker twice, and forensic experts discovered evidence of electrocution on Ekaterina's body. Investigators believe Walter was using a shocker to see if his wife was still alive. In court, Walter wore his wedding ring and stated that he had been widowed for far too long. He remained silent and made no comments about the charges brought against him. He would sometimes plug his ears while the witnesses were testifying, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in court. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He looked at her with his hands folded, as if in prayer. "Get me out of here." He begged his mother in a letter, and it appears that she agreed to help her son. During her testimony, Ludmila Bowman stated that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She said this to the astonished court. She arrived at her son and daughter-in-law's house in the middle of the night after her son called and asked her to care for the granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina on the couch, soundly asleep. Ludmila explained that she wanted to wake her up and began shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and struck her in the face. They got into a fight, and Ludmila claims that she choked her son's wife during it. She also stated that she was the one who performed the following actions on Ekaterina's body. "I loved Ekaterina as a daughter. I did not want this, but was it Ludmila who did the crime? It's possible that her love for her son was so strong that she decided to accept the blame for him." As I previously stated, mother and son were extremely close and spoke on the phone frequently. The entire WhatsApp chat between mother and son occupied 1699 pages of investigation files. Despite her self-incrimination, Ludmila left the courtroom as a free citizen on that and all other days of the trial. The jury in the prosecutor's office did not believe the woman's statement and assumed she was only trying to protect her son. Even experienced attorneys were taken aback by the mother-in-law's incrimination. The attorney for a 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, and her son's lawyers demanded Walter's release, but it did not come to this. The mother was released while her son remained in jail, but she refused to give up. Ludmila wrote a letter to the court detailing her actions with the body. She stated again, "My son did not do this." She stated again, "My son did not do this." She wished to be questioned again and charged. However, the court denied her request and refused to believe her again. Ludmila was able to prove that she took part in the crime. As previously stated, not all fragments were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bowman demonstrated where to look for the missing fragment, which did not fit in the suitcase. The provided information proved to be correct, and the police discovered another bag that was weighed down so that it did not float. The bag was discovered exactly where Ludmila pointed. The pedometer on Ludmila's phone also indicated that she walked 220 yards on the night of the murder, around 0:40 a.m. Neighbors' video cameras near Walter's and Ekaterina's house captured a person passing by Walter's father's phone, who was also active at the time. He drove Ludmila to his son's house, despite telling investigators he was asleep. Experts determined that by this time, Ekaterina had died, implying that the 66-year-old woman was giving false testimony. Then, there's this unusual detail. Ludmila Baumann arrived at the son's house after Ekaterina had died, and she was present during the subsequent actions involving the body. Even though she didn't take part in the process, she helped clean the house. Essentially, she assisted her son in concealing the crime's evidence and served as an accomplice. However, it appears that the corresponding laws work differently in Germany. Ludmila was not arrested or charged with anything. This appears strange, doesn't it? Please share your thoughts on this in the comments. The mother became increasingly desperate to save her son as the verdict date approached. She wrote another letter to the judge, stating that she, not Walter, committed the crime. Now the letter stated that I despised Ekaterina, but couldn't tell my son about it. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she would want to end his life. That's why I decided to get rid of Ekaterina by making it appear as if she poisoned herself over her tragic love for a Russian pilot. In her words, she printed a goodbye letter in Ekaterina's name and planned to place it next to her when she died. She spiked the juice with various drugs and gave it to her son, not telling him what it was, but instructing him to give it to his wife at dinner. Ludmila stated that she came to the son's house to leave a farewell note under the name Ekaterina, but when she woke up, Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court did not believe the woman's confession because all evidence pointed to the crime being committed by her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process. During one of the final hearings, he recited his notes on 230 sheets of paper about his time in Kazakhstan, his life, and love. The main message of his statement was that I had always loved Ekaterina and our daughter, but her emotional burnout and psychological problems caused many arguments over 230 sheets of paper, but he only mentioned the night that changed everything. He stated that he was sleeping when his mother murdered his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, claiming she betrayed him, used him, and threw him in prison. When addressing the judge, he also stated that my daughter had lost her mother, and she should not lose her father as well. The scariest part of this story isn't even the details of the terrifying crime. However, all of this occurred in front of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. The Russian grandmother is currently barred from communicating with her granddaughter, who is believed to have been placed with a German foster family. Walter was at home with his daughter. Everything happened in front of her. He created a psychotraumatic environment for the girl. She frequently mumbled something while pointing to her head and forearms. She saw everything that indicated that Ekaterina was Svetlana's mother. The girl is currently living in a traumatized children's facility and has been given a new name so that she does not learn the truth about her real family. Svetlana is attempting to obtain guardianship for her granddaughter, but German authorities will not even allow her to speak with her on the phone. The verdict was announced on May 23, 2023, when Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was handed a life sentence. Under German law, he is eligible for parole after 15 years. The urn containing Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann remains open. The prosecutor's office may charge her as an accomplice, but so far, this has not occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the far reaches of the Aegean Sea, where the horizon appears infinite and the water stretches all the way to the sky, the Royal Caribbean was moving. George Smith and Jennifer, a young couple who had recently married, stood on deck, feeling the wind in their hair and reflecting on nature's majestic beauty. The Aegean Sea stretched out before them like a vast life full of possibilities and plans. Thus began their wedding journey, which became more than just a cruise, but a story became a mystery. On July 5, 2005, around 8 a.m., 16-year-old Emily Rush of Chicago was getting ready for a new sunny day on Deck 7 in one of the Royal Caribbean's cabins. Emily became concerned when she noticed something strange outside her cabin window. She noticed something that looked like blood smeared across the canopy, which served as a sort of shield for the lifeboat. Nearby, she also noticed bloodstains near the very edge of the canopy, as if someone had been injured and fallen there before going overboard. Emily couldn't help but notice the strange footprints and quickly reported them to the liner's staff. A slew of other passengers from neighboring cabins discovered the same frightening signs. On Deck 7, there was a lively and exciting discussion about what could have happened. Thus began a story that made front page news in numerous international publications. A happy young couple left for their honeymoon Mediterranean cruise a few days later. The happiness of young people was abruptly cut short by an inexplicable, terrible event that occurred in cabin 9062. The explanations for what happened were various and confusing, including an accident, a possible robbery, and even premeditated murder. The investigation became a puzzle for the police. Traces and evidence discovered on board pointed to several suspects, each with their own secrets. It appears that many were on the line or knew far more than they were willing to admit. What exactly happened that dark night on board? That is the question that detectives, journalists, and everyone else involved in this mysterious case are asking themselves. George Smith was a cheerful, inquisitive, and intelligent young man. He was born in Greenwich, a small town in Connecticut. His childhood was happy, filled with the joy and support of his family, which came first for George, and he remained close to his parents and sister Bray. His father, George Smith, sir, owned a liquor store and ran it himself. He saw the family business as more than a job. It was his true passion. George Smith, the younger, graduated from Babson College in Massachusetts in 2000 with a business degree. Following graduation, he spent several years in Boston as a computer data mining analyst. However, his heart has always been with the family business. George made an informed decision and returned home to help his parents run the store. Under his father's supervision, he would learn the ins and outs of the family business so that he could eventually take over the store and allow his parents to take a well-deserved vacation. In 2002, at one of his friend reunions, George Smith met a girl who later became his life partner. Jennifer, a Connecticut native, had recently received a job offer as an elementary school teacher. She was bright, beautiful, and ambitious, much like George. The young people were completely smitten with one another. George's parents were equally pleased with his chosen one. 3 years later, in 2005, George was 26 years old, and the couple decided to marry and begin a new chapter in their lives. They married at the Castle Hill Inn in Newport, Rhode Island, with the ceremony taking place on the ocean front. It was the ideal setting for such an important event in their lives. Following the ceremony, the newlyweds embarked on a wedding cruise aboard a luxury liner, one of Royal Caribbean's majestic ships. The 12-day tour involved sailing the beautiful waters of the Aegean Sea. Their journey began in Barcelona on June 29 and included stops on France's Côte d'Azur, then followed the coast of Italy. On the ship, George and Jennifer quickly made friends with another couple and a young man named Askin from California. Josh Askin, a 20-year-old man with a great sense of humor, quickly became George's friend, and the couple enjoyed spending time together. When the liner moored off the Italian coast on July 1, they decided to go on land and have some fun together. On July 1, young people spent the entire day traveling around the island, walking through the narrow streets of its old town, swimming in the cleanest gas, and sampling local cuisine and cozy taverns. They enjoyed each other and the beautiful surroundings. Mykonos left unforgettable memories in their hearts, and they planned to continue having fun together on the liner's deck this evening. Following a romantic dinner, George and Jennifer reconnected with their friends over the phone. The merry company decided to band together and have a good laugh to remember this exotic part of the world. The evening was brimming with laughter and excitement. After enjoying delicious appetizers and drinks, the newlyweds, accompanied by Josh Askin, went to have fun in the casino on the liner. George and Josh enjoyed sitting at the craps table. They were also entertained throughout the game, and Jennifer particularly enjoyed playing at the poker table. By the end of the evening, the newlyweds had lost a significant amount of money with no regrets. They laughed about losing. After all, it was their honeymoon. After the casino closed, the friends reportedly decided to continue their night out. George's last video was recorded around 2:30 a.m. On one of the liner's numerous surveillance cameras, the video showed George leaving the casino, but that did not mean he would return to his cabin. A mysterious plot began to unfold early on June 5, 2005, on the Greek island of Mykonos. George Smith, 26, a newlywed on an Aegean cruise with his wife Jennifer, disappeared. George was reportedly having a great time last night, enjoying the liner's fun and luxurious atmosphere. Everything seemed harmless that night, but the sequel was much darker. The captain of the ship investigated the cabin beneath the window where strange footprints had been discovered, as well as the location on deck. There was no one inside the cabin. The available footprints and evidence suggested that something serious had occurred. The potential disappearance of the newlyweds was linked to violence. The news spread quickly among all of the liner visitors, and there was panic aboard the ship. Passengers were disturbed by the strange events, and December 7 was closed off. No one was allowed in or out of their cabins. The ship's crew thoroughly searched every establishment on the liner in the hopes of finding George and Jennifer. Following the discovery of blood, the newlyweds were thought to have mysteriously vanished. He took control of the situation. The senior officer went to their stateroom to investigate what was going on. Based on all available traces, it was speculated that George may have fallen overboard the ship. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, the search for the young couple was ongoing. By 10 a.m. Jennifer was discovered in the ship's spa, where she was enjoying a pre-arranged massage session. Her facial expression conveyed deep surprise and concern. She claimed to be unaware of her husband's whereabouts and hadn't seen him since the previous night. Jennifer revealed that when she awoke this morning, her husband was not present. At first, she didn't think it was unusual because he had spent the night with friends and woke up in another cabin. So she went to a spa instead of looking for her husband, unconcerned about his absence. At noon, Turkish authorities arrived on board to begin an investigation. The ship's captain reassured the concerned passengers, stating that the unusual events necessitated cooperation with local authorities. He emphasized that it was a necessary step to clarify the situation and expressed optimism that it would be resolved soon. The police officers began questioning the missing man's wife, Jennifer. Her agitated demeanor and apparent lack of knowledge about her husband made her the primary suspect. She stated that she had not seen George since the previous night and that men in white uniforms from the Royal Caribbean had arrived at her door, announcing that her husband may have fallen overboard. They also noticed blood on the boat's awning. After that, there was no room for doubt. Something terrible had occurred to George. Investigators examined cabin 9062 aboard the cruise ship. This cabin was a mess. Perhaps it was the result of a hasty search, or even a struggle. In the bathroom, fingerprints were found on the balcony railing, as well as small drops of blood on the carpet and towel. Turkish investigators also discovered 2 small bloodstains on the bedding, each measuring about 2 centimeters long. The samples were identified, and the blood belonged to George. All evidence suggested that George had been traumatized inside the cabin prior to his mysterious disappearance. The investigators' attention was drawn to a chair on the balcony that had been repositioned so that they could sit next to the railing. They discovered marks on the railing that appeared to be caused by someone sitting on it. Many, including the ship's captain, suspected George had fallen from the balcony. However, the high railing and the presence of blood on the boat's awning and inside the cabin raised suspicions that a murder had occurred. Investigators began reconstructing the events of that night, attempting to determine who George was spending time with and what may have caused the tragedy. The investigation had only just begun, but it was clear that they were dealing with a complex and dark story filled with mysteries and unexpected twists and turns. When Turkish authorities entered the ship to investigate George Smith's disappearance, they decided to begin by questioning the group of boys with whom the newlyweds had spent the previous night. The situation remained mysterious, and any detail could be crucial in solving it. Members of the company revealed that George and Jennifer had drank too much that tragic night. According to them, George was intoxicated, so they assisted him back to his cabin, where they put him to bed, removed his shoes, and left him alone. They also said they couldn't find Jennifer and assumed she'd returned to the cabin later. However, Josh Askin's testimony contains a number of discrepancies. He claimed that he witnessed Jennifer leave with a casino employee named Lloyd. Josh believed the two of them had a passionate connection, and they made no effort to hide their feelings in George's presence. However, video camera footage revealed that Jennifer stumbled away at 3:30 a.m., leaving George with her new friends, and Lloyd's keycard data indicated that he returned to his cabin at 3:25 a.m., as confirmed by his girlfriend, whom he woke up upon entering the cabin. These discrepancies raised additional questions for investigators, leading them to believe that Josh Askin may have had his own reasons for concealing some critical information. The investigation continued, and with each new detail, the story became increasingly mysterious. Greg Rosenberg, a 19-year-old man, was on a cruise with his family and friends with this company, which also employed his cousin Zach Rosenberg and a close friend Rostislav Kaufman, all of whom, despite their Russian roots, held American passports and lived in New York City. The excitement began in the casino, where Jennifer and Greg Rosenberg decided to try their hand at poker. The mutual gambling continued until late at night. When the casino closed at 2:30 a.m., the group of guys decided to continue having fun together. They went to the disco and continued to dance and consume alcohol. Lloyd, the casino manager, was also spotted at their workplace. He joined in the fun as the young man continued with their nightly entertainment. The events of the night, as described by the witnesses, then begin to diverge as the group's individual members dispersed to their cabins. Deep into the night, the boys were visibly drunk and rowdy. According to the ship's rules of order, delivery for people who are loud and behave inappropriately will be blocked. When the liner's staff refused to serve drunken passengers, the young people remembered that they had a bottle of absinthe purchased on a walk on the island of Mykonos. However, cruise passengers were not permitted to consume their own alcohol. Josh eventually returns to his cabin on the same deck to retrieve a special bottle of absinthe that he had planned to use. As it turned out, the absinthe was unusually strong, with an alcohol content of more than 70, making it one of the most potent drinks available. George decides to help his friend and conceals the bottle behind the waistband of his shorts. After 3 o'clock in the morning, when the liner was already completely silent, the astute janitor noticed something strange. A group of young men, including Greg, Zach, Rostislav, Josh, and George, were drinking absinthe. This incident was not overlooked, and it became an additional element in the investigation. However, it wasn't just the guys who were inebriated that evening. Jennifer, who had appeared relatively sober and calm at the start of the evening, began to change noticeably. She began to stagger and even leaned on the casino manager, Lloyd. Witnesses formed various opinions about her behavior. Some assumed she was attempting to maintain her balance, while others perceived it as flirting. It is also unclear what happened next between the young spouses. Witnesses reported a conflict between the couple. Perhaps they were just talking about the previous evening, joking or seriously, but Jennifer eventually hit George. It was unclear whether this was done in a playful or angry manner. After that, Jennifer left the disco. Jennifer, stumbling and visibly intoxicated, exited the entertainment venue around 3:30 a.m., leaving George with his new friends. This was the turning point of the night. The testimony of staff witnesses was critical in determining the details of the incident. Jennifer's staggering walk down the hallway drew the attention of the janitor, who had previously noticed the young men enjoying their absence. He supported her, assisted her to the elevator, and watched her turn right as she approached her deck. However, there was an unusual discrepancy. Her stateroom was to the left, but she went in the opposite direction. Jennifer was later discovered asleep in the hallway, far from her room. 2 guards and a female duty officer used a wheelchair to return her to her quarters. When they arrived, the clock already read 4:52 a.m., but George was not there. The curtains on the balcony doors were tightly drawn, and they remained stationary despite the breeze. This raised the question of whether George could go out to the balcony on his own, after his new friends abandoned him in bed. Deputy Chief of Police Chet Hyman and his wife were resting in a neighboring cabin when they witnessed the events unfold. The couple had been sleeping for quite some time, but by 4 a.m., they were startled awake by a noise on their floor. They first heard loud noises in stateroom 9062, where the newlyweds were staying, and immediately contacted guest services to report the noise. He also pounded on the wall and yelled at his neighbors, causing a brief silence. Then there was some loud talking for about 3 minutes. A loud argument broke out on the balcony. Chet and his wife heard someone say goodnight several times, as if they were attempting to chase people out of the cabin. This was followed by sounds like furniture moving, and then a loud thud resembling an object falling. Chet Hyman decided to see what was going on and opened the door. He saw 3 men he couldn't recognize. Several other passengers reported hearing a loud noise which sounded like a body hitting the boat's canopy, followed by a woman screaming. However, none of the eyewitnesses provided conclusive evidence that a woman was inside the cabin at the time. According to witnesses, 4 young men entered the cabin, but only 3 were visible when they exited. A question arose. Could one of them have stayed inside trying to find money from the newlyweds, who may have wanted to steal intruders after a generous game at the casino? The story about a failed robbery seems the most plausible. However, there are alibis for the 3 boys, Greg, Zach, and Rustislav, who were allegedly in another stateroom just minutes after Chet Hyman noticed the 3 unknown men. The Georgia stateroom's keycard records confirmed that the boys entered at 4:05 a.m. Their testimony revealed that the fact that they entered the cabin again was not recorded. Thus, there are several theories about what happened to George Smith. Version 1 robbery. The version of a possible robbery represents one of the major ones. George and Jennifer appear to have gotten drunk quickly that night. However, according to eyewitnesses, they appeared to be sober when they left the casino at 3:30 a.m., but they were no longer able to return to their cabin on their own, implying possible drug use. This theory is supported by the testimony of other casino visitors, who claimed that George and Jennifer openly discussed having large sums of money, possibly as wedding gifts or casino winnings. Different witnesses mentioned varying amounts, but they all estimated their wealth in the tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, they could have been robbed. George wore an expensive Breitling watch, and Jennifer had an expensive engagement ring, all of which indicated their wealth. Maybe they turned over their quarters to look for that money. The traces of blood on the sheet were most likely caused by the kidnapper's attempt to remove George's valuable watch from his wrist. The second version of events involves the effects of alcohol and hallucinogens. When the captain discovered the passenger's inebriation and the footprints on the balcony, he suspected an unintentional accident. For example, during the scuffle, George fell overboard. The question of the press receives special attention. Absent the consumption does not result in hallucinations, which could be dangerous. Toxicology experts emphasize that everything is determined by the concentration of the active substance, in this case thujone. This drink is now available for purchase in many European countries, though its concentration is significantly limited by European Union regulations. This means that in officially sold absenteeism, the concentration of thujone is insufficient to cause hallucinations. However, illegally produced drugs with much higher concentrations can be found on the black market, potentially causing hallucinations. This appears unlikely in this case, as the Smith couple's absinthe was purchased legally in Europe and could not have caused such effects. According to experts, achieving hallucinogenic effects with official absinthe would necessitate consuming a massive amount that would be difficult for the body to tolerate and would almost certainly result in fatal alcohol intoxication. Thus, the version about the influence of alcohol and hallucinogens in this case appears unlikely and lacks compelling evidence. The interview of suspected company members in the George Smith disappearance case is a critical component of the investigation. FBI agents conducted polygraph interviews with several key players in the case, including Jennifer and casino manager Lloyd, both of whom passed the test. However, Josh Askin failed the polygraph examination. This could indicate that he had some secrets about George's disappearance, but it could also be the result of special interrogation techniques used to extract more information from him. There was also a videotape of 3 men, including a Russian, joking about what had happened. This tape proved to be valuable evidence, and FBI agents took it into account. One of the unidentified men on the tape said, "We gave him a lesson in paragliding without a parachute." This phrase may refer to an incident or joke involving George in 2009. FBI agents interviewed all 4 guys, Greg, Zach, Rustislav, and Josh Askin, as witnesses, as part of the ongoing investigation into George Smith's mysterious death. Zach Rosenberg and Josh Askin refused to provide direct answers, citing the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, which guarantees the right not to testify against oneself. Their testimony was ambiguous, and it appears that they were unwilling or unable to provide a complete account of what occurred. Greg Rosenberg, one of the young men who were entertaining that night, testified in the George Smith investigation. He claimed that they had ordered food for their cabin that day, which serves as a crucial alibi for the Russian boys. However, there are some contradictions in this claim. The ship's service logs do not show such orders, and the delivery service had been blocked for their cabin the day before. The staff was even instructed not to serve them that night. Greg cannot say for certain which of the cabin passengers placed the orders. When asked about George and Jennifer's relationship, witnesses provided varying responses based on their observations and recollections. Greg claimed that the heavy alcohol consumption made it difficult to determine how good the newlyweds' relationship was. He emphasized that everyone in the group was extremely intoxicated. His testimony made it impossible to draw firm conclusions about the nature of their relationship. Josh Askin reported that Greg left the cabin after ordering food. Greg, on the other hand, denied leaving, claiming that he never did. These contradictions complicated the investigation even more and necessitated additional verification and fact-finding. What was important about Greg's words was that he had no idea whether Jennifer or Lloyd were both involved in George's disappearance, but he insisted that the event was not accidental. The young man claimed that something bizarre occurred that night, which would be revealed to everyone sooner or later. Greg Rosenberg was murdered in December 2019, and the case is still unsolved. Police are investigating a potential link between his murder and the death of George Smith. George Smith's mysterious disappearance became a true mystery, casting a shadow over his family. The situation became increasingly complicated, and the actions of the relatives following the tragedy drew the attention of both the public and law enforcement agencies. The Smiths continued to press the authorities, demanding that the truth and justice be revealed. The investigation into George's disappearance was transferred from the FBI's Connecticut regional office to the New York office. Their persistence, and more importantly, their ability to capture the public's attention through the media, produced few results to attempt to solve this dark secret. The family offered a $100,000 reward for information that could help find and punish the perpetrators. They also called for a boycott of the ship owners' company, which they believed was attempting to cover up the incident in order to maintain profits. The relationship between George's parents and his young wife, Jennifer, was strained. Following the incident, a thorough investigation into her behavior began. In public, she appeared to gather information to assess her reluctance and unwillingness to share enough information, raising suspicion. She claimed to be following FBI agents' instructions and doing exactly what she was told. In their pursuit of justice and truth, the Smith family eventually lost faith in Jennifer when she accepted the judgment company's offer to settle the lawsuit independently for $1 million. They interpreted the move as a betrayal and an attempt to avoid further allegations against the cruise organizers. The Smiths were disappointed by the lack of transparency in the Turkish authorities' investigation, and they believed Jennifer was too quick to accept the offer. They were convinced that Jennifer was concealing something and was not genuinely interested in discovering what had happened. Jennifer claimed to remember almost nothing from the night after 2:30 a.m. and was completely unaware that the liner staff had found her in the corridor and returned her to her cabin. The Smith family has been dissatisfied with the Turkish investigation and their belief in justice. Skeptical of the official findings, they decided to take matters into their own hands and enlisted the assistance of independent forensic scientist Henry Lee. Henry Lee conducted a series of studies in the cabin and on the balcony, but the results were not included in the official investigation. These investigations would reveal crucial information about what had occurred, potentially confirming one of two major versions of events: murder or accident. According to Henry Lee, the height of the balcony makes a fall from it unproven. It could have been caused by a third party pushing George or by George being insane. He could have climbed up on the chair by himself and fallen. However, the latter version raised numerous questions and concerns. The expert planned to conduct an experiment using a dummy to simulate a fall from the balcony. However, the owner of the liner refused this request. George's relatives claimed that this decision was made to thwart their efforts to discover the truth. Henry Lee also conducted investigations in the cabin, on the balcony, and aboard the boat. However, the findings of these investigations remained unavailable to the public. At the same time, the FBI stepped in and launched its own investigation. Many of their findings and discoveries are also kept secret. The FBI clearly focused on the four young men who spent the night with Josh Askin and the three Russians, Greg, Zach Rosenberg, and Rostislav Kaufman. Their testimony was largely inconsistent with that of the other witnesses. making the situation unusual and perplexing. The disappearance of George Smith remains a mystery, with unknown circumstances. With a lengthy investigation and numerous theories, the Smith family and his loved ones continue to seek the truth. They initially suspected Jennifer, but were eventually convinced of her innocence and increased the payout amount in the lawsuit against the company. This sum was divided among the family members, and they obtained the release of the shipowner's company's investigation results, including witness statements and other information. Jennifer was left with memories of her first husband, so she dedicated herself to charitable organizations in his memory, hoping to do good. A few years later, she remarried. Despite the FBI's efforts and lengthy investigations, they never discovered what really happened or where George's body was. Eventually, the case was closed and the incident was declared an accident. The FBI determined that there was insufficient evidence to continue the investigation. According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's official statement, the mystery surrounding George Smith's disappearance remains unsolved. His family is still searching for answers as to the cause of his death. The inability to honor George's memory at his grave is agonizing for his loved ones, and they remain hopeful that one day they will be able to solve the mystery and learn the truth. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The family of a well-known Australian businessman was found dead in their family mansion. From the very beginning of the investigation, detectives faced a nearly complete absence of evidence and suspects. However, soon unexpected details emerged in the investigation, altering the course of the case and revealing a truth that not only shocked the relatives of the deceased but also stirred public outcry. The Min and Yun lines had immigrated to Australia from China to pursue higher education. They met during their time at the University of Sydney and later got married, establishing their permanent residence in Newcastle. In 1994, their daughter Jun Lin, commonly known as Brenda, was born, and she was soon joined by two sons, Henry and Terry. In 2002, the Line family opened a kiosk on Rose Street, selling various news publications, newspapers, and magazines. Gradually, their small business began to prosper and generate a substantial income. The family was highly respected within the community, known for their hard work as their store operated 7 days a week, and they were seen as loving and caring parents. Their eldest daughter Brenda grew up to be beautiful, intelligent, and kind. Henry was very sociable and had a strong interest in sports. While the youngest Terry kept up with his older siblings, the strong family bonds were reflected in their outward success as their business thrived. The family's income from the store had already reached around $1 million per year, making the Line family one of the most prosperous and respected in North America. Having achieved success in their business, Min Line and Yun Line assisted relatives from China in relocating to Australia. Lily's sister had been living in the same house as her sister and her family since she moved to Australia, helping to raise the children. Min Line organized the relocation of his parents, and the elderly couple settled in Maryland, located a 30-minute drive from North Ephesus. He also helped his sister Kathy and her husband Liam bin Ai, known as Robert, with their move. Kathy and Robert, after an unsuccessful attempt to start their own restaurant business, settled in North Epping, living just a few minutes' walk from the Line family's home, and both of them worked at Min Line's store on the morning of July 18, 2009. The store's regular customers were alarmed to find it closed without any prior notice. This was highly unusual since the store had always been open 7 days a week. Concerned about this, one of the store's loyal patrons contacted Kathy to inquire about the reason for the store's closure. Kathy was unaware of why her brother hadn't shown up for work and failed to notify anyone suspected that Min Line might be ill. In response, Kathy and her husband went to her brother's home upon approaching the house. They discovered the front door unlocked inside the house. When they reached the second floor, they were met with a gruesome crime scene involving the Line family. Kathy immediately reported the discovery to the police, leading to the revelation of the Line family's demise. Police swiftly arrived at the scene and found the lifeless bodies of 43-year-old Yun Line, commonly known as Lily, her two sons Henry, aged 12, and Terry, aged 9, as well as her 39-year-old sister Yan B, known as Irene. Blood splatters were discovered throughout the house from floor to ceiling. In the initial hours of the investigation, the police became suspicious of Manlin, the head of the family, as his body was not found during the examination of the house. Investigators also noted the absence of another family member, the eldest daughter of Jun Lin, known as Brenda, upon inspecting the crime scene. It became apparent that the assailant had not entered her room as there were no traces of blood and the room remained untied. 2 hours after the police arrived at the scene, a man's body was discovered under a blanket on a bed next to Lily, indicating that Lin's family's head was not a fugitive but had become a victim of the attack. To ascertain the identities of the deceased, investigators had to turn to forensic examination as their faces were so disfigured that their relatives could not identify them. The police began a thorough examination of every corner of the crime scene, but at that point they had no leads regarding the motive for the crime or the identity of the perpetrator initially upon examining the bodies. Investigators believed that the assailant had shot the victims in the face from close range. Given the extent of their disfigurement, however, later, the results of a forensic examination revealed that the victims had been brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt, heavy object, likely a hammer. Additionally, 4 out of the 5 victims exhibited signs of asphyxiation, indicating that they had been strangled before succumbing to their injuries. The time of death was estimated to be between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. Police learned that on the evening of Friday, July 17, 2009, a large family dinner had been organized at Min Lin's parents' home, attended by the entire family, including Kathy and Robert. According to the parents' accounts, the dinner proceeded in a warm and pleasant atmosphere, with everyone enjoying their time together. The only family member absent was Brenda, who was 15 years old at the time she had left on a school trip to study the French language in New Colonia with Cheltenham Girls High School, and had learned about the brutal murder of her entire family through Facebook. This incident created a media frenzy and shocked the community. Many North Epping residents were personally acquainted with the Line family and were deeply saddened by their tragic demise. The public funeral for the Line family took place at Olympic Park on August 8, 2009, with over 1,000 people coming to bid farewell to the family after the funeral, despite Lan's parents offering Brenda to live with them. Kathy and Robert insisted on taking custody of the girl, citing their advanced age and swiftly formalized guardianship. Brenda returned to school, and Kathy and Robert took over the management of the store. The police continued their investigation, which was filled with rumors and speculations. One theory suggested that the initial intention of the perpetrator might have been a robbery gone awry. Another theory implied a connection to the Chinese mafia, as a few days prior to the murder, Minin had witnessed an armed robbery of a cash and transit vehicle near his store. It was believed that he was killed to prevent him from testifying, and the rest of the family became unintended victims. However, the investigation could not find any evidence linking the crime to the robbery witnessed by Mine. The idea of a home invasion was also swiftly ruled out as there were no signs of forced entry and nothing had been stolen from the house during the investigation. It became evident that the murders had been meticulously planned, and the absence of any foreign fingerprints in the house, except those of the family members, led investigators to believe that the killer likely wore gloves given that the murder weapon was not found at the crime scene. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator had carefully planned the crime and had taken steps to dispose of the murder weapon. Detectives hypothesized that to maintain control and prevent the hammer from being dropped during the attack, the assailant likely had it attached to their wrist in some way at the crime scene. 24 bloody shoe prints were discovered, which were determined to correspond to a shoe size of 9.5 in American measurements, indicating that the assailant acted alone. Investigators speculated that the crime was most likely committed by someone close to the family, who had access to the house, was familiar with the layout of the rooms, knew the location of the circuit breaker and alarm system, and was aware of Brenda's absence from the house. This idea was supported by the fact that the killer did not enter Brenda's room as no traces of blood were found in there. The brutality of the crime led investigators to consider that it was driven either by intense hatred or overwhelming passion. Despite their suspicions, investigators still had no concrete idea of who might be involved in this crime. Extensive interrogations of potential witnesses yielded no valuable information. Mel's parents, as well as Kathy and Robert, were questioned multiple times, but no significant information regarding potential wrongdoers was obtained. Kathy and Robert held a press conference organized by the police, urging the public to share any information they might have about the case. However, for several months, the investigation seemed to be at a standstill. The immense public pressure on the police demanded a swift resolution to find and punish the perpetrator. Consequently, a special task force was established within the police department, consisting of the most experienced investigators. They decided to re-examine all the evidence in the case that had not been thoroughly analyzed before. During the review of a recorded phone call between Kathy and the emergency services operator, towards the end of the call, the police noticed some unintelligible muttering in the Cantonese dialect. This recording was quickly translated, revealing a woman pleading with her husband not to leave her alone in the house, because she suspected the perpetrator might still be inside. Investigators found it peculiar that Robert had left his wife alone at the crime scene without checking whether the aunt was still in the house or not. This raised suspicions that he might have known for certain that she was safe and that the aunt had already left the premises. As a result, investigators decided to scrutinize Robert more closely, shifting the focus of the investigation in this direction and searching for additional evidence. During their investigation, detectives discovered that Robert had unrestricted access to the Line family home as he had a key to it. Furthermore, he had a motive for committing the crime. After moving to North Epping, Robert struggled to establish himself in a business and had to work as an employee for Line. Following the Line family's death, all of their assets were transferred to Brenda, but as she was only 15 years old at the time, the legal guardianship of the girl meant that Kathy and Robert had control over all the family's assets, and business police learned that almost immediately after taking custody of Brenda, Robert pressured Min's parents to vacate the house that Minlin had purchased for them. Police suspected that Robert, humiliated by his own failures and driven by jealousy, harbored a plan to seize the fortune accumulated by the Lin family through years of hard work. Despite Robert being the primary suspect in the case, the police only had suspicions against him in the hope of obtaining more substantial evidence. Investigators installed surveillance cameras in his residence as part of a covert operation that continued for 6 months. In May 2010, during another round of questioning with Kathy, investigators intentionally broached the topic of the bloody shoe prints found in the house. She disclosed that Robert wore 6 shoes in size 9.5. This revelation was a breakthrough for the investigation because the A6 shoe model was rare, as it had been discontinued in 2005, and these shoe prints were discovered at the crime scene. Just a few days after this, Robert was caught on hidden cameras inside his home, cutting up several AAC boxes, moistening the torn cardboard bits in a bucket of water, and flushing them down the toilet. Armed with this information from the surveillance cameras, the police obtained a search warrant for Robert's house. During the search, investigators discovered a stain marked as number 91 on the garage floor beneath a chest of drawers. Subsequent laboratory analysis revealed that this stain was human blood containing a complex mixture of DNA, including at least 4 out of the 5 victims. Experts also determined that the composition of this stain matched the blood found in the victim's house on May 5, 2011, almost 2 years after the crime was committed. Robert was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He was remanded in custody without the possibility of bail. His trial did not begin until May 2014, and he pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. The prosecution presented a wealth of new evidence against Robert. One of the most crucial pieces of evidence in the case was the testimony of an informant from prison, who revealed that while awaiting trial, Robert had confessed to him. He admitted that on the night of the murders, he left his house without his wife, noticing he had given her a large dose of sedatives. Additionally, he shared that he had purchased the murder weapon, a hammer, from a budget store in town, knowing that the store had dummy surveillance cameras, ensuring there would be no evidence of the purchase. Robert also confessed to a cellmate that he had struggled to dispose of the hammer for a while, fearing he might be caught on surveillance camera recordings. Robert's defense attempted to convince the jurors to disregard these testimonies, suggesting that the witness may have had ulterior motives, such as reducing their own prison sentence in exchange for their testimony. In the end, the entire body of evidence came down to the informant's words against Robert's consistent denials. Despite the compelling evidence in the case, it seemed like the trial might fall apart and the court would not reach a verdict. However, a sudden and unpleasant revelation during the trial changed the course of the investigation. Brenda confessed to her attorney that Robert had subjected her to sexual abuse for many years, starting when he and his wife moved to Sydney and her family was still alive. When the girl moved into his home after her parents' deaths, his vengeance only intensified. Intensified revelation led to the suspension of the trial for further investigation and the uncovering of these newly disclosed facts. Several months later, in August 2014, the second trial began. The prosecution now argued that Robert was driven not only by jealousy and greed, but also by a sexual obsession with his niece. Despite all the evidence against Robert, the defense continued to assert that he was the victim of public pressure on the police. They also cast doubt on the nature and timing of the garage bloodstain, suggesting that it could have entered the garage floor after Robert and Kathy discovered the bodies at the crime scene, and Robert might have accidentally stepped on blood while wearing the same shoes. Ultimately, this trial was postponed due to the judge's illness. In February 2015, the third trial began, which again led to no conclusive verdict as the jurors failed to reach a unanimous decision. In December of the same year, Robert was released on bail after spending nearly 5 years in prison without a conviction. The fourth trial began in June 2016, and once again, the jurors could not reach a unanimous decision. It wasn't until January 12, 2017, during the fifth hearing of the case, that the court delivered a guilty verdict, sentencing Robert to 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole in June 2020. Robert filed an appeal, which was denied on February 21st. He is currently behind bars but has never admitted his guilt in committing this crime. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video discusses events that occurred on October 2nd, 2009, in the Canadian city of Laval. Natasha Cournoyer, 37, did not come to see her mother. She didn't answer the phone and wasn't home. It quickly became clear that none of Natasha's friends or co-workers saw her that day. Around 5 p.m., her relatives filed a missing persons report, and the police began their investigation. Natasha was a public relations specialist for the Correctional Service of Canada. First, the detectives decided to go to her workplace and interview her co-workers. When they arrived, Natasha's car was still parked in a nearby lot. At that point, a man was standing near her car. He was nervous and acted strangely. In his conversation with the police, he stated that he and Natasha were in a relationship and that he was there to figure out where she could have gone. The man's name was Michel Trottier. Natasha's car had scratches on its back door. However, it was unclear whether this was related to her disappearance or if the scratches had appeared earlier. There was no reason to suspect Michel Trottier of involvement in Natasha's disappearance, so the detectives continued their investigation. After speaking with Natasha's co-workers, they discovered she was at work on October 1st, 2009. It was the day before the disappearance. None of her co-workers noticed anything unusual about her behavior that day. She was in a good mood and friendly. As usual, nothing seemed to bother her. On October 2nd, Natasha needed a day off. She and her mother intended to resolve issues concerning a tombstone for her recently deceased father. As a result, on October 1st, she worked longer hours than usual and left the building around 8 p.m. Natasha, according to her friends, had no conflicts with anyone, and it was difficult to believe that anyone could hold a grudge against her. She worked in an office and had no contact with the prisoners. They described her as an open and unkind person. The police deployed a large number of officers to look for Natasha Cournoyer. The search even included aviation and canine services. They began by inspecting the area immediately surrounding the parking lot. However, they discovered no clues that could aid the investigation. Natasha's friends and family worked tirelessly to distribute flyers with her photo in the hopes that someone would see her or learn more about her disappearance. The first hours after a person goes missing are crucial. This is when witnesses or evidence are more likely to be discovered. Natasha Cournoyer lost valuable time because the police received the report on the evening of October 2nd, 21 hours after she had left her job. The search activities took place on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of October and yielded no results. Her relatives offered a $10,000 reward for information that could lead to Natasha's location. Michel Trottier, the man dating Natasha, believed she had been kidnapped. He approached a potential kidnapper via television, pleading with him to release his loved one. Meanwhile, the police conducted an investigation into Michelle and Natasha's personal lives. They dated for 4 years and the relationship was far from perfect. The detectives discovered that Michelle and Natasha had broken up several times before resuming their relationship. The police investigated all possible explanations for the woman's disappearance, reconstructing the events of Natasha's last day at work. The detectives gained access to CCTV cameras both inside and outside the building in which she worked. She entered the building at 9:04 a.m. Natasha drove to work and parked in an open lot. There were a few free parking spaces that morning, so she parked on the opposite side of the street. After reviewing the recordings, they discovered that Natasha left the building at 8:07 p.m. Another video confirmed that she went to the location where she parked her car, but the parking lot had poor lighting. Natasha eventually vanished into the darkness. After a few minutes, you could see the car's headlights turn on. The car began to move to the opposite side of the parking lot, rather than towards the exit. This location also had poor lighting. The car's headlights turned off when it came to a stop. After about 20 minutes, the vehicle began to move toward the exit. And it wasn't Natasha's car because she drove a Mazda, as evidenced by other Ford Windstar minivan records in the video. It also turned out that this car entered the parking lot at 6:35 p.m. and parked next to Natasha's car. Based on what they saw in the video, the police concluded that Natasha's disappearance was most likely a kidnapping on the 5th day of the search, October 6, 2009. That was no longer about a missing person, but about the loss of a person's life. They discovered Natasha's body in a vacant lot in the Point Trumbull neighborhood, about 20 miles from where she worked. The body lay next to a dirt road leading to the riverbank. Natasha's family and friends were devastated to learn of her death. They felt even worse after hearing the medical examiner's report. Natasha died due to strangulation. Before she died, someone hit her 9 times in the face, breaking her nose. Marks on her wrists and ankles indicated that she had been tied up at some point in her life. They discovered seminal fluid inside the body. It served as a source of DNA. While awaiting the results of the DNA analysis, the detectives attempted to identify the owner of the minivan seen on the day Natasha vanished in 2009. There were 2 motels near where she worked 10 days after the body was discovered on October 16, 2009. The police went to both of them and checked the cards that guests fill out at check-in. The police discovered that a man who identified his vehicle as a Ford Windstar was staying at the Lido Motel on the day Natasha Cournoyer went missing. The man was identified as 48-year-old Claude LaRouche, a registered sex offender who had served 2 prison sentences in 1993. The court sentenced him to 1 year in prison and 2 years probation for forcing a 19-year-old acquaintance to engage in sexual intercourse. In 2005, the court sentenced LaRouche to 40 months in prison for attempting to kidnap a 7-year-old girl who miraculously managed to escape his grasp and run into a neighbor's home. Consider this: for attempting to kidnap a 7-year-old child, he was sentenced to 40 months in prison. Please leave a comment below with your thoughts on this punishment. Is it not too soft? LaRouche regained his freedom in November 2008. He began working as a carpenter and married a woman with 2 sons in 2009. They all live in the same house, which is about a 10-minute drive from the parking lot where Natasha Cournoyer went missing. So, as I previously stated, the detectives discovered that Claude LaRouche stayed at a motel the night Natasha disappeared. They summoned forensic experts to the room where he was staying. They discovered badly rubbed dark red stains on the carpet and sent samples for analysis. On the same day, the detectives went to the address where LaRouche lived to speak with him. Because of the nature of the previous cases for which he had been imprisoned, the police already had his DNA. However, they needed time to compare it to the DNA discovered on Natasha's body. The man denied knowing Natasha Cournoyer, but admitted to frequenting the Lido Motel because it was cheap. According to his story, he was dissatisfied with his intimate relationship with his wife and frequently rented a room in a motel where he called women offering sexual services for money. When asked where he was and what he was doing on October 1st, the day Natasha went missing, LaRouche said he had no memory of anything, including his stay at the Lido Motel. LaRouche attributed this memory lapse to an excessive use of illegal substances. However, the memory returned to him quickly, albeit incompletely. On November 5, 2009, a month after the body was discovered, the detectives returned to his house, but this time they did not speak. The DNA analysis determined that the seminal fluid in Natasha Corner's body belonged to Claude LaRouche. Natasha's DNA was discovered in the motel room he rented and on the inside of his car. According to Montreal police, the victim did not know the suspect, and there was no link between the crime and the coordinator's work as a communications officer for the Correctional Service of Canada. "I believe that with the arrest of this suspect, citizens will feel safer on the streets," said Montreal Police Inspector Daniel Rousseau. The arrest caught LaRouche and his neighbors off guard. They described him as friendly and polite. The following day was November 6, 2009. Claude LaRouche became a suspect in the Natasha Cornoyer case. He initially denied his guilt, but after realizing there was sufficient evidence against him, he admitted to killing Natasha. However, he insisted that he did not want to do this and that her death was an accident. The trial took place in 2011. It presented two versions of what happened, one from the defendant and his lawyers, and one from the prosecutor. Let's start with Claude Lucia's version. His testimony revealed that that evening, he was waiting in the parking lot for an illegal substance vendor. LaRouche was sitting in his car when he noticed a woman appear beside him. It was Natasha. He attacked her, pushed her into the interior of his car, and then shut the door. He then talked to her, and Natasha agreed to accompany him to the motel. Memory lapses prevented Claude LaRouche from recalling why he stood on the other side of the parking lot for 20 minutes, and he miraculously remembered only the moments that could not be used against him. According to LaRouche, while they were in the motel room, Natasha offered to satisfy him in exchange for letting her go. He agreed after Natasha completed the task LaRouche had assigned her. They argued during this quarrel. LaRouche lost control, attacked her, and then strangled her. Then he cleaned the room, placed Natasha's body in his car, drove home, and went to bed. When the substances he had used stopped working in the morning, he realized he had done something irreversible and decided to dispose of the body. He cut up Natasha's documents and bank cards and threw them out the car window as he drove the body to the location where they discovered it. Once again, I emphasize that this is Claude LaRouche's version. The more he spoke, the more questions his story prompted. According to his words, the day after he removed the body, he returned to it and covered it with a blanket, fearing Natasha would freeze. Another day passed, and he returned to the body to get the blanket. LaRouche was concerned that the blanket would obscure Natasha's location. If we summarize everything he said, we can conclude that he did not remember something due to his clouded consciousness, and that some of his actions were irrational. Most importantly, he did not want to end Natasha's life. LaRouche attempted to persuade the trial participants of this. The prosecution's version was based on material evidence, but they also had a witness who claimed to have been walking his dog near the parking lot on the day Natasha Cornoyer vanished. He saw Claude LaRouche try to attack a girl who was jogging. However, when LaRouche noticed a man with a dog, he quickly left. Around 7 p.m., he attacked Natasha Cornoyer. An hour later, the prosecutor suspected that LaRouche had tied Natasha up and driven her to a motel against her will she never made it out alive. In June 2011, Claude LaRouche was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. During the trial, it was discovered that 2 weeks after his attack on Natasha Cornoyer, LaRouche attempted to strangle another woman, Dominique Martel, who bit his finger and fought back. Claude LaRouche was declared a dangerous criminal during the trial in this case, which means his sentence is indefinite under Canadian law, and he has little hope of being released soon. Natasha led a quiet and happy life. She had dreams and goals. This life was stolen from her by a man who had previously committed serious crimes, but his heir set him free. This man had a criminal record and lived among the people. How does a man who attempted to kidnap a 7-year-old girl end up in society? Why wasn't anyone keeping him under control? Natasha's family and friends are not spared from these questions. After all, if the system had worked differently and LaRouche had been where he belonged, Natasha would still be alive? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is set in the Netherlands in 2018. Donnie Odegaard, a Minnesota resident, was alarmed to see a police officer on her doorstep. A terrible sense of déjà vu overcame her at that moment, transporting her mentally back 3 years. She immediately realized the officer's visit was related to her 21-year-old daughter, Sarah. Sarah Pappenheim was born on January 30th, 1997 in Minnesota. She was the second child of Donnie Odegaard and Jerry Pappenheim. Josh was the family's oldest child. He and Sarah were very friendly, and their close relationship grew stronger as they got older. When Sarah was in 2nd grade, her family relocated from Minneapolis to Redding, California. She graduated from Foothill High School in 2015, where she also played drums in the school band. Sarah was passionate about music in general, and drums in particular. She was an accomplished drummer who regularly participated in weekly jam sessions at reading venues. Sarah not only stood out for her drumming abilities, but she was also one of the few female drummers performing on stage. Sarah moved back to Minnesota with her mother and brother when she was 18 years old. By this point, her parents had divorced. She went on to play drums in various Minnesota venues before meeting famous blues guitarist and singer Bernard Allison through music. He was impressed by Sarah's performance, and she began to occasionally attend his concerts. By the age of 19, Sarah had become a local celebrity among blues fans, and her stunningly wide smile earned her the nickname Ronald McDonald. Josh was deeply hurt by his parents' divorce. He had been dealing with depression and mental health issues for several years. Nobody close to the guy at the time could have predicted how it would all end. It was February 2016. On a seemingly ordinary day, Donnie heard a knock on the door and opened it to find police officers on the doorstep, asking Josh Pappenheim who she was. The woman responded that she was his mother, and the officer broke the sad news that divided her life into before and after, at the age of 20. Josh ended his own life. His death was a devastating blow to his loved ones. Donnie later recalled crying so much that her tear ducts dried up. Josh's obituary still contains a message from her in which he promises to love her son forever. Sarah and Josh were extremely close. She was devastated by his departure, as well as the fact that her brother chose to die rather than allow the pain to consume her. Sarah decided to study psychology so that she could help people with mental health issues in the future. She had long been in contact with a man named Nico Carson. Sarah decided to travel to the Netherlands, where the guy lived. She enrolled at Erasmus University in Rotterdam, where she started studying psychology. Nico assisted Sarah in coping with her brother's death, with her studies, and in general, as a native speaker in any way he could. Sarah's love of music persisted even as she focused on her studies at work. She wrote to Bernard Allison, with whom she had previously performed on stage and maintained a friendship, that she had nearly saved enough money to purchase the drum kit she had desired for so long. Bernard Allison and his band went on a European tour in January 2017. Sarah arrived at Allison's performance in Germany on January 30th, her 20th birthday, with Nico, and as soon as Bernard noticed her, he called her to the stage. After wishing her a happy birthday, he invited Sarah to sit at the drum kit and participate in a performance, just like the good old days. This recording was made on that same day. Sarah lived on the 3rd floor of a complex in Rotterdam, about a mile from the university. 2018 was coming to an end, and she wanted to spend Christmas back home in the United States. Her flight was scheduled to take place a week before New Year's Eve, but on December 12th, everything changed. Donnie Odegaard saw a police officer on her doorstep, as she had in 2016 when her son died. When the officer began questioning her about her daughter, the woman's legs shook. She knew in her heart what was being said. She couldn't believe it had happened again. When the officer realized Sarah Pappenheim's mother was in front of him, he broke the news to her daughter had died. Dunny lost consciousness after hearing these words. She has 2 children. Her son died when he was 20, and she has now also lost her daughter. Sarah was 21 years old. As previously stated, the girl lived in a 3rd-floor complex populated primarily by students. Sarah had rented an apartment there for the past year and shared it with another student, who was also a double bass player. Sarah Joel Schelling was a talented musician, and music was their common ground. Sarah was a very outgoing person who was always smiling, unlike her roommate. Joe's only friend was Sarah. Even though he had a temper and occasionally quarreled with her, Sarah did not want to abandon him with his problems and relocate to another apartment because she remembered what had happened to her brother. She told her mother that she could always calm Joel down when he became angry at someone. However, over time, the situation deteriorated. Sarah wrote to her friend Adam in Wisconsin 6 days before she died, saying she was afraid of her roommate because he had threatened to physically eliminate 3 people he didn't like. Sarah wrote, "I have to go to the police." Sarah had called her mother a few days before her death and informed her that her roommate's behavior was becoming increasingly bothersome. Dunny instructed her daughter to look for another place to live right away and to stay as far away from Joel as possible until she moved out. Sarah and Joel's next-door neighbors called the police on Wednesday, December 12, 2018, at 12:20 p.m. after hearing them fight loudly, and Sarah screamed in horror. When the police arrived and entered the apartment, they discovered Sarah unconscious on the floor, with multiple stab wounds all over her body. Unfortunately, attempts to resuscitate her failed and she died. Her roommate was not present. Apparently, he had fled, and the police began looking for him. Interviewing neighbors from the same floor, officers discovered that Joel Schelling had left the apartment in a hurry, carrying a double bass with him. This musical instrument is of imposing size, so it was highlighted in the description sent out less than 2 hours after the crime occurred. Joel Schelling, 23, was arrested at the Eindhoven train station, approximately 60 miles from Rotterdam. His parents lived in Eindhoven, and he was on his way to see them. He called his mother while on the train and confessed to her that he had killed Sarah. The judge arrested him for 14 days. During that time, it was determined whether Schelling had any mental disorders. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy discovered 27 stab wounds on Sarah's body, including several in the neck, abdomen, and back. Donny Odegaard left for the Netherlands just 2 days after her daughter died. She had to make a decision about returning Sarah's body to her home country. People who cared for the family assisted them in raising $40,000, which was necessary. Donny's first question was whether Sarah had contacted the police to report that her roommate was planning to attack 3 people. It turned out that Sarah had not contacted law enforcement. She did, however, contact social workers who assist people who are experiencing psychological difficulties. The social workers paid Schelling a visit and got the impression that he was normal because he answered all of the questions calmly and directly. The next day, Sarah was once again forced to contact social services. Schelling became enraged and began beating himself with a hammer, claiming that he would soon have to kill several people. Sarah was afraid Joe would find out that she was the one who had sent the social workers to ask him. The specialists did not have time to respond to Sarah's second request, as she had already passed away. Schelling was accused of causing Sarah Pappenheim's death. He admitted his guilt but said he did not remember taking her life. According to him, he remembered how they began to fight. And then, when he came, he was already in the shower, cleaning himself. The hearing in the case began in March 2019. Sarah's mother, Dunny Odegaard, flew to each hearing, where she could only understand what the participants were saying with the help of an interpreter. At the trial, Schelling stated that he suffered from delirium and heard voices in his head. When the judge asked him if the voices had ordered him to fight with Sarah, he replied that he did not know and could not remember. He also said he did not remember what he and Sarah began fighting about. Before the verdict was announced in December 2019, experts said Schelling suffered from various disorders and needed long-term treatment, and at the same time, they concluded that he should be held responsible for taking Sarah Pappenheim's life. The medics reasoned that Schelling remembered the beginning of the fight and scuffle with Sarah, and could have made a choice to stop or to grab the knife. He chose the latter and should be punished. The prosecutor demanded 10 years in prison for the defendant, but the judge in Rotterdam sentenced Schelling to 6 years in prison, followed by indefinite imprisonment in a psychiatric hospital. The court went on to explain that it rejected the prosecution's argument for 10 years in prison because of the suspect's relatively young age and his extreme diminished capacity when he took the victim's life. The suspect cannot therefore be fully blamed for the proven fact. Upon sentencing, the court released a detailed statement explaining that, considering the severity and unpredictability of the crime as well as the serious psychological disorders of the suspect, the court deems recidivism of a violent crime very likely because the suspect suffers from chronic disorders that require prolonged treatment and guidance in a clinical setting. It characterized the psychiatric detention as a punitive measure for Schelling, who has said he's willing to participate in treatment for depression and other disorders. He will remain held under treatment until the court, which will review his status every 2 years, determines if he is well enough to be released. The court also ordered Schelling to pay €68,700 in compensation to Sarah's family. Dunny Odegaard was furious at the sentence, saying this is not justice. Schelling was expecting a minimum of 10 years in America. The woman said Schelling would have faced life imprisonment or capital punishment so that he would never have the opportunity to do something like this again. She also expressed concern that after just 4 years, Schelling could be released from prison on parole, promising to do everything in our power to keep him behind bars as long as possible. There was also an investigation into the social workers Sarah had called in, and it was concluded that they could not be blamed because they were not competent enough to determine the disorders that Schelling was diagnosed with. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that occurred in Austin, Texas. Diane Hollick, 43, was a successful woman with a senior position at IBM on the morning of November 16, 2001. She missed a scheduled work call, which caused immediate concern among her coworkers because they knew she was a responsible person. As a result, when colleagues couldn't reach her, they called the police and asked them to check Diane's house. When the officers arrived, they discovered something terrible. Diane Tammy Hollick was born in 1958 in New York City. Friends and family described her as a hard worker and a happy person. Her determination and work performance helped her become financially secure. She has spent more than 20 years at IBM, one of the world's largest manufacturers and suppliers of hardware and software. In 1996, she relocated to Austin, Texas. She had advanced to a senior position in the company by this point, allowing her to work from home. Diane purchased a luxury home in Austin's suburbs and lived a lifestyle that many people can only dream of. She hosted wine tasting parties for friends, went to the most expensive restaurants and dance clubs, and was involved in charity work. At the same time, she attempted to improve her personal life in mid-November 2001. A storm warning was in effect in Texas. Torrential rains and tornadoes hit Austin on November 16th, so Diane worked from home that morning. Her company had scheduled a work call, but she stopped answering the phone. Diane owned several phones, including her home phone. However, she didn't respond to any of them. Her colleagues left messages asking her to call back. They quickly realized there was something wrong. As a result, they contacted the police and requested that someone be dispatched to Diane's home to investigate what had occurred. When the officers arrived at Diane's house, her neighbor noticed them and offered them a spare key. The police went inside, where there was complete silence, interrupted only by dogs emerging from the kitchen. After receiving no response from Diane, they began inspecting the house. In the bedroom on the second floor, after discovering Diane Hollick's lifeless body, detectives went to her home. Diane's house became one of the cleanest crime scenes they had to work with. There was no evidence of theft, struggle, or illegal entry into the home. Diane's fully dressed body lay in the bedroom, next to her bed. However, the detectives quickly realized they were dealing with a crime. The woman's neck bore distinct strangulation marks caused by what appeared to be a rope. There were also traces of someone binding her wrists with what appeared to be cable ties. The cleanliness of the house, untouched valuables, and lack of signs of forced entry led detectives to believe Diane died at the hands of someone she knew and trusted enough to let into her home. There was no evidence that anyone forced her into intimacy prior to her death. However, the detectives discovered several dark spots and red stains on the carpet near the bedroom entrance. The only thing that drew the detectives' attention was a towel lying on the back of the sofa in the living room, which did not fit into the overall picture of cleanliness and order. They therefore sent it to the laboratory for examination. The police interviewed those who knew Diane and discovered she had no enemies, or at least no one was aware of them. They also found out she was in a relationship with Dennis Conley. Diane wished to spend the rest of her life with this man. She was previously married, but the marriage ended quickly. Diane and Dennis connected through a dating service. He had 2 children from his previous marriage and was a businessman. Dennis lived in Houston, about 150 miles from Austin, where Diane resided. Despite the distance and infrequent meetings, they quickly grew close. After 2 months of communication, Dennis proposed to Diane with a $17,500 platinum ring. The woman said yes. Diane's closest friends told investigators that her relationship with dentists had recently deteriorated. She was an independent woman who dedicated her life to advancing her career, despite occasional attempts by dentists to control her. Diane was also dissatisfied with her decision to relocate to Houston. She and Dennis decided to build a life together on his land. Diane decided to sell her house in Austin's suburbs. However, realtors were unable to find any. He refused to pay $435,000 for the property, prompting the detective to investigate whether Dennis was responsible for Diane's death. They invited him to the police station, and he agreed to a candid conversation without a lawyer. The medical examiner determined that Diane died around 3 p.m. on November 15th, 3 a.m. on November 16. However, there was another intriguing detail. The wedding ring Dennis gave her was not on her finger, but her other jewelry remained in the bedroom. Perhaps the perpetrator had personal motives, or perhaps the criminal took the ring from the victim's hand to confuse investigators. Throughout the interview, Dennis exuded a sense of loss. They questioned him about his relationship with Diane and his whereabouts on the day his fiancée died. He claimed to have been in Houston on the day they discovered her body. On Thursday morning, November 15th, he and Diane spoke on the phone. He worked all day and didn't contact her again. Dennis couldn't get through to Diane the next morning, so he left a message on her voicemail. As we now know, the woman had already died by this point. He admitted that their relationship was far from ideal, mentioning recent arguments. Before ending the conversation, the police collected his fingerprints and a DNA sample. In theory, he could travel to Austin to deal with Diane before returning to Houston in the morning. However, the detectives investigated his alibi. The man did not leave the city. As a result, the police had to search for a new suspect. Dennis was the one who altered the course of the investigation. Before leaving the police station, he stated that one of Diane's colleagues was overly attentive to her. As detectives discovered, Ray, the man Dennis mentioned, paid regular visits to Diane's home and occasionally walked her dogs. However, Ray had a solid alibi and was not considered a suspect. However, after speaking with Diane's colleagues, the authorities discovered that a man had inspected her house a few days before her death. He sold the ranch and intended to purchase her home if he liked it after inspection. He said he'd make a cash offer. This man inspected the house and promised to return with his wife in a few days to make a joint decision on the purchase. Because this information was one of the few clues the police had, they focused all of their efforts on finding this mysterious buyer. Perhaps someone noticed him when he came to Diane's house. Detectives began interviewing the owners of all the properties for sale in Diane's neighborhood, implying that the victim's home was not the only one this mysterious buyer visited. 7 of the women interviewed told the same story. According to them, on the day Diane died, A 35-year-old man with a large nose and dark hair combed back came to see their homes without the presence of a real estate agent. While 6 women refused to let the man in, one allowed him to go inside and see the house. As this woman mentioned, the potential buyer behaved strangely after entering. He did not open any doors or examine the layout of the rooms. He was only interested in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, so he asked the woman to show him. The woman felt something was wrong and asked him to leave her house. The important thing to note here is that, when requesting permission to inspect the house, this man identified himself as Walter Miller. The police looked up this name in their databases, and the forensic artist drew this man. There were 2 Walter Millers in Austin, neither of whom matched the age or appearance description. Detectives were attempting to determine the motive behind the crime. Did the criminal only take the wedding ring? Could he have taken more jewelry or money? After all, the victim was wealthy and had lived alone for quite some time. As a result, no one could tell how much jewelry she actually owned. Why did he remove the cable ties that bound Diane's hands and carry them away? Did he know her? Diane was fully clothed when the police discovered her body, and the autopsy revealed no evidence of her being forced into intimacy prior to her death. Nonetheless, the detectives decided to return to her home and look for signs of sperm. They assumed that the criminal had left fluids somewhere in the house, but they found nothing. A sketch of a possible criminal began to appear on evening newscasts, with a request for anyone who knew someone similar to report it. A few short hairs discovered on a towel from Diane's house provided one of the few clues available to the police. Unfortunately, the hair lacked roots, preventing the experts from obtaining a complete DNA sample of its owner. Nonetheless, the investigators were optimistic about the results of the partial profile. Meanwhile, a woman called police after seeing a sketch of a man who could be considered a suspect in the Diane Hollick case. During the interview with detectives, the caller stated that she and her husband listed their house for sale about 6 months ago. One afternoon, a man approached and stated that he wanted to buy a house for cash. However, he needed to see it first, as in previous stories, a real estate agent was not present. This woman refused to let the stranger into her home, so he was forced to leave. After about 2 months, she noticed the same man on her doorstep. The latter identified himself as Jim Taylor. Her husband had just left for work and she was home with her young daughter. The man again requested to look around inside, but was denied. It enraged him, so he began shouting and demanding to go inside. The pseudo-buyer only left after the woman threatened to call the police. The woman was terrified. She took a piece of paper and wrote down his name and the license plate number of his minivan, which was parked in the driveway. When she saw the suspect's portrait on the news, she assumed he was the person who came to look at her house back then. The police now had the license plate number at their disposal. Using a database, they discovered that the vehicle's owner was not Jim Taylor, but Patrick Anthony Russo. At first glance, it appeared unlikely that Russo was involved in Diane's death. He lived 40 minutes from Austin, was married, had 2 children, and played in a church band. However, a more in-depth look into his background revealed that he was an ex-convict who had served time for a series of attacks on women. One of them resulted in abduction. He tied up his victim with cable ties and began strangling her, but stopped at the last moment. The court sentenced him to 20 years in prison for this offense. While behind bars, he met his future wife Janet, a church volunteer. Despite his criminal record, Russo was released from prison on parole after serving 8 of his 20-year sentence. The police did not think it was a coincidence. So they went to Anthony Russo's house after receiving a search warrant, giving the impression that he was not surprised by the police's visit. Anthony opened the door. However, the police discovered no evidence in his home. Diane's ring and other belongings were not present. A search of his minivan yielded no results either. But what was important was that the neighbors noticed a similar car at Diane's house on the day she died. In the utility room, they discovered several cable ties that were identical to those that had left marks on Diane's wrists. Even if we consider it evidence, it is only an indirect one. After all, anyone can purchase these ties from any hardware store. The investigator informed Anthony that his name came up during the investigation of one of the cases and invited him to the station for a more in-depth conversation. Hey there. They inquired about Russo's whereabouts on November 15th and 16th. He stated that on Thursday, the 15th, he went to Austin to visit a religious radio station, but was unable to enter because no one opened the door. This radio station happened to be close to Diane Hollick's house. He said he went home around 4 p.m., but I got a little lost due to a hurricane. He arrived home around 6 p.m. I'd like to remind you that, according to the forensic medical expert's report, Diane died around 3 p.m. and 3 a.m. When the police asked Russo if he was looking for a house to buy, he said he had never looked at any for sale. It's a critical moment because his words will have consequences. When they showed him a picture of Diane, he had no reaction and claimed he had never met her. There was no evidence linking him to the crime, so the cops had to let him go. But the next day, when the detectives went to the radio station Russo was talking about, it became clear that his claims about the closed doors were false. The employees stated that they did not close the doors because a large crowd had gathered in the lobby as a tornado approached. Meanwhile, another woman called the police. She was also selling a house and came across a man who resembled the suspect sketch. The young mother was at home with her child when she received a knock on the door. She opened it. She saw a man with a pamphlet. The pamphlet outlined how she sold advertisements, including her own. The stranger stated that he wanted to buy a house and requested permission to enter and look around. When he mentioned that he would make a cash offer, she let him in. He attempted to attack her after she showed him one of the bedrooms. But when he heard a child crying in the next room, he quickly left. The woman kept the pamphlet that the man was holding in her hands. When the police received it, they discovered a well-preserved fingerprint on it. Those are Anthony Russo's fingerprints. However, he claimed he had never looked at the houses for sale. The new evidence indicated that he made a false statement. He was still on probation. And by lying to the police, he committed a misdemeanor. Russo was arrested because he failed to comply with the parole conditions. The authorities were concerned that he would flee while they searched for evidence linking him to Diane's death. They believed it would be safer to keep him in prison. The police were able to locate 15 women with whom Russo had come to see the houses. All of these women came to identify the suspect. On the other side of the glass stood 5 equally dressed and similar men, one of whom was Anthony Russo. Each of those men repeated specific phrases in turn. The following phrase, "You have a beautiful house, you have a gorgeous home." 10 of the 15 women identified Anthony Russo as the person who came to see the house before making a purchase. The other 5 couldn't identify anyone. Russo was interrogated again by the police, but this time he realized they had exposed his lies. However, this did not stop him from declaring his innocence. He eventually said he wanted to see his wife and stopped answering questions. Soon after, the detectives received a report from the lab. The mitochondrial sequence of the hair found on the towel from Diane's house was confirmed to match Anthony Russo's DNA, but it was only partial evidence, leaving the possibility that the hair belonged to someone else. According to court documents, the odds of someone else having the same DNA profile as Russo were 1 in 12,900,000. Thus, the investigation had a lot of indirect evidence, but not a single direct clue linking Russo to Diane Hollick's death. Another indirect proof was a report on the location of his cell phone, which revealed that Russo was in the same area as Diane on the day she died. After examining the computer seized from his home, the experts discovered a very detailed search history. Russo, a 37-year-old father of 2 who attended church on a regular basis, was a frequent user of the adult website. There, he watched videos and read articles about strangulation during intimacy. The website's materials were not free. What is even more revealing is that a few days before Diane's death, he read a story in which a male character enters a lonely woman's home under the guise of a buyer, strangles her, and takes valuables with him when he leaves, leading everyone to believe that the motive was robbery rather than a desire to quench his thirst for strangulation. The detectives conducted an extensive investigation into Russo and his wife's finances. With only $2,000 in savings, he couldn't afford to buy a new house. In addition, he and his wife have yet to pay the bank for the house where they live. On February 5, 2004, police charged Anthony Russo with the murder of Diane Hollick, despite the lack of direct evidence. He made his court appearance more than 2 years after Diane's death. 14 women testified under oath, saying Russo approached them about purchasing a home. He went to see some of them on the day Diane died, but they refused to let him into their homes. One woman made an exception, allowing him in before quickly telling him to leave due to his strange behavior. Everyone Russo met was around the same age. It indicated that he was observing the owners before knocking on their doors. He was only interested in certain types of women. The prosecution presented all of the evidence mentioned in the video and detailed the alleged events on that fateful November day. As previously stated, Diane informed one of her colleagues that a potential buyer had visited her to see the house. The prosecutor suggested that Russo realized Diane lived alone when he first saw the house on November 15th. Russo toured the homes for sale, but only one woman let him in. However, when he arrived at Diane's house, Russo most likely requested that Diane show him around again. Nonetheless, he went there with a specific goal in mind, planning out all of his actions and attempting to leave no trace. It was raining outside, so Diane unexpectedly handed him a towel to wipe his hands and face. He casually tossed this towel onto the back of the sofa. She again showed him around the house. When they arrived on the second floor, Russo attacked her. Prosecutors believed Russo enjoyed the strangulation process, which resulted in Diane's death during their second meeting. Before leaving, Russo took cable ties and Diane's wedding ring, which the police were unable to locate. He locked the door using a spare key kept at the front door. It was a representation of the prosecutor's office. Russo, as former and current wives testified at the trial, both stated that Anthony enjoyed the strangulation process. It's worth noting that the man's first conviction was for a similar offense. After an 11-hour deliberation, the jury convicted Patrick Anthony Russo. The court sentenced him to life in prison, but he never admitted guilt. Regardless of his criminal record, Russo will be eligible for parole again. He can submit his first petition in 2044. He'll be just over 80 years old by then. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In February 2018, the quiet town of Deltona, located in eastern Florida off the Atlantic coast, was shaken by the brutal murder of a young man named Patrick de la Cerda. The 25-year-old man was discovered dead in his home, and the severity of his injuries indicated that the perpetrator harbored a personal grudge against him. The Patrick de la Cerda case is an example of a near-perfect, elaborate and planned crime that may have gone unsolved. Although the murderer was identified almost immediately, there was no direct evidence to prove his guilt. As later claimed, investigator Chad Weaver, who investigated the case, knew from the start that it would be a true detective worthy of a screen adaptation. What happened? Who is Patrick de la Cerda? Patrick de la Cerda was born in June 1992 in Miami, one of Florida's most picturesque cities. His mother, Patricia Runza, was born and raised in France, while his father, Max de la Cerda, was a native of Spain. But in the 1980s, he moved to the United States, where he married and had a son. The de la Cerda family was extremely friendly and cheerful. Patrick grew up in an environment of love, caring, and mutual respect. He was a very nice, intelligent, and sociable guy who did well in school, could easily become the soul of any company, and had a lot of friends. Furthermore, the boy was very close to his parents from childhood, and they spared no effort or money to ensure that their son received a good education and grew up to be a worthy man. The family patriarch had spent his entire life working in the construction industry and was a highly skilled professional. The family was not wealthy, but they were well off by city standards. After graduating from high school, Patrick decided to pursue a career in construction to continue his father's legacy. When the young man was in university, his parents decided to divorce after nearly 25 years of marriage. It should be noted that they parted in a quiet and peaceful manner, with no scandals, property division, or other issues. The mother relocated to the quiet town of Deltona in the state's east and remarried shortly thereafter. The adult son decided to stay in Miami with his father, where they both work and are well known in the construction industry. Despite the divorce of the parents, all family members remained close and friendly to one another. They were constantly in contact with one another, calling and communicating on a regular basis, and we were always available to assist when needed. Patrick paid regular visits to his mother in Deltona, where he told her about everything going on in his life, including his joys and experiences meeting the girl of his dreams. Due to his French and Spanish heritage, Patrick had a bright appearance and enjoyed great success with fair sex from a young age, but it had always been an example of the family in which he grew up, so he did not seek frivolous and fleeting affairs. He dreamed of a bright mutual feeling in his own strong family. De la Cerda met the girl of his dreams by chance on the internet, on one of the popular sites where lonely hearts find each other. He registered and created an account at the suggestion of a friend, but he didn't fully believe that he could meet his soulmate there. One June evening in 2017, he was browsing the site's girl profiles without much enthusiasm when his attention was drawn to a photo of a searing brunette with an unusually bright appearance. She had big, bottomless eyes and a lovely smile. Patrick was completely enchanted and decided to write to the stunning stranger. She responded to his message, and they began to communicate more comfortably. The girl's name was Jessica Devnani. She was born in 1988 in Orlando, Florida, which is located in the state's central region. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in one of the local universities to study banking, and after graduation, she worked at a bank branch in her hometown of Orlando. Jessica was also immediately drawn to the handsome young man. They exchanged phone numbers after a few days of active correspondence on the website. For the next few weeks, they called each other every evening and talked for hours about anything. The couple quickly established mutual sympathy and trust, so the young people decided to meet in person. Because they lived in different parts of the state, they chose a location about halfway between them for the meeting. Already on the first date, Patrick realized Jessica was the girl he had been looking for, and now refuses to let go. She liked him right away, and Jessica was perplexed by the age difference because she was 4 years older than Patrick. On the way home, Patrick called his mother and told her that he had met the girl of his dreams, whom he wanted to marry and start a family. Patricia recognized the joy and excitement in her son's voice and knew he was serious. She was happy for him. This long-distance relationship lasted several months and posed a significant problem because the couple could only see each other on weekends and in neutral locations. Usually, they rented a hotel room in a cozy, secluded location and simply enjoyed each other's company. However, everyone flew home on Sunday night because they had work the next morning. Marriage proposal. To be closer to his sweetheart, Patrick relocated to Deltona, where his mother lived, in December 2017. He purchased a house in a quiet neighborhood and began repairing it, preparing a cozy nest for his chosen one's move. Jessica couldn't leave work right away, so they planned a housewarming party for early spring next year. On New Year's Eve, when the couple met, the young man decided to surprise his girlfriend. He set up fireworks in the backyard of the house, and, as Jessica watched the fireworks, she got down on one knee and held out a box with a ring, asking her the most important question: will she become his lawful wife? Jessica was overjoyed and, unsurprisingly, agreed with him. Patrick admitted that he had been looking for an engagement ring for a long time, but had not found the right one in any of the jewelry stores. He believes that none of them are attractive or refined enough for such an occasion. He chose the best of what was available in order to make a proposal before the new year, but then ordered another from the jewelry workshop, an exclusive ring designed by the young man himself. Something had happened to Patrick. 2 months have passed since the engagement. Preparations for the wedding and upcoming housewarming were underway. Their parents approved of the couple's decision, and they were ecstatic to be embarking on a new chapter in their lives. The young people intend to hold a lavish celebration in Miami on the Atlantic Ocean's shores, or in France, the groom's mother's homeland. On February 27, 2018, Patrick's father, Max de la Cerda, got a call from a courier. The father's phone number was added as an additional contact. The courier confirmed that his son's order had been delivered to the specified address, but the customer does not open the door or answer the phone. This was so unlike Patrick, so the father was immediately concerned. However, because he was at work at the time, he was unable to pick up the order while also checking on his son's well-being. Max decided to ask his future daughter-in-law. He called Jessica and his voice was filled with anxiety as he explained that he could not reach his son. Jessica had attempted to contact her fiancé since the morning, but he did not return messages or make calls. When she mentioned this to Patrick's father, Max concluded that something had happened to Patrick. Jessica immediately dropped everything and dashed to the groom's house. When she pulled up, she immediately noticed Patrick's car in the driveway, indicating that he hadn't left. She had her own key. Jessica entered the yard and called out to her lover several times. However, there was no response. Jessica carefully opened the front door and discovered a terrifying image. Her fiancé lay practically at the entrance in a pool of his own blood. He showed no sign of life. Jessica immediately called 911, but when paramedics arrived, they were unable to help Patrick and declared him dead. By the time the cops arrived, Jessica was sobbing in the backyard of the house where Patrick had proposed 2 months prior. When one of the officers approached her, she simply looked at him and told him she knew who had murdered her lover and destroyed her entire life. A wealthy and powerful ex-boyfriend can help you understand this difficult situation, and to understand who would want to kill a young guy who appears to have no enemies or ill wishes, you must go back in time to when he and Jessica first met. The girl was then in a relationship with Gregory Bender, a wealthy businessman who ran his own investment fund. Jessica met Gregory while she was a student. He was 20 years older than her, and he literally turned the young ladies' heads. The businessman wooed her beautifully, gave her expensive gifts, and took her to luxurious resorts. Jessica believed she had found her one and only love, but she soon noticed some oddities in his behavior. Gregory sought to exert control over his girlfriend by closely monitoring where she went and who she communicated with. If Jessica had an admirer, he quickly got rid of him with threats and intimidation. At the same time, he told her very little about himself. This relationship lasted nearly 8 years, and Gregory never revealed his chosen one to his family or friends. Gregory rarely invited his girlfriend to his house, and they only met, spent time together, or went on vacation when he wanted to. He argued that he was extremely busy. Jessica, of course, wanted to have a normal family and have children. But Bender insisted that it was not yet time for that, and when she tried to end the relationship, Gregory gave her a ring and proposed marriage. Jessica agreed, but nothing had changed. They continued to live apart and only saw each other when the groom said so. Gregory was involved in a car accident that left him in a hospital bed. Jessica rushed over to him when she heard about it, but first she stopped by his house to get some items for Gregory. Jessica encountered a woman she had never seen before and inquired as to her identity. Rather than responding, the stranger asked her a similar question. Jessica showed the ring on her finger and announced that she was the bride of the house's owner. The woman then laughed and showed her the ring, claiming to be Bender's legal wife, Damara Sanchez. Bender? After such a shocking revelation, Jessica decided to immediately end her relationship with the businessman who had cheated her for so long. However, the boyfriend began to literally pursue Jessica, begging her to return and promising to divorce Damara in the near future so that they could marry. She renewed her faith in this man, but time passed and nothing about their relationship changed. Jessica became tired of this affair and filled out a questionnaire on a dating site where she met Patrick. After beginning to communicate with him, she made the firm decision to end her relationship with Gregory, which she informed him of, but he refused to let go. Obsessive stalker. Bender initially persuaded Jessica to return to him and try to restart their relationship, promising to divorce his wife. He then proceeded to make threats and harass others. When he realized that all of this was pointless, he decided to look for a rival about whom he knew nothing. He had to hire professionals to hack into Jessica's account and discover who she was communicating with. Gregory began sending Patrick threatening messages and demanding that he break up with Jessica, whom he referred to as his fiancée, after discovering his identity and obtaining his contact information. Patrick did not react to the threats and remained calm, believing that the situation would not escalate beyond threats. But Jessica was terrified because she realized her ex-boyfriend could expect anything from her. He was a wealthy and well-connected man with an extensive collection of firearms at his disposal. Jessica suggested that Patrick end their relationship before anyone was hurt, but he refused. Then they decided to contact the police, providing evidence that Bender was stalking and threatening them. The couple obtained a restraining order against Gregory, preventing him from approaching them or attempting to make contact in any way. Gregory was also ordered to surrender all firearms stored in his home. Things settled down for a while, and the lovers began to believe that the stalker had left them alone. Jessica, on the other hand, persuaded Patrick that it was necessary to install CCTV cameras around and inside the house because she was concerned that Gregory would break the bane, conduct a crime scene investigation, and test the first theory. But let's return to the tragic events of February 27, 2018. During the initial examination of the crime scene, the criminalist immediately ruled out the robbery theory and stated that, based on the nature of the mutilation, this murderer had a personal motive and literally despised his victim. A 25-year-old man was found with gunshot wounds in his thigh, chest, and head. The experts also discovered injuries and bruises consistent with a fall from a ladder. The body was lying on the floor between the front door and the stairs to the second floor. Investigators suspected that the killer had snuck into the house and was waiting for the owner on the second floor. When an unsuspecting Patrick entered and climbed the stairs, the intruder stepped out to meet him and fired the first bullet into his leg. The wounded young man rolled down the stairs, and the perpetrator followed him down, firing another bullet into his chest before killing the victim with 2 follow-up shots to the head. The murder weapon was not discovered, but it was a rather uncommon model of pistol that was difficult to obtain. The first shell casing was discovered on the second floor of the house. 2 more similar shell casings were discovered downstairs, but the 4th casing was not present, so it was assumed that the perpetrator took it with him, possibly as a trophy. Despite Jessica's claims that she knows who killed her fiancé, the first person suspected was the murdered man's neighbor, with whom he had a serious disagreement a few months prior. The man was a combat participant and veteran of the United States Army who was injured and severely concussed during the war, resulting in a mental disorder. He was an expert with firearms and could easily obtain a rare model of gun in December 2017. The veteran mistook his new neighbor for a burglar and opened fire. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but the neighbor was admitted to a psychiatric hospital due to an exacerbation of his condition. After he returned home, he continued to follow Patrick, calling him a spy and promising to expose him. The mentally ill neighbor may have a motive based on his unhealthy imagination, so the man was detained and decided to interrogate Patrick. He made no secret of his dislike for him. However, at the time of the murder, he had a complete alibi, which was confirmed by several people looking for evidence and attempting to provoke the perpetrator. So the original version of the robbery was canceled because everything in the house was in its proper place, and the money and valuables remained untouched. Only hard disks containing recordings made by video surveillance cameras were missing, making it impossible to determine who entered and exited the house that day. In addition, no evidence was discovered at the crime scene. Forensic experts were unable to locate a single fingerprint, shoe print, or DNA trace. The murder was meticulously planned, and while the investigation had little doubt that Gregory was responsible, it appeared at the time that he would get away with it. The police decided to go undercover and ask Jessica to call her former lover and invite him to a candid conversation. Jessica agreed without hesitation, dialing Bender's number and making a spectacle of herself. She blamed him for what had happened, cried, and repeatedly asked why he had done it. However, Gregory appeared to have figured out what the investigators were up to from the start and persisted in pretending he didn't know. When Jessica revealed that he had killed her fiancé, the businessman pretended to be surprised, and after expressing his condolences to the ex-girlfriend, he attempted to persuade Gregory to confess in order to enrage him or force him to make a mistake, but it never worked. The police had no reason to stop or question the man. He could only be called to testify, but he followed the restraining order and appeared to have let his ex-girlfriend go long ago. The killer's notes. While the investigation was treading water looking for leads, the police received a call from Daymara Sanchez Bender, who claimed to have important information about the Patrick de la Cerda case. The woman was immediately invited to the station for an interview, during which she stated that shortly before the crime, she noticed a strange notebook on her husband's desk in his office. Looking into it, I discovered a detailed plan of some stranger's house, along with a strange algorithm of actions. She had not paid attention to it at the time. However, when Daymara saw a news report about a young man's brutal murder and the story showed the plan of his house, She immediately remembered the sketches of her unfaithful husband, with whom she was on the verge of divorce, and decided to tell the investigators that this information gave the police enough reason to search the alleged perpetrator's home. The mysterious notebook about which the businessman's wife spoke was found in the office, but the pages containing the house plan and other records had been removed. However, they were quickly discovered in the office. But, in a trash can that Gregory had apparently failed or forgotten to empty, he simply ripped out the pages, crumpled them up, and tossed them away. Apparently, he was confident that his house would not be searched because the sheets of paper contained no evidence against him. In addition to the layout of the house, there was a detailed plan of the crime itself, indicating that the criminal had planned extensively and thoroughly, working out every detail. It was specifically mentioned that the phone should be turned off, gloves should be worn, and shoe soles should be lubricated with a special compound to avoid leaving traces on the floor. The records revealed that Gregory followed his victim, knew when Patrick returned home, and was aware of the presence of surveillance cameras in the house and yard. In addition, Gregory disposed of the crime weapon, dirty clothes, shoes, and gloves. He was only disappointed because his own records had not been destroyed in time, and by his wife's curiosity. In addition, a fourth missing shell casing was discovered on the table in a cigar box that the gunman was supposed to have taken as a trophy. Forensics determined that it was the same shell casing from the crime scene. The trial and defense attorneys attempted to shift the blame onto Jessica, but the evidence was sufficient to arrest Gregory and begin the trial. The main issue was that all of the evidence found could be considered circumstantial, because the criminal weapon was never found. There was no evidence that the accused had ever visited the victim's home, and there were no witnesses. Bender's trial didn't start until May 21, more than 3 years after the atrocity. During this time, he hired the best lawyers who had enough time to fully prepare for the case. The businessman was upbeat and appeared to believe he'd get away with it. Jessica was a key witness. She detailed her long-term relationship with Gregory, including how she discovered he was married and attempted to end it, as well as the harassment and threats he made against her and Patrick. She provided saved screenshots of correspondence and phone records. In response, Bender's attorneys attempted to shift all of the blame to Jessica. The defense claimed that Jessica provoked Gregory with her behavior by registering on a dating site and beginning a new relationship while still in a relationship with Gregory, which hurt his pride and ego. Jessica was also accused of mercantilism, with some claiming that she enjoyed receiving expensive gifts from wealthy suitors. In the main evidence sheets containing records of the murder plot, the lawyers described it as a fantasy of a wounded man seeking vengeance on his rival. At the same time, the defense claimed that the defendant's involvement in the crime was limited to plans and fantasies, so no traces of him were discovered. Furthermore, the lawyers claimed that the search of their client's home was illegal and violated, so the second evidence was a shell casing that he could simply plant in the process. The crime weapon was also not discovered, and Jessica identified the model of the gun from a picture, claiming that she had previously seen it in her boyfriend's collection, but she could be mistaken because she was not well versed in weapons, according to her ex-wife's testimony and final verdict. At one of the sessions, the defendant's now ex-wife, Damara Sanchez, was called as a witness. The man who had previously appeared indifferent suddenly became animated and confessed his love for her. The ex-wife was moved by this confession and appears to have changed her mind about testifying against Gregory. She erred in her testimony, citing forgetfulness, and finally stated that she had lived with the man for many years and doubted his ability to commit murder. Despite defense attorneys' attempts to challenge the legality of the defendant's home search, his ex-wife's unexpected statement, and a lack of direct evidence, the jury found Gregory Bender guilty of first-degree murder after hours of deliberation. He received a life sentence and will never be eligible for parole. As the judge read the sentence, the defendant stared at Jessica, seemingly without blinking. He was literally glaring at her, making her feel sick and nearly causing a panic attack. She sat next to her late fiancé's mother and, at one point, started sobbing and choking. Despite numerous attempts by Bender and his well-paid lawyers to appeal the verdict and have the case reviewed, all of their appeals were denied. Not least among these factors was the case's widespread societal resonance, because a wealthy millionaire businessman murdered a simple working man in cold blood and attempted to evade justice. Patrick de la Cerda's story received widespread media coverage. Gregory Bender is still behind bars at the moment. Jessica Devnani says she feels safe and will continue to live for Patrick and honor his memory. She wears the ring that he gave her as a gift. In addition, Patrick never gave her the exclusive piece of jewelry he promised. Jessica has a close relationship with her deceased fiancé's parents, who treat her like their own daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video depicts events that occurred in Massachusetts during 2016. On Sunday, August 7th, 2016, Vanessa Marcotte, 27, was visiting her mother, Rosanna, in Princeton, Massachusetts. On that sunny and warm day, she decided to go for a run because she was usually very active, taking walks outside and practicing yoga. In a few hours, she was supposed to catch a bus to New York City, where she worked and lived. Vanessa went for a run but did not return home. Her mother, Rosanna, was concerned about her daughter's prolonged absence, as this was unusual behavior for Vanessa, so she sought assistance from the police. This case received a lot of national media attention because this type of incident had not occurred in the small town of Princeton in 30 years. In addition, just a few days ago, another runner and fitness blogger, Karina Vetrano, 30, was involved in a similar incident in a New York City neighborhood. Vanessa Teresa Marcotte was born June 17, 1989, in Leominster, Massachusetts. Summa cum laude, excelled in school and earned her bachelor's degree in communications from Boston University in 2011. After graduation, she worked for WordStream, an online marketing software startup in Boston. Later, she worked as an account manager in Google's New York City office. Vanessa had the opportunity to visit her mother and aunt in Princeton, a small rural town of about 4,000 people in another state, about once every 2 months. She was the only child in the family, so her mother, Rosanna, eagerly anticipated each meeting and was delighted when her daughter discovered an opportunity to visit her on Sunday, August 7, 2016. Vanessa left her mother's house on Brook Station Road around 1 p.m. to go for a run, returning to New York later that day via commuter bus. The area where she was going to run was familiar to her. Vanessa's mother called the police after several hours had passed and she had not returned home. The officers immediately launched a search, beginning with the area where Vanessa's route most likely took her. At 8:20 p.m., a police dog picked up the trail and led the search team to a densely vegetated area. A woman's body was discovered about 60 yards from the road, less than a mile from Rosanna Marcotte's home. Vanessa Marcotte was later identified as the victim. A preliminary examination of the body left detectives convinced that Vanessa's death was criminal in nature. Her clothes were removed, and burn marks appeared on her legs, hands, and face. As is evident, the location where the body was discovered is quite remote. There are no houses, only the road and the woods on either side of it. Vanessa's cell phone and headphones were also missing. Police thoroughly searched the surrounding area, but were unable to locate any of these items. Investigators suspected the perpetrator took them on purpose because they could have left traces of their DNA. A fire-damaged sneaker lay on the grass next to the body. Other locations also contained fire traces. Detectives concluded that the perpetrator attempted to destroy DNA traces using gasoline. Vanessa's death was determined by forensic experts to be due to strangulation. She fought for her life. As a result, DNA from an unknown individual was discovered under her fingernails. The fact that Vanessa's clothes had been removed clarified the motive for the crime. To summarize, the medical examiners discovered evidence of male contact. DNA samples were tested, but no matches were found in local or national databases. Princeton is a small town with a population of less than 4,000 people. This type of crime was extremely uncommon, and it shocked the entire local population. Authorities urged residents of Princeton and the surrounding areas to be vigilant and cautious, and asked anyone who saw anything suspicious to call the Massachusetts State Hotline. Colin Ortiz, Princeton Police Department. At a press conference on August 11th, Worcester District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. confirmed that the perpetrator was most likely male and had sustained minor cuts, bruises, and scratches during his struggle with Vanessa prior to her death. Vanessa's co-workers, as well as her family and Princeton residents, were shocked by what happened. According to a Google representative, Vanessa Marcotte was a beloved member of the Google team, having worked in our New York office for the past year and a half and being known for her ubiquitous passion for volunteer work and love of Boston sports. We are deeply shocked and saddened. Our thoughts are with her family and friends. Her alma mater also paid tribute to her. Colin Riley, Boston University's executive director of media relations, said, "We're so sad for her family and friends. They are in our thoughts and prayers." Police investigated a possible link between Vanessa Marcotte's death and an incident involving another runner, Karina Vetrano, that occurred a few days earlier in New York. Toronto went for a late afternoon run in Queens Spring Creek Park, which is less than a block from her house. She ran alone. Despite her father's concerns, she was last seen alive sometime after 5 p.m. Just before entering the park, after failing to respond to repeated calls and text messages for Toronto's father, she notified a neighbor, the New York City Police Department's police chief, who launched a search around 11 p.m. Her father discovered her body face down about 15 feet from the trail, as was the case with Vanessa Marcotte Karina Vetrano, whose body was exposed, and the cause of death was also strangulation. Despite the similarities, investigators did not believe there was a link between the two cases. 6 months later, police arrested Chanel Lewis, a 20-year-old Brooklyn resident, after his DNA was found to match that of Karina Vetrano's body. On April 23, 2019, Lewis was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. But who is responsible for Vanessa Marcotte's death? Investigators believe the person who killed Vanessa lived in or frequented Princeton and was familiar with the area. Detectives also believed Vanessa Marcotte did not know the perpetrator and that their paths crossed by chance. Meanwhile, law enforcement sought assistance from the public, with separate 24-hour phone lines set up. Vanessa eventually stopped outside a local convenience store for a drink of water after 1 p.m. on August 7th and was last seen walking and talking on her cell phone. Investigators believe Vanessa was attacked within the next 2 hours of being seen outside the store. Her phone was turned off at 2:11 p.m. and has not been turned on since. Police officers were receiving and checking many clues, including searching the area where the body was discovered several times and the surrounding area, but the results were not satisfactory. It wasn't until 3 months later that the police learned more about the case. A new witness reported that on August 7th, he saw a dark-colored Ford SUV parked on the curb near where Vanessa's body was discovered, with the hood up. The driver appeared to be Hispanic, aged between 25 and 35. The witness first drove by the SUV around 12:45 p.m. At the time, the driver was standing next to his vehicle, talking on the phone, and the witness drove past the same location again around 2:05 p.m. The SUV remained in the same location, but its hood was down, and no one was visible inside or near it. Authorities began looking for a Hispanic man who owned a black SUV and allegedly lived near Princeton. On February 23, 2017, more than 6 months after Vanessa's death, Worcester County District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. provided additional information about the investigation, stating that the DNA found on Vanessa's body had been sent to a lab and a profile was created. Based on DNA evidence and witness testimony, the suspect was identified as a Hispanic male between the ages of 20 and 30, with an athletic build, medium height, and short or shaved hair. It was also assumed that the suspect owned or had access to a dark-colored SUV on the day of the crime and sustained visible upper body injuries within days of the attack. About 3 weeks later, a police officer patrolling the streets of Worcester County spotted a man who matched the suspect description. This man was driving a vehicle that looked exactly like the one seen the day Vanessa Marcotte died. The police officer quickly jotted down the license plate number on his hand. After determining the identity of the car owner, the police went to his house. That man was Angelo Colin Ortiz, who was 31 years old. Colin Ortiz, a Puerto Rican native with no criminal record, was married with 3 children and had been in Worcester for less than a year. He worked for FedEx's third-party contractor, made deliveries in Princeton, and was familiar with the town and its surroundings. Colin Ortiz was described as perverted by his Western neighbors, who claimed he frequently made vulgar remarks to residents. A former female Princeton postal worker also claimed that Colin Ortiz frequently made crude remarks in Spanish about her and other women to his co-workers. When the police asked Angelo about Vanessa Marcotte, he said he didn't know her. Furthermore, he couldn't recall whether he was in Princeton on the day Vanessa was attacked. He was asked to provide a sample of his DNA, and he agreed by signing documents indicating his willingness to provide his DNA for analysis. The lab took some time to run the test, which revealed that Colin Ortiz's DNA matched the one discovered under Vanessa Marcotte's fingernails on April 15, 2017. The man was apprehended and charged 3 days later. Prosecutors allege that on the day of the crime, Colin Ortiz purchased $5 in gasoline from a store 6 miles away at 2:35 p.m. Vanessa had already died by that point, so the man returned to the scene to try to destroy the evidence, specifically his DNA on Vanessa's body. The district attorney contended that the DNA evidence was obtained in accordance with all applicable procedures, which aided in the prosecution of the charges. However, Colin Ortiz's attorneys claimed that their client's DNA sample was obtained in an irregular manner. They claimed that the language barrier prevented their client from fully comprehending that he was not required to provide the police with a sample of his DNA. And Colin Ortiz stated that he was unaware that he could have refused to provide one. In an affidavit supporting the motion to suppress, Colin Ortiz stated that, while he is a U.S. citizen, he was born in Puerto Rico and does not speak, read, or understand English. Colin Ortiz wrote this on March 16, 2017. 2 large white state police officers arrived at my home with someone who spoke a strange version of Spanish. The trial dragged on for years until, on January 11, 2022, Judge Janet Kenton Walker denied the defense's motion to suppress DNA evidence. Colin Ortiz declined to plead guilty to first-degree murder. However, in a plea bargain he pleaded guilty to deprivation of life in the second degree, which carries a shorter sentence. He also pleaded guilty to the robbery charge, which carries a 20-year sentence. Prosecutors said the Marcotte family agreed to the plea bargain to avoid a harsh trial. We are grateful and relieved that the trial ended as we had hoped, and that this man will now be unable to harm anyone in the same way that he harmed Vanessa. The Marcotte family said in a statement issued by the district attorney's office, "Let's keep this monster off the streets. I'll be dead before he has a parole hearing." Vanessa Marcotte's father revealed that Angelo Colin Ortiz, 36, was sentenced to life in prison in October 2022. He will serve 20 years on the robbery charge before being sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum of 25 years before parole eligibility. That would require at least 45 years in prison before parole eligibility. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A student who came to visit her family for a holiday went for a run and disappeared. Without a trace, the residents of the small village were shaken by this event, as nothing like this had ever happened in their area before detectives began an investigation that lasted for many years. And it was only after 28 years that everyone learned the gruesome truth that shocked the residents of the small village. Mandy Stavik was born on April 16, 1971, in the American city of Bellingham, Washington. She grew up in a large family with loving parents, 2 brothers and a sister. Soon after Mandy's birth, her parents decided to move to a town called Palmer, Alaska. This place was known for its picturesque nature, safety, and the unity of its few thousand residents. The family lived in this town for several years, but when Mandy was 3 years old, her parents decided to divorce, and she stayed with her mother. Nevertheless, she continued to see her father almost every day. A year later, a terrible tragedy struck their family. Mandy's 17-year-old brother went on a hunting trip and disappeared. The police later found his body, which had almost 20 bullet wounds. Despite all the investigators' efforts to solve the case, they could not find any suspects for Mandy's family. This event was a real shock, but she continued to grow up joyful and active. She excelled academically, participated in many sports, and played various musical instruments. When Mandy was 12 years old, her mother decided to move back to Washington, but this time to a small village called Acme, whose population at that time was less than 300 people, and all the residents knew each other well. There were practically no serious crimes in this place, and the woman decided that she and her 3 children would be better off there. Mandy enrolled in the local school, quickly made friends, continued to play sports, joined the school music group, and became a cheerleader. In addition, she loved the local nature and enjoyed going for runs towards the picturesque river. When Mandy was 17 years old, another tragedy struck her family after the divorce. Her father stayed in Palmer and started a new family with several children. In 1988, Mandy's stepbrother drowned in a river. It was another blow for her and reminded her of her older brother's death after graduating from high school. Mandy enrolled at Central Washington University in 1989, which was 3 hours away from her home. She wanted to become a pilot and strove to get straight A's. She lived in a dormitory, but whenever she had the chance, she visited her family. At the end of November, she came home to spend Thanksgiving with her relatives and planned to stay there for a few more days. On November 24th, the day after the holiday, Mandy decided to go for a run. Usually her mother accompanied her and rode her bike next to her, but this time she stayed home because her sister had come to visit her briefly, so Mandy set off alone, taking the family's German Shepherd with her usual route, started from home and ran along the road to the river, after which he turned around and ran back, totaling about 5 kilometers. Usually the run takes less than an hour, but this time Mandy was clearly delayed. When her brother returned home, he was surprised that Mandy was still not back. He was visiting a friend whose house was located along the road. The brother saw Mandy run back towards home, but after a few minutes she ran in the opposite direction. He thought she decided to do another lap, but even considering that she should have returned home much earlier than him, as time passed, Mandy's relatives began to seriously worry about her, in addition to the fact that she had never run for so long before. She had plans for the evening before heading home for the holiday. She invited her dorm mate, who came with her. They were planning to go to a neighboring town that day to meet with friends. 2 hours later, something happened that made the whole family worry even more. Their German Shepherd returned home without Mandy, which was extremely strange. The mother of a young woman who had already lost a child once decided to immediately contact the police, and despite Mandy being 18 years old, the sheriff agreed to start the search right after the woman's call. Meanwhile, the mother began calling literally every resident of the village and asking if they had seen her daughter. Upon hearing that Mandy had disappeared, many of them went out into the street and quickly organized their own search together with the young woman's relatives. They walked along the route she had run several times, but she was not found. Meanwhile, the police began questioning people close to Mandy. They learned that the young woman had a boyfriend named Rick, whom she'd been dating since high school. The young woman's mother also said that the couple had broken up and got him back together again. The investigators spoke with him but found no reason to suspect the young man. They questioned several other people while combing the area with the villagers. By that time, people on SUVs, horses, and helicopters had joined the search. The local dog handler even tried to work with a shepherd dog, hoping that it would lead them to Mandy. However, the dog was clearly frightened and did not want to leave the porch of its house. The search continued until late at night, but it yielded no results. The next day it continued, and the police managed to find the first worrying clue. Volunteers found women's sports bands on one of the back roads. They were covered in mud, looked old, and had several holes. The pants were immediately shown to Mandy's mother, but she hesitated to say that they belonged to her daughter. Despite this, the police still sent them to the laboratory, where experts found traces of male semen on them. Detectives immediately asked for DNA samples from all the men who were familiar with Mandy and were in the area, but no matches were found. The FBI's general database, which contains DNA of convicted criminals, did not exist yet that year, so investigators could not do anything with this clue. Meanwhile, specialists with search dogs began to participate in the search, and soon they discovered a new lead. They managed to find traces of the young woman on the dirt road as well as the tracks of her sheepdog. But there was one strange moment when their tracks stopped at the same place. From this, only one conclusion could be drawn. Mandy must have gotten into someone's car. Detectives suggested that she may have been abducted and forced into a car, but experts disproved this assumption, as there would have been a different scene at the point where the tracks ended, as the young woman should have resisted. In reality, it looked as though she got into the car of her own accord, meaning that the driver could have met someone she knew on the third day of the surge. Police, along with firefighters, began searching the nearby river that flowed alongside the road where the young woman was last seen. They made a distressing discovery about 5 kilometers downstream from the village. They noticed a female body in the water. After retrieving it, they immediately realized that it was Mandy, as she was naked except for her socks and sneakers. The police did not see any serious injuries except for several large scratches on her legs. In connection with this, they began to speculate that the young woman could have drowned, but this version made no sense. First, it was the end of November, and the water in the river was very cold, so Mandy could not have gone into it voluntarily, especially without clothes. In addition, the depth of the river in that place was significantly lower than human height, and the young woman could have stood there safely. Medical experts examined the victim's body and found a head injury, which was most likely caused by a strong blow. However, they determined that this injury could not have been the cause of death. In the end, the experts concluded that the young woman died of suffocation in the water. In other words, she drowned. In addition, the medical experts found evidence of violence against the victim and were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, as well as detect male DNA under the victim's fingernails. Based on all this, the police developed the most likely version of what happened. Someone kidnapped Mandy on the road, dragged her into a car, and drove her to the river, where an unknown perpetrator subjected her to violence. After that, the young woman managed to escape, evidenced by the scratches on her legs, most likely caused by prickly vegetation along the riverbank. At some point, the criminal caught up to Mandy, hit her on the head, and threw her into the water. Forensic experts identified a DNA profile and compared it to samples from everyone who was in any way connected to the case in total. They checked over 30 men, but no matches were found. Police continued to search for any leads by questioning all residents of the village and surrounding areas. Apart from Mandy's brother, another Acme resident saw her on the day of her disappearance. The man parked near his house and saw the young woman running along the road when she disappeared from view. A dark pickup truck drove past. At that moment, the man did not attach any importance to it, but after Mandy's murder, he shared his observation with the police. He could now remember the model of the pickup truck and refused to provide detectives with his DNA sample. This behavior seemed suspicious, and they obtained a court order to compel the man to give his DNA. However, it did not match the sample found on the victim's body. The murder received active media coverage, and unfortunately, they all led to dead ends. And as a result, the investigation dragged on for years. Detectives were unable to identify any serious suspects, although they continued to actively consider various candidates. At some point, investigators speculated that an unknown serial killer known as the Green River Killer might be behind the crime. He was suspected of killing dozens of young women, and he often dumped their bodies in rivers. However, no evidence in favor of this version. Often dumped their bodies in rivers. Even when the killer was caught and his identity became known, investigators could not link him to Mandy's murder due to the lack of evidence and new suspects. The investigation into this case stopped for many years. Periodically, detectives retrieved it from the archives, trying to find some fresh ideas, but it did not produce any results. In 2009, 20 years after Mandy's death, a new detective from the local police department reopened the investigation. Given that no new evidence had emerged over the past 2 decades, he decided to take a different approach together with his colleagues. They went around the entire village and surrounding areas, asking every male resident to provide their DNA sample. The detective's plan was quite simple. He understood that the killer of Mandy was most likely a local resident, and if they collected DNA samples from literally every man, there was a decent chance of finding the culprit among them. Considering that there were only a few hundred men living in the village and its surroundings, this task seemed quite straightforward, but in practice it turned out to be much more difficult. It took the police a whole 4 years to check all the men, and in the end, they didn't get a single match. The detectives realized that in 20 years since the murder, the killer could have moved somewhere else or even died, so they began to dig through archives and try to track down literally every man who lived in the area at the time of 1989. In 2013, the police received an unexpected lead. 2 women who grew up in the same village as Mandy went to a water park with their children. As they chatted, they remembered the infamous murder and began to discuss it. At some point, one of the women said that she suspected who might have killed Mandy. The other replied that she also suspected a specific person, and they both named the same person, Timothy Bass. At the time of the murder, he was 21 years old and lived just a few houses away from the victim. The women were shocked that they had been suspecting the same person all this time, but even more interesting were the reasons why they considered Timothy to be the culprit. One of the women said that Timothy had been hitting on her when they were teenagers once when she was in a car with Timothy. And some other friends, he began to aggressively pursue her and make advances. The other friends intervened, and since then the woman had been seriously afraid of being near this person. The second woman's story was even more shocking. Several years after Mandy's murder, when the woman was already living with her husband and their newborn baby, Timothy knocked on her door one evening. While her husband was at work, the woman was not surprised by his visit since he and her husband were friends. Timothy said that he had been passing by after hunting and needed to use the phone. The woman let him in, but Timothy started to behave strangely. Instead of making a call, he stood there with the phone in his hand and then put it down. He then began to tell the woman that he had been in love with her for a long time and offered to engage in a sexual relationship. She refused and demanded that he leave, but Timothy continued to insist aggressively. The woman then threatened to call the police, and only after that did he leave their home. Sharing these stories, they decided to go to the police together and talk about their suspicions about Timothy. When asked why they waited so long, the women replied that they were not sure of his involvement in the murder. In such a small community, they would never be forgiven if they accused an innocent person of murder. So none of them dared to share this information. Detectives immediately became interested in this person and noticed something interesting. During the initial investigation, none of their colleagues interviewed Timothy or asked him to provide a DNA sample. This was very strange. The young man did not appear in old police reports, despite being acquainted with the victim living nearby and his house being next to the same road that the young woman ran on. Digging deeper, investigators also found that Mandy was friends with his younger brother Tom. Another suspicious moment was that Timothy moved to another city less than 2 months after the murder. Perhaps this was the reason why the guy remained out of the police's sight. At that time, they were busy with a huge amount of leads and checking people who voluntarily cooperated with them. Timothy settled in the town of Emerson, located 40 kilometers from his old home. Shortly before moving, he married and eventually had 3 children. Opening his criminal history, detectives found another alarming fact. In 2010, his wife filed a statement with the police that Timothy had beaten their children, but the investigators were most surprised by one small detail contained in this statement. In it, his wife described why Timothy was a danger to their family. Among the stories of domestic violence, she briefly mentioned her husband's strange behavior while watching documentary crime films. When they watched similar programs together, Timothy constantly criticized criminals for how poorly they commit murders, leaving behind a lot of evidence. The man also loved to say that he would never make the same mistakes and would not have been caught. After studying all this information, the detectives began to seriously consider his involvement in Mandy's murder. They went to his house to ask a series of questions and request a voluntary DNA sample, and that's when the most interesting part began. Timothy claimed that he did not remember the crime and could not even remember who Mandy Stavik was. This statement immediately made detectives doubt his words. First of all the residents of the village, with a population of less than 300, knew each other. Secondly, Timothy lived just a few houses away from the Stavik family, and it was simply impossible to imagine that he did not know her. Moreover, after the murder, this case was talked about not only in the village itself, but also in all neighboring towns. It was the first such crime in the area in many years, and for local residents, this topic remained number one for many months. Therefore, detectives did not hurry to believe the man's words, and they asked him to provide a DNA sample, but Timothy refused, which aroused even more suspicion. Unfortunately, they had absolutely no evidence that could link him to the murder, so investigators could not obtain a court order that would require the man to provide his DNA. Then they decided to go another way. Detectives found out that Timothy had worked as a courier at a bakery located in a neighboring town for many years. They went there and talked to the manager, asking him to provide them with information about Timothy's routes for the next few days. The police planned to track him and get some items on which the man could leave his DNA. They did not tell the manager which particular crime their employee was suspected of. Detectives only said that an investigation was underway, but the woman refused to provide this information without the permission of higher management. The police contacted them and demanded a court order. Thus, investigators were again at a dead end. They continued to study Timothy's biography and try to find new clues that would allow them to obtain the much-needed court decision, but other attempts led to nothing, and the case was stalled for several more years. In 2015, the police came to his house again, asked a few questions, and requested a DNA sample, but he refused again. It continued until 2017 when something unexpected happened. A woman named Kim Wagner, who was a manager at the bakery, went to a bar with her husband and friends, all of whom used to live in Acme and were around the same age as Mandy when she was murdered. At some point, they started talking about the case, which had haunted the locals for decades. Suddenly, one of the friends mentioned Timothy Bass, who lived near the victim's home, and it dawned on Kim when the police came to her workplace and asked for information about his whereabouts. She didn't even think it could be related to Mandy Stavic's murder, and then Kim started thinking that her colleague was the killer. This thought stayed with her for a long time. At some point, detectives came to her workplace again, hoping that she had changed her position since their previous conversation, and their hope was justified. Kim invited the investigators to her office and asked directly, "Do they suspect Timothy of killing Mandy?" The police were surprised but did not deny it, and then the woman provided them with all the necessary information and interesting observations about her colleague. She had known the man for many years and always found him strange when one of her friends mentioned that Bass lived near Mandy's home. During those years, she began to seriously consider his involvement in the case, so she decided to help the investigators. The detective started following Timothy and new difficulties emerged. He always wore gloves at work, which prevented experts from taking a DNA sample from objects he touched. The also did not smoke, so the police could not even obtain a cigarette butt with his saliva. Bass did not even have a workplace in the bakery since he worked exclusively on delivering products. In addition, another strange fact complicated the investigators' task. Timothy never threw away his garbage at work. He stored it in his van and took it home. The detectives immediately realized that such behavior could not be a coincidence. Evidently, Timothy understood that the police suspected him of Mandy's murder and started making sure that they did not get any items with his DNA. But in the end, the detectives were lucky to find out that they couldn't obtain the suspect's biological material. Kim offered to help. Laws work in such a way that police officers are not allowed to ask third parties to obtain evidence for them. In such a case, the evidence will not be admissible in art, even if the suspect's guilt is obvious. However, if any person voluntarily hands over evidence to the investigators, they have the right to accept and use it. Thus, Kim offered to obtain some DNA samples from Bass, and the detectives waited. The suspect was very careful, and it took the woman a long time to achieve her goal. Only after 3 months did she see the man drink coke from a plastic cup and then throw it away in the trash with the can. Waited until Timothy left, took both pieces of evidence, and handed them over to the police. They immediately sent the can with the count to the laboratory, and the experts extracted a DNA profile from them. It fully matched the biological material found on Mandy's body. Having finally obtained the long-awaited evidence, the police immediately went after the man and arrested him 28 years after the murder. The suspect was finally charged during the interrogation. Timothy denied his guilt until the investigators told him about the DNA sample match. Hearing this, the man immediately changed his story and said that he and Mandy had a secret affair. They supposedly started dating many months before her murder and had to hide the relationship from everyone because she had a boyfriend. According to Timothy, on the day of her death, Mandy came to his house during her jog. They had an intimate encounter, and she left. He added that his father was at home at the time, but it was impossible to use him as a witness since he had passed away long ago. The detectives did not believe this story for a second. In their opinion, Timothy made up the whole story about the secret affair just to explain the presence of his DNA on the victim's stone. Proof of his words, he referred to his deceased father, who could not refute this information. Investigators talked to Mandy's relatives and friends, and they all expressed complete confidence that the young woman would never date. Timothy, who was very strange, avoided communication with other people and spent most of his time alone. The detectives decided to speak with Timothy's wife, despite the fact that the woman had filed statements against her husband and lived separately. They were still married, and here the police were waiting for another interesting turn. The woman suddenly said that on the day of Mandy's murder she was with Timothy at his house, and he was there all day. The detectives did not believe her story, but her words created possible difficulties for the court. On the other hand, they contradicted Timothy's version. According to Mandy, who came to his house on the day of the murder and had an intimate relationship with him, the trial began in May 2019. Timothy's lawyer continued to insist that his client was innocent and that his DNA got on the victim's body as a result of consensual intimate contact. The prosecution, however, insisted that there was no evidence to support this version. Timothy never called Mandy, she never wrote her notes or letters, and no one among the witnesses saw them together. It was much more likely that Bass had a one-sided crush on the young woman and was even obsessed with her. Investigators found out that the guy started attending all the sports matches when Mandy joined the school team. Before that, he had absolutely no interest in sports. In addition, his windows overlooked the road where the young woman was running, and he could watch her during her runs. Apparently that day he decided to talk to her and caught up with her. Perhaps the guy started to harass Mandy, but the young woman resisted, or he persuaded her to get into his car on some pretext. Later Bass took her to a deserted place, subjected her to violence, and then the young woman managed to escape. The guy caught up with her near the riverbank, hit her on the head with some object, and threw her body into the water. Timothy's wife testified as a witness in court, who by that time had already divorced him. And this time she surprised everyone again instead of sticking to her original story. The woman told a new one. According to her, she did not remember that she was at Timothy's house on the day of the murder. The woman added that Bass had forced her to lie to the police during the first interrogation, otherwise he could go to jail. At that time, she seriously feared that her husband might harm her or her children, so she agreed to lie to the police. This deprived the suspect of his only alibi, but the court heard even more interesting details. Tom's younger brother told him that after Timothy was asked for a DNA sample, he started to get very anxious about it. When Tom asked him what was going on, his brother told him the same story about a secret affair with the victim. Even Timothy's own mother testified against him when she visited him in jail, and he passed her a note asking her to lie to the police that they had gone to the store together on the day of the murder to buy Christmas gifts, but she refused. In the note, Timothy also asked her to testify against his own father and try to convince investigators that he was the real killer. After all this, the defendant's lawyer tried to convince the jurors that Timothy's DNA sample had been obtained illegally. He insisted that the police had asked the civilian to obtain the man's biological material outside the rules. However, Kim Wagner refuted these claims and said that she had offered her help to the police in 1989. This murder deeply shook her, and she continued to think about it regularly for decades. Learning that her colleague was a suspect, she wanted to help solve the case. Moreover, by that time she already had a daughter, and Kim could barely imagine what Mandy's mother felt during those years. Trial lasted several weeks, and after all the evidence presented, the jury found Timothy Bass guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison with the possibility of applying for early release after 24 years. Mandy's mother, who was 83 years old at the time, thanked the detectives for their work. Although she had lost 2 children in her life, she was still glad that the guilty party had been punished. In 1990, Mandy's relatives established a scholarship in her name at the high school where she attended. They continued to support this program to this day, annually awarding the most talented students who study music. The foundation of this scholarship was $25,000 collected by the residents of Acme and other towns. Initially, this money was offered as a reward for information, but after the case was solved, it was decided to put it into this program. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A 17-year-old young woman and her friend went on a trip to Australia and, at one point, disappeared. Without a trace, despite an extensive search and many witnesses, her fate remained unknown for 18 years. When this terrible mystery was finally solved, one shocking fact surfaced: the police had everything they needed to close the case in a matter of days, but their negligence and unprofessionalism stretched it into nearly 2 decades. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Haley. Haley Dodd was born on November 30th, 1981, in England. When the girl was young, her parents and other children moved to Australia, settling in the small town of Mandorah. The young woman was an excellent student of sports and planned to go to study to be a veterinarian or a school teacher, but before finally deciding on her choice of future profession, she wanted to travel around Australia. Graduating high school in 1999, at the age of 17, she set off on a trip to Western Australia with her best friend Lisa. Their plan wasn't just to drive through local towns and attractions, but to spend a few months away from home. The young women were going to look for temporary jobs along the way to cover their living, food, and travel expenses. They planned a hitchhike between cities, which in the 1990s in Australia didn't sound like such a dangerous idea. At the time, there had been a number of murders of young women hitchhiking in the country, but compared to the overall number of people hitchhiking safely, these crimes did not cause any mass fear. However, Haley feared that her parents would not allow her to travel that way, even in the company of a friend. For this reason, she assured them that she planned to travel by bus. At the end of July, she and Lisa traveled to a town called Dengara. There, they were going to work as day laborers on a local farm. They were staying at a camping site where they could get a place to sleep for a small fee. Such places are in high demand in Australia, Mainly because of their cheapness, a few days before going to work, Haley decided to use the remaining free time and go to a farm to family friends, which was 200 kilometers away. She decided to hitchhike to it, and Lisa didn't want to let her go alone, but Haley insisted she had nothing to worry about and would be back in a few days to say goodbye. Lisa gave her a folding knife for self-defense and some change so Haley could call her. The phone booth. After saying goodbye, hit the road at about 8 a.m. Family and friends at the farm awaited her arrival, but Haley never showed up. Worried, they called her mother and informed her that the woman feared something might have happened to her daughter, so she immediately called the police. The first thing she did was dial an emergency number and describe the situation. After listening to her story, the operator thought that nothing urgent had happened, so she advised her to go to the local police department and file a missing person report. So she did. The detectives began their search for Haley, beginning to reconstruct the chronology of events. The first thing they did was arrive at the campsite where Lisa was staying. She was mortified at the news that her friend had never made it to the farm, but the young woman was able to give the police a comprehensive introduction. She accurately described all the clothes Haley was wearing that day and even drew a sketch of the earrings she was wearing for the police. Haley had bought these earrings a few days before the incident. She and Lisa had gone to the store to treat themselves to some inexpensive items, and the young woman was attracted to this jewelry at that time. She couldn't have imagined that those earrings would be the key to solving this terrible mystery of her disappearance. Detectives disseminated information about the missing young woman along with their description. Although she was almost 18 years old, Haley looked much younger. She was 152 centimeters tall and weighed just over 40 pounds. The police were able to locate the first witness fairly quickly. It turned out to be the truck driver who had given her a ride that day. According to the man's story, she had knocked on his cab window at a gas station and asked for a ride to Mora, a town near where there was a farm. The trucker was on his way to another town, but he agreed to give her a ride most of the way. The man dropped her off at a turnoff above 50 kilometers from Mora near the town of Ashangara, where she was to turn off the main road and onto a country road. According to the trucker, Haley was in high spirits, chatting with him the whole way and talking about her journey. After she said she was almost out of money, he gave her $15 so the young woman could buy something to eat. The man also left her his number in case she hitchhiked back. He made trips down that road almost every day and could have let her down again later. Detectives received several more calls from people who had seen Haley in that area. Based on their statements, police concluded that the young woman had been on foot along the northwest road towards Mora. Apparently, she could not find any driver at the gas station to give her a ride. For this reason, she decided to walk along the road and try to hitch a ride. Based on the testimony of the next witness, he gave Haley a ride to the turnoff on Goonder Doe Road, after which she headed further in her direction on foot. A woman driving along the road, she spotted Haley just as the young woman was getting out of her car and moving on foot towards Mora. In all, the police were contacted by more than 10 witnesses. After putting their statements together, detectives concluded that the young woman was last seen at about 12 noon on the northwest road about 50 kilometers from Mora. There was another witness, though he had not seen Haley but still shared a disturbing observation with police. The man pulled over on the side of the northwest road because his engine was overheating. At one point, he heard a dog barking, followed by a piercing female scream. He couldn't see the source of the sound, as it might have been far enough away. The road passed through an empty, flat area where there was virtually no extraneous noise. With all this information in hand, the police's prognosis was disappointing from the start. Lead detective Eddie Rowe decided that they should look for the body and not consider the possibility that Haley might be alive, but management forbade him to investigate in such a manner, leaving it to the status of the search for the missing person. It's worth clarifying here that a murder investigation would have given the police more options than a missing person investigation, but the police had no leads that could help them get on the young woman's trail, so they quickly set about looking for potential kidnappers. In a short time, they were able to identify several dozen suspects who lived in the area, but eventually the police focused on 3 men. One worked as a teacher at a local school, another was a part-time gardener there, and the third lived not far from where Haley disappeared. When questioned, each of them pleaded not guilty and provided alibis. The police could not conclude with certainty of their innocence, but they could not find any evidence to the contrary. But soon the situation changed dramatically. The investigators were approached by a neighbor of one of the suspects. A 43-year-old school gardener named Francis told them that the day Haley disappeared, Francis borrowed his car to go shopping in Mora. When the man returned home around 1 p.m., A neighbor noticed damage inside the car. The turn signal knob was broken, and the dashboard also showed signs of impact. The neighbor didn't even have time to ask what happened to the car. Francis came home done with the shopping bags in the kitchen, got on his motorcycle, and drove off. This story seemed strange to the police, and they decided to re-interview Francis. The man said that at the time of Haley's disappearance, he was many kilometers away from the alleged place of her abduction. According to his story, after returning home, he immediately went to a party in the city of Perth on his motorcycle. But he was not supposed to get there that day. On the way there, he exceeded the speed limit and had a serious accident that took him to the hospital. The information available was enough for the detectives to ask the perfectly logical question: where was he going in such a hurry? His own testimony seemed very strange, and investigators decided to apply for a search warrant of his home. The officers searched his residence, but they were unable to find any potential evidence. They also searched the car and removed the seat covers so that experts could examine them in the lab. Unfortunately, none of this yielded any results, and Francis was left alone. Almost immediately after that, he moved to the other side of the country, to Queensland, and the detectives were left empty-handed, and the case went into a long drawer. They tried to find new witnesses and evidence to move the investigation forward, but to no avail. This went on for 8 whole years until Francis came back on the police radar in 2007. At the time, he was living in a remote outback in a small settlement. One morning, an elderly couple who lived next door to him were sitting on the porch of their house. At some point, they noticed with horror that a young woman with absolutely no clothes was running in their direction, and her head was covered with blood. She asked for help, and the residents of the house called the police. The victim said that she had tried to catch a ride the night before. A man stopped in front of her and offered her a ride. At one point, he told her he needed to go to a place to get gas and fill up his car. They drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere, and he called the woman inside and offered her some tea. Unfortunately for her, she said yes. Almost immediately thereafter, he attacked her, and after a brief struggle, tied her up. For the next few hours, the victim was subject to indescribable torture and violence. Her assailant also tore off one of her earrings and took it for himself. As you may have guessed, this man was Francis. By morning, the woman realized that she could get the rope off her hands and then free her legs and run. She loosened the rope, waited for the right moment for Francis to move as far away as possible, and rushed to the back door of the house. Before she left, she removed her pendant and tossed it under the bed. The woman feared that the police might not find any corroboration of her story, so she decided to leave some personal item in his house, and it really worked. The police searched Francis's house, found the very same pendant, and arrested the man. At the trial, he quickly realized that he could not get away with it and decided to confess to what he had done. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison. The police in Western Australia, who handled the Haley Dodd case, were notified of Francis's arrest, but they did not appear to be at all interested. No action was taken by the detectives to revive the 8-year-old case, which was so closely resembling the circumstances of Francis's crime. Only through the insistence of Haley's mother did the detectives agree to reopen the case, but they quickly concluded that there was still no evidence against Francis, which meant there was nothing they could do about it. All these years, Haley's family tried to get the police to investigate thoroughly, but they assured them that they had done everything in their power. Desperate to wait for help from law enforcement, the relatives spent tens of thousands of dollars on private investigators, but all to no avail. The case did not take a new turn until 6 long years later, in 2013, when an extremely outrageous fact came to light. It turned out that the police had simply forgotten about the evidence that ended up being the key to the case. The medical examiner Tracy Horn filed a request to reopen the investigation. The reason was that the very same car seat covers from Francis's neighbor's car in 1999 were found in evidence storage. Suddenly, it turned out that for 14 years they had never been tested for blood, DNA, and other evidence. When experts did retrieve them, they were immediately able to find a woman's earring that had snagged on the fabric of the covers, taking a drawing of Lisa's, which she drew for the police just after her friend's disappearance. Detectives were horrified to see it was the same earring that Haley was wearing the morning of her disappearance. But that wasn't all. A human hair was found in one of the car mats that had also been removed from the car. The hair was very likely Haley's own, but that probability was not 100%, which made it very difficult to prosecute Francis in the shortest possible time. As soon as the news leaked to the media, a wave of criticism poured in against the police. For 14 years, as evidence lay literally under the noses of the investigators, but in all that time they never remembered it. Of course, such a find instantly changed the course of the case, and the detectives went to the other side of the country to interrogate Francis again. At the time, he was still in prison for assaulting a woman in 2007. The man gave them the same story he had told them 14 years earlier. He denied his involvement and assured them that he was shopping in Mora at the time of Haley's abduction. The interrogation, which lasted nearly 4 hours, was inconclusive, so the police had to prepare the case to go to trial. It wasn't until 2015 that he was formally charged with Haley's murder and deported to Western Australia. 2 more years later, in late 2017, the trial began. Francis's defense insisted that all the evidence presented was circumstantial. The earring Haley bought at a local store was very cheap and popular, so it could have been left in the car by another woman. The hair found in the car showed an almost 100% match to Haley's DNA, but not an absolute exact match. Although a mistake here would have been highly unlikely, that was enough for the lawyers, but all these arguments seemed unconvincing to the judge. Perhaps Francis would still have had a chance to get away with it if not for his crime in 2007. But then he didn't just kidnap a woman who was hitchhiking, he also took her earring. The prosecution believed that the man was collecting the victim's earrings as trophies, which only increased the suspicion against him. In the end, as a result, the judge found him guilty of kidnapping and murdering Haley Dodd, sentencing him to 21 years in prison. All of this took place while his previous sentence was still pending. Francis was 62 years old at the time of his sentencing, but the story did not end there. The court believed Francis kidnapped and killed Haley, then hid her body, but it was never found, and the man himself refused to plead guilty. Haley's mother repeatedly asked the killer to tell her where he hid the body, but to no avail, and in 2018, she helped pass a new law that says murderers are not eligible for parole if they refuse to reveal the location of their victims' bodies. In 2020, another high-profile event occurred when the court granted Francis an appeal to overturn his sentence and scheduled a new hearing. His lawyers again tried to insist that the man would not have had time to kidnap Haley between his trip to Mora and his return home, but the court felt that the time frame allowed him well enough to do so, especially given the rush with which he arrived home and immediately set off for Perth on his motorcycle. Moreover, the earring along with the hair were still on the list of key evidence against him, but Francis still managed to get his sentence changed. The court found him guilty of involuntary manslaughter, reducing his sentence from 21 years to 18 years, but thanks to a law passed in 2018, he would not be able to go free even after that time if he refused to identify the location of the body. There is another point in the whole story that keeps the detectives busy to this day. They are sure that many more women have become victims of Francis, and that none of them managed to escape. This maniac could have been picking up young women on the roads for decades, and what happened to them next only he knows. One of the most likely similar cases is the disappearance of a woman in late 2005. She hitched a ride to another city and was never seen again. The detective handling the case is certain that Francis kidnapped her because he knew the victim personally, but there is no evidence at this time. Perhaps the police will find it again in their warehouse a few years later, but it won't make a difference to the perpetrator. If the police had examined the car more thoroughly, Francis would have been arrested back in 1999. Now we can only guess how many lives he ruined in the ensuing years, but sooner or later the mystery may be solved. There's another creepy thing about this whole story. Remember that in the initial stages of the investigation, the police identified 3 main suspects, including Francis. Now, one of them killed his wife 5 months after Haley disappeared, and the other, who worked as a school teacher, turned out to be one of the worst child molesters in Australian history. Too bad the police had no way to solve them at the time. If you liked this video, don't forget to support the channel with a like and share your opinion in the comments. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in the US state of Georgia. Nobody has seen the 31-year-old Indiana lawyer since 7:17 p.m. On February 24, 2022, a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. The police and her family have made significant efforts to determine where Sierra went and what happened to her. Sierra Locklear of Cleveland, Georgia, was a cheerful and ambitious woman. Sierra wanted people to take her seriously. Her mother, Kelly Locklear, said so. She was tough. She followed in the footsteps of her mother, who was a paralegal. She became a lawyer. Ciara grew up in Georgia and aspired to live in Atlanta one day. Kelly, a Georgia native, claimed that Atlanta had always been her plan. To get there, Ciara had to leave Georgia. She attended the University of Tennessee for college before attending law school at Florida State University. Ciara eventually became a lawyer and specialized in insurance defense. Kelly described her daughter as following: "She overcame and pushed through." Kelly also stated that she was happy, energetic, and loving. She was extremely motivated in her career. Ciara met Xavier Breland on Tinder in October 2020, and their relationship quickly took off. The couple married after 6 months. Ciara was already pregnant at this point. According to court records, Ciara assisted Xavier with his legal issues with his ex-wife. After some time, the newlyweds decided to relocate to Carmel, Indiana, to begin their new lives there. Ciara started working at a law firm and had a son named Jackson at the end of 2021. From the outside, Xavier and Ciara seemed like the ideal couple. However, their relationship problems began shortly after they met. Shelby Campbell, Ciara's cousin, said the couple's problems began after their first date. Ciara informed Xavier that she did not want to continue communicating with him, but her future husband was not the type of person who could handle rejection. Instead, if Xavier showed up uninvited to her apartment and sat near her door, he began sending her threatening messages because he noticed her with another man. Ciara threatened to contact the authorities if he did not stop. Finally, she gave him another chance. 6 months later, they were married. Shelby and Ciara were best friends who texted each other daily. Ciara expressed her feelings to her, stating that she was afraid of her husband. For example, one of her messages read, "Well, I'm struggling with it in a big way. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon him and our family. However, I believe that the behavior is deteriorating. So, if this is how things are now, how will it be in the future? Furthermore, he used to feel bad when he said ugly things. And lately he's not even sorry for his actions. He's blaming me for it, as if I did it because you forced me to." Ciara stated that her husband would be held responsible if anything happened to her. Shelby claimed she often told Ciara to leave her husband, but Ciara understood that if she was going to leave, she needed to do so strategically. Here is another screenshot of Shelby and Ciara's text conversation. Ciara was obviously afraid of her husband. Shelby Campbell stated that the texts she shared were only a few examples of what was going on between Ciara and her husband. She called the police several times. The police were called to her home in both Georgia and Indiana several times. Campbell stated that by the time the police arrived, she would have calmed down enough to tell him where she was lying. Shelby claimed that after one of those incidents, an investigator called Ciara's mother and informed her that he knew she was lying about what was going on when she called 911, and that he had seen the same pattern many times before. He was worried about what would happen to her. Ciara was preparing to leave her husband. She opened a secret bank account and transferred money there. The messages had a strong impact on the woman. Ciara stated that she loved her husband but couldn't afford to stay in the relationship. Her parents, Kelly and Nick Locklears, were aware that their daughter's family situation was far from ideal. They wanted Ciara to break up with Xavier and assured her that she could always return to a safe place, i.e., her home. Ciara's fateful trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier loaded their baby and large dog into Ciara's 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan and drove 11 hours south. According to her family, Ciara arrived at her parents' home on February 19th. She spent the night with family members who hadn't seen her since she moved to Indiana. It seemed like a quick trip to see her family. However, Ciara decided that she would no longer return to Indiana. Xavier was also interested in the trip because his mother lived in Georgia. However, he was unaware that Ciara would not return. She informed her mother that she was going to find work in Georgia. She had also informed her parents that her husband's abusive behavior was escalating and that she was getting divorced. Ciara showed up at Nick and Kelly's home in Cleveland, Georgia, on Saturday, February 19th. The woman remained at her parents' house until Sunday. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. She reiterated that she wanted to divorce her husband and would not return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Ciara left her parents' house to pick up her son Jackson from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, which is about an hour away. Shelby Campbell stated that one of the last texts she received from her cousin read, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house, he won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting for him before I leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., Ciara texted her father Nick, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay, of course." "It's okay. You don't need to ask," Nick responded to her. Nick stated that the next day, when he had not heard from Ciara, he attempted to contact her again, and she said everything was fine. She mentioned that she had felt a little sick. Nick said he contacted her again on Wednesday to see if she was feeling better. He did not get a response. He texted her again on Thursday, February 24th. No one replied. By Friday, the Locklears were concerned because Ciara had not responded, which was unusual. Then, on Saturday evening, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown Indiana number. "I didn't immediately panic because I assumed they were still in Georgia," Nick said. "So I responded, and they said it was the police, and that's when they informed me she was missing." The policeman stated that Ciara's husband had reported her missing. The family was shocked. They assumed Ciara was still in Georgia, even though she had not responded to their messages, which was unusual for her. Shelby Campbell is perplexed as to why he did not contact anyone to inquire about her safety. "He did not contact anyone. He did not make us aware at all." After speaking with the Carmel police, Ciara's father called her, and Xavier answered. That is how Nick described his brief conversation with his missing daughter's husband. I asked, "If Xavier, tell me the truth. What is going on?" Ciara told me that if anything happened to her, you were responsible, so just tell me the truth. He then hung up, telling me to go to hell. Nick then called Xavier's father, who lived next to Ciara and Xavier in Carmel. The father responded, "No, I never saw her," as Nick had said. According to a press release issued on March 2nd by the Carmel Police Department in Indiana, Xavier Breland reported Ciara as missing to their office on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During the investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Ciara's last known location. On February 24th at 7:17 p.m., she was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia. Nothing unusual happens during the video. According to the official missing person report from the Carmel Police Department, Ciara left their home in the Brookstone Park of Carmel subdivision in Carmel, Indiana, shortly after 10 p.m. On February 25th, walked to the nearby store. She was reportedly wearing a black top and purple shorts in temperatures nearing 20 degrees that night. According to police, Ciara never arrived, and there is no surveillance video of her entering the store. They were also concerned because she had left her phone, work phone, and burner phone behind, along with her ID, credit cards, and 5-month-old son. Family members stated that she had a burner phone to contact them in an emergency. There was no evidence of Ciara's return to Indiana. Her family knew she wanted to stay in Georgia. Furthermore, Ciara would not have left without informing them. Even more suspicious was that she had abandoned her 5-month-old son. Her mother thought it all sounded absurd. Kelly Locklear stated that her daughter confessed to her that the couple was having serious financial problems and accused her husband of being abusive to her and using their child as leverage to get her to stay with him. Kelly said she and her husband knew their daughter was dead after police called to report Ciara had gone missing, leaving her child behind. "She is definitely gone," Kelly said. "That was the first thing my husband said when police called after Xavier reported her missing, and the officer said she had left without bringing the baby. She refused to take a shower or let anyone else watch the baby." Kelly described Ciara as a devoted mother who lived to care for her son. She claimed Ciara awoke every hour or two to check on her son, who had a rash. "So when they said that, my husband said, 'No, there is no way my daughter would not do that.' If that's the case, and you're telling me she's missing, and the baby isn't with her, then my daughter died." Kelly said she would not leave him. On February 28, 2020, 2 days after reporting Ciara missing, Xavier noticed police officers at his door. According to court documents, a firearm was accidentally discharged at a home on Baldwin Lane. Xavier told investigators he was moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard a gunshot and bolted out. He then returned to the garage, found the gun, and unloaded it. He called the police and reported the incident. The investigators discovered 2 different guns in his home. The police did not reveal whether there was any evidence that Xavier was involved in Sierra's disappearance. However, his criminal background was quickly revealed. According to court records, Xavier was convicted on felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also unusual that Xavier reported his wife's disappearance only the next day, after she allegedly failed to return home after going to the store. A few days after the police received a missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. They arrested him on unrelated charges. Police discovered that he had an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Kuwait County. He was extradited to Georgia to face the charges. According to court records, he placed a tracker inside his daughter's stuffed animal to track down her mother, his ex-wife. The case arose from a custody dispute between the former couple. On Friday, 2 weeks after Sierra went missing, police volunteers, family, and friends searched several Johns Creek neighborhoods. Their focus was on neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, where police suspected Sierra had traveled during her stay in Georgia. In addition to handing out flyers, the Johns Creek Police Department installed electronic signs at 2 locations along Kimball Bridge Road, requesting public assistance. They've also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to help spread Sierra's image and information throughout Metro Atlanta. The family asked anyone who saw the white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia plate RMB 5869. During that time, contact the police. The license plate of the vehicle was framed by the Florida State University Law School. The police said that forensic investigators searched the car for evidence and then released it. Sierra's last known location was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, so the police assumed her disappearance was related to something that happened in this house. They traced Xavier's route back to Indiana, but couldn't confirm Sierra was in the car. Xavier was the only one who stepped out of the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. It is unclear how much cooperation Xavier Balin's mother provided during the ongoing investigation. However, law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residence using a search warrant in their pursuit of answers. Investigators from Johns Creek used forensic professionals and cadaver dogs to conduct the search. The emphasis was on finding potential bloodstains, signs of a struggle, or any other clues that could shed light on the events surrounding the couple's visit. Despite the use of a canine unit, authorities reported that the search yielded no discernible scent trail at the residence. The specifics of the evidence gathered during the search remain unknown as the case is still being investigated in March 2022. Investigators obtained a jailhouse video that shows Xavier Bralin telling his children that Sierra would not be returning home because she had been kidnapped. It contradicts his statement to the Carmel police about her disappearance. "Someone kidnapped my wife." He told one of his children at the end of the call, "You know what it means to kidnap an adult, she isn't coming home." However, Xavier was booked into the Coweta County Jail in Georgia on March 16, 2022. After being extradited from the Hamilton County Jail for aggravated stalking, the case was unrelated to Sierra's disappearance. The charge stemmed from an incident in Georgia in March 2021 in which he hid a tracking device to stalk the mother of his child. At the time, the woman he stalked had a restraining order against him. In August 2022, he was found not guilty. However, he was arrested again and extradited to Indiana. This time, the charge was for unlawful possession of a firearm by a serious, violent felon. At Brooklyn's initial hearing, he pleaded with the judge to reduce his bond to a level his mother could afford. The court reduced his bond to $35,000. While prosecutors wanted it increased to $50,000, "All I needed was an opportunity to get my life back on track," Bralin informed the judge. Bralin stated that he could get a job as a truck driver if he was released from jail. After reviewing the case, the judge set the bond at $100,000. In February 2023, Xavier Bralin was released after posting bail. This court decision had consequences, which I will discuss later. He was repeatedly interrogated about Sierra's disappearance but denied any involvement in it. His version is unchanged. She disappeared after going to the store. Several locations have been suggested for the search for evidence in Sierra Breland's disappearance. Georgia alone has over 85,000 acres of state parks, nearly 2 million acres of land managed by the United States Department of the Interior, and more than 300,000 acres of undeveloped land. Fulton County contains 440 acres of parks. There are also hundreds of thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements, both active and inactive. Georgia has 37,295,360 total acres. Approximately 15% to 20% are covered in vegetation. Sierra Breland and her husband drive through areas other than Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. According to Johns Creek Police Lieutenant Gregory Todd Hood, if we knew her exact last known location, we would direct the investigation accordingly, without going into detail. Kelly Locklear stated that law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but they are essentially pieces of a puzzle without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mom's home, according to court documents from a civil case in which Xavier's mother sued Xavier's sister. Crime scene investigation removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home on April 21, 2022, as part of their investigation. According to documents from the familial civil dispute, 5-month-old Jackson was placed in state care immediately after Xavier Breland's arrest on March 1st. Sierra's parents, Nick and Kelly Locklear, have since been able to spend time with the baby and are working to bring him back to Georgia. Multiple organized searches have been conducted over the last year, some of which targeted specific areas, but no one knows what happened to the new mother. As investigators continue to piece together the facts, officers have been busy handing out flyers and even using electronic signs to raise awareness. The police describe Sierra as being 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 120 pounds, and having blonde hair. She has 3 small trees tattooed on her ring finger, a Florida State arrow on her left wrist, and a sunburst on her back left rib cage. The couple was driving a white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia tag RMB 5869. The Florida State University Law School frame encircles the license plate. Anyone who saw her or her car in February is asked to contact the police. Xavier is the only person of interest that police have publicly identified since Sierra's disappearance, but no charges have been filed. Her family is adamant that he knows what happened to her, and that he is the only one who can provide the answers they require to find closure. Finally, let Sierra rest in peace. Kelly Locklear believes Sierra's body may be in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Indiana. She is pleading with woodsmen and fishermen to keep an eye out in those states and to contact law enforcement if they have any information. Sierra's parents have now been granted custody of the couple's child, as I previously stated. If Xavier Breland was released on bail in a case involving illegal firearms, the trial was scheduled for December 28, 2023. But Xavier Breland did not appear in court, and his whereabouts are unknown. A rearrest warrant has been issued in his name, and law enforcement is working hard to find him. This latest development complicates the already perplexing case of Sierra's disappearance. The warrant describes Xavier Breland as a black man standing 6 feet tall, weighing 160 pounds, with brown hair and green eyes. The FBI has joined the search for the missing woman, but her body has yet to be found. This, combined with Xavier's recent disappearance, has resulted in numerous unanswered questions. Kelly Locklear, Sierra's mother, has publicly stated that she believes Sierra feared Xavier and had no intention of returning to Indiana with him. With both individuals missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial for Xavier's gun charge has been postponed several times, and law enforcement and Sierra's family are now asking the public for help. They are looking for any information that can help them find Xavier and Sierra in the hopes of shedding light on the strange circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Luz Maria Lopez's case highlights Guatemala's high crime rate ranging from love to violent crime. According to statistics, at least 100 crimes are committed here each week, half of which are considered domestic crimes and nearly 70 of serious crimes go unsolved. According to The New Yorker, there were fewer civilian deaths in the Iraq war zone in 2009. The tragic events described today occurred in Guatemala, a beautiful but dangerous country. Luz Maria Lopez, an attractive young woman, had a romantic and promising story, but ended with ashes in a bag thrown down a sewer manhole. She was victimized by a domestic tyrant whom she spent years forgiving over and over again, giving him the opportunity to change his ways. There was a lot of controversy surrounding this case, and the perpetrator could have avoided accountability. But let's go through everything in order. Who's on the loose? Maria Lopez, the heroine's birth name, sounds similar to Luz Maria Direco Lopez, Morales Lopez. She was born on March 17, 1995, in the small town of San Cristobal Verapaz, into the simple and modest family of Ada Morales and Brian Lopez. Luz Maria was the youngest of her parents' 2 children, raised alongside her older brother Omar. An intestinal obstruction nearly killed the girl when she was an infant. To save her life, a complex operation was performed, and doctors made no guarantees, but the baby's mother prayed for her recovery and believed that her daughter would recover so quickly, which she did, and the surgery itself, at such a young age, fortunately had no effect on the girl's development. Luz Maria enjoyed sports, especially gymnastics and athletics, as well as classical choreography during her school years. She was a creative person who could easily connect with others and quickly make friends. The girl also studied well and had a talent for the humanities. After graduating from school, Luz Maria pursued higher education at a prestigious state university. She chose law and later decided to specialize in criminalistics because the field has always piqued her interest. A fateful encounter. When Luz Maria was a student, she and her mother went to a car dealership in Coban, the capital of Verapaz. It was her older brother's 25th birthday that year, and her parents and sister wanted to give him a special gift, a motorcycle, which he had long desired. In the showroom, they were greeted by a polite and attentive young consultant named George. He showed the buyers the entire assortment and made some recommendations. Mother and daughter chose a model but later decided to reconsider and consult with the family head. They left with the car dealership's business card, and Maria left her phone number for feedback. The girl soon received a call from George, the same salon consultant, but the conversation was personal rather than about the upcoming purchase. George called Maria several more times before daring to ask her out to a coffee shop. He knew he liked the beautiful, sultry brunette, but he had no idea how to approach her. It should be noted that Luz Maria admired this handsome young man. So, when he proposed a meeting, she agreed. The guy was a year younger than her, but they didn't mind the small age difference. Almost immediately, they began a romantic relationship that quickly developed. Both felt it was true love at first sight and expected a long and happy life ahead of them. After only a few months, the couple made the decision to live together. Despite their parents' objections, the young couple married quickly. 6 months later, the lovers held a wedding, inviting only their closest friends. Surprisingly, the problems began the day of the wedding, the institution where the banquet would be held. There was an issue that nearly derailed the vacation. The couple had to overpay significantly to ensure that the wedding took place on time. Who is George? There is little public information available about who was chosen to be Luz Maria. He is known to have been born in the 99th grade in the town of Santa Catalina Latina, located in central Guatemala. George was the eldest of 2 sons, raised alongside his brother Pablo. His family was on the verge of poverty, so the boys and his children were not spoiled with nice clothes and expensive toys because the money was only enough for the basics. However, George did not aspire to a better life, so he didn't bother studying or looking for a good job. The young man, as they say, simply went with the flow. People who knew George described him as a withdrawn, uncommunicative, and occasionally aggressive individual. George struggled with emotional control, which led to a lack of friends and poor relationships with the opposite sex. Nevertheless, when he met the girl of his dreams, he made every effort to win her heart. And then he was in a hurry to marry, afraid she would change her mind. By the way, Luz Maria's parents have always been suspicious of her son-in-law. There was something about this young man that they didn't like, but they couldn't say what it was and couldn't stop their daughter from marrying him and having an unhappy marriage. Soon after the wedding, the young wife became pregnant, but because she had not yet completed her university education, she was unable to find a good job. Nobody wanted to hire a girl with no experience who was in an interesting position, so she had to make do with casual labor. Her husband had lost his job by then, but she was not in a hurry to burden him with a new job. When the couple had a daughter named Alice, their finances were tight. Both spouses were unemployed, and they had no money to pay for rented housing, let alone buy food and other necessities for the household. Then George persuaded his wife that the only way out for them was to temporarily relocate to his parents' home. Luz Maria refused for a long time, but they had no choice but to leave the street with a baby in their arms. The young woman eventually consented. Ada was aware of her daughter's family problems and persuaded her to return to her hometown on several occasions, but she insisted that everything would be fine with her husband and that there was no need to worry. The mother decided to pay a visit to her daughter and granddaughter one day, but when she arrived at her son-in-law's parents' home, she discovered a frightening picture. Luz Maria was in a terrible state. She only ate once a day, and a small Parquet family decided it was unnecessary to feed their unemployed daughter-in-law. Luz Maria was breastfeeding her young daughter. So malnutrition could have an impact on both her and the child's health. However, the meager food was only one of the many difficulties Maria encountered at her mother-in-law's house. As it turned out, her husband's younger brother repeatedly humiliated and even beat her. This guy was irritated by the child's crying and the presence of children's items in the house, so much so that he repeatedly threw them at Maria, launching a baby bottle at her and hitting Alice, who was in her mother's arms. George witnessed all of this but never stood up for his wife and daughter, treating them as if they were strangers. Ada persuaded her daughter to take her granddaughter back to her parents' house, but George soon appeared on their doorstep, asking his wife to return and promising to find work. She agreed, but only after the young people were able to rent an apartment and live independently of George's parents. Win or lose, Maria defended her diploma. She was able to realize a long-held dream by landing a job in the city prosecutor's office. As a bright, talented, and responsible young woman, she quickly earned the respect of her colleagues and began to advance up the career ladder. Over time, the family's financial situation improved significantly, to the point where the couple could afford to buy a car for two. However, this was solely due to the wife's efforts, as she worked hard, spared no expense, and was well respected by her superiors. George was still searching for himself and preferred to live at the expense of his wife, who was envious, lazy, and a domestic dictator. The young husband had an explosive temper, and the situation worsened over time. He didn't want to be interrupted by temporary part-time jobs, and even then he preferred to sit at home in front of the TV, drinking beer with friends and spending what his wife made. In addition, George was pathologically jealous and attempted to control his beloved's every move. He did not allow her to make friends, eat lunch with colleagues in cafes, or simply be somewhere. Without him, he was constantly checking her phone, looking at call history and reading messages, as well as assisting her in setting up accounts and social networks at home. When left alone, the husband acted no better. He created scandals out of nowhere, constantly clarified relationships, and blamed his wife for all of the problems and family troubles. They lived in his parents' house. George never stood up for his wife, instead watching as she humiliated, insulted, and sometimes even beat his relatives. George occasionally used his fists to enforce his will and saw nothing wrong with it. He treated Luz Maria as if she were his property, believing that she would endure anything and would never leave him. Neighbors frequently heard screams coming from the couple's house and noticed signs of beatings on the young woman's face and body. Lopez repeatedly attempted to leave her husband and file for divorce. Luz Maria moved her daughter out of her parents' rented apartment, but her husband repeatedly begged for forgiveness. Despite her parents' advice to leave the abusive man, she forgave him and gave him another chance. On December 15, 2020, after another fight with a man handling a Luz Maria, 3-year-old Alice got into the car and cried in front of her mother. George arrived a day later, but it wasn't clear whether he wanted his wife or the car back. He stated that he had found a job and that their lives would now change, and he vowed that he would never raise a hand against his wife again. Surprisingly, Luz Maria believed him again and accompanied her husband to their rented apartment. In mid-January 2021, Luz Maria called her mother to complain that her husband had not only failed to get a job as promised, but also stole her earnings, leaving the family destitute. Ada felt sorry for her daughter and offered to give her some money so that she and her granddaughter could cover their expenses until her daughter's salary arrived. The women agreed to meet in the morning of January 19. However, Luz Maria did not arrive at the appointed time. Furthermore, she did not respond to phone calls or messages, which was unusual for her. Aida decided to visit her daughter's workplace the following day, but there she discovered that Maria had not arrived for the second day and that no one had been able to reach her. At the same time, George, who was looking for his wife, arrived at the prosecutor's office. He claimed that they had quarreled again and that Luz Maria had gone to her mother's house and was not answering her calls because she was offended by him. Ada immediately sensed something was wrong and assumed her son-in-law was lying, so she went straight to the police to begin the search for a missing Maria as soon as possible. The same day, an alert system was declared nationwide under the codename Isabel Cloudiness in the original alert. This meant an emergency search for a young woman who had been reported missing. When the massive search began, the missing woman's husband was the first person identified as a suspect. Although he was the only suspect in the case, Luz Maria had no enemies, so there was no reason to believe she was kidnapped. The last person to see her alive was George. Naturally, this guy denied his involvement in the case, claiming that he was knocked down while looking for his wife and is now outraged and annoyed that he has become the main suspect. At the same time, he was constantly confused in his testimony and couldn't explain why he didn't notify the police about his wife's disappearance on the day she went missing. And if he assumed she was at his mother-in-law's house, why didn't he call or go there? While police were searching for witnesses and combing the area, municipal workers accidentally discovered the body of the missing Maria. On January 22, several workers responded to a call regarding a clogged storm drain near the road. When they lifted the grate, they noticed a strange, large plastic bag with something black inside. As they got closer, they realized they were looking at charred human remains. They immediately reported the gruesome discovery to the police, and the officers who arrived speculated that the body found could be that of Luz Maria Lopez, who was wanted throughout the country. Despite the fact that the body had been severely disfigured by fire, forensic experts confirmed with certainty that the remains belonged to a young woman, her parents, and her brother. It is worth noting that the package was discovered on the same street as the building of the prosecutor's office where the deceased worked, but there were no surveillance cameras or lighting in the area. Despite the fact that the body was badly burned, pathologists were able to determine that the woman had been severely beaten and that asphyxia was the cause of her death. Internal hemorrhages, several fractures sustained while she was alive, and caked blood particles in her nose and mouth were all evidence of this. There were deep marks on her neck that indicated strangulation. This is a strange message. Upon the discovery of the body, no new suspects had emerged in the investigation, and the victim's parents were certain that the son-in-law was responsible for their daughter's brutal murder. George was immediately arrested, and the motivation for his heinous act was being investigated. Psychologists and criminalists were also required to conduct in-depth analyses of this marriage and the family relationships. During the investigation, Ada Lopez provided a frightening audio recording that was sent to her anonymously by someone who lived in the same neighborhood as her daughter and son-in-law. Apparently, this person has repeatedly witnessed the couple's family scandals, and this time he decided to record their argument, not realizing that it would end in a violent murder. The audio recording clearly depicts a distraught Maria screaming and crying for help. In the background, Alice sobs. Ada was horrified at what she had heard. She stated that if the witness had called the police right away, her daughter might still be alive today. The man who recorded the audio did not only not call the police, but he also did not go to the house where the horrible screams were coming from. The police were also unable to locate the anonymous person. As a result, he was unable to serve as a witness in the investigation. The audio recording was included with the materials for the criminal case, and Ada gave a big interview in which she urged all citizens to be vigilant and report to the police about the revealed facts of domestic violence, rather than simply filming or recording them on a dictaphone. According to the woman, such simple actions can save someone's life. This high-profile crime sparked widespread public outrage, and thousands of people marched across the country to demand that the killer be held accountable. Despite being taken into custody almost immediately, George maintained his innocence, claiming that he personally drove his wife to work that fateful day, after which she vanished. Street CCTV footage showed the couple's car driving toward Luz Maria's workplace that morning. However, due to the tinted windows, it was unclear how many people were in the car. In addition, none of the recordings showed the car coming to a stop or Maria exiting the cabin. The couple's rented home revealed numerous washed-out traces of blood and drag marks. This implied that this was where the heinous crime had occurred. Suspicions were confirmed when microscopic burnt flesh fragments were discovered in the family car's trunk. During the search, the investigator was also interested in the couple's recent purchase, a double orthopedic mattress. More specifically, not the mattress itself, but the dense polyethylene with which it was wrapped. According to the comparative analysis, George had packed his wife's burned remains inside. There were also several witnesses among the family's neighbors who had repeatedly heard George insult his wife and threaten her with death. A few days before Maria's sudden disappearance, her husband had threatened to kill her if she left him and to hide her body so no one would ever find it. Based on the information gathered by expert criminologists and the testimony of several witnesses, the investigation of the pieces restored the gruesome picture of the crime. The murder happened on the night of January 19, 2021. The spouse had a heated argument the day before, and George once again used his fists to assert his authority. He had previously struggled to control his anger, but this time he simply went into a rage. He repeatedly hit his wife, causing her to scream and cry for help. The neighbors of the family heard the screams, but did not call the police. While beating George, he broke his wife's nose and injured her head. After that, he strangled her with his bare hands before attempting to dispose of the body. To accomplish this, he dragged the body out to the backyard, doused it with campfire liquid, and set it on fire. George did not expect his funeral pyre to be so smoky, and the stench of burning meat and hair to irritate his eyes. He was concerned that the neighbors would notice it, suspect something was wrong, and contact the fire department or the police. So he quickly extinguished the fire, wrapped the burned remains in plastic, and went to a secluded location where he believed the body would never be discovered. The most horrifying thing was that George committed all of these atrocities in front of their young daughter, who, due to her age, understood what was going on, albeit not completely. The child, who was 3.5 years old at the time, witnessed the beating and crime, as evidenced by his cries and screams, which were also captured on video. George, who was familiar with forensics thanks to his wife's textbooks, attempted to cover up the crime and establish an alibi. He discovered a section of road with no lights or video cameras and dumped his wife's body in a drainage sewer, there going unnoticed. The next morning, he drove to her workplace along the same route he always took, as if he had dropped Maria off there. The next day, he began simulating an active search for his wife by contacting her colleagues, acquaintances, and relatives. Trial and verdict. The criminal lawyers pushed to delay the trial as much as possible while also attempting to derail the investigation. They insisted that all of the evidence and witness statements were circumstantial, with no single piece of evidence conclusively proving George's guilt. Defense attorneys attempted to have George's detention changed to house arrest, claiming that he was deeply depressed as a result of being accused of killing the woman he loved and the mother of his child. However, the data obtained from Maria's phone proved to be the most important piece of evidence. The gadget had been with her husband the entire time, and on the first day after the crime, he sent several messages to various people, attempting to create the illusion that Luz Maria was still alive. Also, after tracking the smartphone's movements throughout the day, it was clear that it was constantly in the same locations as George's phone. However, the lawyers attempted to turn this evidence in favor of their client, claiming that he discovered his wife's phone and drove around the city with it in search of her. But no one could explain why George was sending messages from it and calling it from his own cell phone. The bruises and scratches on the defendant's body discovered on the day of his arrest served as further proof of his guilt. Experts recorded these marks on photographs, indicating that the victim clearly resisted. The most visible was a scratch on his neck, but only fragments of George's epithelium under the murdered's fingernails were discovered because they had been destroyed by fire. Despite the large number of contentious issues, The prosecutor requested the highest possible punishment for the perpetrator. Court hearings and proceedings were repeatedly postponed due to the coronavirus pandemic. However, in October 2022, the defendant was found guilty of the brutal murder of his wife. The man was sentenced to 50 years in prison, despite not admitting guilt. Little Alice's custody was transferred to her maternal grandparents, who admitted that their granddaughter is now the most important part of their lives. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Summer Baldwin's case is buried in suitcases in the world of criminal investigations. When two or more crimes have similar characteristics, experts frequently classify them as part of a series. It may take years to identify and apprehend serial criminals. The majority of criminals were victims of violence and abuse as children, and some suffer from mental illnesses of varying severity. Nonetheless, they are aware of their interactions with the outside world. These people frequently appear to be perfectly normal, to the point where those around them are unaware that they are dealing with a ruthless killer. Such was the case with Rosendo Rodriguez, a seemingly unassuming young man who served in the United States Marine Corps. Witnesses who knew him personally and testified at his trial described him as a friendly, responsible, and kind man who had never hurt a fly. However, it was revealed that he had brutally murdered two young women and disposed of their bodies in an extravagant and unusual manner. Looking ahead, I believe that this man was justly punished for his heinous actions. But let's start at the beginning to understand this loud and complex case, learn about his victims, and delve into the criminal's childhood to see how he transformed into a monster, a naked beauty in a suitcase. This chilling tale began on September 13, 2005, on the outskirts of Lubbock, Texas. A city utility worker performing routine duties at a local landfill spotted an unusual object among the usual assortment of colorful trash. A large black suitcase that appeared oddly intact and bulky. Curiosity piqued, so he opened the suitcase, hoping to find something valuable. To his horror, the first thing he saw after unzipping it was a woman's manicured hand. He was surprised to see a real human body rather than a doll or mannequin. When he fully opened the suitcase, he discovered a young woman's naked body, knees drawn up to her chest and arms crossed around her neck. The worker immediately stopped the garbage truck that had delivered the grisly suitcase and called the police. The landfill was quickly cordoned off, and the truck and its contents were thoroughly searched. Finding any clues in a massive city dump was nearly impossible, but the investigators hoped to learn something about the woman's identity and how she ended up in such a state. No identification or personal items were discovered in the suitcase. The only distinguishing feature on the body was a small tattoo on the leg with the word Summer. The medical examiners were now tasked with determining the cause of death, while forensic experts had to identify the victim and locate her killer. Autopsy revealed multiple injuries sustained while the woman was alive, including evidence of sexual violence. However, the death was caused by positional asphyxiation. She was still alive when she was placed in the suitcase, but the confined space caused her to suffocate. She had died about a day before her body was discovered. Fingerprint analysis uploaded to the national database in the United States identified the victim as 29-year-old Summer Lee Baldwin, aka Summer Baldwin. Summer Baldwin, born in Washington in 1976, was known for her sweet, kind, and outgoing personality. She was a bright student with a lively personality and lots of friends. Summer had lofty goals for her life, including pursuing a career in acting. After graduating from high school, she attended a community college, but university studies proved difficult, so her friends invited her to Texas for a change of scenery and opportunities. Summer moved to Lubbock with her parents' support, hoping to start over. Summer's life spiraled, but she slowly became addicted to alcohol and illegal drugs without seeking help from her family. Her addiction worsened over time, resulting in job loss and connections with people who had criminal records. Her acting ambitions were dashed, and she eventually started working as an escort to support herself. Summer's parents were unaware of their daughter's problems and believed she was leading a successful life. They were devastated when the police told them about her tragic death in September 2005. They provided limited information about their summer friends and hangouts. Notably, A few months before her death, Summer was a key witness in a major federal counterfeiting investigation. This raised the possibility that her murder was a contract killing by a criminal gang, which drew the FBI's attention and heightened the investigation's focus on the first suspects. Rebecca, Summer Baldwin's best friend, was the first person questioned by the police. Rebecca revealed Summer's occupation and mentioned several of her boyfriends, one of whom was aggressive, frequently raised his hand to her, and stalked her after their breakup. That man was the first suspect in the case. Summer's ex-boyfriend was detained and brought to the station on the same day, but he categorically denied any involvement in the case. Furthermore, he appeared surprised and saddened by the news of her death. He had a solid alibi. The night before the tragedy, he was involved in a drunken brawl in a bar and spent the night in a cell with another troublemaker. As a result, the police were forced to release the first and only suspect at the time, another friend and, in a sense, colleague of the deceased, who provided the investigation with much more critical information. According to Marjorie, she saw Summer the evening before the murder and spoke with her briefly. They met on September 11, in the parking lot of a convenience store. Marjorie described how a red van pulled up to the store, and a young, fit man of Latino appearance got out and went inside, presumably to shop. In the meantime, Summer noticed her friend emerge from the passenger side to greet her. She informed Marjorie that he was her client, with whom she had met for the second time in recent days. Summer hurried back into the van after the man exited the store and took the wheel. Marjorie then went about her business, not noticing which direction the van drove away. She had no idea where the couple planned to meet. She also mentioned that she had never seen the man before and assumed he was not a local. Due to the darkness outside and her inability to see him clearly, she could only describe him as having very short hair, similar to that of a military man. What is wrong with the suitcase? The suitcase that became a young woman's coffin appeared strange. It was covered in garbage and waste on the outside, but it was not worn out, and its wheels appeared to be new. Inside, all tags were in perfect condition, and the lining appeared to be brand new. Furthermore, the plastic attachment for the price tag remained intact, indicating that the person who purchased the suitcase had not removed it. It was discovered that suitcases of this brand were sold in dozens of stores throughout the city. However, this particular large model was only available at 2 stores, thanks to the perfectly preserved barcode. It was discovered that a pair of identical suitcases were sold the day before the tragic discovery at a Walmart in the same neighborhood of the city where the girl was last seen alive. The first purchase was made after noon, and the second around 2 in the morning, which was unusual and suspicious. Police officers responded quickly and requested the store's surveillance camera footage. After reviewing the materials, they discovered that the first suitcase was purchased by an elderly couple. These people were not initially suspicious, but once located, they were able to present the suitcase and explain that they had purchased it for a vacation trip. The second suitcase, however, was purchased by a young Latino man with an athletic build and very short hair, similar to that of a military man. Suspicions arose that this was the person mentioned by the witness who saw him with the deceased girl in the supermarket parking lot. Furthermore, the man purchased a pair of disposable gloves at the checkout. Additional information was provided by external surveillance cameras installed in the store parking lot. They showed the man leaving with the suitcase in hand, loading it into a red van. Too many coincidences led the police to believe they'd found their man, and all that remained was to establish his identity, track him down, and bring him in for questioning and searching for the stranger. The man was extremely cautious, using cash rather than a car to avoid leaving any personal information. However, he failed to account for the parking lot surveillance cameras, which perfectly captured his vehicle's license plate. Police quickly identified the vehicle as a rental under the name Rosendo Rodriguez. Rodriguez, a U.S. Marine Corps reservist, had no criminal record and had not previously come to police attention. He spent a few days in Lubbock with his unit for training. It was difficult to find Rodriguez right away because he was not at the hotel where his unit was staying. However, police had his information and discovered that he had withdrawn a large sum of money from an admin in another hotel. Most likely, the money was spent on the suitcase and gloves. Rodriguez had not stayed at the hotel where he accessed the ATM. Instead, there's someone named Thomas Rodriguez. On September 11, someone who matched Rosendo's description checked in. It turned out to be the same person under a different name for unknown reasons. Because luck favored the investigation, The hotel room rented by Rodriguez, which he had already checked out of, had not yet been cleaned, yielding critical evidence. There were brown stains and splatters on the carpet bed and walls that looked like dried blood. A tag from a new suitcase was discovered near the bed, and the trash included used contraceptives and disposable gloves. Forensic analysis confirmed that the dried blood in the room belonged to Summer, and the DNA on the contraceptives and gloves matched both Summer and Rodriguez. There was no doubt they had located the murderer, but Rodriguez had already left the city. However, with all of the necessary information, tracking him down was simple. Rosendo Rodriguez III was born on March 26, 1980. I was born in Wichita Falls, Texas, to a poor Mexican immigrant family. According to reports, he experienced violence and harsh treatment during his early childhood. His father, described as domineering and aggressive, battled alcoholism and frequently abused his wife and children. Throughout his childhood, Rosendo was aggressive, frequently getting into fights at school. However, as he grew older, he learned to manage his anger. After high school, he went to Texas Tech University and moved away from his parents. He lived independently and worked at a pizzeria as a courier and an office clerk before deciding to join the United States Marine Corps. Rodriguez's military colleagues described him as quiet, balanced, disciplined, and responsible. He was regarded as a good friend, always willing to help, well-educated and physically attractive, making him popular among women. Rodriguez was arrested on September 15 at his San Antonio home. When the police arrived, he appeared calm and unaware of the gravity of the situation. During the search, a striped shirt and shorts were discovered that matched the outfit he wore when purchasing the suitcase captured on surveillance footage. Rodriguez's laptop and mobile phone were also seized during interrogation, and he was detained for the first few weeks. Rosendo remained silent, denying any involvement in Summer Baldwin's murder. However, the evidence presented against him was overwhelming. So, per his attorney's advice, he began giving statements with his version of events, which differed significantly from the scenario devised by the forensic experts. Rodriguez began by explaining that he had mistakenly booked a hotel separate from his fellow service members. He only knew the name of the hotel chain they were supposed to stay at, chose a hotel at random, and only after checking in did he realize the others were in a different location. He chose not to relocate because military leadership indicated it was unnecessary. He did not explain why he registered using a different name. On September 10, Rodriguez rented a van to get around the city. That evening, he claimed he met Summer Baldwin by chance. He said he saw a blonde woman sitting on a bench by the road, hands covering her face as if she were crying. Intriguing and concerned, he came to see if she was okay and needed assistance. They started a conversation. She calmed down, and they went to his hotel room, where they talked and drank briefly but did not become intimate. Rosendo drove her home the next morning, but they decided to meet later in the evening. He picked her up from the same location around 9 p.m. and visited a supermarket where some people recognized her friend Marjorie. They returned to the hotel, where Rodriguez stated that they had consensual intimacy. Rodriguez later claimed Summer became aggressive and demanded money, which surprised him because he was unaware he was with a call girl. When he refused, she allegedly pulled a knife from her purse and threatened him. He disarmed her before punching her in the face, causing her nose to bleed. Rodriguez claims he did not intend to harm her and acted in self-defense. Moments later, Summer collapsed on the bed, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. He stated that he attempted to help her but refrained from performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation due to the blood and foam on her face. After about a minute, she stopped breathing. He panicked when he realized she had died. He went to the nearest store, purchased a suitcase and gloves, returned to the hotel, placed her body in the suitcase, and threw it in the dumpster, knowing that it would be hauled to the landfill the following morning. He then checked out of the hotel, returned his rental car, and drove back to San Antonio as if nothing had happened. The suspect's story contains inconsistencies. Investigators quickly realized Rosendo Rodriguez was lying because his story contained numerous inconsistencies. For example, Marjorie, who met Summer in the parking lot the night of the crime, claimed that Summer explicitly told her that the man was a client of hers with whom they had previously met for a fee. Rodriguez claims that everything they did was consensual, but evidence on Summer's body suggests that she was taken advantage of. It's likely that their first night was consensual, which is why some agreed to see him again. Furthermore, Rodriguez claimed he only hit Summer in the face once to calm her down, but she died from a seizure. However, an autopsy revealed that Baldwin had approximately 30 fresh bruises on his head and body on the night of the crime, as well as several stab wounds. Furthermore, she was still alive when he packed her into the suitcase, contradicting his claim that she had died. Another girl in a suitcase. During an investigation at Rodriguez's home, police took his laptop computer. A review of his search history uncovered an unsettling pattern. Rodriguez had been actively searching for information about a girl named Summer for 3 days before his arrest, paying close attention to whether she was still being sought and whether her body had been discovered in a landfill. Interestingly, Rodriguez frequently searched for Joanna Catherine Rogers, a 16-year-old Lubbock girl who went missing a year and a half ago, when authorities offered Rodriguez a plea bargain in exchange for information about Joanna's whereabouts, which included a reduced sentence and avoided the death penalty. He reluctantly accepted and shared his story. He met Joanna, a high school student from Lubbock, in late April 2004. After a few meetings, they went to his hotel room on May 4th. The situation became tragic after an argument over money and threats of a rape lawsuit. Rodriguez panicked and covered Joanna's mouth to silence her, unintentionally causing her death. In a desperate attempt to dispose of the body, Rodriguez placed it in his own suitcase and threw it into a dumpster. This method replicates how Summer's body was disposed of a year and a half later. Rodriguez initially admitted to these crimes, but later recanted his testimony, citing coercion. Recognizing the importance of finding Joanna's body to strengthen the case, police conducted a massive search of the city dump. More than a year later, they discovered a suitcase containing Joanna's remains. Despite the severe decomposition, DNA testing revealed the identity of the remains. This evidence allowed authorities to charge Rodriguez as a serial offender who committed similar heinous crimes using a consistent method: trial verdict and execution. Despite the overwhelming evidence and gravity of his crimes, defendant Rosendo Rodriguez hoped to avoid the death penalty until the very end, anticipating a life sentence with the possibility of parole. However, the court ruled otherwise. Summer Baldwin's tragic death occurred 3 months into her pregnancy. This aggravating factor proved decisive, and the court convicted Rodriguez of first-degree murder and sentenced him to death by lethal injection. Rodriguez and his lawyers filed numerous appeals, alleging errors and misconduct by investigators, but all were denied. While in prison and awaiting execution, Rodriguez even had his own blog about criminal justice and policy issues. Rosendo Rodriguez was executed on March 27, 2018, nearly 10 years after being convicted of heinous crimes. This occurred one day after his 38th birthday. The death sentence was carried out at Huntsville Prison in Texas. This was Texas's 4th execution and the 7th in the United States in 2018. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in 2007. Kelsey Smith, 18, mysteriously disappeared after going to the store in Kansas, United States. What happened to Kelsey drew media attention, and CCTV footage helped solve the case. Kelsey Ann Smith was born May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Johnson County, Kansas. Kelsey was the 5th child of Greg and Missy Smith. She graduated from Shawnee Mission West High School on May 24, 2007, and was excited to start college in the fall. People recognized her as an outgoing and friendly individual. Her sense of humor left no one indifferent. She was a member of a marching band and played clarinet. Kelsey worked at an AMC movie theater on June 2, 2007. She had another shift. Missy, her mother, was leaving for a friend's wedding that morning, unaware that her family's life would be forever changed and that she would never see her daughter alive again. Missy said her goodbyes to Kelsey before leaving. Kelsey drove to work in the car her parents gave her. Her morning shift concluded without incident. After work, she went to see her father and sister, Lindsay. They visited an amusement park together. It had been a wonderful day. but it did not end well. Kelsey had decided to go shopping around 6 p.m. She asked her sister if she wanted to keep her company, but she declined. Kelsey left the house alone and drove to the nearest Target. Before leaving, she told her father, Greg, about her plans and expressed her love for him. Greg, a police officer, adored his children. The man taught them basic self-defense techniques and advised them to always take precautions. Kelsey called her mother, who was returning from a friend's wedding, about an hour later to say she was going shopping. They spoke briefly before agreeing to meet at home. After a while, John, Kelsey's boyfriend, arrived at Smith's home. John was one of the guys who boosted Greg's confidence. He frequently spent time at their house, and everyone expected their relationship to develop into something more. Kelsey went shopping that evening for a gift for John. The latter attempted to call her but was unable to get through. He went to her house, but she was not present. Greg tried calling his daughter, but she did not answer. Greg, a police officer, became concerned after several unsuccessful attempts to contact Kelsey. He tried to remain calm, but as a father, he became increasingly concerned with each passing minute. Greg began calling his daughter's friends, but no one knew where Kelsey was or why she wasn't returning calls and texts. Kelsey was unlike her peers. She always called her family, even if she was a little late. After a while, John and Kelsey's sister Lindsay got into their car and began driving around the area, hoping to locate Kelsey's car. What if she gets into an accident? Perhaps the police pulled her over for speeding. They first inspect the parking lots of various stores. In one of those, they noticed a Buick belonging to Kelsey. She informed her father that she was going to the Target store. However, they discovered her car near another store. John checked the car, but Kelsey wasn't present. Lindsay called her father to say they had found Kelsey's car. Greg warned them not to touch anything because the car could be a potential crime scene. After all, if this was the case, it was critical not to destroy any evidence that may have been left there. Greg contacted the police to report his daughter missing. The police conducted an official investigation. The detectives immediately arrived at the location where John and Lindsay discovered Kelsey's car. Greg and everyone else noticed something odd right away. Her car was not in the Target parking lot. It was next to another store in a dimly lit area of the parking lot. The detectives carefully examined the car, hoping to discover anything useful about Kelsey. But all they found inside was a package of gift wrapping paper and the gift the girl had bought for her boyfriend, John. There was nothing inside the car that suggested a crime. There were no signs of struggle. There was no trace of blood or anything like that. The keys were under the driver's seat. But then, the detective noticed something strange and suspicious. They noticed some fabric that resembled a t-shirt sticking out of the trunk, causing anxiety in his heart. Greg opened the trunk. It was empty. Kelsey was not present. She bought a gift for John at Target. That meant she was present at some point. The forensic experts thoroughly examined the car and discovered a thumbprint on the seatbelt. It didn't belong to Kelsey or anyone who had access to the car. Kelsey had recently graduated from high school and was preparing to attend the University of Kansas to become a veterinarian. She was always an excellent student. Kelsey was an ambitious and cheerful young lady. She had her entire life ahead of her. But now she had mysteriously vanished, and her family was desperate for answers. The police continued their work. However, other than an unidentified fingerprint, there was no evidence that her car was a crime scene. It appeared that someone had just left the car in this parking lot. The detectives went to Target to gather new information about Kelsey's disappearance. CCTV footage could answer some questions. By the time the officers arrived, the store had already closed. Despite the fact that it was nearly 11 p.m., they were able to locate the person who let them in and showed them the recordings. The police spent several hours at the monitors, watching Kelsey's every move, but her trip to the store was routine. She found the necessary items, paid for them, and proceeded to the parking lot. There was no indication that anything was wrong. While at the store, Kelsey did not argue or speak with anyone. She remained calm and left there alone. But here's what appears strange. Kelsey got into her car and drove in the opposite direction of her house for some reason. The recording quality was poor, making it impossible to see any details. As a result, a number of new and important questions emerged. Why didn't Kelsey go home as scheduled? Did she drive the car herself? Could she have concealed her own free will? Before dawn, Greg and Missy went to the police station, where detectives questioned them. As a cop, Greg was aware that this was a common practice. When investigating such cases, detectives must rule out the possibility that someone in the family is involved in the crime. He knew that if he and Missy answered the questions quickly, they would no longer be suspects and the police would be able to focus on other leads. The couple answered all of the questions. Kelsey's parents were not the suspects. The police wanted to investigate the next person for his involvement in Kelsey. His disappearance was caused by her boyfriend, John. After all, Kelsey had spent the majority of her free time with him over the last few days. He was the last person she had contact with. They needed to know where John had been before he went into Kelly's house and informed her father that he couldn't contact her partners, which is frequently linked to what happened to their soulmate. As a result, the detectives decided to put pressure on the suspect. They began asking him the same but differently phrased questions to see how he would respond and whether he would change his story. It lasted approximately 2 hours. But John insisted that he was not involved in Kelly's disappearance and that their relationship was fine. He answered all of their questions and let the detectives examine his phone. The officers were inclined to believe that John was not lying and had no involvement in Kelsey's disappearance. Still, the detectives did not remove him from the suspect list. Kelsey's family could not simply sit and wait, so they began an unofficial investigation. Greg was well aware that if his daughter had been abducted, the chances of finding her alive decreased with each passing hour. Greg, Missy, and John gathered willing volunteers and divided them into groups to search the area. Each volunteer carried a bundle of printed missing person flyers and walked around the designated streets, asking if anyone had seen Kelsey. Greg also called radio stations and requested some airtime. He inquired about his daughter's disappearance and advised anyone with any relevant information to contact the police or the Smith family. An hour after the radio stations reported Kelsey's disappearance, TV channels broadcast the news. It improved the odds of finding Kelsey as soon as possible. Her classmates joined the search. They moved from one door to another. Perhaps someone from the house heard or saw something suspicious, or something that did not appear suspicious at first glance but could aid in the investigation. Any information was critical. One of the questions the police had to answer was where Kelsey was for the 3 hours between when she left Target and when John and Lindsay found her car. To answer this question, the investigators returned to the surveillance cameras. The parking lot where they discovered Kelsey's vehicle belonged to another store. Fortunately, there were cameras there as well. However, due to the poor quality of the recordings and insufficient lighting in that area of the parking lot, the detectives were unable to see anything that would help them determine where Kelsey had gone. They observed how her car drove into an unlit area of the parking lot, after which the headlights turned off. The driver exited the vehicle and drove away shortly after, but it was just a silhouette of a person. It was unclear if it was Kelsey or someone else. The police were disappointed. Kelsey's family thought it was a good sign. The family members understood that she had no reason to hide. The most important thing to them was finding Kelsey alive. The police had no new leads yet, so they decided to look at the Target surveillance camera footage again. However, the detectives now use higher quality monitors. They retracted Kelsey's every move while she was in the store, but she discovered nothing suspicious. Everything appeared normal. Kelsey purchased the necessary items and exited the store like any other customer parking lot. What could have happened there to cause Kelsey's disappearance? Despite the poor recording quality, the detectives discovered a suspicious detail. After leaving the store, Kelsey went to the parking lot to park her car and opened the back door to store the purchased items. Then she approached the driver's door. At that moment, the investigator noticed a blurry spot following her. The police believed Kelsey had been attacked when she got into the car, indicating an abduction. The investigators repeatedly watched the recording. However, due to the viewing angle and recording quality, They were unable to see the full picture. The door closed in about 15 seconds, and the car left the parking lot. Perhaps her car turned in the opposite direction from her house because she wasn't driving, or someone threatened her. Detectives didn't want to tell Kelsey's parents that their daughter had most likely been abducted. The police had only a video recording of the abduction as evidence. However, it was impossible to see who did it. This person wore a white t-shirt and dark shorts. Thus, the investigators returned to the target's CCTV footage. But this time, they're hoping to see someone in a white t-shirt and dark shorts. And then they noticed something new. A man in a white t-shirt and dark shorts followed Kelsey everywhere she went. He maintained his distance so Kelsey would not suspect anything, but he was always present. It was clear that this man was following Kelsey. When Kelsey approached the checkout to pay for the goods, he made his way to the exit without hurry. He obviously left the store first and waited for her in the parking lot. Soon after, the police were able to obtain a clearer image of his face. It wasn't a perfect quality, but they hoped someone could recognize this person. The police asked the community for help in identifying the man. The number of calls with potential leads surpassed 1,000. It took a long time to review this amount of data. Detectives attempted to filter out information that was unlikely to be relevant to the investigation. The police interrogated several people who resembled this man, but none of them were the one they needed to locate. The breakthrough in this case came after the police located Kelsey's phone. After she vanished, her phone was found in a wooded area near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 15 miles from Target. By this point, the FBI had joined the investigation. They focused the search in the area where Kelsey's phone was last active. Around 200 people took part in it. Kelsey was discovered 4 days after her kidnapping, and only 45 minutes after her cell phone company provided information about her cell phone activity that is worth paying close attention to. We will address this issue later. Unfortunately, she had died. The criminal attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime by hiding her body beneath the leaves and tree branches. Kelsey was naked, revealing the motive for this crime. Her belongings were a few feet from her. During the forensic examination, the experts determined that Kelsey died from strangulation. The criminal committed suicide with her own belt. The police had to deliver the worst news of her parents' lives. Kelsey's death devastated her family and friends. The criminal was still out there, and the police needed to find him as soon as possible because they feared he would kidnap another person. At this stage of the investigation, the police only had CCTV footage. As a result, the researchers decided to conduct another study on them. Knowing that someone had abandoned Kelsey's car in the parking lot at 9:17 p.m., the officers decided to look into what was going on in the Target parking lot at the same time. They saw a man rush up to a dark pickup truck parked in the parking lot, get inside, and drive away. It was around 9:22 p.m., however, it is possible that this was just a coincidence unrelated to the case. The pickup truck left the Target parking lot after it had already gotten dark. But what if the person driving the car arrived during daylight hours? The investigators reviewed the recording, which confirmed their assumptions. The blue pickup truck arrived in the Target parking lot at 6:55 p.m. Kelsey pulled into the parking lot a minute later, parking next to this pickup truck by some evil coincidence. Perhaps that was the first time the criminal saw her. The police released images of the pickup truck and the man who was following Kelsey in the hopes that someone could identify him, and it resulted in people calling the police station to say they knew the man in the picture. One of the callers introduced himself as a colleague and the other as a friend. Both callers gave the same name, Edwin Hall. He was 26 years old, owned a pickup truck, was married with a son. The police investigated Hall's past and discovered that, while he had no adult convictions, he did have a juvenile record for threatening his adoptive sister with a bread knife when he was 15 years old. If Hall was the one who kidnapped and murdered Kelsey Smith, he may have attempted to flee after his image appeared in the media. As a result, the police went to his home right away. When the cops arrived, they noticed Hall packing things into his car. He intended to flee with his family, but the police apprehended him first. They arrested Edwin Hall and transported him to a police station for questioning. He told detectives that he had no involvement in Kelsey Smith's disappearance and death. He said he had no idea who she was. However, everyone knew he was lying because Target's CCTV footage clearly showed Hall following Kelsey. When they told him about the recording, they were able to refute his claims. He admitted that he watched Kelsey because he admired her legs. However, Edwin continued to deny any contact with Kelsey after she left the store. He agreed to give the police his DNA sample and fingerprints so that he would be removed from the suspect list. Hall was certain he'd left no trace. However, he was mistaken in believing that his thumbprint matched those found on the seatbelt and Kelsey's car. This information directly linked Hall to the kidnapping and death of Kelsey Smith. After all, there was no other explanation for his fingerprint on the seatbelt. Hence, regardless of what Edwin Hall said, the police knew he was the one who approached Kelsey in the parking lot. After the detectives informed him of the fingerprint match, he decided not to wait for the DNA results and confessed all, to avoid the death sentence. Hall agreed to reveal all of the details of the crime he committed. He stated that he liked Kelsey when he saw her in the Target parking lot. Hall began following her while she was shopping and then waited until she reached the car. After this, he pulled out his gun and attacked her. Hall pushed her into her car and took her to a wooded area outside the city. There, he told Kelsey to undress and eventually killed her because he was afraid she'd tell him everything. Then Hall hid Kelsey's body beneath branches and leaves and drove away. After leaving Kelsey's car in a nearby parking lot, he returned to Target, where he had previously parked his pickup truck, and drove home. Missy and Greg Smith stated that following Kelsey's death, they noticed that the majority of violent crimes targeted children and young adults. We wanted to stop this from happening to others. Missy Smith stated that with that goal in mind, they developed safety awareness seminars. Greg Smith was a police officer when his daughter died, so he applied the training methods he learned in the military to a civilian environment. The Kelsey Smith Act was passed in Kansas in 2009, and similar laws exist in 23 other states. However, in 2016, it failed to pass the United States House of Representatives. Members of Congress who voted against the bill cited privacy concerns and the ability for law enforcement to access information without subpoenas. The Smiths state that only one location will be released, so texts, pictures, and phone calls would be prohibited. For 13 years, the couple has been advocating for change in Congress. One thing keeps them going. It's Kelsey, without a doubt. Greg Smith identified Kelsey as an 18-year-old recent high school graduate who walked out of a Target in Overland Park and vanished. It took a cell phone company 4 days to release her phone's location information. Once it did, police discovered her body within 45 minutes. The Smiths dedicated their lives to enacting legislation to speed up the process for other families. It would have saved you days of searching for her and not knowing if your child was still alive or what her fate was. Missy Smith stated that if law enforcement determines that an emergency exists, the Kelsey Smith Act requires wireless communication providers to disclose a device's location information. It also grants the phone company immunity for doing so. Overall, it serves as a tool for law enforcement. We live in a technological age, so why not give them every tool they need to find someone? According to Greg Smith, the legislation states that the information should be released if officers believe the phone was used to call 911 within the previous 48 hours, or if there is reason to believe someone is in danger of death or serious physical harm. In September 2008, the jury found Edwin Hall guilty of all charges. During the trial, he apologized to Kelsey's family and expressed deep regret. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kelsey, who would have turned 34 on May 3rd, has become the face of a movement to force telecommunications providers to be more responsive in emergency situations, particularly as GPS and cell phone technology have improved and evolved over the last 16 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story, set in 2003, is reminiscent of a thriller plot. The residents of the small town of Nome, Alaska's west coast, were shocked when the naked body of a local resident, 19-year-old Sonia Ivanov, was discovered on the outskirts. Nome's population at the time was slightly more than 3,000, and everyone knew each other by sight. The terrible discovery made residents wonder how well they knew their neighbors, friends, and co-workers. After all, maybe the murderer was one of them. Sonia Dora Nikyuk Ivanov was born April 13, 1984, in Unalakleet, Alaska. She was one of 6 children of her parents and belonged to an indigenous population, specifically the Inupiat, an Eskimo people. Sonia, who graduated from high school with honors, decided to attend college. After spending her life in a harsh climate, she wished to relocate to Hawaii, but she needed money, which she decided to earn on her own. Sonia relocated to Nome in 2002 from her hometown of Unalakleet, which had a population of approximately 600 people. She took a job as a secretary at a local hospital and began saving for her dream trip to Hawaii in the fall of 2003. Sonia was supposed to travel to Hawaii, but her plans were ruined weeks before she left. Sonia moved to Nome and began living in the same room as her friend T. Mayer. On the evening of August 10, 2003, they went out to meet their other friends. Sonia returned home shortly after 1 a.m., while her friend and roommate T. Mayer chose to spend more time with her friends. Nome residents knew each other. Sonia and her friends were not worried as she walked home. However, when Mayer returned home, she discovered that Sonia was not in her room. In the morning, she began calling her and Sonia's friends to find out where her friend was, but none of them knew. T. Mayer was one of those people who remained optimistic until the very end. She didn't report Sonia missing until August 12th at 5:16 p.m. About 40 hours after her disappearance, the police conducted an investigation and searched Sonia's room, discovering her valuables and some documents, leading them to the conclusion that the girl could not have simply left town on August 13th. The search began with local police officers and volunteers. The same day, at 8:30 a.m., one of the search teams discovered Sonia's body near a gravel pit on the outskirts of the city. At the time, the local police force consisted of 8 people, a chief and 7 officers in various positions. They all had one thing in common: they had no prior experience investigating such crimes. Realizing this, Nome's chief of police sought assistance from the state police. A team of investigators and forensic specialists were scheduled to fly in from Anchorage. While waiting for her, the local police did everything they could to preserve the crime scene. The rain was approaching, so they decided to cover the body with a tarp. A large number of photographs were taken beforehand in case the rain destroyed any potential evidence. On August 14th, Anchorage officers arrived on the scene and immediately went to work. Sonia's body was naked except for a sock on her left foot. She was wearing nothing. No clothing or personal belongings of the girl were discovered. During the initial examination, the forensic scientist discovered an entry wound from a bullet on the back of the head, hidden beneath the hair. After the work at the scene was completed, the body was transported for an autopsy. During the forensic examination, it was determined that the girl died from a bullet wound to the back of the head. Despite the fact that the body was naked, there was no evidence that Sonia had sexual intercourse before her death, nor were there any defensive wounds. Given that the bullet removed from her head was fired at close range, her death appeared to be an execution. While Anchorage officers examined the evidence, local police interviewed Sonia's friends and colleagues to determine who might have intended to harm her. However, this ultimately produced no results because the girl had no conflicts and could find common ground with everyone. The townspeople's tension grew as time passed because the perpetrator was most likely a well-known person who remained at large. 6 weeks after Sonia's death, on September 23, 2003, a patrol car with the tail number 321 was stolen from the local police parking lot. Officer Byron Redburn, to whom she was assigned, drove his personal vehicle throughout the city and surrounding areas in search of a stolen patrol car. He did it at night. Assuming that if a patrol car was stolen for entertainment, the teenagers would most likely turn on the flashing lights and be visible from a distance, Officer Red Burns' personal car had a walkie-talkie tuned to a police frequency. Around 3:30 a.m., he heard his colleague, Officer Owens, who was on duty that night, request backup. Owens reported finding a stolen car near one of the mines and being shot at when he approached it. Redburn rushed to the rescue, and when he arrived, he discovered Owens. He was terrified, but thankfully uninjured. The shooter escaped by abandoning a stolen police car bearing the tail number 321. A few minutes later, more police officers arrived and the area was cordoned off. At dawn, a helicopter took to the skies in search of the man who stole the car and shot at a cop. However, the search was unsuccessful and the intruder escaped. The car with the tail number 321, in particular, piqued our interest. The window on the driver's side was broken. That appears to be how the hijacker got in. However, the envelope lying on the passenger seat was more important. Sonia's work pass, complete with her name and picture, was inside, along with a threatening letter. Among other things, it said, "I hate pigs, I hate cops, and I hate everyone." Sonia was simply a person in the wrong place at the wrong time. Every one of you should be more careful. I keep track of every move you make. You leave me alone, I will leave you alone. I will also shoot you in the head if you get too close. The author of the letter was unequivocally telling the police that they should stop investigating. Sonia skipped directly, implying that the person who left it was complicit in her death. There were no fingerprints, DNA, or other evidence on the envelope. What had happened only strengthened the suspicion that someone in the community, whom everyone must know, was playing a double game. In such cases, people lose confidence and become suspicious, even of those closest to them. A threatening letter was discovered in a stolen police car on September 24, 2003. Before we proceed, we must return to the night Sonia went home alone around 2:30 a.m., dated August 11, 2003. Two local residents, Florence Ambrose and her sister Dennett, were sitting on their mother's porch when they noticed someone walk past them on the sidewalk. That individual turned out to be Sonia. Dennett was a senior in high school and a knew Sonia because they both played in a City League basketball match. Sonia walked past the sisters about 5 yards away. They exchanged greetings, and Sonia continued walking. A block away, a car came to a stop next to Sonia. It was a properly marked police squad car. The sisters watched as Sonia leaned into the car and the passenger side window slid down. After a few moments, she opened the door and sat inside, but no one else saw her alive. On August 14th, city officials confirmed that the body discovered near the quarry belonged to Sonia Ivanoff. Florence, 32, knew she needed to report to the police that she and her sister had seen Sonia enter a police car that night. However, she was concerned that if she called the station, she would be speaking with the same man who had driven the police car that night, and then she and her sister might meet the same fate as Sonia. However, she realized that if she did not report what had happened, the perpetrator could avoid punishment. Florence contacted the police and told them everything. Over the next 3 weeks, she was anxious because no developments had occurred. Nobody contacted or interviewed her, which only fueled her distrust of the police. It wasn't until 3 weeks later that one of the investigators who flew in from Anchorage to look into the case found out about Florence's call. He immediately went to her house to record her statement. It was unclear why the woman hadn't been interviewed earlier. It was attributed to a backlog of work and a misunderstanding regarding phone calls. The new information significantly altered the course of the investigation, as the trail now leads directly to the police station, where, in addition to the chief, 7 other people were working. All local police officers were removed from the investigation into Sonia's death. It was necessary to determine which of the 8 local police officers had picked up Sonia before she died. The suspects were narrowed down to 2 after it was discovered that only 2 police officers, Officer Matthew Owens and Officer Stampless Goya, were on duty the night the girl disappeared. Owens and Bessie Pitt were questioned. Both officers denied making any contact with Sonia that night to determine which of them was lying. Officers were asked to take a polygraph test. The test was scheduled for September 24th and would take place in Anchorage. Owens and Bessie Pitt agreed to take the test and planned to travel to Anchorage by plane on September 24th. However, on September 23rd, a police car was stolen and later discovered by Officer Owens, who claimed that the perpetrator had shot him several times with a gun. On September 24th, Stan Bessie Pitt boarded a plane and flew to Anchorage, where he easily passed a polygraph test. Officer Matthew Owens needed a day to recover from the night shooting, so he did not fly to Anchorage. This made Matthew Owens the primary suspect, and investigators focused on him. A new polygraph test is scheduled for September 28th, and Owens failed. When asked to reconstruct the night's events, he was on duty. When Sonia went missing, Owens began to provide conflicting testimony. Interviews with witnesses revealed that no one in town saw him between 0:53 and 2:50 a.m. An investigation was conducted to recreate the events of the night of September 24th. Owens discovered the stolen car and was allegedly shot at. However, Matthew again provided contradictory testimony and was unsure of the details, leading investigators to conclude that the entire incident was staged on September 23rd. He was on duty and knew he was about to take a polygraph test, which he was certain he would fail. Owens, who had access to the parking lot's keys, stole another officer's squad car. He organized this performance to divert attention away from himself and to avoid taking a test for a valid reason. After analyzing the letter found in the stolen car, the police profilers concluded that the person who wrote it had most likely called the police officers pigs on purpose to make everyone believe he was not one of them. Only two people, Stan Bessie Pitt and Matthew Owens, would want to deflect suspicion away from themselves. Officer Bessie Pitt had gone to Anchorage to take a polygraph test, which he easily passed, leaving only one person who wanted to deflect suspicion. Matthew Owens. When Sonia's body was discovered, Matthew had the day off, but he still showed up at the crime scene, despite having no knowledge of it. Information about the discovery was not distributed through police communication channels for fear of it spreading throughout the city ahead of time. According to the investigation, none of the co-workers who discovered the body reported it to Owens, but he still showed up at the scene. After speaking with his ex-wife, detectives discovered another important detail. The woman recalled Matthew calling her on August 12th and asking her to pick up their 4-year-old son, who was visiting him that day early. This occurred at 4:30 p.m., and Matthew explained that he needed to arrive at work early because a girl was missing in town. It is important to note that this conversation occurred before Sonia's friend reported her missing. Owens claimed that his wife mistook the date of the conversation about Sonia, but this appears unlikely given that she recalls that it was his birthday. On October 25, 2003, Matthew Owens, 28, was arrested. Shortly after, he was fired from the police force and charged with tampering with physical evidence in the Sonia Ivanov case, which involved a staged theft of a squad car. He continued to claim his innocence. Following his arrest, several women contacted the police, alleging that Owens used his official position to force them into intimate relationships while on duty. He threatened them with violence and told them not to even consider going to the police because the police station would believe him rather than some native woman. All of the women affected by the police officer's actions had two things in common. First, they were indigenous. Second, they were intoxicated during the incident. The official investigation revealed that the local police office had repeatedly ignored reports of violence and women who were harmed by Matthew Owens' actions, and the police department's inaction in general sued the city of Nome. Both cases were resolved outside of court. All of this led investigators to believe that on the night of Sonia's disappearance, Owens followed a familiar pattern. Perhaps he offered the girl a ride home, which is why she got in the car. But it's also possible that he pointed a gun at her and forced her to get in. Sonia, unlike the previous victims, had not been drinking. Knowing how things turned out for her, one could conclude that she refused to submit to Owens and meet his demands. He was afraid the girl would report him, so he decided to get rid of her. Owens, who was familiar with crime investigations, forced Sonia to undress for fear that his DNA would be found on her clothes. This is only the official version. Owens never made a confession. During the investigation, detectives discovered that he was seen at a hunting camp a few days after Sonia died, burning some items. According to court documents, police searched the fire pit for evidence, including eyelets. Sonia's jeans and shoes matched the brands she was wearing the night she went missing. A key that resembled the key to Sonia's house was also discovered during the search. However, due to the severe deformation caused by the fire, experts were unable to definitively determine whether it was the same key. During the investigation, Owens told the known police chief that he didn't know Sonia, but at least 7 witnesses testified otherwise. The murder weapon was never located. Naturally, the police officer did not commit the crime with his service pistol. Furthermore, according to court documents, the threatening note to the police was printed on a printer that Owens had access to. On December 6, 2005, a jury unanimously convicted Matthew Owens of the murder of Sonia Ivanov and sentenced him to 99 years in prison. In addition, he was sentenced to 2 more years for tampering with physical evidence. After 34 years, he will be eligible for parole. The Sonia Ivanov Act, signed into law by the Alaska legislature in 2007, imposes a maximum sentence of 99 years in prison for police officers who commit first-degree murder while on duty. Owens attempted to appeal the sentence several times but was unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at a story from 2021 that involved 2 countries far apart. Shanae Brooke Edwards, 31, was an Australian citizen and a frequent traveler. One of her travels took her to the Eastern European country of Georgia, where she and I both enjoyed the frightening events that occurred to her. Shanae was born in 1989 in Warrnambool, Australia, where she lived with her parents and older brother Tyson. There is little information available online about her youth and upbringing. However, this is how her loved ones described her. Shanae was an adventurer who enjoyed being in nature, a keen hiker, a motorcycle enthusiast, a genuine kind-hearted soul, and an animal lover. She was a happy, free-spirited person. She moved through life, making the kinds of deep, genuine connections that most of us save for a select few. She was generous, patient, loving, and kind to everyone who crossed her path, to name a few. The homeless she shared cafe leftovers with during her shifts, and in Melbourne the orphaned children she taught, in Colombia the Cambodian children she taught English to, the Japanese students she tutored, and, most recently, the pregnant stray cat who adopted Shanae and decided to become a mother on her terrace in Georgia. Shanae visited Georgia, which had long piqued her interest due to its natural beauty and history, and Shanae's boyfriend, Mariel Said, was also scheduled to visit this Eastern European country in 2019. He was a Lebanese national whom she met on one of her trips. They had broken up for a while, but when she and I moved to Georgia, they started communicating online and realized they still had feelings for each other, so they decided to reconcile. El Said wanted to fly to Georgia, but the country's borders were closed to unvaccinated individuals. Georgia is an ancient, proud, and welcoming country known for its friendly people, the majestic beauty of nature and ancient temples, and its delectable cuisine. Shanae had high expectations for her trip to Georgia, and they were all met. She was content in the country and stayed there for nearly 2 years before her next trip. Winter I avoided. I lived in Tbilisi, Georgia's capital, and taught English, which helped her earn a living while also allowing her to travel around the country and discover new and interesting places. She eventually made friends who shared her passion for travel. On July 29, 2021, she shared this photo on her social media account, captioned with the word joy. The photograph was taken during a scenic motorcycle ride. Shanae was a big fan of motorcycles. The next day, July 30th, 2021, was sunny, so should I go hiking up Mtatsminda? Please don't be too harsh on me if I mispronounce the name of this place. Mtatsminda, which means Holy Mountain, is a major attraction in Georgia's capital. The Temple of Saint David Mtatsminda, located on the mountain's slope and surrounded by dense evergreen vegetation, is a popular tourist and city resident destination. On the 730-meter-high mountain, there are observation decks that overlook Tbilisi, an amusement park, a Ferris wheel, and a restaurant. Shanae has rented a house near the mountain for the past 11 months. According to her friends, she frequently took walks in the woods and never encountered any problems or threats to her personal safety. On July 30th, 2021, she left the house around 3:30 p.m. Surveillance cameras caught her walking leisurely through the city streets toward the hiking trail. She was last seen near the Church of St. Michael of Tavir, which sits at the foot of Mount Matata Minda and serves as a starting point for hiking. In the evening, she was supposed to meet some friends at a cafe in the capital, but she never arrived. Attempts to contact her by phone failed. She then denies that friends decided to file a missing persons report with the police. Around the same time, Shanae's friend in California sounded the alarm at 4:32 p.m. Shanae called her, and when she answered, she could hear her screaming, "Please let me go. Okay, just let me go." You could tell Chennai was being attacked and wanted to be left alone. The call was disconnected. When her friend attempted to call back, no one answered. Different sources describe it differently. Shanae, a friend from California, did the following. Some news is out. Let's write that she posted to a Facebook group with members from various countries who are currently living in Georgia, asking someone to contact the police to report the disturbing call. Other sources claim she denies that her friend contacted the Georgian police and told them everything. Whatever the case, it is certain that within hours of Shanae's terrifying phone call, Georgian police became aware of it and immediately began to investigate the information they had obtained. Several hundred police officers and volunteers participated in the search. The search area was large, so numerous groups combed the slopes of Mount Antatsmanda. Police used search dogs and drones. Shanae could not be located before sunset. She hadn't returned home, her phone was turned off, and she hadn't gone to any of the nearby hospitals for assistance. This was not a good sign, as was confirmed the following day. Unfortunately, Shanae Brooke Edwards, 31, was discovered dead near a hiking trail on July 31st, following an extensive search. The perpetrator attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime, so he hid the body under tree branches while leaving the crime weapon. A knife was discovered not far from the body. Shanae's phone was eventually discovered on the mountainside. Upon further examination of the crime scene, police discovered an old, rusted shovel, a fireplace, used needles, and numerous empty bottles. Georgia's interior minister told local media that the police had some information that needed to be kept private in order to conduct the investigation. The ministry and police officers are doing everything possible to find the perpetrator. He stated that during the forensic examination of Shanae's body, 13 stab wounds were discovered, 5 of which were in the neck area, which indicated only one thing to the police. The perpetrator clearly intended to kill the young woman. Her neck showed signs of strangulation. Following her denial, authorities officially confirmed her death. The media reported that the crime was motivated by lust. The Georgian police, however, denied this information, stating that the forensic medical examiner found no evidence of a crime against the woman's integrity. Shanae's enraged boyfriend, Mauriel Said, has vowed to find the perpetrator and exact revenge, no matter how long it takes. Right now, I only have one mission in life: vengeance. He stated, "I don't care if I spend the rest of my life behind bars, justice will be served, and the criminal will suffer as much as Shanae did." Shanae's death devastated her friends, and was especially difficult for her family, who lived on another continent. The relatives had to deal with the issue of transporting the body home, while the police had to find the perpetrator. There is no doubt that the police are directly responsible for crime prevention and criminal investigation. However, in this case, there was another significant factor. Georgia's tourism revenue exceeds $1 billion per year, and the fact that one of the travelers died in a popular location in the state capital may have had a negative impact on the entire tourism industry. The police interviewed over 200 people, including friends, co-workers, Shanae's neighbors, and park employees, and they investigated visitor routes as well as video footage of her movements that day. One local woman reported to an expat Facebook group that she heard a woman screaming on the trails below Metal Man to park about an hour after she and I left home. Another woman in the group reported seeing a disturbing sight on the mountain. She claimed that she and I went missing the day before. she had seen a man aggressively copulating with a woman near the crime scene. At the same time, the laboratory investigated the crime weapon and discovered a male DNA sample on it. There were no matches in the Georgian police database, so the samples were sent to 194 Interpol member states to be checked in their databases. Interviews with witnesses revealed that Shanae had no enemies, no conflicts with anyone, and no contact with people of questionable reputation. This could indicate that she was a random victim of a crime with an unknown motive. The police worked meticulously. Genetic samples were obtained from several dozen people who could have been involved in the crime. All were rigorously analyzed. As a result of extensive and multifaceted investigation efforts, the list of alleged perpetrators was narrowed until a DNA match was discovered. 40 days after Shanae's death, Brooke Edwards, Georgia, police released the following statement based on evidence gathered during the investigation, which included testimony, surveillance tapes, genetic tests, and other evidence. According to the court's decision, the defendant, a man born in 1988, was arrested on September 8th of this year. Rafael Mursakulov, a Georgian citizen, was detained. His lawyer told reporters that Miraculous denies all of the charges against him, including robbery and taking Shanae's life. Brooke Edwards. He pleads not guilty. He had no involvement with the case. I have already seen him. We talked and decided on a position. He is exercising his right to remain silent. According to the lawyer, when information about the suspect's identity leaked to the press, Mursakulov's image was broadcast on television. Following that, a woman from Georgia and the capital posted on her Facebook page that her friend had been attacked by two wild beasts on Mount Emtatsminda a few months prior. Even though the police knew who the perpetrators were, the case was shelved. According to the woman's post, one of the attackers was Rafael Mursakulov. The author of the posts suggested that if the police had done their jobs properly, the Australian girl would still be alive. Rafael Mursakulov, according to the information he publicly shared on his Facebook page, was an activist for the ruling Georgian Dream Party. On September 10, 2021, a Tbilisi court refused to release Mursakulov on bail. While he was in custody awaiting trial, police officers obtained a testimony that was equally important to the irrefutable physical evidence. Following the attack on Shanae, Brooke Edwards, Mursakulov returned home and informed his brother and wife of the crime, warning them that if they told anyone, their young child would suffer the same fate as Shanae. In October 2021, the Edwards family released a letter describing Shanae and thanking everyone for their support. They expressed gratitude to Georgia for their financial assistance in repatriating Shanae's body, as well as the Georgian people for their ongoing attention, love, and support during this difficult and tragic time. The first hearing on the case occurred in February 2022. According to Georgian law, Mursakulov faced 16 to 20 years in prison. He chose not to exercise his right to remain silent and pleaded guilty to robbery during the trial, but he denied that he killed Shanae on purpose. However, the prosecutor did not believe so. In his opinion, the number of stab wounds indicated that the defendant intended to kill the victim. He stabbed Shanae Brooke 13 times, including 5 in the neck, indicating that he intended to kill her. Furthermore, the prosecutor stated that after breaking his knife, the defendant strangled the victim. In turn, the defense insisted on classifying the offense as robbery. Mursakulov pleaded guilty to robbery, which was his motive. His lawyer stated that he had repented for his actions. In addition, the defense claimed that Miracle had mental problems and acted abnormally. Meanwhile, the examination found him miraculously sane, so the court had the authority to impose a proper punishment on him, depending on the nature of the crime. According to the prosecutor, traces of potent drugs were discovered in Miraculous blood following the arrest, but this in no way mitigates his guilt. More sacrilege, in his final statement, admitted guilt and apologized to the Shanae Brooke Edwards family. I sincerely apologize to the people of this country. I apologize to the woman's family. It's a loss I can't compensate for. Please forgive me. Whatever the sentence, I will remain silent and will not appeal it. I apologized, said more sackcloth, and wept. The alleged motive was the defendant's desire to take Shanae's iPhone 12. He was unable to do so because she threw the phone into a ravine. In any case, only 2 people knew what happened that day, and one will never speak again. The prosecution requested that the sentencing be postponed because Tyson Edwards, the victim's brother, wanted to be present. The family of Shanae Brooke Edwards issued a statement urging Georgia's justice system to sentence Rafael Mursakulov to life in prison. "We lost our lovely girl. Tragically, she disappointed and devastated many of her friends and family. We are proud of Chennai's accomplishments in many countries during her short life." According to the Shanae Brooke Edwards family statement, Rafael Mursakulov was found guilty during the March 9, 2022 trial. Shanae, brother Tyson, on behalf of the family, again requested that the defendant be sentenced to life in prison. Mercer Acula has apologized to Tyson Edwards, stating that he is not that type of person and that he simply got into this situation. As a result, Rafael Mursakulov, 33, received a 20-year prison sentence. According to Georgian law, the maximum sentence he can receive is 20 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Michelle O'Keefe, who murdered an aspiring actress. Unfortunately, even in the most developed and democratic countries, the judicial system is imperfect. Innocent people are sometimes sentenced to prison for crimes they did not commit due to investigative errors or other mishaps. Such injustices are usually brought to light only after the true perpetrator has been identified and proven guilty. But what happens when someone convicted of murder is exonerated years later, while the true perpetrator goes unpunished? Because the police lost crucial evidence at the time. The case of young American Michelle O'Keefe, who was murdered under mysterious circumstances in the early 2000s, shocked the country. The investigation lasted several years, and the main, and essentially only, suspect was imprisoned for a significant period of time. It appeared that the case was closed. However, after 11 years in prison, the convicted individual's innocence was proven. Simultaneously, new information emerged, and another suspect appeared to be the real murderer. However, more than 2 decades after the student's murder, her parents have lost faith in justice, losing hope that the person who killed their daughter will face a fair sentence. Let us start at the beginning of this story and try to figure out where the investigation went wrong and whether these mistakes could have been avoided. Who was Michelle O'Keefe? Michelle Teresa O'Keefe was born October 11, 1981. Michelle grew up in the quiet town of Hanford, California, as the eldest of 2 children born to Patricia and Michelle O'Keefe, alongside her younger brother Jason. The O'Keefes were a wealthy family who owned a profitable local store. Her parents were dedicated to ensuring that their children received a high-quality education and had the opportunity to fully develop their talents and potential. Michelle was a standout student who excelled in sports and ballroom dancing and was known for her attractive and artistic demeanor. She aspired to be a famous actress, appearing in films and conquering Hollywood. She possessed the talent, ambition, and qualities required for such an accomplishment. Michelle was accepted to one of California's most prestigious colleges after graduating with honors from high school. She pursued her passion for dancing by taking acting classes in the evenings. Michelle actively participated in a variety of events, appeared in commercials, and frequently appeared as an extra in film and music video productions. On her 18th birthday, her loving parents gave her a luxurious blue Ford Mustang with a cutting-edge design concept. Michelle had always wanted to own this car and was overjoyed to receive it as a gift. Unfortunately, it was this striking vehicle that drew her killer's attention, resulting in the young Michelle's tragic death. The last shoot occurred on February 22, 2018. Michelle O'Keefe and her close friend Jennifer Peterson, another aspiring actress, traveled to Palmdale, a scenic town in Los Angeles County, for a video shoot. They were set to appear in the latest music video by popular rock musician Robert James Ritchie. Kid Rock, better known by his stage name Jennifer, and Michelle appeared in the video as extras, dancing and revealing their outfits. The shoot took almost the entire day, so when they returned, their cars were parked at a nearby amusement park. It had almost ruined Jennifer's plans to return home. Michelle had acting classes that evening. The friends talked in the parking lot for a few minutes before parting ways. Jennifer walked to her car while Michelle chose to stay behind and change into her regular clothes. She felt it was inappropriate to attend her acting classes in the same outfit she had worn for the video shoot because it was quite provocative. With no private changing areas in the parking lot, she finds it awkward to do so in her car. Michelle chose to quickly change her clothes on the street next to her car, assuming she was alone. Unfortunately, this decision was most likely a fatal mistake. Jennifer recalled staying in the parking lot for a while longer, chatting with her boyfriend on the phone. As she started to leave, she noticed Michelle's Ford Mustang's headlights turning on. Believing Michelle was about to follow her, Jennifer was reassured that her friend was safe as loud music played in her car. The last thing Jennifer saw before turning the corner was Michelle's Mustang backing out. To the murder of an aspiring actress. That evening, Raymond Lee Jennings, a young security guard, was on duty at the park and its attractions. Around 9 o'clock, the 25-year-old heard gunshots in the direction of the parking lot, followed by a car alarm. Lacking a firearm and armed only with a taser, he hesitated to approach alone, knowing he had little chance against armed assailants. Jennings immediately called his supervisor, Iris Malone, and reported the incident to the police. Malone arrived within minutes. So before law enforcement arrived, she and Jennings decided to conduct a cautious inspection of the parking lot. They immediately noticed a blue car backing out of the middle lane and coming to a stop with its headlights on and engine running. This was Michelle's Ford Mustang. The car's owner was in the driver's seat, motionless and unresponsive. On closer inspection, Malone and Jennings discovered blood inside the car and on Michelle's body, as well as several bullet holes. The driver's door was wide open, and the crime scene looked horrific. Michelle appeared to have been chased and initially wounded in the parking lot. She attempted to flee, jumped into her car, and even got it started. However, the assailant caught up with her and fired several more shots, denying the student any chance of survival. Michelle's appearance was very provocative. She had bright makeup and 1,000 hairstyles designed specifically for the video shoot. She also wore regular jeans and a shiny top. Michelle had apparently changed in the parking lot, as a shiny miniskirt that matched the top and a regular t-shirt were found next to her on the passenger seat. One of her shoes was on her foot, and the other layaway in the parking lot was likely dropped as she dashed to her car. The local sheriff's deputy arrived at the crime scene first, followed by the security guard and his supervisor. He noted that the young woman showed no signs of life, but he contacted emergency services in case he was mistaken, and she still had a chance of survival. He also recorded the statements of Jennings and Malone. The arriving police officers conducted a thorough examination of the crime scene, gathering all available evidence. They discovered several shell casings in the parking lot and spotted a bullet mark on the asphalt slightly away from the vehicle. This led to the conclusion that the perpetrator likely fired a shot into the ground to intimidate the victim before shooting her directly, as evidenced by bloodstains in the parking lot. The victim ran towards her car but was unable to escape. The assailant caught up with her and fired several shots. She died almost instantly from severe injuries and blood loss. In total, 5 shell casings were discovered on the ground. Experts determined that all shots were fired from the same weapon, but the bullets were significantly different, raising questions that required immediate answers. An earring was also discovered on the ground, most likely dropped by the victim. Later, her friend identified the item, confirming that it belonged to Michelle. However, the second hearing was not discovered on or near the victim. Unfortunately, this detail was initially deemed insignificant and was long forgotten, resulting in a critical oversight. Initially, close relatives and friends of the murdered young woman were interviewed. They all agreed that Michelle had no enemies or ill-wishers due to her sociable, open, and friendly personality. Everyone who knew her praised the student. Thus, a personal motive for the murder was quickly ruled out. The next theory considered was a failed robbery or carjacking attempt on her new car. However, this appeared doubtful. The only personal item missing was her phone, which she had used just minutes before the attack to notify her mother that the filming had ended and she was returning home. Michelle's purse, containing her wallet and several $100s in cash, was discovered at the passenger's feet. Police speculated that the assailant may have missed the purse in the confusion and darkness, and they did not search the car because they feared the gunshots would alert security. This may also explain why the carjacking attempt was aborted. The attacker appeared to have intended to threaten her with the weapon rather than shoot her, but something went wrong. Another theory suggests that Michelle was mistaken for a lady of the night due to her appearance. She was dressed provocatively, wearing heavy makeup and high heels. It's possible the criminal saw her on her way to the parking lot and followed her. He may have approached her with malice in the dark, but when he was flatly rejected, he killed her in retaliation. Her top was partially pulled down, exposing her left breast, which lent credence to this theory. This indicated that the attacker was probably a man. However, it was also possible that her thin, strapped clothing slipped during the scuffle chase, or as the terrified, injured young woman attempted to enter her vehicle. Raymond, the parking lot security guard who was believed to be the sole witness to the incident, was the only suspect and the first person interrogated. He confirmed hearing gunshots and a car alarm around 9 p.m., and immediately reported it to his supervisor and called the police. Raymond stated that he saw no one in the parking lot before or after the shots. Given the early hour and popularity of the area, no one fled or left the scene in the minutes that followed. It's possible that someone nearby saw or heard something. The police investigated Raymond's background and discovered that, despite his young age, he was the head of a large family with 5 children. He served in the California National Guard and aspired to be a law enforcement officer, working while attending the police academy and gaining necessary knowledge and skills. As the primary witness to the murder, Raymond attempted to assist the investigation, naively believing that this experience would benefit his academy exams. When investigators asked him to give his version of events during an interrogation, Raymond elaborated on how things could have happened. Being an exceptional student, he carefully considered every detail, attempting to piece together a coherent picture. He speculated on where the attacker and victim were during the initial gunshot, as well as how events unfolded after that. He built his story around the evidence, including the location of shell casings, blood droplets, the victim's belongings, and the car. He also estimated the shooting distances. At the time, Raymond had no idea he was unintentionally digging his own grave. He simply wanted to help the investigation and be useful. However, the detectives investigating the case came to their own conclusions, implying that such detailed knowledge could only be held by the murderer himself. There were no other suspects, so the security guard was charged with the girl's murder. Several weeks after Michelle's murder, police became aware of Victoria Richardson, a 17-year-old African-American girl. On that tragic evening, she was in the parking lot with her 18-year-old boyfriend and a few friends. They had gone horseback riding in the park and returned to the parking lot after dark on February 22. According to Victoria, they were in their car, music blasting, about to leave when they heard strange noises. They initially mistook them for firecrackers or fireworks and paid little attention, only to realize they were gunshots. Victoria remembered seeing a man in a security guard uniform walk towards a nearby parked blue Ford Mustang just a minute and a half before. After hearing strange noises and activating a car alarm, the friends exited their vehicle and saw the Mustang, which had rolled backwards and was no longer moving. They reportedly saw the security guard again, who warned them about an armed person in the parking lot and advised them to exercise caution. Hearing this, the group hurried back into their car and cautiously exited the parking lot, attempting not to draw attention. When asked about the guard they interacted with, Victoria described him as a middle-aged, heavy-set African-American man. This description corresponded to another employee who had worked in the parking lot the day before Raymond's shift. The second guard was promptly detained and questioned. He had a solid alibi because he was at a family gathering at the time of the murder, as confirmed by approximately 20 people. As a result, despite inconsistencies in the witness account, Jennings remained the only suspect. Prolonged investigation and arrest. After 5 years, the investigation concluded that Raymond was the murderer, in part because his knowledge and forensic skills could convincingly divert suspicion away from himself. However, the evidence and witness testimonies did not line up. The crime itself seemed irrational and strange, with no obvious motive for the suspect. Raymond owned his own legally acquired pistol, which was not with him on the night of the murder. He showed the police the weapon, and forensic analysis confirmed that the bullets were not fired from it. Investigators speculated that he might have hidden unregistered firearms, but this theory was not supported. Meanwhile, the murdered girl's parents carried out their own investigation, hiring private detectives. Patricia and Michael believed that law enforcement was inadequately handling the case or was simply inactive. They actively participated in interviews and television appearances, using their story to put pressure on the authorities. They believed Raymond was responsible for Michelle's death and should be punished. Although there were no compelling reasons to detain him at first, Raymond went to Iraq for military service, where he remained for nearly 5 years. When he returned to the United States, he was immediately arrested and imprisoned. Raymond agreed to take a polygraph test but failed, which worked against him. He claimed that because he could not post the $1 million bail, he would have to remain in custody for about a year while investigators and his defense prepared for the trial. Trial and verdict. According to the prosecution, Raymond, a security guard, mistook Michelle's revealing outfit for a sex worker and followed her to her car. After she rejected his advances, a resentful Raymond opened fire and then radioed his boss about the incident, stating that he would not approach the crime scene. The defense pointed out that the murder weapon was never discovered, either on the day or later. There were no DNA traces, fingerprints, or other evidence of Raymond's presence at the crime scene. Interestingly, epithelial particles under the victim's nails did not match Raymond's DNA. Instead of determining whose DNA it was, the investigators convinced the court that it was unrelated contamination. Raymond's personal belongings, his car, locker, and home, were thoroughly searched for the murder weapon, but a gunpowder residue test on his clothing was oddly not performed at the time. Notably, Raymond resigned a few days after the incident in response to threats from unknown individuals and returned his work uniform, which police received only a week later. It was claimed that he thoroughly washed the uniform before returning it, thereby removing any gunpowder residue. However, the presence of sweat and dust on the uniform indicated that it had not been washed. Victoria Richardson, the aforementioned witness, testified in court, stating that she saw a guard in the parking lot during the shooting, but did not specify who she saw, citing darkness and potential confusion. The prosecution used her testimony as evidence of Raymond's guilt. The jury deliberated for a week, but failed to reach a unanimous decision. As a result, a new trial was scheduled to allow both parties time to prepare. In February 2009, 11 of 12 jurors convicted Raymond of murder. In December 2009, the Supreme Court convicted Raymond Jennings of murder under aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. Raymond maintained his innocence, saying in his final statement that he felt no remorse because he had not committed the crime. Michelle's parents and brother, on the other hand, believed he was guilty and were pleased with the verdict. New trial and acquittal. Raymond Jennings was incarcerated for nearly 11 years, losing hope and justice after his appeals were repeatedly denied. However, in late 2015, renowned attorney Jeffrey Ehrlich and his son Clinton, a law student at the time, expressed an interest in his case. They reviewed the case files and discovered numerous errors, inconsistencies, and clear violations of the evidence and trial proceedings. The Ehrlichs believed Raymond had been wrongfully convicted and set out to prove his innocence. They compiled all of the evidence and appealed to the department in charge of reviewing convictions. They specifically pointed out that Raymond's uniform contained no gunpowder residue or blood splatter, only sweat and dust, indicating that it had not been washed. They also noted that Raymond was unarmed, and detectives did not take into account the presence of other people in the park that evening. According to a new report, the murder was a spontaneous act, most likely a botched robbery. Furthermore, the main witness, Victoria Richardson, and her boyfriend, both of whom have a criminal record, were serving time for armed robbery at the time of the final trial, but were never considered suspects. A combination of different cartridges fired from the same gun. Unusually for someone with military training, he alluded to a street gang style. Richardson and her boyfriend were members of such a gang, but because they were not initially investigated for Michelle's murder, many leads were permanently lost. Notably, the boyfriend wore an earring similar to the one discovered at the crime scene on the night of the murder. Despite failing to prove the criminal couple's involvement in the murder of the aspiring actress, Ehrlich's case established Jennings' innocence. As a result, the former guard was factually acquitted, which differs significantly from legal or presumed innocence. Sergeant Raymond Jennings was released from prison after serving nearly 11 years for a crime he did not commit. The judge stated that jurors were not informed of the presence of gang members at the crime scene that evening. In March 2017, Jennings was awarded $500,000 in compensation for his wrongful conviction. A devoted man, he later claimed that God had answered his prayers and that justice had prevailed. Only Michael O'Keefe's parents remained deeply upset, believing that the man they suspected of murdering their daughter had been wrongfully released. The O'Keefes divorced after losing their son in a car accident, and their daughters believe the killer was punished. Despite the fact that the case remains unsolved, the chances of anyone being held accountable for Michelle's murder have dropped dramatically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman moved to another city for her studies and stayed with an acquaintance. Well, what happened next seemed more like a twisted plot of a detective movie than a real-life situation. For several years. This story troubled the police until the unexpected truth finally came to light. Jonah Berry was born on October 26, 1983, in the small American town of Bristol, Tennessee. She was lively and sociable, had many friends, and was always the life of the party. During her school years, she was also part of the local cheerleading team. After high school, Jonah enrolled at East Tennessee State University, where she studied psychology and criminalistics. While studying, she also worked part-time at a children's educational center. During her time at the university, she met a guy named Jason White. They dated for several years, and shortly before graduation, they got engaged in late 2004. When Jana was 21 years old, she decided to pursue a master's degree in psychology, which required her to temporarily move to Knoxville to study at a different university. After working at the Children's Center, she realized her passion for this field and aspired to become a child psychologist. Meanwhile, her boyfriend continued his studies in another state, aiming to obtain a law degree. Despite the distance, the couple communicated every day and started preparing for their wedding, which was only a few months away in Knoxville. Jonathan planned to find her own accommodation, but for the first few weeks she stayed at her friend Jason Amami's apartment. He had studied with her and her boyfriend at the university, and after graduating he moved to Knoxville, where he lived in a 2-bedroom apartment and agreed to host his friend. Until she found a place of her own, Jonah found 2 part-time jobs at a jewelry store and a children's hospital on the evening of December 5th. After finishing her shift at the store, she went to the shopping center to buy Christmas presents. When she returned home, she packed some gifts intended for the children at the educational center, chatted with her apartment neighbor, and went to her room. There, she talked to her boyfriend on the phone and went to sleep. Around 4 a.m., Jason Amami woke up to a woman's scream. He thought Jana had a nightmare and headed to her room. At that moment, a man emerged from the room and Jason noticed a knife in his hand. The assailant immediately attacked him and delivered several blows. The young man tried to defend himself and at some point managed to fend off the attacker, pushing him away, and ran out of the apartment. Jason quickly ran to the neighboring residential complex and began knocking on every door, hoping that someone would call the police, but no one opened for him. He then sprinted to the nearest 24-hour store, which was almost a kilometer away. Upon seeing the bloodied man, the store clerk immediately called 911 and Jason recounted what happened. The police arrived at his home and immediately discovered Jonah lying on the floor next to the corridor door that connected 5 apartments. The young woman was alive, but barely responsive to what was happening around her as the paramedics prepared to load her into the ambulance. A police officer asked, "Is the attacker still in the apartment?" and he thought he saw Jonah nod ever so slightly. The officers thoroughly searched the entire building and the surrounding area but failed to find him. The young woman was swiftly transported to the nearest hospital, but despite the efforts of the doctors, they were unable to save her. Medical experts determined that she had sustained over 20 knife wounds, leaving the doctors with virtually no chance of saving her life. As for her neighbor, the assailant had managed to inflict 8 wounds on him, with only 1 being serious. The medics provided him with the necessary care and his life was not in danger. Meanwhile, detectives began investigating the crime scene. From the bloodstains in the corridor, they deduced that the young woman had attempted to reach out to her neighbors and seek help, but none of the 4 residents had opened their doors. Next to the door to Johnny's room, investigators found the murder weapon, a kitchen knife belonging to Jason. The assailant had struck with such force that the blade had bent. In addition, the police discovered blood traces near the back door of the apartment and on the staircase leading from the 2nd floor to the street. Considering that Jason and Jonah had exited through the front door, the detectives made the most obvious conclusion: the murderer had left the crime scene through the back door, and another lead awaited them in Jason's room. They found a partial footprint that the perpetrator may have left when following the apartment owner and launching the attack, considering the brutality with which the killer had dealt with the young woman. The police suspected that the crime was personal in nature. Their first step was to closely scrutinize Jana's fiancé, despite him being approximately 1,000 kilometers away from Knoxville. All friends and relatives attested to the couple having a wonderful relationship, and there seemed to be no motive for the fiancé to commit such a heinous crime. The young man only learned about his fiancé's death at 10 a.m. when her mother called him. He said that after hearing the news, he fainted and took a long time to recover. He had to ask his neighbor to book a plane ticket for him and pack his suitcase since he was incapable of doing anything himself. Detectives thoroughly examined his alibi and concluded that he physically couldn't have traveled to Knoxville and returned by morning. As a result, he was eliminated as a suspect, and the investigators turned their attention to Jonah's neighbor, unlike the victim's fiancé, whose neighbor had no alibi. Jason was in the same apartment as her and could have committed the crime. Friends and relatives of Jonah were also suspicious of him, with some considering him the most likely killer. Others accused him of fleeing the apartment and leaving the young woman alone, leading the victim's parents to not even want him to attend her funeral immediately. After Jason was discharged from the hospital, the detectives began interrogating him. The young man stuck to his initial version of events. He woke up to a scream, saw an unknown man, and was attacked. When he managed to push the assailant away, Jason rushed the front door and ran outside, attempting to reach his neighbors. He believed that Jana had also managed to leave the apartment since he no longer heard her screams. However, the police were hesitant to believe this account. The first thing that made them suspect Jason was his injuries. 7 out of the 8 wounds proved to be non-life-threatening, and the last one on his right hand could have been sustained during both defense and attack. Furthermore, forensic experts found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, indicating that the perpetrator was already inside. Jason himself mentioned that he had taken out the trash through the back door that evening, but couldn't remember if he had locked it or not. Detectives continued to press him, paying particular attention to the door he used to run out onto the street. Jason insisted that it was the front door, but the police suspected he was lying. If he had exited through the back door, it would explain the bloody traces near the door on the stairs. In that case, it would further implicate him. Additionally, the police accused him of using and selling illicit substances and behaving aggressively when unable to obtain a dose. Jason denied all of these allegations, but the investigators kept bombarding him with various accusations. After spending several hours with Jason at the police station, the detectives offered him a polygraph test, and he agreed. They brought in an expert who asked leading questions, and at the end of the interview informed him that the polygraph indicated that he had given false answers. Upon hearing this, Jason entered a state of close to hysteria. He screamed that he had nothing to do with the crime and feared for his life as the real perpetrator was still at large. However, the detectives didn't believe him. Nevertheless, they couldn't arrest him for murder since there was no evidence against Jason. They had to wait for the laboratory experts to finish examining the few pieces of evidence found in the apartment. Then an unexpected turn of events occurred with the knife used as the murder weapon. 3 DNA samples were found, those of the deceased young woman, Jason, and an unknown male. The unknown male's DNA was also discovered in Jonah's room on the back door handle and on the staircase used by the perpetrator to flee. Furthermore, a fingerprint left by the victim's blood was found on the knife handle, and it didn't match Jason's fingerprint. These discoveries made the police doubt that he was the killer. The evidence confirmed that someone else was indeed present in the apartment that night, but comparing the DNA samples to existing databases yielded no results. Despite the detectives no longer considering Jason as the murderer, public opinion remained against him. He was accused of fleeing and abandoning his girlfriend instead of trying to protect her. In addition to that, Jason began to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Soon another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that the polygraph operator had simply misinterpreted the instrument's readings. In reality, there were no signs indicating that Jason was lying. Furthermore, the police had no actual evidence linking the young man to illicit substances. They accused him of it solely to exert additional pressure. Most importantly, the police initially downplayed the severity of the injuries Jason sustained, but in reality he had suffered serious harm, with his lung and neck being severely damaged. Full recovery was unlikely due to these police reports. The insurance company only covered 25% of the medical expenses, and Jason experienced significant financial difficulties after he ceased being a suspect. The police began questioning Jason as a witness, and based on his statements, they created an approximate profile of the attacker. The situation was complicated by the fact that Jason couldn't clearly see Asiana's face as the room was dark, and the perpetrator immediately attacked him. When he exited the room, detectives also discovered something interesting in Jonah's room, a camp, and near the back staircase there were scattered discs and a stereo player. Initially, they assumed these items belonged to the victim or Jason, but Jason denied it. According to him, none of those belongings were in his apartment, implying that the killer left them behind. The investigators handed the approximate portrait of the suspect to journalists, and after its publication in the news, the police received hundreds of potential leads. People provided information about acquaintances who even remotely resembled the portrait, and the detectives followed up on each lead. One of them seemed particularly intriguing to a detective. They were informed that in the vicinity of Jonah's murder, there was a group of teenagers known for breaking into houses to commit theft. One of them, a 19-year-old named Michael Perkofow, resembled the suspect's portrait, and the police began searching for him. It wasn't easy since the young man was already wanted for theft. However, now that he was suspected of potential involvement in the murder, dozens of police officers joined the search. They eventually located him and brought him to the station. The investigators immediately noticed his footwear. The pattern on the soles resembled the footprint left by the killer. They collected a DNA sample and fingerprints from him and sent everything to the experts. Meanwhile, they interrogated him, and during the questioning, the detectives were in for an unexpected surprise. Michael confessed almost immediately that he and his friend had indeed broken into Jonah's apartment that night. According to Michael's account, their intention was to steal valuable items from Jonah's apartment, but his friend grabbed a knife and attacked her. However, the detectives quickly became skeptical of his story. Firstly, the details Michael provided didn't match the actual facts, and secondly, there were no traces of the presence of two outsiders at the crime scene. The laboratory result only confirmed their skepticism. Michael's DNA and fingerprints did not match those found at the murder scene. The same applied to his shoes. The pattern on the soles was different from the footprint in Jason's room. Eventually, the police realized that the young man was simply lying. As strange as it may sound, such situations occur quite often. Many high-profile cases involve individuals who take on someone else's guilt. Some do it to seek attention, while others lie in hopes of receiving rewards for information. It's unknown what motives drove Michael, but his story turned out to be fabricated. Since then, investigators have interviewed over 1,000 potential suspects and collected around 400 DNA samples. But they haven't found a single match. From the early weeks of the investigation, a reward was announced for information leading to the resolution of the case. The amount increased each month and reached $60,000 in December of 2005. 1 year after the murder, the state governor added $20,000 from his own pocket, which further drew public attention. Despite the numerous leads, all of them proved to be dead ends, and the case remained unresolved for several years. In 2007, the victim's parents decided to advocate for changes in the state's legislation. They found it astonishing that the perpetrator's fingerprints and DNA were not found in any of the databases. Considering the brutality of the crime, the parents refused to believe that it was his first offense. Later, they learned that under the laws of Tennessee, fingerprints and DNA samples were only taken from convicted criminals. Jonah's parents resolved to rectify the situation and participated in the creation of a new law that mandated the collection of these samples from all individuals arrested for violent crimes. The authorities supported this initiative, and in May of 2007, such a law was enacted. 2 months later, a breakthrough finally occurred in the case when the police arrested 22-year-old Taylor Lee Olson for violating the terms of his parole. The man had been convicted of theft, and during a search of his home, marijuana bushes were discovered, leading to his rearrest. Olson had an extensive criminal history, primarily consisting of thefts, check forgery, and car thefts. He had been arrested multiple times, but his fingerprints and DNA were never taken until now. It turned out that Olson had already come to the attention of investigators 5 months prior. They received a tip about his possible involvement in the murder, but for some reason the police never attempted to take his DNA for analysis. However, now that he was arrested for violating the terms of his parole, they finally decided to question him about the Jonah case. Olson denied his involvement in the murder and willingly agreed to provide his DNA sample. It was handed over to experts, and soon the detectives received a report from the laboratory. Taylor's DNA fully matched the sample found in the victim's apartment. Following this, his fingerprints were taken, and they also matched the print found on the murder weapon. Olson was subsequently arrested, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. At first, he denied his guilt, but soon he decided to confess. Taylor explained that on that night he wanted to steal John's car and entered the apartment through the back door to take the keys when he entered the young woman's room. She woke up and started screaming. That's when Olson grabbed a kitchen knife and struck her multiple times, although he claimed he did not intend to kill anyone. And it all happened accidentally. The detectives doubted the truthfulness of some aspects of his account and leaned toward the belief that Taylor had initially planned the murder. It was possible that he had been stalking the victim for some time, indirectly supported by a fact mentioned earlier in the investigation. Genre's friends told investigators that she had been followed by someone in a car. At the time, they couldn't find any evidence to confirm it, but after Olson's arrest, they considered the possibility that he had indeed been stalking her. Despite the doubt surrounding some details, nobody questioned Olson's guilt. His DNA and fingerprint were found on the murder weapon, indicating that he had inflicted the knife wounds on the victim. Olson's trial was scheduled to begin in mid-2008, and by that time he had already hired a lawyer. Apparently, the lawyer advised him to retract his confession, and Taylor provided a new version of events to the detectives. Now he claims that he had energy in his apartment with his friend Noah Cox, according to Olson, when he entered Jonah's room to take the car keys. She allegedly woke up, grabbed a knife, and struck him multiple times. Olson ran out of the apartment through the back door while his friend went into Jonah's room, where he grabbed the knife from her and killed the young woman. This account also did not convince the police. No fingerprints or DNA of other individuals were found at the crime scene, making the involvement of someone else unlikely. The detectives were awaiting the start of the trial, but it was never meant to happen. 10. On March 28, 2008, Taylor Olson ended his life in his prison cell, according to notes addressed to his family. Jonah's relatives and the police were found next to him in the letter to the detectives. He once again claimed that his friend Noah Cox was the actual killer and apologized to Jonah's family and his own. The detectives continued to believe that Olson was the one who committed the murder, yet they repeatedly questioned Noah, but no evidence of his involvement could be found. Jonah's parents also believed that he lied in their opinion. If Taylor was truly innocent, he would not have taken his own life. It was much more likely that he simply didn't want to spend his entire life in prison, and for several months after his confession, Olson continued to maintain that he entered the apartment alone and that no one was with him. If he was trying to protect his friend, why did he suddenly retract his confession and start accusing him of the murder? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story follows a woman whose life is riddled with lies from beginning to end. You will learn how the unscrupulous deceiver ends up pursuing large sums of money and how many human lives are affected. Michelle grew up in Hurst, a suburb of Dallas, Texas. She had a younger sister, Laura, and her mother left home in search of a better life, so the father was responsible for his children's upbringing. It was difficult for a man to raise two daughters alone. He survived on occasional earnings from a construction site and frequently drank alcohol, in search of easy money. He repeatedly devised and carried out devious profit-making schemes. He would take a job at one factory or another and purposefully injure himself in order to receive insurance money compensation. The fraud scheme was successful, but not for long. The scheme was discovered thanks to CCTV cameras installed at one of the workplaces, and Michelle and Laura's father were arrested. Michelle grew up in a world of lies, deception, and manipulation. This was her normal life, from which she wanted to escape by any means possible. However, she couldn't escape herself because lies had already become a part of her life, and she didn't know how to live any differently. The girl wishes to mature more quickly in order to escape hatred and poverty. Michelle looks stunning at 15 years old. As a petite brunette with an athletic build, she piques the interest of both her own age group and older men. Even so, Michelle realizes that, with her feminine power and charm, she can easily manipulate any man in her environment to get what she wants. So her life begins with a series of love relationships with various men. Michelle drops out of school at the age of 17 and marries Kenneth O'Irian, then 16, for the first time. She tells her boyfriend she is expecting a baby, and Kenneth accepts full responsibility for his young wife and future child in the army. The couple moves frequently so that they can have more children in this marriage. One city is replaced by another temporary military housing, which was not the end of Michelle's dreams. Such a lifestyle does not suit her. After 5 years, she leaves, citing her husband's beatings and cheating as the reason for their divorce. Michelle returns to Hearst in front of her family and friends. She appears to be a victim of domestic violence, receives the necessary help, and begins to organize her life. After a while, she falls for her former classmate Brandon. The young man is madly in love with Michelle and has happily accepted her 3 children. The lovers prepare for their wedding. However, on the eve of the wedding, Michelle enrages Brandon, and it is revealed that the girl did not divorce her first husband. She was afraid to discuss divorce with him because of the abuse, so she did not send the documents, but with the assistance of an attorney. This issue was quickly resolved, allowing the couple to marry in 1994. Initially, family life was calm and measured. Brandon was working on the development of his company, and Michelle worked as a dental assistant. Michelle's dreams, however, extended beyond a quiet family life. She's always needed more. She starts bringing home various dental equipment and supplies. The cash does not fit in her purse. Brandon suspected that something was wrong. Michelle eventually got caught stealing. A trial was only avoided through luck. Brandon's trust issues with his wife were only beginning. Brandon installed a tape recorder in several rooms of the house after neighbors complained that cars were frequently arriving while he was at work. Listening to the tape, throughout the day he heard several men visiting their homes. Brandon conducts his own investigation and discovers that Michelle's first marriage ended due to her numerous infidelities. Brandon demanded a divorce, not because of her husband's beatings, as she had told everyone. Michelle was furious that Brandon started the divorce, so she retaliated while he was at work. "I had a very nice saltwater aquarium with thousands of dollars worth of fish." Brandon claimed she poured a comet into it, killing all the fish. But Michelle did not stop there. Brandon had a beloved dog named Domino. Michelle stuffed the dog with sleeping pills, resulting in the animal's death. Michelle put Domino to sleep. "If you are shocked at this point, we have only scratched the surface." Brandon describes it as an unending nightmare. "You cannot make that girl leave." Unfortunately, Brandon discovered the truth about Michelle after his own marriage had been completely destroyed. Michelle's experiences with Brandon Dixon pale in comparison to her encounters with other men. It was later revealed that Michelle's first child was fathered by John Paul Ray, a fellow Hearst high school student. Instead of disclosing this information to John, she told Kenneth O'Ryan that the child was his, forcing him to marry her. For 13 years, Kenneth believed the eldest son was his own. John later told police that Kenneth paid child support from the age of 5 to 18 and was unaware that he was not the father. They had a common-law marriage for 8 years. Their relationship ended abruptly when John suspected his wife of cheating. Michelle did not deny it. She acknowledged the affair on the side. John moved out, leaving the majority of Michelle's belongings. Michelle's next love was Greg Williams. They weren't so young anymore. Both had a history of failed marriages. He was married twice and has a daughter. After Greg and Katie divorced in 2003, they agreed to share custody of their daughter, Taylor. However, there was no formal agreement on child support because the ex-spouses had a good relationship. Wealthy, successful, and generous. Greg was the perfect match for Michelle. Michaela, Greg and Michelle's daughter, was born in 2007. A year later, they were married. Their marriage embodied the American dream: money, children, and love. Everything was in abundance. Michelle appeared to have made it through the thorns to the stars, achieving the life she had always desired. Greg Williams held his family in high regard. He grew up in a family with strong values and accomplished everything on his own from an early age. He loved sports and held a black belt in martial arts. Greg, in addition to his love of exercise, enjoyed guns. Both he and Michelle had guns in their home, and Keller Michelle's gun, a silver .4 caliber pistol, was kept in a safe, whereas Greg kept his gun, a black bear .4 caliber pistol, loaded in a case under his bedside table. The couple was determined to make their marriage successful. They host birthday parties for their children from previous marriages in Keller. Michelle's adult children would host barbecues and swimming parties. Frequently, the house was full of friends. Despite the picturesque suburban home and a precocious daughter, Greg and Michelle were not your typical American couple. They met through an online community dedicated to bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism, and their wild adult house parties drew numerous complaints from neighbors. Without making it public, the couple decides to move out. Michelle and Greg had been unable to sleep for several hours the night before. They were planning to purchase a new house for $4.5 million. They had an emotional discussion about the upcoming event. Greg remained in the bedroom alone. On October 13, 2011, Michelle went out to comfort her crying daughter and fell asleep in her room. At 4:40 a.m., an emergency call arrived, and a crying woman screamed into the phone that she and her husband had been attacked by a robber. She was injured, and her husband had been shot. Within minutes, police had arrived on the scene of the tragedy. Inside the home, detectives discovered a television on full volume and a baby sleeping on the couch. Michelle's daughter was sound asleep, unaffected by the attack. The woman's behavior tipped off police officers. She was acting strangely, and it did not appear that she had just been burglarized. The gated community quickly filled with police cars, detectives, and forensic experts. The lot was cordoned off, and officers searched every inch of the nearly 5,000 square foot house. Michelle was fully dressed, with her hair styled, and appeared calm. She told the cops she was asleep, but her clothing and demeanor suggested otherwise. Michelle, the only witness, was taken to the Keller Township Police Station for questioning. After several hours of speaking with police and investigators, Michelle's story began to unravel like a house of cards. According to the woman, the intruder, dressed entirely in black, hit her on the head with a wrench. She collapsed from the blow but remained conscious and heard a gunshot. The stranger then escaped through the back door of the house. Michelle Williams' account did not match what the police saw on the scene. Greg Williams was shot in the head while he lay in bed. A .45 caliber handgun, likely used by the intruder, was discovered near the back door, alongside a wrench. No fingerprints were found on either weapon. Neither was found to have signs of forced entry. The family's valuables and money remained unharmed, and CCTV footage from a neighbor's camera revealed that only one car had entered the gated community in the hours preceding the crime. Police confirmed that the vehicle belonged to a newspaper deliveryman. Michelle invented a version of the attack to throw off the investigation. She hit herself with a wrench and decorated their large house to resemble the scene of the attack. However, detectives conducted their due diligence and discovered a number of discrepancies. Michelle Williams was fully dressed, with stylized hair and fresh makeup on her face. It created the impression that she was waiting for someone. The gun used in the crime was discovered in the house, with no fingerprints. The final detail proving Michelle's lie was the $20,000 in cash that was not stolen during the robbery. Michelle couldn't figure out why a successful businessman and devoted father would commit suicide. However, she was able to explain her behavior. Michelle claimed she didn't want to tell their young daughter the painful truth about her father's suicide. She admitted to police that she wiped down the gun and washed Greg's hands to conceal fingerprints before staging a home invasion and calling for help. As bizarre as that explanation was, it became clear to the police why no evidence was discovered in the home. Michelle admitted to wiping the crime scene with bleach and hitting herself in the face with a wrench to paint a more realistic picture of the assault. Keller police initially questioned the credibility of Michelle's testimony, but no physical evidence linking her to the crime was presented. Michelle was arrested for perjury and released around 5 p.m. Michelle went to her sister Laura's house on the evening of her husband's murder and made no mention of Greg's name. Michelle cried from time to time, but it did not appear sincere. When questioned by police, Michelle's sister Laura stated that she awoke in a good mood the morning following the tragedy. She was dressed beautifully, with her hair styled and makeup applied, and she was in good spirits. The recent widow went to breakfast at a well-known restaurant that served the best pancakes with syrup. While the police investigated the theory that Greg committed suicide, they struggled to find a motive and credible evidence. Michelle presented the investigation with emotion first, followed by evidence of her guilt. Going through the documents from the first interrogation, the investigators were drawn to Michelle's claim that she didn't care about a single penny, but her actions proved otherwise. Following Greg's death, Michelle quickly began liquidating family assets and spending large sums of money. She cashes checks through Greg's company. The amount of checks cashed is not made public anywhere. Most likely, we're talking about a large sum of money. Michelle made one of her most serious mistakes after receiving cash from the sale of the Blueberries frozen yogurt store in Keller. Michelle was the sole beneficiary of Greg's life insurance policy, which was purchased on August 12, 2011, almost exactly 2 months before his death. But the woman overlooked an important fact: the terms of the insurance policy. Greg's death was not covered by insurance because he chose to die, and at the last minute, she was denied the funds. The main motive for the crime was to obtain the insured sum of $600. Later, another important aspect of financial fraud is revealed. Casting suspicion on the widow, fictitious financial documents for a mortgage loan were used to purchase the house that Greg and Michelle had been planning to buy on the eve of his death. The account numbers were deliberately changed, and the lender was not immediately aware of the elaborate fraud. When Greg died, Michelle canceled a meeting with the mortgage company, and the fake account went unnoticed until the police discovered it. Michelle, convinced of her innocence, writes a $18,000 check to attorney Kenneth Winterkorn and takes a week-long vacation to Grapevine with her children. During the 3-month investigation into Greg Williams' death, police were able to uncover his wife's web of deception. An autopsy on Greg revealed that he was shot from a distance of 12 to 18 inches. Furthermore, the toxicology examination produced a report indicating that Greg had a large dose of sleeping pills in his system at the time of his death. Additionally, the police determined that there was no assault on the house. Mrs. Williams sedated her husband and shot him from a foot away after increasing the volume on the television. Michelle, who was sleeping in her room, had not heard anything. According to the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's report, Greg Williams' death was officially ruled a homicide on November 3, 2011. Michelle Williams was arrested on January 9th while on her way to a fitness center. She was charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and providing a false statement to police. Michelle was both the only witness to the crime and the sole suspect. Bail was set at $522,000 for release from custody pending a court hearing. Michelle, on the other hand, was held in custody for a week before being released on $85,000 bail. Dressed in gym clothes, Michelle walked out of jail wearing a GPS monitor and under the arm of attorney Kenneth Winterkorn, who is now officially representing her. Kathy, Greg's first wife, was furious when she discovered that the money she paid Korn to defend Michelle was part of Greg's estate and should never have gone to pay the legal bills of the woman accused of killing him. Kenneth is listed as Katie and Greg's divorce attorney in online court records from 2003. In 2008, Winterkorn's name and signature appear on legal documents regarding the custody agreement for their shared daughter, Taylor. However, providing evidence will exonerate Kenneth Winterkorn's defense of collusion with Michelle Williams. The divorce was handled by his company, and he never personally represented Greg. Kenneth Korn claimed he first learned of Greg's murder from an company employee. It was shocking when Korn revealed that Michelle later sought his assistance. After her plan to profit from Greg's death is foiled, Michelle Williams changes her name to Shelley and appears as a fitness guru, hoping to start a new life. On Facebook, Shelley publicly announced her relationship with Jean Wallace, a friend of her oldest son who is nearly 15 years younger than her. Shelley and Jean established a fitness club in Bedford and promoted it extensively online. Michelle, armed with an ankle bracelet and a GPS tracker, spent the next few months enjoying her new boyfriend, fitness classes, and court hearings. She frequently appeared in court dressed for a night on the town, in miniskirts, knee-length boots, and deep-cut blouses. She never lamented Greg's death for a moment. Greg's ex-wife, Kathy Robb Conover, had been friends with Greg Williams for over 20 years and attended many of Michelle's hearings. He recalls how she deftly manipulated police officers at the courthouse, convincing them that she was an innocent woman in need of protection. Michelle Williams, 45, entered into a plea agreement with the county on October 9, 2013, and pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence and deadly conduct. She will serve 18 years in prison for tampering with evidence and engaging in deadly dangerous conduct, a third-degree felony found in only a few states. Although Michelle admitted to cleaning the gun in Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene cast doubt on whether the first-degree murder charge would stand. Things can turn out differently: play big, win big, or lose big. Michelle stated this in an interview regarding the plea bargain. "I expect to serve a few years and then be released on parole." However, in a February 2014 interview, Michelle Williams abruptly changed her testimony, claiming she was not guilty of the crime. The judge immediately rescinds the plea bargain and schedules the first trial. The trial of Keller's Black Widow, a Texas woman accused of intentionally targeting her husband in 2011, has begun with opening arguments. For an insurance payout, Prosecutors described the crime as a well-planned series of acts to profit from Greg's substantial life insurance policy. In their opening statement, prosecutors told jurors that Mrs. Williams shot her husband in the head after first drugging him with sleeping pills in order to collect on his life insurance. The motivation was money. Money and greed have stood the test of time. Assistant District Attorney Jack Strickland stated in court that, while Michelle admitted to cleaning the gun in Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene cast doubt on whether the first-degree murder charge would be upheld in response to an interview request. Michelle's attorney has issued a statement on her behalf. Attorney Kenneth Winterkorn described the difficulties in the case caused by the immaculately clean crime scene. The prosecution struggled to prove a premeditated crime, ignoring the fact that there was no DNA from the suspect in repeated searches where cleaning products were discovered. However, it stands to reason that Michelle's fingerprints were on them because the products were in the house where she lived and cleaned. If the jury finds that Michelle tampered with evidence of Greg's death, making it appear as if the man died of natural causes, and then cleaned up the car I'm seeing by hiding evidence and then lying about it, she will receive a life sentence. However, if Michelle is sentenced as scheduled on April 21st, no jury will have the opportunity to hear the entire story and determine the appropriate punishment. Careful questioning of the Williams couple's friends and acquaintances revealed information about the unfavorable environment that had existed in their family for a long time. According to the studied correspondence, social networks, and messengers, the couple quarreled frequently over finances. During the trial, prosecutors claimed that in the hours leading up to his violent death, Greg Williams argued with his wife about their finances and even slapped her for spending a large sum of money set aside as a down payment on a home. However, Michelle Williams' defense argued that Greg Williams committed suicide and that the successful businessman needed his wife alive, not dead. According to defense attorney Clay Graham, Greg Williams was frequently depressed and used sedatives and steroids. On the eve of the crime, he was allegedly severely depressed as a result of the death of his grandmother and best friend, who had ironically committed suicide. Defense counsel told the court that when Michelle Williams discovered her husband dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, she panicked and began to cover up the tragedy without realizing it. She had one goal in mind: to protect her 4-year-old daughter from psychological trauma by keeping the truth from her. At one hearing, the defendant, dressed in an off-white blouse and black vest, exhibited little emotion for the majority of the trial but did not forget to wipe away tears during a presentation of photographs depicting the body of murdered Greg Williams. The court also heard testimony from Michelle Williams and his adult son, Andrew O'Harian, who stated that his mother, Michelle Williams, asked him to assist in framing Greg Williams' ex-wife Kathy in order to blame her for Greg's death, using unreconciled differences over custody of their daughter Taylor. But that plan failed from the start. After all, the former spouses never disagreed on custody of their daughter, and proving otherwise would have been extremely difficult. He was asked how he responded to his mother's unusual request. Andrew O'Harian, 26, was shocked by the proposal and assumed she was having a mental breakdown. Michelle confronted her sons during the trial after they testified against her. Michelle was later found guilty of felony tampering with physical evidence. According to the show, she lied about being pregnant with twins in order to delay her sentencing. However, this version was not confirmed, and the verdict was announced. Michelle's acting abilities and natural charm, which she tried to demonstrate at each hearing, did not save her from a harsh sentence sandwiched between a scenario in which she was portrayed as a cold-blooded criminal and another in which she was portrayed as a deranged wife and mother acting on impulse. Michelle selected the latter. He did it. She explained that she was wrapping her arms around her head. Michelle even congratulated the detective for solving the case. "I wouldn't have made it through the day." She said, "You had won." Even before the police admitted to doubting Michelle's account, few believed Greg had died. He had too much to live for. And he was well aware of the anguish and grief that untimely death causes. Kathy Williams believes Michelle's relationship with Gian Wallace began while Greg was still alive and could be the elusive motive for this crime. If Greg had discovered she was sleeping with her little boyfriend, he would have dumped her, and she would have received nothing. Katie claims Greg was willing to put up with a lot, but not with cheating. She's ruined more lives than you can imagine. Brandon claims she's a professional manipulator. If the courts had interviewed all of us, things could have turned out differently. Michelle was sentenced to 60 years in prison. The judge also determined that she would have to serve at least 30 years before being eligible for parole. Michelle is currently incarcerated at Mountain View Prison in Gatesville, Texas. Michelle Williams is a felon and a fraudster who is currently serving time in prison for all of her intentional actions. She has never expressed regret for her actions and still refuses to accept full responsibility for her crime. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.